Have a unique hobby. I just like to touch other people's bodies. As long as you touch successfully, it can copy all other people's abilities. He then attacked the bodyguard. After gaining the power of Sun Dali to find someone to verify again, he came to Pinxiang Pavilion. According to Dali, among them are the first cards that are not understood. After several ties with the boss lady, I also saw the top card as I wished. Xiaoxiang doesn't understand the reaction of women. He grabbed the woman's arm. Just then, a clamp in front of me suddenly popped up. But just after loading to 990%. But the door was kicked open. He looked at the clamped-in prompt. Immediately turn around and scold. Which one is it? Kimmy ruined my good deeds. I saw a tall woman in front of me and shouted to him, "Get back to me quickly." But he looked confused. Turn out to be just a day ago. Suddenly, a meteorite fell from the sky and killed the original owner's man's soul. Become the current spiritual beauty. He also obtained a golden finger that could copy other people's abilities. But this U-disc has been copied to 99%. It felt like someone forced him to pull him out. Who knows the family? Ling Xiu's mood was like a shock at this moment. So he immediately retorted. Where did you come from? Why should I listen to your woman just kicking me? You're pretending to me, right? This scared Ling Xiu. He quickly called for help and crawled out the door. But he still couldn't escape the woman's hand knife. Looking at Ling Xiu, who fainted. Woman. Murmur. If it weren't for your hands, my future brother-in-law. I'm too lazy to care about you. Until late at night. Lin Xiucai was woken up by Dali. But I found that my pelvis was severe. So he quickly asked Sun Dali. How did I come back? Why does my ass hurt so much? It's the second lady who carried you back. It was also kicked by the second lady. Lin Xiu immediately scolded him angrily. Sun Dali. You are still not my guard. You just watched me be beaten by that tigress. However, Dali is helpless. You should know that the second lady is the art of the sky-level ice. Besides, you also have an engagement with his sister. At this time, Lin Xiu looked blinded to the engagement. What kind of engagement? Who is he? The young master beats you, the second lady of the Zhao family. Zhao Lingying. And you have had an engagement with his sister since you were a child. Lin Xiu said nothing and said nothing on the spot. I'm in the 21st century. Aquaman was actually arranged to marry. No. This engagement must be terminated. We must never let him affect my happy life in the future. Just then I found that there was a blue energy wrapping around the head. Lin Xiu was overjoyed when he saw this. I originally wanted to copy the granting ability. But I didn't expect that it would be a blessing in disguise. Copy the art of ice? But there is another problem in front of you. Only art but don't know how to use it. So he asked Dali. Do you know? If you want to practice art, where to go? The young master is talking about the Academy of Arts? But you didn't awaken art at all. And he is over the age. Lin Xiu heard this. Secretly making up your mind. This art academy must find a way to enter. Only in this way can more art be replicated. But I have to go to the scented food again. If you can obtain the granting ability, even if you are beaten up by your sister-in-law again, it will be worth it. The next morning, Ling Xiu came to Qiuxiang Boudoir again. This time it went quite smoothly. It took only 2.5 minutes to replicate the granting ability. But as soon as I went out, I felt a chill. Sure enough, my sister-in-law was standing among the crowd. I saw him staring at Ling Xiu with a dark face. The next second his face and the wall came. Intimate interaction. Zhao Lingying angrily scolded. You dared to come and visit the brothel, Ling Xiu replied in grievance. What did Guasis' wife dare to stab her? It's the royal family. If you are like this, I will ask my father to cancel your engagement with your sister Ling Xiu. When I heard it, ecstatic. There is also such a good thing. It is better to choose a day than to meet the day. How about canceling the engagement today? Give you a step. You will go to the next step. He dares to retreat. My sister is not worthy of you anywhere. He wanted to reward him with a rice hole. However, Ling Xiu caught him. Zhao Lingying looked at the thin ice condensed on his wrist. Suddenly shocked. Already awakened the artistic sensuality. Seeing Zhao Lingying approaching, she shivered in the corner of the wall, trembling. But he didn't continue to do it. Instead, he said with a smile, "Now that you have awakened art, then practice well. If I catch it, you break your third leg when you go to the brothel." After saying that, he hummed a small song and turned around and left. Only Ling Xiu with a question mark on her face was left. I awaken art. He was so happy that the picture changed. Ling Xiu has walked to her doorstep. But Dolly rushed over and hugged the young master and his wife back. At this time, Mother said, "Master Xiu, you're finally back." Xiuwen panicked immediately. "I can only continue to be foolish, but my mother is shocked. Even we don't know each other anymore. Fortunately, I helped to rescue the situation in time. Tell the two elders what they should pay attention to." The couple felt relieved. Just show the two of them are fine. If you lose your memory, just lose your memory. At this time, Mother gave Ling Xiu a bowl of chicken soup. But it moved him very much. Because she was an orphan in her previous life. Never felt the warmth of home. Then Ling Xiu looked for a wife to let go. After the evening, he started to silence again. Pity. You are another beautiful parent. Not mine. Then, the couple talked about the engagement between the two companies' identities. My husband is preparing to terminate the engagement. I thought Ling Xiu would be extremely sad. But what they didn't expect was, Ling Xiu is not only not sad, he also told the engagement to be terminated as soon as possible. This answer also made the two elders extremely happy. As he said that, he wanted to find a wife for Ling Xiu. This scared him. Just run away. I don't want me to be only 18 years old. Sure, what are you running? You know when your mother was 18 years old. You're already in my stomach. Just when Lin Xiu was in trouble to improve his art. Zhao Lingying pushed the door open and Ling Xiu was so scared that she hid directly behind the maid. Thinking, this tigress wouldn't be here to beat me up again. But Zhao Lingying and Ling Xiu, follow me. Just be more comfortable. It turned out that Zhao Lingying had handed him a back door with his connection. Make him a member of the Academy of Arts. Seeing this, Lin Xiu. Great joy. I also want to enter the Art Academy. Unexpectedly, Zhao Lingzi got out of control. At this time, Ling Xiu began to fantasize that the tiger was doing this to give me some benefits. Good. Let me break the engagement with his sister. However, Zhao Lingying didn't mention this at all. Instead, he comforted Ling Xiu. The Zhao family promises 1,000 gold. No matter what happens, the engagement remains the same. Although your art awakens late. But the world is not yet determined. Anyone can be a dark horse. But my sister has awakened for the 5th time. Want to match her? You have to practice hard. If you dare to be lazy, I'll beat you to death. 2 days later, Lin Xiu began to practice step by step. According to what is said in the book, every awakening of art will not only improve its strength significantly, it can also unlock brand new strategies. As long as you accumulate enough force, you can awaken. But Lin Xiu worked hard for 2 days to cultivate a drop of the force. But he only touched the teapot. The teapot was broken. Turn out to be. Just practice one of the arts. Other arts will also improve. Just when Ling Xiu was overjoyed, Zhao Lingying came to the door again. The first thing you say when you enter the door is that it is not good to let Ling Xiu take off her clothes. I'm still a virgin. And you are my sister-in-law. We won't wait for him like this. After saying that, Zhao Lingying threw out several ice cones directly. In an instant, Ling Xiu's top split into pieces. A big man is so verbose. 1 hour. Later, Zhao Lingying walked out of the room with satisfaction. Good performance. I'll come again tomorrow. At this time, Ling Xiu walked to the door tremblingly. You are walking slowly. Zhao Lingying just went to Dolly. Immediately approached Ling Xiu. Master. You're playing the truth. You might want to accept both sisters? Ling Xiu heard this. Raising your hand is a big hit. I know it's a fool. My sister-in-law is here to help me practice. But you have to accompany me to Tangqingli Temple tomorrow. You can't always think about it. At least I have to recognize it. Turn out to be. This official position was arranged by his father for his retirement. The next morning, Lin Xiu came to the gate of Qingli Temple. Just walked into the lobby. I heard someone shouting for justice. Please make the decision for the little girl. Lin Xiu walked to everyone's eyes. Pointing to the corpse. The royal family did not commit suicide by hang. You only see your feet stiff. Cut to the sky. It means he died before he hanged. Moreover, those who hang themselves will die of a person with a sharp tongue. On the other hand, the royal family. There are no such characteristics. Once this statement is spoken, the people were talking about it. This woman must have been murdered to death. On the side, Qin Song was very nervous. At this time, the county magistrate immediately slapped the table and calmed down. Given the many doubts in this case, Qin Chong was temporarily detained and retired. But is he still stubborn? It doesn't matter. I believe that the adults will give me justice. Although Lin Xiu wants to seek justice for the people. But that's all he can do. 2 hours later, Ling Xiu was blocked by Qin Chong before she arrived at the art academy. The son of Ping in Berlin Pavilion knows a lot. Thank you. I was actually imprisoned for too much. It wouldn't be too much to break your 2 ribs in 2 hours. Lin Xiu was very nervous at this time. What do you want to do? Fighting is prohibited in the art academy. There is this one for the returnees of Hahewan. But you forgot. This is what the outside of the yard said. Then he fisted towards Lin Xiu. But I found that my feet were frozen firmly. Then I saw that Dingue had spread to Qin Chong. Immediately turn around and scold. Fighting is prohibited in Zhao Lingying Art Academy. Let me go quickly. Zhao Lingying smiled badly, right? As you just said. It seems to be outside the art academy. Just finished speaking. He kicked Qin Chong in the abdomen. Qin Song also said that he flew hundreds of meters away. This time it's a warning. Ruoxia, you are not so good at it. But Qin Song was dead. Strong and elegant mouth. You will always stand behind the woman. Don't let me catch you and leave you alone. But Lin Xiu is not only not worried at all. Instead, he had his artistic idea. With Zhao Lingying's advice. No. What Qin Chong awakened was the art of earth stones. At this time, Lin Xiu made up his mind secretly. Be sure to seize the time to become stronger. Only in this world are powerful. Only then can you become a father and have a better energy. Even late at night, Lin Xiu and Dolly were walking on the street. Suddenly a dart shot towards Lin Xiu's head. At the critical moment, use his body to block it vigorously. But behind him, a black-clothed killer appeared. After dodging the attack, a piece of art broke out immediately. Shoot him to death on the spot. Just ready to show off. 2 of them fell to the ground. It turned out that the previous dart was poisonous. Back home, looking at the dying Dolly, Lin Xiu fell into deep thought. Who is going to murder me? Could it be Qin Song? Just then, Bai Shuangchuan from the Imperial Hospital arrived in time for Qin Jing. The poisonous mirror that only used 2.5 minutes of powerful force was eliminated. I'm definitely not flirting with the bride. I know. I just come and go and recognize your safety. Then Ling Xiu asked if you said it would be Qin Song's move? However, at the same time, he passed away directly. The next morning, Ling Xiu and Zhao Lingying were replaced by Taoist Duke. At this time, he thought to himself, it should be my sister-in-law who gave me anger. It's very fierce. Let's drive this death away. At this time, Wu's was said. This person died yesterday and was suspected to be killed by someone. At the same time, the county magistrate has arrived. Your suspicion has been eliminated. It should be the one who made the beautiful woman. Full of doubt. Which woman is it? It is a female assassin who awakened the art of shadow secrets and comes without a trace. But every time I kill someone, I will leave a few petals. Lingxiu immediately smiled badly when she heard this. The one who kills people invisible is not the same as a coup. If I copied it. Hey hey. At this time, the county magistrate continued. This is probably the previous case of the royal family that attracted his attention. Only then will he break into Qinzi at night. On the contrary, Qin Song died unjustly. Yesterday, a thief surrendered. He said he saw lust when he burgled. He accidentally killed the royal family. But this assassin had committed crimes by killing those who had committed crimes. But the powerful escaped criminal responsibility. Lin Xiu finished listening. It's a pity that everyone in Wang's family is dead, but it's dead. Still misty. A thin body. At last. Because the case involves the Art County Magistrate. He handed over the case to Art privately for handling. Lin Shogun walked out of the yamen. But it was surrounded by a group of people. Turn out to be. It was the old father of the royal family, Lao Wang, who had previously spoken for Lingxiu to thank him for speaking for his daughter. He even took out all the dried sweet potatoes from his home. But he has been with Lao Wang for many years. The owner of the bun shop has brought many buns of spiritual gifts. It was also helpless at this time. In order not to let everyone down. Can only accept it? Because I can't eat so much. So he distributed it to other colleagues. At this time, Zhao Lingying spoke. Lingxiu. You're a good person. He was caught off guard by being suddenly sent to a good person. You must know. In the past, I sent it to others. At the same time, the county magistrate looked at the buns sent by the villagers. I couldn't help but feel it. The person who killed the royal family was immediately ordered to be executed in public. This way, I can restore my innocence. 2 days later, Lingxiu has already practiced and has a small intestine. Zhao Lingying just left. My mother prepared a table of food for him. But Lingxiu's eyes were filled with tears. You must know. I used to be not instant noodles. It's takeaway to return to 2 lives. It was the first time I had my mother's meal. But he couldn't help but scream. The next day, before the Lin mansion room, the injured Dolly has returned to his original state. Just as the two of them were chatting. But outside the house, the wife came and asked us to stay. Lingxiu hurried outside the house to ask about the reason. Turn out to be before the liquidation collapse. But I found that if I could no longer afford it. So he prepared to dismiss them. But the wife's answers were unanimous. They are willing to not provide money. I just want to have a place to go. Lingxiu was very moved when she saw this. This also made him have the idea of making money. But you can make money on the street for a long time. Still couldn't find a way to make money. At this time, the passerby with popsicle shrank gave Lingxiu a sudden inspiration. It's summer now, there must be no soldiers. But one's own art can create soldiers. So he came to the Chamber of Commerce. And showed him his abilities. Then I took a break with the shopkeeper. Finally, he provided troops to solve the urgent needs of his family at a price of 50 taels per day. The two just walked out of the Chamber of Commerce. I met Zhao Lingying. He said curiously. You're short of money. How much money do you want? Bing Lingxiu was shocked. This tigress didn't come to beat him. He actually returned the money to himself. Even if you are greedy for money. Think about your identity, too. This will make others look down upon. Lin Xiu from the Lin family immediately took the money and brought it to me. Make money with your own abilities. Not at all cold. As for what others think, I don't care about it. Then he turned around and left. Since the Zhao family doesn't like me, a little citizen. Just break the engagement quickly. But on his way back to the house. But I met an ant. Begging for the uncle of the passerby. Lingxiu, a child who was full moon in his arms, saw this. Don't hesitate to give him a certain amount of silver. and ask if this is enough? The ant took the silver. Bow quickly. Thank you, benefactor. Thank you, benefactor. Now there is a rescue. But Zhao Lingying asked back. Lingxiu is in the capital. Most of the people like this are liars. Do you think it's worth it? What's worth it? You must know. This silver ingot is not enough to have a big meal. But it may be just a life. It's worth it no matter how you think about it. Then Lingxiu. I bought the best silk for my servants. Prepare to change their outfits. This operation convinced Zhao Lingying. Don't worry. I will definitely convince my father. When my sister returns to Wangdu, we will arrange for you to get married. But the next morning, Dali knocked on Lingxiu's door in panic. It turned out that the palace sent someone to come. However, the purpose of finding him is to make him a tool. Hearing a man for the concubine in the harem, Lingxiu heard that he was a man. Is Mingling Tiger more capable? But he caught me, a strong man? Sure enough, the daughter of the first-class marquis is noble. It's a pity that Zayuala's business is. This is my father-in-law, but he suddenly turned around and sighed. What's the anger? Do things in your palace? You don't want to be smart. Explain quickly. My father-in-law is afraid it's a misunderstanding. I just worry that I have low power and can't cure many soldiers. Rest assured about this. Your Majesty has his own arrangements to be the queen. After the treatment, Lingxiu and others came to Changchun Palace. I saw my father-in-law greeting him obediently. I've met the concubine. Although women are promoted to the country. But his temper is not very good-looking. You guys just came from Yongning Palace. The queen is just amazing. Not only is the first one who has military use. I'm afraid it's Finley. It's twice as many as this palace. Go and move faster. If Nananmu is scared. Yu Lingxiu was covered in cold sweat when she heard it. It seems that this imperial concubine is not a good man and she should finish it quickly. Let's go quickly. After. Lingxiu came to Qinqiu Palace again. After 2.5 hours of hard work. Lingxiu. The body was successfully hollowed out. Just then. A maid came with a plate of grapes. This is the hard work given by concubine Su. Mr. Lin treated Lingxiu here. I was very happy to hear this. This Su Fei is comparable. The imperial concubine was much better just now. After saying that, so I tasted the recipe. But I found that it was actually more delicious than the ones I bought to coax girls. Of course, this is a tribute from the western regions. Normally, no concubines can eat it. Only Empress Su would use this grape to appreciate people. It's also hard for a few of you to run around with me. Why not eat together? After treating Sophie's illness. Then I asked Manager Li. I don't know which palace to go next. If there is something to pay attention to, you have to tell me in advance that the next thing we are going to is Ruidong Palace. Now it is Ming and Princess who live in Mr. Lin. Just be careful not to anger the princess. Soon. The two met Ming and Princess Lingxiu. Seeing his life playful and cute, I couldn't help but take a few more glances. Just after the two looked at each other, Mingi said to the maid, Kair. Look at how that man was so annoying. Your Highness. Let's just collect your beauty first. Then. The woman's eyes were white. You guys hurry up and do the important business. At this time, she was mixed with emotion. Is it Mercury retrograde today? Why do women always turn their eyes on you? I only found out after asking Manager Li. It turns out that the princess has also awakened her artistic ability. And it is the art of fire that is incompatible with oneself. No wonder it seems to be a little far away from her. With one after another, Lingxiu directly became kidney deficiency. The young master also cleverly brought Mr. Li to the point of being in charge. Then, he took out a crystal. And this Yuan crystal has the power to enhance the force. The powerful ancient demon, Mr. Lin just woke up for the first time. This crystal can be as good as your hard work for a day. If you use it, just have fun. Until night. The spiritual scholar has curbed all the soldiers. Fortunately, I got 15 original crystals for free. But just walked out of the palace. But he found that Zhao Lingying had been waiting for a long time. This is Ling Xiu in the prison of Zayuala. I wanted to refuse. But Zhao Lingying's attitude is extremely tough. He could only reluctantly accept it. As Lin Xiu asked curiously. Spiritual hero. Why do you think about picking up the person I assassinated you today? Your guard is too weak even though it hasn't been found. As soon as this is said, Ling Xiu was speechless. The two of them just walked to Ling Xiu on the street. I was attracted by the fragrance of wontons. So he asked the boss for 3 bowls of wontons. Then he began to show off. Just then, Zhao Lingying noticed something strange. I saw him suddenly turn back and look at the roof not far away. Turn out to be. Just now he felt a trace of murderous aura. After Lin Xiu was full, the two of them walked back to Lingfu while fighting. After the two walked away, 2 killers appeared on the roof. It's all because of the little thing in the shadow last time. Not only did he not kill that kid, it also alerted him. Don't worry you. This woman can't protect him forever. We can wait for an opportunity to move. The next morning, Ling Xiu came to the gate of Qingli Temple. Looking at the plaque, he fell into deep thought. After the school starts, I have less time to come to Qinglisi. What should we do to avoid public anger? So he immediately thought of a solution. It is to manage more troops for everyone. But at this time, Su Wenshu hurriedly walked past Lin Xiu. Stop it! And asked about the reason. It turned out that a new case appeared in the city. He quickly sat down and ate the iced watermelon. On this hot day, I'll help you. After saying that, Lin Xiu followed everyone to Wang Yuanwai's house. I saw Lu Qingfeng quickly stepped forward to check the scene's youth was loose. The deceased had ankle injury at the back of his head. The wound is consistent with the blood on the flower bed. Mostly it should be an accidental death. However, at this time, Lin Xiu looked at Koan in the bird cage. After a moment, Lin Xiu said, Wang Yuanwai was not an accidental mistake. But he killed K. Liu. Qingfeng retorted. Everything needs to be paid attention to evidence. Now all clues indicate that Wang Yuanwai committed suicide. What's your basis? Say he killed. Lin Xiu blurted out when he heard this. There is no evidence. Then he pointed to the fat man beside him and said, Have to say one thing. Then you can go and examine him. The fat man ran away when he heard this. Lu Qingfeng. Seeing this, he immediately ordered the arrest. After a while, the fat man was pressed to the ground. I was still yelling that I didn't mean it. I really didn't think of him. At this time, Lu Qingfeng was very curious. I dare to ask how Lord Lin determined that this person was the murderer. But Lin Xiu said that everything depends on guessing. Little do you know. It was Lin Xiu who copied the grant art. Koan told the capture scene before. One turn. Clean up the 4 halls. Now after hearing about this. Very curious. I'm lucky enough to guess. He really said that. Yes. I haven't figured it out yet. The man left no trace of Lin Xiu. How did you know that he was the murderer? Then he comforted himself. I think he must have discovered the details we didn't notice. As soon as this is said, the county magistrate also developed great interest in Ling Xiu. At the same time, Ling Xiu came to Changchun Palace again to treat her illness. But I heard a quarrel from next door. It turned out that it was the concubine's murmur that was sick. Bai Shuangshuang from the imperial hospital was helpless. So the imperial concubine ordered the punishment of the small stool. Unexpectedly, Ling Xiu walked in at this time. The Queen Mother's student has a little medical skills. Can you let me see the condition of mumbling? The imperial concubine was very disdainful when she heard this. The genius Bai Shuangshuang from the imperial hospital was helpless. You have a way. Lin Xiu was extremely confident. Is there any way? You can tell at a glance that. If it cannot be cured, I'll ask you. Then, Lin Xiu stared at him and muttered. With the blessing of granting art, she soon learned the cause of the disease. It turned out to be Nanan's jerky. A thorn stuck. Pull it out in Ling Xiu. After, Nan jumped alive again. Seeing this, the imperial concubine. The happy person rewarded my order to Lingxiu. It was not until dusk that Lingxiu completed today's treatment work. But at this time Bai Xuanxuan called him. It turned out to be a murmur during the day. I would like to ask Lingxiu how to see the cause of the disease at a glance. But this makes Lingxiu just a reason for making up. Actually, there is no trick. Just be careful. As soon as this is said. White. Xuanxuan said hello directly. Actually, I murmured at the time of curling my front paws. Looks painful. I guessed that I might have had my foot injury. I see. Both of them are not good at learning skills. Just after the two of them laughed and laughed, Lingxiu suddenly felt a chill on her back. Turning his head and looking, it was Zhao Lingying's sharp eyes. He immediately knelt on one knee and offered the hairpin rewarded by the imperial concubine. This is for you to be the imperial concubine. I just admired me. You see, you helped me so much. This is a thank you gift. Zhao Lingying shook her head repeatedly when she heard this. This is too expensive. I can't accept it. All right. Then I will keep it for others. Lin Xiugang finished speaking. Zhao Lingying directly snatched the hairpin. Right. Accept it for my sister first. You are such a good treasure. The next day, Lin Xiu just walked out of Jiayue Tower. Then he sighed. I have absorbed so much in the past few days. The power of the essence has actually increased so much. Even the speed of ice treatment is much faster. But at this moment, two strong men appeared behind him. Then, he was taken to a restaurant. Turn out to be. It is the shopkeeper of Tiangxi Angla who had previously talked about the collapse. He found Lin Xiu again. Don't hesitate to open a double price cabinet. He was invited to provide ice for his Tianxian tower. Lin Xiu heard this. The golden light is shining in the moon tower. A bucket of ice is enough to marry. Double. Hey hey. But it's just a loss. After hearing this, the shopkeeper almost got into his mouth. After a series of pulls, it was obvious that the talk broke down. Just after Lin Xiu left, a black shadow flashed in the room behind the shopkeeper. Handle this matter well. I hope you don't be like that trash Qin Song. But I just left Lingxiu for a day. He was actually hit by the old man in the street. The other party also asked for compensation for the Seaview Villa. This poor acting shocked Lin Xiu. Why do you still have to hit the other world? Just then, I saw two strong men coming over. Dong Changyai is ruthless. Where is the iron hand here? Xiao Xiao dared to commit a crime in the street and was confused. Go forward and explain directly. It was clearly this old man who deliberately made this mistake. When the old man heard this, he shouted harder. The old man's waist is broken. You, the evil slave, still have to protect your master. As soon as this is said. Ruthless. The iron hand is about to capture Lingxiu immediately. And he also realized that this was a bit strange. These fools are obviously coming for me. Could it be that Tiangxi Anglo couldn't help it so quickly? And at this moment, Dolly was already furious. But Lin Xiu kicked away. You go back first. If someone looks for me, just say I am two officials in Dongcheng Yamen. Please lead the way, too. Ruthless iron hand. They didn't expect Lin Xiu to get out of the fart so quickly. It's also extremely puzzled. Why doesn't the young master seem to be caught? It seems like I've been to the banquet for a while. Lin Xiu was taken to the Dongchengyai prison. But he didn't understand at all. Instead, he began to get excited. It was the first time I lived in jail. Why do you feel a little excited? At this time, there was a sound of footsteps in my ears. It turns out that as Lin Xiu thought. This matter is Tiangxi Anglu. The owner of the poster is Mr. Lin. We're meeting again. You come to confront me with the prisoner who blackmailed me. Do I still have to thank you? Mr. Lin is really good at joking. You broke the old man's legs. Where did this blackmail come from? One thing to say? After saying that, he kicked the old man's left leg. Seeing this, Lin Xiu. I'm very helpless to say it. What do you want to be a united soldier? Welcome your son one time. If you agree, you can leave now. Otherwise. But don't blame me for being ruthless. At this time, Ling Xiu saw another sound of footsteps. I thought I was about to be drunk. So he started joking with him. I suddenly discovered something interesting. I see your seal hull turned black. There will probably be a bloody disaster soon. The poster was immediately furious when he heard this. Good boy. He dares to speak wildly when he is about to die. Just finished speaking. I was given a rice hole by my old father who rushed over. And our family is here to arrive. Lin Lin is so anxious. He quickly opened the door without being stunned. The old father was furious when he heard this. It was really a flood that washed away the Dragon King temple. A father. You recognize someone. Princess Lin. You can leave now. At this time. How about Lin Xiu turning his head to look at the poster? I'm sure. Dad. Can't let her go like that. As a result, I ate my old father's ruins, Mr. Lin. I'm really sorry. Xuanzi is talking nonsense again. I've taught you a lesson. This father, General Manager Li, spoke. Okay. Let's go quickly. Otherwise, the nobles in the palace would get angry. Ling Xiu just left. The poster is again being managed by General Manager Li. It must be the emperor who wants people. You won't let me kill you, a grandson, today. At the same time, the imperial concubine is already very hot. Just ready to get angry. Manager Li led Ling Xiu to arrive in time. How did you come today? Do you want to burn me to death so late? Ling Xiu quickly explained when she heard this. Please forgive me. The student was delayed by the matter. Meet the lady. You'll calm down. The students have made a trick for you. Just when the imperial concubine was stunned, a cup of watermelon killing soldiers appeared quietly. For the sake of this sand soldier, I will spare you this time. But depending on your skills, it's better to just stay in Changchun Palace so that this palace can eat the iced fruits at any time. I was instantly panicked when I heard this. This is probably inappropriate. A man who can stay in the harem. Apart from the emperor, isn't there only eunuchs? You don't have to be afraid. It's just a matter of cutting two swords. If you bear it, you will pass. As soon as this is said, Ling Xiu cowed out and asked to go far away. The student had an engagement with Miss Zhao. I can only thank the queen for her kindness. After hearing this, the imperial concubine had to make her nothing show. Then I breathed a sigh of relief. Good guy. He almost changed from Mr. Lin to Xiaomingzi. After a moment, Ling Xiu came to Princess Mingyi's residence again. After Mingyi's examination, she seemed extremely uncomfortable. A picture of lessons and lessons constantly popping up in my mind. However, reality only dares to be submissive. Ling Xiu has met the princess. It turns out that you are Ling Xiu who has an engagement with that woman. Looks like a human. It's just that the talent is too poor. Not worthy of that woman. Princess. What I said is that the Zhao family's legitimate nun is a genius. Whether it's good or talented, all are unparalleled. And I'm apart from this face. There is really nothing worthy of her. Are you a little self-aware? In addition to appearance, you are really useless. Thank you, princess, for praising me for being handsome. Who praised you? Hurry up and go to the military to finish the meal. Get out of here quickly. When Ling Xiu finished her work, she had already arrived in the carriage late at night. He asked Zhao Lingying curiously. You and Princess Mingyi. Which of you two is stronger? Although you haven't tried it. But I think you are more powerful. Zhao Lingying immediately asked the reason when he heard this. Lin Xiu gradually became vulgar. Although each has its own advantages in appearance. But she looks black. And short. And you are all about the same age. He is just plain. You are much bigger than him. As soon as this is said, Zhao Lingying immediately became serious. Do I look that old? Just then, a beautiful sound of music floats in the beautiful way. Forget to find the sound. I saw in the cracks. If you are a peerless woman. The next morning, Ling Xiu came to the Lihuayuan. Just sat down. Is the man in his mouth really a nostalgic voice? Unfortunately, although the singing style is good, Lee always feels something is missing. So he waved to find it. Boss lady. How to charge for a show? I want 25 per play. I don't know which song the young master wants to order. If I want to order the track. You don't have this. Or you find a girl. I'll teach him to sing first. Then he sings it to me again? The boss's wife said hello when she heard this. Sorry. Dongzi Liwayuan can only order the songs they can sing. Who knew that? After Lin Xiu heard this, take out a huge amount of money immediately. He just gave the boss's eyes a straight look. He then changed the girls to gather. It seems that all problems can be solved with money. If it cannot be solved, that must be because the money is not given enough. After a moment, the boss lady said, does anyone want to learn music from this young master? As soon as this is said, the girls began to talk. We are innocent. People have to learn music alone with a man. If he is a lower man, what should I do if my hands and feet are not clean? Just then, a woman walked in the crowd. I'm willing to invite the young master. Follow me up the stairs and sensuality. I was very happy for the words. I remember these eyes just after the woman I looked at last night for a moment. The two of them came to the private room of Liwayuan. Aren't the girl afraid that I will make a mistake? Others will. But the young master will not think about the case that day. Colored clothes were also among the crowd. The young master is not afraid of the powerful. Talking righteously. Absolutely not a vulgar person. That's the case. Then let's start. I'll sing the lyrics and music to you first. 2.5 minutes later, Colorful Robe began to sing and dance to the rhythm. This moving voice made Lin Xiu miss his hometown. Thank you to Miss Tsai in July. Aunt Kai was very curious when she heard this. Although this song is very strange. It seems that we are singing Why Mr. Lin Yuan Can Hear Luo Yu? Then let's come here today and come another day. Listen to the girls' dance music. But at this time, Tsai's body was shaking. He collapsed directly on the ground. Seeing this, Ling Xiu hurriedly went up to ask why. After learning that there was nothing serious, so he was ready to help him up. Who would have thought that? When Tsai touched it, a thought popped up and Ling Xiu's mind immediately flashed through her mind. This is art after it is held onto the bed. So I say goodbye to him. I am going to invite Bai Shuangshuan from the Imperial Hospital to come and have a look. The door of the room was beautiful. Thinking. This is the art of awakening about sound. No wonder I listen to Tsai singing. The mood will be particularly relaxed. The clothes will be beautiful. Then he came to the palace. But I heard the scolding of the imperial concubine. It's useless to hear my mother smell it. Murmur. If something happens, I want you all to be buried with you. Ling Xiu. Seeing this, just ready to leave. But he was immediately called by the imperial concubine Ling Xiu. You're here just right. Come and see what happened to Nan Nan in this palace? After that, it seems that I can't escape today. After meeting the concubine, the imperial concubine quickly asked. You? Come and see what happened to Nan Nan. Since yesterday, she doesn't eat or drink, and she doesn't have any energy. The narrator also said that she has checked it out thoroughly. No trauma. There is no problem inside either. Ling Xiu just took it. Nan Nan grants ability. Hearing her complaining. It's almost suffocating in this place. It's so boring. Who can save me? Ling Xiu immediately saw the cause of the disease. The Queen Mother's student should have found the cause of Nan Nan's disease. She has always been able to move in Changchun Palace. Over time, the heart will be filled with depression. Now I just don't eat or drink. But even afterwards, you will die of depression. This is a sign of depression. The imperial concubine was stunned when she heard this. What is depression? So can this disease be cured? The empress can let someone leave the umbilical cord out of the palace to see a broader world. In this way, her condition will improve. The empress heard this. I can't help but feel sad. Isn't this talking about yourself? So he turned around and said. Exquisite. You took Nan Nan out of the palace for half. The Japanese palace is a little tired. What is trapped in this palace is not just Nandan. A few of them just arrived outside the palace. Nan Nan immediately became lively and beautiful. Seeing this, he invited Bai Shuangshuan to treat the Kai doctor. After coming to the Pear Blossom courtyard again, but I found someone was causing trouble. It turned out to be the Tianxiang Tower before. The poster was clamoring to see the girl Sai. At this time, Ling Xiu came over. Isn't it Mr. Wu from Tianxiangle? Could it be that Mr. Wu, who came to capture me, was cured so quickly when he was beaten? Or I would tell Lord Dongchengwai what happened today. Let me teach you more. The poster was panicked when he heard this. Immediately ran away. After Bai Shuangshuang's treatment, Sai also woke up. Lin Xiu was very happy to see Sai waking up. Young master. What's wrong with me? I feel completely better now. But naturally, the medical skills of the Twinshuan girls are not worthy of being fiction. I saw that the colorful clothes were fine. So he took Mummer back to report his life. Sai thanked the young master. If the young master wants to listen to the opera next time, colored clothes are available at any time. Although knowledgeable people are priceless. But the girl in the colored clothes is happy. I'm willing to pay for it. As soon as this is said, Sai immediately became shy. She calls me the voice. In fact, the girl in Sai is confused this time. It's entirely because you awaken art. Sai was puzzled when she heard this. But I don't have anything special. The girl's voice is extremely beautiful. It's just that you have never thought about the direction of art. I tried a new singing method today. The consumption is greater than usual. That's why I suddenly fainted. Sai felt that it was useless after hearing this. If a girl can fully integrate her artistic abilities into her voice, he will definitely become the #1 actress in the capital. At that time, people will have to rush to buy tickets from Yaoyuan. So how to improve? Next time I go to the art academy to borrow some art books, girls. According to the records in the book. Just practice. How could Sai make the young master so desperate? I admire the voice of the girl in color. In the future, I have to rely on the girls' opera to relieve my boredom. After Ling Xiu left, the headmaster teased. Girl. This young man is obviously not an ordinary person. I can see that. He doesn't understand other playboys. You have to grasp it well. Maybe you can fly up the branch and turn into a phoenix. The Kai doctor was ashamed when he heard this. The headmaster is joking about my low status in the doctor's name. Which one is worthy of Mr. Shanglin? As long as you can sing a few operas for the young master. I was very satisfied. Just today the weather finally turned cooler and beautiful. He was also brought to the palace to receive a reward. Under the leadership of General Manager Li. The two met the emperor soon. You are the son of peace. Thank you for your hard work this month. What reward can you give me and what I want when I hear this? Just ask what reward you want. It's heavy to ask for. If you don't want it lighter. I feel like I'm losing money again. But if you can give it a little. Just get a big house close to the palace. At this time, concubine Su seemed to notice something. Your Majesty, please see. It would be better to give him a house near the imperial city. In this case, if your Majesty wants to drink ice wine, no need to wait any longer. The emperor thought it made sense after hearing this. Yu Li immediately ordered the general manager to. So he bought a house near the palace. Lin Xiuwen doesn't mention beauty in her heart. Didn't think about it. The Empress Li Su saved her tens of thousands of taels of silver in just one word. I really love you. At this time, concubine Shu laughed unconsciously. When things happen, the emperor hurriedly asked about his beloved concubine. What's wrong with this? Nothing. I just thought of something funny. Turn out to be. Shu Fei's art is different from poisonous heart art. Ling Xiu moved home quickly. 2 days later, Ling Xiu has just been admitted to the hospital after officially starting school. I was attracted by many artists. I was also filled with ecstasy. Many arts are really going to take off this time. Just when Lin Xiu was proud, everyone gathered together and clamored. He and I will come to see Ming and Princess. Seeing this, Lin Xiu. A moment of shame. TSK TSK TSK. These people are so young. I don't know if the emperor is wrong. I treasure the girl on the spot. This is a boy coming over to ask. I dare to ask what is brother Tai royal sister. Lin Xiu turned his head and fell into a dream. I saw a woman with a sunken fish and falling geese pressing her beautiful eyes tightly. Then the two who had similar smells began to introduce themselves. It turns out that the man is Li Guozhang. After he learned about Ling Xiu's life, I immediately expressed my admiration. When I saw brother Lin today, I was really amazing. The Zhao family even refused the prince's proposal. It must be the fairy who is very skillful and able to repay you to come to the mortal world. Now I've entered the art academy again. It's a bright future. Brother Li has been jailed. In the following, it's just awakening the art of ice. But the talent is mediocre. This is just a gangster life. As soon as this is said, Li Guozhang instantly felt like he was sympathetic. Well, not to be hiding brother Lin. Why am I not? Although I have realized the power of thunder. But I'm just stumbled on this day. Lin Xiu thought to himself when he heard Lei Lei Ting. Lin Xiu thought to himself. This time I really picked up the newspaper treasure. Tianjin art thunder is much stronger than ice. I'm going to settle this art. So he hugged Li Guozhang. It seems that brother Li and I really wish they met too late. I hope to give more suggestions in the future. However, on the other side, Ming Hajing and Zhao Lingying faced each other in a tit-for-tat way. It turned out that the two were comparing the size. At this time, Ling Xiu turned her head and called Xin Lingying. However, Mingyi's anger immediately aroused. This moment scared him. Fortunately, my sister-in-law supported him and escaped. So Ling Xiu immediately turned around and chatted with Li Guozhang. Brother Li? Where did we just talk about? Just now, I've talked about this hall. Who is the most beautiful girl wanner? Lin Xiu was anxious when he heard this. Immediately prepare to change the topic. Have we just discussed this topic? Certainly. Brother Lin also said. Schwedlinger ranks second. Brother Lin and I have a similar experience, but Zhang Xiaoming and suddenly appeared behind them. In the eyes of you men, apart from the appearance and figure of a woman, is there nothing else to achieve success? The two immediately said in unison. And the soul. At this time, after Li Guozhang saw Wanner leave, then he said goodbye to Ling Xiu directly. He couldn't help but sigh. What a man who is inferior has forgotten about seeing the lust. Just finished speaking. Zhao Lingying walked over. That woman is dangerous. Don't worry. Sister-in-law, I will keep my body as beautiful as jade. The next morning, the two brothers met again. Li Guozhang immediately approached Ling Xiu. Could it be that brother Lin also came to see it? At this time, Ling Xiu seemed to have seen something amazing. I saw only one figure. Wow, the woman is doing warm-up moves. Just as the two brothers were obsessed with watching it, a loud shout suddenly came from a distance. The queue is less than 2:5 seconds. Everyone is arranged neatly. I am your Taoism. After you wash, you can call me Sun Xiaoxigang. You need to be trained in the devil in the future. If someone can't endure the hardship, you can exit now. After a moment, everyone was still standing there. No one quits. Very hopefully after 1 hour. You won't change your mind. Now everyone dispersed and took off their tops. Stand in place. As the tops keep throwing out. This time it's 10-pack abs. Shown before everyone's eyes. Li Guozhang was envious of him. Brother Lin. How did you get your figure? It is like holding a grinder at home and picking up a stone. Actually, this is the side effect of inspirational art. But Li Guozhang believed it. Brother Lin is indeed a middle-aged man. As a man, must have a strong body. Otherwise, how to travel to the flower girl in the future? But Lin Xiu practices wudong. It's entirely to hide what he can do to inspire art. At this time, teacher's son took a photo. Afraid of two people's shoulders. You two performed well. But when he was in contact with Ling Xiu, the newbie didn't respond. Xiancher Sun Teach was a pure warrior. At this time, he continued. Next time I will inject you my true energy. As long as you can keep that wisp of true energy in your body. It's considered an introduction to martial arts. I soon arrived at the martial arts room. He collapsed to the ground like a deflated ball. Lin Xiu, who was still practicing at home, immediately attracted the attention of two female disciples. That young man is so handsome. Good figure. If only he could give birth to monkeys. Don't dream. That's the skill of Ping and Bo's family. And it is Zhao Linjun's fiancé. This is Shui Linger coming over. So what about Zhao Linjun? He no longer Wang Duo. It's not certain who wins. It turns out that before, Zhao Lingjun always suppressed him. He wants to beat him once all the time. As soon as this is said, everyone started to eat melons. Oh my god. Linger. Do you have any ideas about Zhao Lingjun's fiancé? Shui Linger was extremely confident when she heard this. Feelings are not first and then talk about them. You guys are just waiting to see him joke. Even if you have a strong art, beloved by His Majesty, as long as Ling Xiu falls in love with me, that means I won. On the other side, Lin Xiu suddenly felt the chrysanthemum tighten. A hint of chill came from behind. Just as everyone was over, Shui Linger suddenly rushed into Ling Xiu's arms. Looking at young Master Ling Xiu with affectionateness. I seem to have sprained my ankle. As soon as this is said, the disciples around him were going to carry him home. But he directly relied on Ling Xiu. Can this young master please carry me back? Ling Xiu could only agree to anyone after hearing this. This is a female teach wife who came over. Injured to the feet. Then I'll send you back. Shui Linger was just sent away. Li Buizhan came over. Brother Lin is such a good method. It seems that the heart of one of the four beauties of the Academy of Art has been taken away. It turns out that these four beauties are the Lingyi girl, Princess Lingyi, Waner girl Shui Linger. Then, Li Buizhan reminded Ling Xiu. There are countless noble men who pursue Shui Linger. Why did he take the initiative to attack you? However, Ling Xiu didn't care at all. The only thing he cares about is what kind of ability Shui Linger is. After learning that what he awakened was his ability to fly, Ling Xiu immediately started his idea. The imperial concubine actually asked me to carry it. It seems that I really treat me as my prey. I'll let her understand. The best hunters often appear in the form of prey. Afterwards, the two brothers with similar smells chatted in the restaurant all night. When he woke up again, I found myself back home. Unexpectedly, I, a humble and unintoxicated little prince, was drunk by a fool. Seeing that I didn't have the ability to thunder in my hand, it's also very uncomfortable. The next morning, Ling Xiu, the Art Academy is looking for related books for Tsai. Just then, Shui Linger came here again. It turns out that it's really Mr. Lin. What a coincidence. However, Ling Xiu turned around. But she sat opposite Ling Xiu without hesitation. Just when he thought Ling Xiu could not withstand such temptation. But he found that he was reading the book seriously. After an hour, Shui Linger complained in her heart. It's been so long. Is this beautiful heart made of iron? I didn't even look at me. At this time, the spiritual scholar noticed him. Miss Linger. You don't read books. Staring at me. What a young man knows me. In fact, what I thought was that I was really a ignorant wood. The Linger girl shows outside meeting at the Fong Mingdi Wanyang Art Academy. Who doesn't know? It's a pity that I have an engagement. In body. If you are too close to Miss Linger, instead, it will cause criticism. Linger naturally knows that you have a fiancé. But I just want to be friends with you. Does Zhao Lingxiu even let you get a female friend? Lingxiu saw that the time has come. He quickly held Shui Linger's hand. So that's it. Of course, that's fine. I like making friends the most. Shui Linger saw that the fish had already taken the bait. He also showed a satisfied smile. The next day, Lingxiu just arrived at the dance hall. The two brothers started chatting again. Just then, Shui Linger came to Lingxiu's back. Mr. Lin. You came very early, of course. You can't leave behind the learning. Li Buozhan left silently when he heard this. Before leaving, I still don't forget to praise the spiritual methods of being really high. Just as the two were having a good conversation, the collection time has come. So the two said goodbye one after another. At this moment, Lingxiu thought to herself. Everyone is a 1,000-year-old fox. Tell me about stories from a Chinese studio. This won't take you down. After everyone gathered, Teacher Sun said one after another. Martial arts. As long as you have good physical fitness, everyone can practice. Now let me show you intuitively. If you come here, the true qi will be practiced. The basics of martial arts. There are very few who can cultivate true qi by relying on themselves. Most people need external help. You stretch out your hand. I will exert a trace of true energy into your body. You just need to guide him to keep running inside his body. As for how long it can be kept, it depends on yourself. When true qi enters the body, the pain instantly spread throughout Lingxiu's body. Teaching Master Sun saw this. Mind. Don't resist. Feel it well. Remember the route he wanders inside you. Lingxiu heard this. Grit your teeth and persevere. I quickly mastered the route of true qi. After the true energy disappears, he felt much stronger. Oh my God. This true energy is too domineering. This feeling is like driving rubbish in my body. It's like a crap. Teacher Sun was also very pleased when he saw this. This attempt can be kept for so long. It's already very good. Practice a few more times. You will soon be able to enter the gate of martial arts. But just at rest. Only recommend red hair to come over. Threat Lingxiu. I warn you. Stay away from Miss Linger. You are not worthy of his spiritual beauty. He heard a question mark on his face. Who is this person? Being sick. It was only after Li Buozhan's explanation that the red-haired name is Wang Wei. It's the son of a third-class monkey. What awakens is to connect to the lower grades. Space ability is Schwellinger's #1 dog licking. But they don't even look down on her Lingxiu. After hearing this, I was very happy. What awakens is space art. She doesn't like Schwellinger. For me. But baby. Just then, Schwellinger suddenly appeared. Mr. Lin, what are you doing? Lingxiu is still trying to copy Wang Wei's abilities. The solution came to the door. So he said loudly on purpose. Oops. It turned out to be Miss Xue. Why are you looking for me? It turns out you are here to bring me water. It was so hot all the way. Rule Lingxiu's artificial acting skills. I think Wang Wei was really fooled. I saw her pointing at Lingxiu. There is a man v. Lingxiu answers the goal of answering. Can't help but grin. What do you want to challenge? Fight with me. I won you. Get out of Linger. If I lose. I got out of here, Lingxiu agreed without thinking about it. This made Schwellinger on the side very anxious. He quickly spoke to dissuade Mr. Lin. Are we better or worse? What she thought at this moment was. If Lingxiu loses, no longer close to me, then all the previous plans were ruined. This damn Wang Wei dared to ruin my eldest sister, Miss Linger. This is a battle between men. Please don't interfere. At this time, Schwellinger can only pray silently. Lingxiu. You must win. After a moment, the two were ready for the battle. I saw Wang Wei jumping high. Prepare to chop Lin Xiuquan's head directly. But unexpectedly he fell down easily. Lin Xiu immediately used the art of exerting strength to swing a sword. He then cut off Wang Wei's wooden sword. Just when Wang Wei was shocked. Lin Xiu has come to his head. I saw a sword hitting his kun's head hard. Wang Wei immediately foamed at the mouth. It's not that it's over if you can't afford to fall. I haven't tried hard yet. Seeing this, Sun Jiaoqi hurriedly stepped forward to check it out. Fortunately, I didn't hang up. Just fainted. You go and ask the hospital doctor to come over. How could Lin Xiu miss this opportunity? I won't bother the hospital again. Let me go to the Imperial Hospital by classmate Wang. Just finished speaking. Lin Xiu grabbed Wang Wei and slipped away. Only the people with question marks on their faces were left. But on the way to the Imperial Hospital, Wang Wei slowly opened his eyes. At this time, the eyes are opposite. Extremely embarrassing. It can be the next second. He was knocked unconscious by Ling Xiu again. Don't try to interrupt my U-disc. After a moment of transmission, Lin Xiu took him to the Imperial Hospital. After treatment, the Imperial doctor's injured is no longer a big deal. That's the neck. I want to ask my colleagues to help me. Just after the Imperial physician left, Lin Xiu started playing with the gourd. I saw him hanging the gourd in his hand. After using space capabilities, the gourd disappeared instantly. Lin Xiu couldn't help but sigh. This space capability is really delicious. It will be much more convenient to go out in the future. However, this time the copy speed is much faster. Is it said that there is replication efficiency in contact area? Just then, Bai Shuangshuang walked in. Ling Xiu hurriedly greeted her. What a coincidence for Miss Shuangshuang. You are in the Imperial Hospital, too. Haven't I been in the Imperial Hospital all the time? Ling Xiu secretly rejoiced when she heard this. Fortunately, she didn't see it. Otherwise it will be exposed. By the way, young master, I haven't asked you what you are doing in the Imperial Hospital? I sent my classmates to treat them. By the way, I also want to ask you about medical skills. Or start with the pulse diagnosis. Okay. As long as the young master wants to learn it. Then let's go there. Pulse patterns are divided into pulse. The characteristics of each pulse pattern of the Chun pulse, floating pulse and rapid pulse are different. After Bai Weixiu's lesson, I saw him stretching out his pulse. You can try to fix my pulse now. Tell me. The pulse you feel. I'm giving you a detailed explanation. But I never thought about the meaning of Zhang and Ling Xiu. But before he can be happy for a long time, I found that the progress of this company was not increasing at all and was very beautiful after a headache. Finally figured it out. It turns out that my ability is the same as art. There is a certain upper limit. Only constant awakening. Only by increasing the number of copies. Then show off your pride. Wait until I wake up again. I will take you down. But at this moment, after a sudden feeling of Ling Xiu, she was heard a familiar feeling. So I immediately let go of the white. Open your hands together. Begin to admit defeat. I'm not doing anything. He asked Lin Ying to turn around and leave after hearing this. Snort. I'm worried that something will happen to you and come here. But the result is that it is soaked in the urine here. Listen to my argument. Listen to the explanation. He didn't believe in Ling Xiu, who liked to verbally. So she made her swear. Just see Ling Xiu open her mouth. Yes, God swears that he is just a simple master-apprentice relationship with Miss Shuangshuang. If there is a lie, let me start to fantasize about him. According to his experience in the previous life, at this time, Zhao Lingying will definitely stop him. And will say I believe you. Unexpectedly, Zhao Lingying's next words directly broke her fantasy. You continue to say, don't know how to swear? Since you won't let me teach you. If there is a lie, I will be unable to die if I fight thunder in the sky. As soon as this is said, Lin Xiu showed up directly. Don't pretend. All right. I admit that I just want to touch a girl's hand. I'm shameless. Lin Xiu. I'm really confused about you more and more. You used to show off your engagement with your sister. On the contrary, now we are not only flirting with the flowers everywhere. I even asked if I could terminate the engagement. What exactly do you think? You won't have someone you like, right? Lin Xiu immediately admitted it generously. What you said is not only a lover of me. It's still the kind that she won't marry. After saying that, Zhao Lingying fell into deep thought. I know that you have been to the Lehuayuan recently. Could it be that he fell in love with the actor Ling Xiu there? After hearing this, I did it for a few seconds. Then he admitted directly. Even the candidates were prepared for me and I didn't fall asleep. Let's continue. Didn't it disappoint her kindness? But Lin Ying knows my whereabouts so well. It's a bit perverted. How could Zhao Lingying compare to me after hearing the rebuttal? My sister saw it. You don't understand love. When you really like someone, even his farts. You smell it smells fragrant, since you have all your lovers. Why do you still touch the female imperial physician's hand? Good. What's the purpose? Schwedlinger fought with others. Facing Zhao Lingying's soul questioning, Ling Xiu murmured, "Can I say I like all three? You're not a novel. Do you like all the beautiful women? That's of course I just want to give them a warm home. Is this wrong? Who would have said so much?" Zhao Lingying said nothing. "I almost got deceived by you. How could a person like you not like your sister? I must have wanted to indulge this trick before getting married. Just give Ling Xiu a reign of overlords. I don't have you. Anyway, I won't believe you anymore. Let me catch you and mess with the grass again. Be careful of your third leg." At the same time, Wang Wei Town Wangu just walked out of the Imperial Hospital. Then he started to complain about Ling Xiu. "This is too bad for Gue-san to start. Forget it. Why did the prince help me with art? This is a carriage that stopped." Wang Wei immediately bowed his fists. The young master had the chance to destroy him. "But I'm not lucky. It's bad luck once or twice. It's not always bad luck every time. It seems that I underestimated him too much." On the other side, Ling Xiu is taking a bath leisurely. I also show off my newly obtained space art from time to time. However, the last assassination made him feel scared. So he immediately stood up and prepared to help Dolly improve strength as well. After a while, Ling Xiu led Dolly to a martial arts hall. It turned out that he wanted to find someone to lure his energy into his martial arts. To improve strength, enter the martial arts hall Lin Xiu. Only then did I understand why it was so terrible. You must know. A Wu Zhuan battle order received by the ground is enough to be comparable to an artist who awakened 5 times. Just then, the martial arts manager came over. "What are you two here for?" "We are here to ask the director for a singular money. We all understand the rules." After saying that, the manager pushed open the door behind him. What caught my eye was a huge cat. The two of them were so scared that they shivered. The library affairs are introduced at this time. He is our owner's pet. You don't mess with me. She won't hurt anyone on his own initiative. Then he explained Ling Xiu's purpose. But at this time the owner was very upset. "Don't bother me. Who is sick now? Who didn't have a heart-showing voice and mouth tube, just wanted to go back and tell him." But he found that Ling Xiu disappeared. "Where am I wiping someone?" Turn out to be Ling Xiu has already arrived in front of Ahu. Use the ability of beasts to learn. It turns out there is a bone. It stuck Ahu's throat. So Ling Xiu said, "I can cure this cat." The owner was shocked when he heard this. And then Ling Xiu. Then he talked about the cause of the disease. Based on my years of experience in veterinary medicine, the root was caused by bones in the throat. As long as you open his mouth, just take out the bones. As soon as this is said, the owner immediately got into Ahu's mouth. A bone was taken out in a short while. Seeing Ahu was no longer a big deal, the owner immediately changed his thanks to this little brother. "Are you here to attract the heir? Come on, start soon." So Ling Xiu changed. "Take the money vigorously." "Very good. This is a little bit of our preparation. You'll be itchy when you say that. Until you are angry. I don't care about charging you one." Lin Xiaoxiyuan was overjoyed and thoughtless. Unremarkable gifting ability. He actually saved himself so much money invisibly. After that, wait for Miss Haitang to redeem her. I found out that Ishio came out of the hospital. Wouldn't it be just a meal? After Dolly once again. Then you have reached the 5 paths of entry. Lin Lingxiu directly drained the owner of the museum. Only then can you get started. Although it still cannot achieve the effect of Zhao Lingying hitting Ying Dao with one punch. But it's pretty good. So he made up some pictures. Just when he was proud, Zhao Lingying has come behind him. What are you thinking? Come with me quickly. I think you have made great progress during this period. Practicing like this in the past has no effect anymore. Follow me. My bed. You go to another place. Lin Xiu thought to himself that he was so active. Why do you always have a bit of an ominous premonition? Moment. The two of them came to Ziyuan Lingxiu. I'm a little afraid to reply. You must know that Zhao Ziyuan stopped the 10 geniuses. And one is the pre-recovery after every day. So Zhao Lingying came. I, a student from Prince Garden, cannot enter. After receiving a positive answer from Zhao Lingying, I came to a military room. One by one, the Lin bed appeared in front of you. Not long after, Lin Xiu trembled in a passive manner. I said, Lin Ying, if you want to kill me, just say it. There is no need to let me freeze to death in bed. Zhao Lingying looked greetings. Whoever wants to freeze you to death? You just sit by the bed. Just practice with me. Lin Xiu felt relieved after hearing this. But just sit on it. Do you really know how to be icy? My sister-in-law looked so relaxed in bed. This little bed should be full of energy. When he just walked to the bed, he regretted it. After entering, I drank 2 pounds of fake wine by Yayu. I don't believe it. So? You still have the strength to hook up with Lin Xiu. Only then did I realize that I was really careless. I didn't expect a small black ice bed. Can actually emaciate yourself? Not long after, he started begging for mercy. Spiritual hero. By the way, can I let my rest and rest have the most important strength? Still, rest is important. That's all. A few days later. No matter, it is Shui Linger's kind invitation. It's still by Shuang's discussion on medical skills. Even his favorite Chu Lingxiu. They were all turned away one by one. These days of inhuman torture. I'll cry after seeing this. Ling Lingqi wanted to treat me as a brother when she saw it. Ling Xiu was collapsed on the bed as soon as she returned home. These days, I have been squeezed every day. I don't even have time to deliver the training manual to the lottery doctor. But after these few days of devil training, I was only one layer of window paper before I could wake up again. After a moment, Ling Xiu jumped off the bed and showed his aunt's smile. It turned out that Zhao Lingying came to inform him. He said he would leave the capital for a while. Before leaving, he did not forget to instruct Ling Xiu. During this time when I was not here, don't go out to get flirting with the grass. You just give me 10,000 letters. I must stay at home honestly. Unexpectedly, I just agreed to it well. He pushed open the door of the colorful room with his feet. Kai Ying. Look, I brought you the practice manual of Ingji art. You can take a look first. Then copy a colored dress. Take in the manual. Very touched. This is too expensive. How should Sai thank the girl for her singing? Have you relieved a lot of pressure and loneliness for me? This is the best. Repay the young master. Helped me a lot. But I don't know the young master's name yet. After learning about Ling Xiu's Ming dynasty, Sai was surprised. Ling Xiu. Could it be that Ling Xiu who had an engagement with Miss Zhao? I've been curious. What kind of man can marry her home? I didn't expect to see it now. Do you think I am not worthy of her? A good talent. Miss Zhao and you are a pair of foreigners who are talented and beautiful. Looking at the end of the colorful clothes. Aquaman. He saw through his thoughts at a glance. He is interested in himself. But after thinking of his irritable sister-in-law, Lin Xiu immediately stood there in a daze. Under Sai's repeated waves. Then I came to my senses. On the way back to the art academy, Lin Xiu decided to take a chance first. After the engagement is terminated, I will take down Sai. As a result, I met Teacher Sun as soon as I returned to the yard. He was surprised to find that Lin Xiu's weapon was successful. After a moment of contemplation, he pointed to the weapon aside and said, "You choose a handy weapon. Try to cover it with true energy." So Ling Xiu took a dagger and started trying. Just then, 2 unknown objects appeared in front of me. It turned out to be Shui Linger. A few days will be my 18th birthday. I'll be having my birthday at that time. You won't reject me this time. I was so busy a few days ago. He refused only after he had no choice. Girl. I will definitely not lose this time. I hope that I will give you a great gift that I will never forget forever. By the way, Wang Wei hasn't gone backhand these days. But it's strange. Wang Wei used to be surrounded by Qin Wanyun. How could I bet with you this time? Lin Xiu heard this. The face darkened. Just as he was imagining. But Li Buozhan came to rescue him. After seeing the invitation in Lin Xiu's hand, immediately started to brag. Lin Xiu's methods are indeed very impressed. Lin Xiu was confused when he heard this. What's so great about this? Didn't he give you it? You must know. The birthday party of the Pearl in Shuebuogong's house. That's something anyone can go. In martial arts class. So many people have received invitations. You are the only one. At this time, Lin Xiu wanted to kill someone and kill him. I saw him pointing at Wang Wei, who was practicing swordsmanship. Didn't he have either? Logically speaking, with his father's official position, he should be able to receive invitations. But he lost the last written test. Even if Miss Linger gives him the pitiful Wang Wei. Even if I hear it, I can only complain a few words secretly. It was time for dinner soon. The two brothers just walked to the Jiayue Tower. Lin Xiu found that Wang Wei walked into the Tianshan banquet opposite him. So he changed his mind. Prepare to go to Tianxiangla to find out. But Li Buozhan, who was standing beside him, said a word to remind him. It doesn't matter other restaurants. It's better for Brother Lin to go away less today. You must know. Tianshan Tower is the property of Yongping Ho Mansion. The Marquis of Yongping went to the Zhao family to propose marriage several times. But I knew that the Zhao family had a marriage contract and refused. The most important thing is, the Marquis of Yongping had great power in his hands. Wang En, Ho, Zhong Yonghua, Chang Yiba and Dong Changling, Dong Changwei and others were all his subordinates. With this relationship, even if the shopkeeper of Tianxianglu receives you, do you dare to eat? Lin Xiu just gave up his thoughts after hearing this. But I met a familiar person. This is Lin Ma greeting him. Turn out to be. This person is Qin Song, who framed Ling Xiu last time. What do you want to do? I haven't messed with you lately. Don't be afraid, boy. I just want to ask you a question. What happened last time? I know you are being instructed. You just need to tell me who is behind me. Qin Song immediately started talking nonsense when he heard this. However, the spiritual skills are still superior. I also received a notice from His Majesty. Let me go to the palace to manage the troops tomorrow. I was going to break my 3 ribs and tell the people coming from the palace. You know I'm going to enter the palace. I was seriously injured. Then you should prepare your funeral. Under Ling Xiu's threat, Qin Song decisively explained the commander behind the scenes. It was Yang Xian, the eldest son of the Marquis of Yongping, in the evening. Ling Xiu came to Shui Linger's birthday as promised. Shui Linger, who was still talking and laughing at the dinner party, glanced at her. He noticed him. So he came to say hello immediately. Tonight's girl Linger is more beautiful than before. Just when Shui Linger was shy. Behind him, a dog licker. Who is this brother? Why have you never seen this young master Ling Xiulin from the Pingan mansion before? He is my good friend. As soon as this is said, many dog licking. Then I felt relieved. It turns out he was the son of a third-class beau. Not afraid at all. It can be the next second. Everyone cast Du Ji's eyes. It's just because he is Zhao Lingjuan's fiancé. Then, under Shui Linger's introduction, all 3 have good backgrounds. But in Ling Xiu's eyes, they are all the sect commanders in the fish pond. But when it comes to Yang Xian, Ling Xiu, thinking, this should be a higher level fish. Although the previous person has framed himself. But it is not advisable to make it clear at the moment. So he walked forward. Instead of saying hello, Brother Yang has long admired his name. They are all friends of Miss Linger. I will take care of you more in the future. This is when ordinary fools start to offer them to Shui Linger. Attentive. There are many treasures in it. But the most outstanding one is a high-level aid crystal given by Wei Wen Yuan. This made Ling Xiu very greedy. You must know. This high-level crystal can increase the chance of awakening. In order to pick up girls, this guy. But it really cost a lot. Just then, everyone started to cheer. I want to see what gifts Ling Xiu has prepared. Seeing this, Xia Linger. He quickly rescued Mr. Lin's gift. I've given it to me a few days ago. I like it very much. But Lin Xiu took out a bamboo tube. Actually, I also prepared a special gift for Lin Xiu tonight. After saying that, I saw him facing one hand. A firecracker shot away. Everyone suddenly suppressed the crowd for a moment. Later Wei Wen Yuan laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. The gift you gave to Miss Linger. It's not just a firecracker, right? But just waited for him to finish speaking. Many Mars appeared behind Ling Xiu and shot into the sky. And the sky exploded one after another. The colorful Mars danced in the sky. At the same time, it also successfully captured Shui Linger's heart. Thank you, Ling Xiu. This is the best gift I have received today. So, chasing girls requires learning to be romantic. A rustic guy who only knows how to spend money. He is destined to be a sucker. If he has not yet been born in the world. Exist. He saw the prosperity of the world. If her heart is vicissitudes. Just take him as a carousel. Have you learned it? This is Shui Linger's emotion. If you are not the son of Hyangguo. How great that would be. After 3 rounds of wine. Everyone ended one after another. At this time, Yang Xian praised brother Lin Xiulin's gift. It's really unique. It can be seen that Miss Linger likes it very much. Lin Xiu heard this. Prepare your finger cards. No one else in Bell. Actually, you don't have to pretend that way. I know that the Tiangxi Anglo incident was you instructing Xing Song to cause trouble for me. Good. It must have been arranged by you. What brother Lin said. I can't understand a word. I have to say that your plan is good. Unfortunately, the person I'm looking for is not very good. Keep working hard in the future. Lin Xiu, are there any misunderstandings between us? I just like you. I can't stand my appearance but can't get rid of me. As soon as this is said, Yang Xian's face changed drastically in an instant. I wanted you to be happy for a while. Since you are seeking death by yourself, then I will fulfill you. Back home. Lin Xiu looked at Yuan in his hand and thought carefully. Today I deliberately provoked Yang Xian. He will definitely be unable to calm down. Take action again. We need to improve our strength now. You must immediately hit the second awakening. So I immediately try to absorb the essence. It's about to make a successful breakthrough. But in the end it was a little worse. Fortunately, there was still a lot of surplus food to fight for a night early in the morning. Lin Xiu used the ability to grant Da Huan to come over. Who was talking when Da Huan, who just woke up, looked blind? There is a second dog in this yard. Lin Xiu was like a big pen bag when he heard this. Who are you calling a dog? The organization wants to give you a task. After the chicken legs are completed, my servants will come to report. The young master has arranged according to your instructions. Everything is waiting for the fish to take the bait. Yang Xiu was very satisfied when he heard this. But when he heard Ling Xiu, there was only one big yellow dog who stayed in the door for 7 consecutive days. When occasionally coming out foraging, I was also very angry. But immediately calmed down and said, don't hurry. Wait for him to come out. On the other side, Ling Xiu, sighing helplessly. If no one comes to the palace, I will be suffocated to death in this bird's place. Rhubarb reminds me. It is safe outside Ling Xiu gate to monitor the back door. Just then, Bai Shuangshuang stopped in front of Ling Xiu with a sudden kill. Ling Xiu saw this. His eyes immediately shone. But finally I waited for you. Bai Shuangshuang heard the words. Very curious. Mr. Lin is waiting for me. Is the disease of the strange beast that the imperial concubine asked you to come over again? Listen. Bai Shuangshuang looked question marks. Mr. Lin. How did you know that the spiritual pet called new coins? How can it be solved by just leaving the palace once? As soon as this is said, Bai Shuangshuang immediately cast a worshipful look. Mr. Lin is indeed a delicate heart. Even if it is a spirit beast, all can put yourself in his shoes. I feel sorry for myself. For safety reasons, Ling Xiu asked him to return to the palace first. I sneaked out of the back door. When he left, he didn't forget to praise the emperor, who was only reliable. However, at this time, Da Huang is attracting attention and surveillance at the front door and is also puzzled. How many days have it been? Why haven't you gone out yet? Little do you know. At this time, Ling Xiu has arrived in the palace. Chen Chan met His Majesty and the imperial concubine. After hearing this, the imperial concubine hurriedly greeted Ling Xiu. Come and help check Nan Nan's condition. The emperor also agreed. As long as you can cure the concubine's love pet, I have many rewards. So Ling Xiu carried Nandan into the room on the grounds of seeing a doctor. Then he slapped her on the butt. Don't pretend. Hi. Nan Nan woken up. A roar. Who touched my butt? Stop looking for it. It was me, Nan Nan, who looked confused. You can understand what I said. Are you also a tiger spiritual beauty? Hearing this. Aren't you a cat? You are the cat. Your whole family is a cat. This princess is named by Ling. It is a noble tiger clan. After a while of complaints, Ling Xiu also looked helpless. This little guy looks really suffocated. So he quickly comforted. Okay. I know all your grievances. I will help you convey it. He murmured with a bad look on his face when he heard this. Like you are quite fooled. Can you come to play with me often in the future? Then Ling Xiu began to fool her. Then I can play with you often. But you have to listen to me. Help me perform a play. At the same time, the concubine outside the house was extremely worried. Seeing that the door was opened, I hurriedly stepped forward to ask how Ling Xiu Nandan was doing. However, Ling Xiu looks immersed in the show. What food does the imperial concubine eat on weekdays? The palace maid partner on the side. Usually, they use the most exquisite fish fillets to pet food. We don't dare to be careless. This is the problem. Although this spiritual pet looks like a cat, in fact, she is a tiger clan. She probably doesn't like eating fish. What's more, eating the same food every day. No one could bear it. The imperial concubine hurriedly asked. So what should Nan Nan be given food? Of course it's chicken. Beef or something. In short, there are more ways to do it. After a moment, seeing concubine Nan Nan who kept eating, she was overjoyed. Very good. Nan Nan finally had something to eat. Then he turned his head to look at Ling Xiu. You really don't consider staying with me. Fortunately, the emperor helped him to rescue him. But it cannot be used. It's really not possible for the imperial concubine to be able to be so beautiful if she wants anyone. Let's do this. I'll give her a sign. Let her enter the palace every other day to take care of the spiritual pet. Seeing that the imperial concubine compromised Ling Xiu, only then did I feel relieved. But not long after, she became worried again. Just give Nan Nan these. Will she not get sick again? In fact, food is just an inducement. As for the real root cause, actually, I have already told the empress last time. After hearing this, the imperial concubine was stunned for a few seconds. I couldn't help but feel sad. This palace also ordered people to take her out of the palace often. But there was nothing else, Ling Xiu explained immediately. Maybe because you are her master. I think. If it is the empress, you will take her out of the palace in person. The situation may be different. As soon as this is said, Manager Zhu immediately rebuked the unruly concubine's daughter's body. If something happens, who can afford Ling Xiu? Seeing this, he quickly admitted his mistake. But what people didn't expect was, the imperial concubine actually acted coquettishly in public. The emperor was forced to do so. I could only ask General Manager Zhu to lead some people to protect Ling Xiu. Hearing this, he smiled secretly. Unexpectedly, the king of Xia. I was actually afraid that my wife would be beautiful. Achieve the purpose. Then I said goodbye and returned home first. And agreed to gather in front of the Jiayue Tower in half an hour. After returning home, Lin Xiu hurriedly called Da Wang over. After confirming that they are still monitoring outside, then he walked out of the door with a swagger. Seeing this, he quickly ordered his younger brother to inform Yang Xian. However, at this time, Lin Xiu's face is already in contact with the imperial concubine. I saw that she was in a very good mood. What you said is indeed correct. After I brought Nan Nan out, she immediately became energetic. But what she didn't know was, this is Linxia's plan. After a moment, the imperial concubine asked blankly, what kind of spiritual excellence do we want to do now? Continue to fool. The spiritual pet must be bored in the palace. Why not take her on the street for an hour? Just treat it as an ordinary shopping. The imperial concubine was shocked when she heard this. Shop? I've never visited it. How to do it? The imperial concubine who came outside the palace also let herself go completely. Like a little woman. I just started shopping in the jewelry stall. The general manager Zhu was so happy to see the concubine. I couldn't help but sigh. The empress hasn't been so happy for a long time. Although the son of Pinbo is reckless. But by chance, I did a good thing. After a crazy shopping trip, Manager Zhu hurriedly reminded his wife that it was time for lunch. I heard that the food in Zayula tastes good. Do you want to go there for meals? The imperial concubine just turned her head and agreed. But Lin Xiao stopped him. I heard there is a small shop nearby. Jiangnan cuisine is good. Do you want to taste it, Mrs.? When the imperial concubine heard it was Jiangnan cuisine, his eyes immediately shone. Good. Just go to the store you mentioned. Husband? Manager Zhu kept persuading the people in the wife's shop to be unknown. I'm afraid the imperial concubine will never stop leaving. I'm afraid that others will know my identity again. We just have a meal. After a moment, a wide range of dishes filled the entire dining table. The imperial concubine was extremely satisfied with what she ate. But it didn't take long to catch up again. Although there is also a chef in Jiangnan at home. But it was already cold when I guessed it was coming. I haven't tasted it in a long time. I've already talked about the countryside. Listen to the couple talking and laughing. Little do you know. Now. Yang Xian's eyeliner was staring outside the door. After a moment, the spy came back to report to Lin Xiao. He is hooking up with a young woman on the street. The woman was pretty. Very charming. After dinner, the two discussed going to Luoyuan to listen. Once this statement is spoken, Yang Xian was very angry. She and Lin Jun already have a marriage contract. He even dared to mess with things outside. Tell Wang Hong to take action immediately. On the other side, there is a touching song sung in the second floor of Luoyuan. The Guifei's familiar Jiangnan tune. Can't help but sigh. Jiangnan is such a good place. Unfortunately, I haven't been there for more than 10 years. You made a special arrangement today. These are known. I am from Jiangnan. Lin Xiao replied quickly. I listen to my wife's daily conversation. Occasionally there will be a Jiangnan accent. So he guessed that the wife should have sex. At this time, the princess was very surprised. You grew up in Kyoto. Can hear Jiangnan. Lin Xiao blurted out of her mouth. I have an ex-girl. I have a friend. Also from Jiangnan. So I can hear it. Just when Lin Xiao was glad that he didn't let him go, the concubine slowly said that you are interested. Accompanied by a long tune. He thought to himself. This time I owe you a favor. Take these things you did for you as a reward. After a song, the concubine murmured. Your method is indeed good. Nan Nan is much more energetic. At this time, Ling Xiao did not throw her charming eyes at Sai. The girl in today's singing is beautiful. I am tired of practicing on weekdays. They will come here to listen and relax. Colorful Art heard the words on the side. A little face-repaired man. At this time, the imperial concubine slowly stood up. You know how to enjoy it. It's been out for too long today. In the future, if you have time, come and see Nan Nan Ling Xiao more. When I was sending the concubine, my heart was full of doubts. Be reasonable. I have been traveling for more than an hour when the imperial concubine has been around. Why doesn't Yang Xian take action? Just as the group walked downstairs, Ling Xiao began to get anxious. This time, he deliberately provoked Yang Xian after his birthday party. I just want to inspire her to take action again. If the plan fails, I don't know when I will wait next time. At the same time, a strong man blocked everyone's way. Where did this come from? Little beauty? When will you wait for our you and me? I'm much better than the little white guy behind you. Ling Xiu saw that she was so excited. His eyes were as close as his age. At this time, the strong man's hands became dishonest. However, Ling Xiu grabbed the strong man's salty hand, then slapped it with a slap. Fly behind. The accomplices immediately supported him and slammed the heart veins with one palm. Then he performed hoarsely. Come and see the murderer. How many people were killed? Just shouted a few words. The constable rushed in immediately. Who killed someone? The accomplices directly identified Ling Xiu. The detective didn't ask when he heard this. Directly ordered him to be taken away by Ling Xiu and found his purpose. Answered. At the same time, he did not forget to win the concubine and sympathize with his wife. You go back first. This is not safe outside. The imperial concubine immediately recovered from her senses. After General Manager Zhu returns, he will report this matter to His Majesty. Let him be sincere and innocent. The picture turns. In the palace, Manager Zhu is reporting on this matter. When the helpless people around you are helping, with true energy, I broke his heart. Moreover, the constable had framed Ling Xiu almost at the same time. Dong Chengye should also participate. When the emperor heard this, he immediately asked the concubine. It's okay. The lady is fine. Just a little angry. He asked the old slave to tell him. Your Majesty must be very elegant. At this time, the emperor's cold eyes flashed with innocence. He is not innocent. These things were all contributed by him. But they all accept common sense. It can be said that the means are extremely clever. You still remember one time when I called him to manage the army? Did he come half an hour late? That time, he was also framed. He was arrested and entered the Dongchengyai prison. When I was still there, Xiao Lizi went to catch people himself. He just said that I would summon him into the palace. Which Yaman dares to arrest him? At this time, Manager Zhu suddenly realized. So he had planned this time. This guy looks honest and unfaithful. They all plan to be plotted against me and the imperial concubine. Manager Zhu was very angry about this matter. It's so bold. Your Majesty must punish him severely. Never tolerate it. Just then, I saw that General Manager Zhu was kicked away. The dog slave palace asked His Majesty to restore his innocence. What nonsense are you talking about? You guys are calculating all day long to get to your heart. It's dirty, anyone thinks it's dirty. Upon hearing this, General Manager Zhu immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. On the side, the emperor was also clever. Your Majesty, I like him very much. You? He must not be wronged. You agree. Then he ordered General Zhu to. You go to Dongqing Yamen immediately. Rescue Ling Xiu. The imperial concubine has already seen this. Then he turned around and left with peace of mind. Manager Zhu did not forget to ask before leaving. Your Majesty really doesn't punish him. This little guy is not very old. But he was quick to do it. Since he doesn't have the aura of a playboy. The most important thing is that he married the genius of the Zhao family. I'm very relieved. Ling Xiu, who was arrested, was quickly taken to Dongqingyai. You haven't seen a city. It's this evil heart again. In an instant, my head was covered in black. But this time, Lord Changling personally ordered. Let him hear the case. He could only follow orders. At this time, Ling Xiu waved her hand almost. Dong Chengwei immediately understood it. So he started acting directly. Oops. No. My official's belly is dark. But you told Lord Li Ling that he would try this case himself. Above the hall, I saw Chung Ling slap the table and was angry. Ling Xiu. You are not going to kill someone in public quickly. But he was not panicked at all when he heard this. Since it is a murder case, Dongqing Yamen does not seem to have the authority to hear the trial. You have personally experienced the truth of the documentary. Leave you to them. Maybe they will start with you, so let me examine it first. Then hand over the file to Zhang Bus. This is just. What is the difference between your actions and the Japanese? Did I kill someone? Do you still don't know what you are doing? The city ruling heard this. Crazy as the sky. Lawless? He actually openly provoked me. Someone came to me torture me heavily. The immortal stick is moving in the temporary and final migration. Until he confessed. Just finished speaking. I saw a dart shattering the token directly. The city order was panicked at this moment. Rishiji. You are a private person. Lin Xiao saw the reinforcements. Hurry up. Dongcheng also makes adults afraid of others. This is the law of heaven in broad daylight. What crime should a person like you be punished? As soon as this is said, Chang Ling fainted on the spot. Lin Xiao immediately bowed and thanked Mr. Zhu. Who would have thought? But he warned Lin Xiao. This time it was the Empress who protected her. If you dare to take your Majesty's advice next time, I'm afraid I won't have such good luck. Lin Xiao's plan. The plan was seen through. Very embarrassing. I thought it would be better if the wool was not brave. After he had just planned to plot against him twice, Emperor Xiao reacted. Then he saw this. Then he hurriedly said goodbye to General Manager Zhu. But just turned around, but I heard a wave of evil revenge. So he turned his head to look at the smell. Turn out to be. It was the Dongcheng guard who had just been handcuffed. I saw that he was still complaining. I didn't expect to squat in the cottage for half an hour. After all, I couldn't escape Lin Xiao. Seeing that she was caught, he was busy expelling him. Manager Zhu should have nothing to do with Dongcheng. Why? He woke up just now. After hearing this, General Manager Zhu turned his head and said, that's the case. Then let him go. On the other side, Yang Xian just returned home. Come on, your subordinates in a hurry. The young master has already resolved the crime. Lin Xiao couldn't escape. Yang Xian was extremely happy to hear this. Thinking, as long as Ling Xiao's murder is implemented, the Zhao family would never let Ling Jun marry a criminal. Who would have thought that? He just returned to the mansion. He was questioned by Yongping Ho, who learned about this matter. I heard from the butler. You are against the son of Peacebo. Yang Xian's face darkened when he heard this. Father. He is not worthy of Lin Jun. If the prince and Zhao are his husband, of course I have nothing to say. But that waste Ling Xiao just can't do it. Then you may be disappointed. Your Majesty will not let the two families terminate the engagement. Just as the two were talking, Manager Zhu led people to break in. Yongping Ho. Yongping Ho is not a miscellaneous family. Say you, Marquis, you are a heroic spirit for the rest of your life. But he really neglected to discipline Yang Dazi. This time he was a big mess. After saying that, then he ordered it to be taken down. At the same time, Ling Xiao came to Changchun Palace where the imperial concubine was located. That can see it coming. Happy. Princess. I didn't expect you to be so trustworthy. I will see that I am not the princess so soon. After Ling Xiao held her into her arms, the imperial concubine hurriedly asked. They didn't do anything to you. After learning that Lin Xiao is fine, be proud immediately. Forgive him? I dare not ignore my words. Otherwise, this concubine would have peeled off his skin. At this time, Ling Xiao smiled awkwardly, thinking, anyway, the plan has been seen through by Emperor Xia. It's better to be honest and lenient. The Empress is here this time. Actually, I apologize to the Empress. Then an immersive monologue began. Unexpectedly, the imperial concubine who learned about this matter not only did not blame Ling Xiao. Instead, he criticized Yang Xian. This person named Yang is really hateful. This palace hates such insidious and cunning people the most. But you usually look stupid. It's a good way to compete with the first Marquis mansion. It really made me look at you differently. Imperial concubine. You're too double-drawn. Double biao. What does this mean? That means Yang Xian and I have done the same thing. But you said she was insidious. Praise me for being smart. The imperial concubine heard this. He burst out laughing. You're good to murmur. Good to this palace. I see it all. From now on, you will be my Changchun palace. Who dares to bully you? This palace will make the decision for you. I will protect you from now on. This is a beautiful saying. I suddenly felt like I was being kept. In order to further narrow the relationship, Lingxiu told Nan Nan. After teaching the words, I saw her slowly walking towards the imperial concubine. This is a whisper to her face. The imperial concubine was just happy. Say it quickly. Did you ask Nan Nan to do this? How can I do this? Pooh. It must be the genius of the country. Even the spiritual pet cannot resist your charm. The imperial concubine covered her face and smiled. This palace is old. You don't have to make up lies. Make me happy. Who would have thought that? The conversation between the two was heard by the people on the tree outside the house. Bah, shameless. Flatter. 2.5 minutes later. The imperial concubine has been completely controlled by her. He also claimed that he would propose to the emperor to promote his own position. After Lin Shou bid farewell to the imperial concubine. After walking 2 steps, Mingyi walked over in a hurry. He cursed. Brazen. Flatter. Why am I a flatterer? You said that the imperial concubine stood with me like a pair of sisters. What do you mean? Lingxiu blurted out the princess and the imperial concubine when she heard this. The eyebrows are indeed a bit similar. After listening to it, Mingyi seemed to think it was a bit expensive. The imperial concubine, the emperor's cousin, really counts it. She and I may indeed look like she is expensive. In the moment of reverie, Lin Xiu grinned. The little girl liar, see how I fool you. After you say it. Then he shouted immediately. The imperial concubine and the princess stand together. It is indeed like the princess's sister who reacted. Mingyi was about to make Lingxiu's third leg. Fine. She ran fast. After a while, I came to Master King Glisi. It turned out that she wanted to report something useful from Yang Xian's mouth. So he took out a bun. Do you want to eat the eyebrows and eyes? Tomorrow. You will be exiled for 3,000 miles and will not eat it. You may not be able to eat it in your life. Yang Xian questioned after hearing this. This is a coincidence. It's your first design on Shue's birthday. After you deliberately angered me. The seldom does not come out. On the one hand, I gave me plenty of preparation time. The same reality makes me anxious. This is how you go out. I'll be impatient to do it. And you don't know how to convince the concubine to leave the palace. Just take me to the trap. You are such an old in coins. After saying that, then he snatched the bun in Lingxiu's hand. Actually, I don't understand a problem. You used to be as timid as a mouse. Then why bother to offend Qingcong? Want to stand up for a woman? This is not the Lingxiu I know. Lingxiu heard this. Can't help but sigh. Unexpectedly, the first person to ask this question was his own enemy. However, Lingxiu also doesn't understand. I've investigated your character and calculated it. But why do you have to be with me? As soon as this is said, Yang Xian grabbed the wooden pole angrily. Because you are not worthy of your neighbors. He will not be happy with you. Lin Xiu finished listening. Just let it go if Shi Hua is arranged to marry directly. He was actually framed by his fiancée's dog licking. So he asked the last question. Did you find the assassin who assassinated me? Yang Xian turned his head and denied it directly. Then he burst into laughter. It seems that there are many people who harm you. You're dead. And you can't guess who it is. It seems that I'm not completely losing. Just came out of the cell. Lin Xiu ran to Aunt Kai of Lehuayuan. He has been checking for a long time. I also ate some ketchup and it didn't take long. Sai became shy. Young master. I read the book and said. Artists cannot take their pulse. It was obvious that Lingxiu immediately retracted the pig's hooves. Really? Girls should not read too many books. Then I'm going to change the topic right. Why is Lehuayuan doing business today to open the door? Last time there was a murder case. The government sealed the formation. I don't know if I can immediately shrink and open the door again. Lingxiu put down her hand. The teacup means. Now go and help urging the color. seeing that he was about to leave. Very disappointed. Then there will be a hard worker. At this time, Neptune Lingxiu also smelled a little of the harem. The Kai doctor is really interesting to me. If it weren't for the engagement, she will be taken down at most 3 days, and as soon as she returned home, Lin Xiu's bowl was piled into a hill. This also made him truly feel the warmth of home. So he secretly swears in his heart. No matter what, you must guard this home. But the powerful have the control of the army. Land. Actual strength such as population. Although the Xia Emperor has been reducing the Xixings over the years. But in this case, the Zhao family can also achieve titles. The 5 consecutive jumps are entirely because of 2 promising daughters. After all, we have to improve our strength. Now it seems that only Krypton gold can improve quickly. But now Yuan Jin's price is being hyped up very high. After he made a brain-burning calculation, he came to a conclusion. That's no money. Just when he was worried about money, Manager Li suddenly came to the mansion and took out the imperial edict from his arms. Then he read it. Prince Lin Ping'an received an order for Lin Xiu to save the imperial concubine's spiritual pet several times. Relieve worries for it. It is commendable to unite. Starting now. As a second-class beau, 100 acres of maids and servants. Real name is home. The 3 were shocked when they heard this. Lin Xiu originally thought the ban had been reduced. But I didn't expect it to be just a matter of the imperial concubine. Then, Lin's mother quickly took out a certain amount of ingots and stuffed them to Mr. Li. Thank you for your hard work. You take some water on the way. Just after seeing off General Manager Li. In the end, I still have two heads. Lin Xiu was curious and asked you why you came. Turn out to be. It was Lin Xiu who helped him excuse him before. Not only avoid disasters for it. He was also promoted to Dongcheng Order directly. This time I came here to thank you for your life-saving grace. Ling Xiu. It would be great to see that he is quite sincere. The words remind Lord Wu. Since you have become a parent. After. But we should think more about the people. If you are thinking about clinging to the powerful. What happened to your ex? You also saw the next day when you remember your son and friend. Lin Xiu asked him to unseal the Lihua garden. And take more care of the lower court. The Chinese lottery doctor Dong Lingling nodded repeatedly after hearing this. But at this time, Ling Xiu pointed behind him and asked. What are those behind you? This is the thank you made by the Xia official for the young master. Please accept it with a smile. Looking at the cart of white wine, I immediately thought of my good brother Li Guozheng, right? This time, let's arrange it for you. Understand your thunder power. Brother. I've been thinking about it for a long time. The next morning, Ling Xiu came to the art academy. By the way, he also brought him the technology and ruthless work he made after fighting for a night. But it hasn't arrived yet. Bo Zhanglin first met Xuelinger Ling Xiu. How long have you been here for class? Well, something happened to my family. I hired a home for a few days. But I haven't seen Linger for a few days. Why did the girl become beautiful again? Shui Lingling heard this. The little face turned red. You can joke. Just then, a filial son Linger girl came towards her. This is my family's Jade Bai. I want to give you. I like you. Be my girlfriend. Shui Xiuxiu was surprised when she heard this. Then he immediately refused. Sorry. I've always regarded you as a friend. Ling Xiu, who was watching the show, looked naughty. Oh. Wow, I seem to hear the heartbreaking voice of the boy's heart. Afterwards, Xuelinger also complained. Don't know why. I only treat them as friends. But they always want me to have children for them. Of course, it's Miss Linger that is so charming. Even a man wants to marry you home. Xuelinger immediately became shy when she heard this. Does that include you? Well, unfortunately, I have a fiancé. The battle between Neptune and Green Tea. Who is higher? Whoever wins. Don't blame me. He had no choice but to give up at this time. People are kidding you. Afterwards, Lin Xiu also found Li Guozheng by the lake. After the two chatted, Li Guozhang then spoke to remind Lin Xiu. Although the methods of picking up girls are superb. But as your friend, I have to remind you. Schwelinger is the pearl in the palm of Duke Shui. Don't play with fire and burn yourself. Lin Xiu patted his shoulder when he heard this. Don't worry, Lin Xiu. I have my own sense of responsibility. In fact, he could go for Schwelinger. But his body can still be considered. Speaking of which, Brother Li is about my age. I don't know if there is a marriage. If people like us are bound by marriage. It's a bit pitiful. Lin Xiu saw that the atmosphere had already set off this point. He immediately took out the black technology that had been prepared. Since Brother Li has a story, I have good wine. It would be better to drink some alcohol-loving Li Guozhang and be confused by the fragrance. The aroma of this wine is too strong. Lin Xiu was very satisfied with this. The energy saving of the nodules is not strong. Sure, Dayton just scrambled to distill out such a little bit. You can really accept it as soon as you can. 2.5 minutes later. With a thunder slid into the woods. Successfully copied to the thunder ability. From then on, thunder can shatter the darkness. On his way home, a carriage was parked beside him. It rained so heavily on this young man. Why not burn you for a while? Ling Xiu just wanted to refuse. The sword moved to his chest. Fortunately, he flashed over. At the same time, the killer is gone. Ling Ying, who couldn't dodge the sword, took the sword with a force. Fortunately, Han Bing blocked his chest in time. But with the killer exerting force, the ice layer was also broken bit by bit. Lin Xiu saw something bad. The thunder ability that just copied was directly used. The purple lightning instantly paralyzed the killer. It's just this beautiful place. Immediately, I punched the lychee superpower again. It hit the killer hard in the chest. I saw his mouth full of old blood spurt out. The person also flew backwards in an instant. However, Ling Xiu was also injured at this time. As the sight gradually blurs, Lin Yi fell down in response. When he woke up again, I found that I had returned home. Lin Xiu woke up when he saw him. Asked quickly. Xiu, you finally woke up. How do you feel now? Does the wound still hurt? Such concerns. Ling Xiu, who had lacked maternal love since childhood, was moved. Mother, don't worry. All are skin trauma. No vital damage was caused. As soon as his words ended, Bai Shuangshuang rushed over. Everyone asked you to be a hospitalist at the Imperial Hospital. I'll treat Mr. Lin. Please go out first. After the Lin family left, Lin Xiu stepped down and went to the doctor after hearing this. Then there will be a lot of trouble for Miss Bai. Bai Shuangshuang looked at the stone's proud abdominal muscles. Can't help swallowing. Under Lin Xiu's reminder. Only then did I recover. Then, he put his hands on his chest. He murmured with a shy face. I'm going to treat Mr. Lin. Little do you know. In this process, Ling Xiu is also copying his art. After 2 minutes, Bai Shuangshuang's ability to use it for a long time. He collapsed directly on Ling Xiu. Young Master Lin in the arms. I can't do it anymore. I understand that Miss Shuangshuang is treating me this time. I'm afraid the force has been exhausted. I'll give you a rest now. Recovery. I was also very happy to see the blue energy condensed from my fingers. I didn't expect that the art that I could not copy after using so many methods before. This time, I actually got this wave so easily, which was a real big profit. Just then, Dolly suddenly informed the young master that Lord Lu from Qingli Temple was coming. Lu Ruxus said in the study room. Lord Lin was ordered to investigate the matter. I have to ask the adults to inform you about some problems. Go and verify the person who assassinated you. Has 5 ways of cultivating in the photogenic way. And Lord Lin's art has only been awakened for 2 months. How did you kill him? This incisive art really made Lin Xiu feel guilty. It's a coincidence that it said. Not long ago. My ice art has just awakened for a second time. I met the assassin yesterday. Just when he was about to stab me in the vital position, I immediately condensed a layer of ice armor on my chest. This is why I was not injured. Then, I condensed my true energy into my fist. hit his heart with all his strength. Even though Lin Xiu was so relieved. But Lu Ruxu didn't believe me at this time. That assassin is on the photogenic picture. With Lord Lin's martial arts cultivation that has just attracted Qi, it is impossible to break his defense and kill him with one punch. Maybe he poured all his true energy into the weapons at that time. Causes empty inside the body. Can't use true Qi to protect the body. I was lucky enough to kill him. In fact, the reason why Lin Xiu can kill. He used the principle of electronumbing. When a person is shocked, the muscles will be temporarily paralyzed. The game is deadly in an instant. Lu Ruxu heard this. Only then can you believe it. But there was a ceremony that made him very curious. Why didn't Lord Lin bring his guard when he went out? Still wearing scary clothes? Lord Lu should know. I also encountered an assassination soon. Since then, in order not to be noticed, occasionally, I would disguise myself as a servant to go out. It seems that those group are afraid they are eyeing you. Adults may have a person of doubt. Lin Xiu shook his head when he heard this. Not yet. At this time, Lu Ruxu gave his own insights. Lord Lin might as well think about it. You're dressed up like this. Those who want to assassinate you. How did you get the news as soon as possible? As soon as this is said, Lin Xiu suddenly had a flash of inspiration. When I left from behind. It seems like I've caught a servant. Cleaning the stables. Just then, Dolly hurried over. The young master is in trouble. Lin Wu is dead. Then, the two of them arrived at the scene. But after entering the attack, Lu Ruxu said, this person should have committed suicide by taking poison. Seeing that he was so decisive, he was the Deadpool raised by someone else. Now, Lin Xiu was also puzzled. These people are all slaves rewarded by His Majesty. I wonder if Lord Lu can find the source. Lu Ruxu also started to suffer difficulties when he heard this. The rewards in the palace. All are under the private management of the internal affairs. They also bought from outside. Among them, Huanjie's anti-school. It's difficult to trace the source. At this time, Lin Xiu sighed helplessly. It seems that this is not a case of personal experience of the four schools involved. Just finished speaking, Lu Ruxu asked about the case of Wang Yuanwei a few 10 days ago. How did Lord Lin see that Wang Er is the murderer? I have been reviewing the situation. I don't think I've missed any clues. Please help Lord Lin to answer your questions. Lin Xiu heard this. Confused. Then he made excuses. After Lu Ruxu left, Lin Xiu began to think. As I see now, I hate the one who wants to kill me. Could it be the Marquis of Yongping? This shouldn't be true, either. Yang Xian. When sentenced to exile. Even if it is Yongping Ho. You should wait until things are settled before you take action. Otherwise, wouldn't there be no silver here? Just as he was imagining. But Dolly suddenly emerged. After the young master and wife asked you to go over for a while, Lin Xiu came to the lobby. My father was very worried about Xiu. Tell us the truth who it is. I want you to live a life again and again. Lin Xiu was sad when he heard this. He was sad that every man was guilty of possessing a treasure. As soon as this is said, Xi's mother immediately saw the reason. It must be that engagement. Lin Jun is so outstanding. And you are nagging. It causes everyone to fight with you. It's because our Lin family can't afford to marry. In that case, Mom doesn't ask you to be successful. I just want you to be safe. This made Lin Xiu excited. Could it be that they finally figured it out? We must make up our minds to regret marrying the young master, Sea King. Is it going to be realized today? But at this time, Zhao Lingying's figure flashed in his mind. He was so scared that he shivered. Just recovered. This is a matter of the engagement between parents. After the two of them say one by one, finally decided not to marry Lin Jun and Lin Ying. After Lin Xiu heard this, then he began to think about it. Although Lin Ying is a little fierce, but he is probably the only one who is good to him. If you marry him, my two attributes are the same. Wouldn't you be able to practice 365 days a year? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but cover his forehead. I deserve to die. Think of the past. I'm known as the little prince of a nightclub. Why do I fantasize about my married life? As the pictures that keep flashing in my mind. Lin Xiu's face turned red in an instant. Oops. My God. Xiao Xiuxiu fell in love with her sister-in-law. Then he pretended to be a marriage agreement. Lin Ying has visited his parents during this period. Why not come to discuss the replacement when they come back? If only Lin Ying could be replaced. Unexpectedly, he just finished speaking. It was immediately rejected by Lin's father. You have to know. This engagement has been established since Lin Jun and you were born. And only for the two of you. You're going to ask for a replacement now. Where can the Zhao family go to? My mother was heartbroken when she heard this. But there is nothing we can do about it. Ling Xiu was speechless at this moment. You can travel around the sea. But I was so happy. But there is another important thing now. That is, his proposal to dismiss all the new servants in the mansion. Ling Xiu was also approved by his parents. They also found that the last assassination was a bit strange. Those people are completely untrustworthy. After receiving support from parents, Dexiu turned her head. My parents. Leave this matter to me. I'll call Aunt Wang first. Xuan girl and stew pot chicken soup to save me. The force is exhausted. Lin's mother immediately joked. Xiu'er. What is your relationship with that Xuan girl? I think others are honest and caring about you. The Zhao girl can't count on it anymore. Mom and your father want to hold their grandson soon. Just finished speaking. Lin Xiu ran away. Dad. I'll leave now if I have something to do. The next morning, he brought Dolly to the Lehuayuan. Turn out to be. Seeing Zhao Lingying coming back soon, he wanted to take advantage of this time to be more casual and elegant. Otherwise, wait for him to come back. I'm going to live a life of being squeezed out every day again. Then, Lin Xiu came to Cai's room. But he found out that he was leading people to practice. Unexpectedly, when the girl in color is an old corpse. It looks so harsh. How's business in the recent past? Someone is here to cause trouble. Cai saw Ling Xiu's cheeks. The red fortune Mr. Lin couldn't help but appear. Don't tease me. Last time, Dongcheng ordered his elders to come here in person. Jiang was caught by a few rogues who love to make trouble. Now no one dares to cause trouble for us? Thank you, Mr. Lin. I just mentioned it casually. She knows how to do things. After all, if the Lehuayuan goes bankrupt, Coco listens to music. A small mouth and a mouth. There are many theaters in Wangdu. Why can't I have no place to listen to music? At this time, Aquaman Ling Xiu started performing. But you are not there in those places. As soon as this is said, Cai's whole face began to burn. The little girl is poor in singing. How can you compare to others? No matter how good they are in singing. But I still only like the girl in color. At this time, Ling Xiu looked at him with shame. So is it too ruthless? If the gun goes off, when Lin Ying comes back, he is afraid of trouble. The dragon is not guaranteed. So I immediately changed the topic. By the way, when I went upstairs just now, I see if the headmaster is frowning. Is there any difficulties? Cai classical Chinese breathed. Well, actually, it's just for money. The headmaster was kind-hearted and took in many homeless girls. The business is average when waiting for the class building. I'll be unable to get in and out when I see it. This is easy to deal with. You ask them all to leave the mansion. I'm going to hide it from you. The class will be popular one by one. Not high requirements. Just be diligent. After hearing this, Dr. Kai hesitated. Then he asked them, is it really possible? That's of course. The person adopted by the headmaster is clean. I'm going to the Ling mansion with confidence. No need to be a slave to be a slave. He warms his food and clothing. The headmaster also breathed a sigh of relief. It's the girls who have learned the news. My brothers are all very happy. In order to reassure the head of the class, burn the watch. Wait until they get settled. Mainly worried. Where can I come to visit? After saying that, then he said goodbye to his home. After it is released, the headmaster leaned to the side. Color doctor. Even I can see it. Mr. Lin really treats you differently. Don't talk nonsense, headmaster. The Emperor Wu Dongchang order. In addition, this time Mr. Lin has helped so much in the Lehuayuan inside and out. Not for you. For whom? But you have to think about it carefully. His fiancée is a genius like Zhao Lingjun. Will he allow his concubine? The Kai doctor was very disappointed when he heard this. I also want to serve Mr. Lin like them. It will just serve tea and water. But just now, Ling Xiu led the girls back to Ling Mansion. I found that there were many more Yamen runners outside the mansion. Don't understand him yet. Think more. Manager Zhu came over. Mr. Lin. You're back. The imperial concubine heard that the young master was assassinated. I immediately went to His Majesty to explain it carefully. So His Majesty ordered the strengthening of the vigilance around the Pingan mansion. And specially sent several Mashiji people. Protect you secretly. Everyone should be very curious. Why does the emperor favor the imperial concubine so much? The third brother went to check it out. It turns out that the imperial concubine is the emperor's cousin. The granddaughter of the Empress Dowager. The emperor who entered the palace to avoid marriage also promised. If he falls in love with someone else, he will be allowed to pretend to die and leave the palace. Revealing a more powerful news. It is that Emperor Xia is particularly interested in older women. Then back to the current plot. So Ling Xiu then realized that. But he began to worry again. However, Manager Xu saw at a glance what he was worried about. Mr. Lin, don't worry. Mashiji's people are best at disguising. It will never be seen. This will affect your life. If you don't believe it, please see. Lin Xiu looked at it with the flow. I saw the secret thoughts of lying on the dragon and phoenix chicks. The two were extremely conspicuous. Then I couldn't help but complain. I'm afraid these aren't two fools, aren't they? Do they have any misunderstandings about disguise? But he said. Please thank your majesty and the empress for me. After he left, Lin Xiu started to think. After being monitored by so many people, how to hide it? I know a variety of artistic things. It would be great if there was an art in this world. But even if there is, as long as he doesn't report me, no one else can know. Let's make plans later. The next morning, Lin Xiu came to King Lisi. What's strange is that. Why don't you have a single person at work? As a result, I just walked into the inner hall. A yaman run away in a hurry. After his inquiry, it turned out that Chen Yuanwei lost his son last night. A reward of 1,000 taels to find people. So everyone went to find someone. Lin Xiu heard this. Ecstatic. There are actually 1,000 taels. Just worried about awakening 3 times. No ex-husband. As a result, a sucker came to give the money. After a moment, Lin Xiu also came to the crime scene. At this time, Chen Yuanwei was crying to Lu Ruxu. Sir, I'm over 80 years old. Only then did you have such an only son. You must help me get it back. Lin Xiu immediately thought of a solution when he heard this. I saw him pick up the bedding in the bed and asked the wet nurse beside her. But it's the young master. After receiving his affirmative answer, then he walked out with the bedding. Lu Ruxu saw this operation. It's also very puzzled. What did he do with the child's clothes? However, Lin Xiu had just walked outside the mansion. So he called Da Huang over. The Ah Huang organization decided to give you an important task. You do this first. Do you understand that in the end? Da Huang immediately replied. Received guaranteed completion of the task. Then, he greeted the little brothers. Brothers, the master's mission is here. Just find the owner of this dress with 2.5 big bones. After the event is completed, Da Huang took Ling Xiu to the slums. At this time, a couple in a room. Just because the child is crying and arguing, there was a knock on the door outside. Hurry up and open the door, community, to bring warmth. The man immediately refused when he heard this. Who told him to finish speaking? Ling Xiu kicked open the door. At this time, the two were shocked. Who is the mini? After returning to the temple. But he found that Lu Ruxu had already caught the prisoner. And this person is the previous master's wife. It turned out that when he was interrogated, his expression was very unfair to Lu Ruxu, so he threatened him slightly. Unexpectedly, he called it. However, Lu Ruxu was also very curious at this time. Then he asked Lin Xiu. Lord Lin does the business. Really efficient. I didn't expect that the young master would be found so soon. How did you do it? Lord Lu knows that animals are more sensitive than humans. Just a little training. It is very suitable for finding people and things. But it's just a few tricks. It's not as good as Lord Lu's decisions. Lu Ruxu heard this. Then I suddenly realized it. Afterwards, Mr. Chen also sent Ling Xiu 1,000 taels of reward as promised. After taking the silver, I was also thinking. Unexpectedly, the grant art will be used to investigate cases. There will be such significant results. Now I want to wake up 3 times to make money as soon as possible. Of course, the more, the better. Then, he was going to ask the head teacher to hang a private detective sign in the Liwayuan. Thus using the art of granting. Earn more. In order to find more assistance, he came to the flower and bird market. But I found that most animals are not smart at all. Finally, pick it all. Only one bird was brought back. Never thought. As soon as I returned to Liwayuan, I was ridiculed by Aunt Kai. Mr. Lin. Your bird is so beautiful. Lin Xiu was also embarrassed when she heard this. Then, he checked the case that came to his house these days. But I found that these rewards added up to not have the bird cabinet I bought myself. But at this time, however, Aunt Kai found that an entrusted remuneration was as high as 500 taels. But after meeting the client, he was questioned. You are the secret spy that the headmaster strongly recommends. Looks very young. Are you sure you have real skills? Lady? Don't worry. If the case cannot be handled, full refund. Women's classical Chinese are shy. Silver. Their name is Chen Yuan Yuan. You can call me Yuan Yuan. I'm still single now. Lin Xiu's face was full of darkness after hearing this. Miss Chen. Let's talk about serious business. Unexpectedly, Chen Yuan Yuan immediately changed her face at this time. I want you to help me track a man named Lu Dong. Then find out the evidence that he betrayed me. I give him 500 taels of silver every month. He was taken out of the slums for his food and drink. He also bought a small yard to support him. But recently, not only did he pay less and less public food, and people are not as gentle as before. I was convinced that he was stealing food outside. Dare to deceive me, Chen Yuan Yuan's feelings. Find evidence. I will make soup with his big cage. Lin Xiu was speechless when he heard this. Just keep a young man. He also asked him to have pure love with him. What a decisive man. Then he added. I can say ugly words ahead. Before you. Actually, I found 4 spies. They failed to catch Lu Dong's slippery head. That's why I was willing to raise the price to 500 taels. Miss Chen. You have no marriage with that person. Even if I want to go. He also learned from Wu Ming. This matter is not waiting for him. After saying that, Chen Yuan Yuan interrupted. 1,000 taels. As long as you can get him, he is scared. After saying that my evidence remuneration is 1,000 taels. Then he took out a 500 tael silver note. This is because the deposit is not enough and I will talk to the spy again. This business is full and exciting. If you really lack money. Elder sister. I'll introduce you to a more stable path. Lu scared Lin Xiu to the corner of the wall. Please respect yourself, Nisus. I'm a serious business here. However, Chen Xiu is not going to let him go. Just carry the marriage to 1,000 taels. And said that I only need to pay me 10 days in 1 month. At this time, I will not interfere with Coco. Of course, I won't compromise him. My sister will really compromise. Li he just returned from somewhere. It's really too much to do it. This made him fool him. Actually, what I thought was. Good guy. Lu Dong 500. I'm 1000. She can't steal it. But I don't interfere with my freedom. She is so terrifying. Sai almost couldn't help laughing. Seeing this, Lin Xiao. Thinking. Look at my joke, right? Ge Shun will call you hello. Then he said to Chen Yuan. Trouble. Miss Chen handed me the portrait of Lu Dong's address. Another set. She usually wears close-fitting clothes. Not washed. It's better, no problem. I'll get my servants to send it later. If you want mine. Not impossible. Before leaving, I didn't forget to tease Ling Xiao. If you regret it, you can come to me anytime. Brother. We can also talk about Chen Yuan. Just laughed. Sai couldn't hold back her laughter. Let out a sound. Unexpectedly, the young master is quite principled. Unexpectedly, he just finished speaking. Then Ling Xiao hit the door. You little girl actually learned to joke with me. You're still young. Don't understand these old women's tricks. They are playing perverted. At this time, Aunt Kai's face turned red. She can give you 1,002 young masters every month. Are you really not moved? Although I like money. But you don't look at him. It's probably going to be crushed to death. If I were a girl in a colorful dress. Don't say 1,000 taels or 100 taels. I agree, too. As soon as this is said. Just swing the little head of Sai. Then she stopped pretending. When I show up, I will definitely work hard to make money in the future. Don't forget, young master. What I said today. Of course, even 8 horses are hard to chase after just one word. A few days later. A classic old song echoes. In the entire Le Huayuan private room. Sai complained in a while. This song taught me by Mr. Lin. It's getting weirder. Just then. A kunkan flew in. Then it fell on Ling Xiao's shoulders. He kept muttering in. Sai of brothel was shocked to see this. But Cohen was able to come in. For training. It seems that I have spent a lot of effort. And he is very small. Not easy to be discovered. It can be regarded as a weapon for investigation. After learning the corresponding information, Ling Xiao said goodbye to Tsai. The picture turns. The 3 men were tied up from the brothel by the man Chen Yuan brought. The surroundings were instantly surrounded by passers-by and were waiting to see a good show of catching a traitor. Obviously. Lu Dong has pretended to be a disguised. Chen Yuan didn't recognize him. So he asked. Only the 3 of them? Are you sure there is Lu Dong in it? Not this time. Let me lose it again. However. Lin Xiao looked confident. It's your turn to be a big yellow player. After he wandered back and forth between the 3 of them. Then he stopped beside the gray-haired man. At this time, Chen Yuan was obviously at the level. My sister doesn't have so much time to play with you. If you can't call out the evidence of Lu Dong stealing food today, then pay it back with your body. He quickly put his hand on the gray-haired man's shoulder. The prompts given by the golden finger also confirmed his previous conjecture. Then he lifted his golden left hand. I want to perform a life of great change for Chen Yuan. The gray-haired man took a big pen and drew Honggang. Want to greet Lin Xiao. But the whole family found that they had changed back to their original state. So he immediately turned his head and explained to Chen Yuan. But obviously, it's too late. He angrily scolded him fiercely. You deserve to die. I'm here to provide you with work. You wear it. You dare to look for a woman on my back. You two go and steal his dragon for me. Just when he was beaten up, Lin Xiao made a small plan on the side. 2.5 minutes later, he hurried forward to stop him. Stop calling. If someone really gets killed. But it won't end well. Actually, what I thought was. This is my disguise. Don't just get rid of it for me. Just then, Chen Yuan suddenly appeared behind Ling Xiao. What the little brother said before was. Also a friend of art. As long as you want, you can work hard for 20 years less. If I figured it out. You can come to me anytime. As soon as this is said, scared so beautiful, he picked up Lu Dong and ran away. I think he's going to be fine. I'll take him to the clinic first. Don't forget to pay for medical expenses. Pooh. I don't want this stinky man. The next day, early in the morning, when Wulong showed off his pancake skills to Feng Chu, Ling Xiu walked out with a strong look. The two silly brothers didn't recognize them. Everyone thinks it is some strange master-servant interest. At this time, Ling Xiu was extremely proud of her disguise. No matter whether it is a killer or a person who thinks about the truth, no one will ever get it. I have read the book about disguise. If you are touched, your true form will appear. However, not only do I have this limitation, it can also seamlessly transform different faces. It seems that as the number of awakening increases, this kind of low-level art will also become stronger. Just when he first arrived at the noodle shop, but I met Lu Ruxu who had caught the medicine. It turned out that his mother was in trouble. So I would catch the medicine before going to work every day. After Ling Xiu learned about it, so I'm going to help him with Lu Xiu. If you don't dislike it, you can bring Ling Tang to the Lord. I happen to know a palace hospital. I'll ask him to help you. Mother, take a look. Lu Ruxu was also moved when he heard this. Then he told Lin Xiu a secret. It turns out that he can solve the case quickly. Actually, it's art. And it's wood art. After Lin Xiu learned about it, not calm for a moment. So I immediately had to contract wine with the contract. Afterwards, after he came out of Changchun Palace, I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. I think this concubine is really as silly and sweet. Just use Koan to tease him. I actually rewarded me with such a treasure. It's only a woman's thing. It's useless for me to keep it. Just when he put things into the supernatural space. But he ran into his good friend Li Boizhang at the corner. At this time, Lin Xiu was surprised. Just as he was thinking about why he appeared in the palace, the eunuch behind him immediately started to walk respectfully. His Highness Li Qin. Lin Xiu was shocked when he heard this. It's okay to follow Lin Xiu. Get up, Lily. After seeing this, Li Boizhang explained quickly. Lin Xiu. You're just seeing each other. Finally met a friend with similar interests. You can't be unfamiliar because of your identity. Suisher Lin Xiu also suspected his identity. But there is no result when I check it. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be a prince. Then, Lin Xiu bid farewell to Li Boizhang. I'm going to find a trip to the Imperial Hospital. After a few days, Lin Xiu and his good friend Li Boizhang watched the ball at the Art Academy early in the morning. At this time, he couldn't help but sigh. This Lu Ruxu's art is not only very good, and it's very practical. It's different from the distance and close. After a moment, Lin Xiu took out the earrings given by the imperial concubine. Brother Li, look at the baby I've got recently. Don't know who to give it to. Do you want to help me see Li Boizhang? After reading it, I recognized this at first glance that this was something from the palace. And the quality is excellent. It's a good thing. Ling Xiu started to suffer difficulties when she heard this. If you don't wait for Ling Ying to come back and give it to him, then forget it. Then he will definitely say he will keep it for his sister first. Just as he was imagining. Schwelinger came over. These earrings are so beautiful. Are you going to give it to me? Ling Xiu cursed in her heart after hearing this. Why did this girl come? I really think of me as a boiling goat. But, since he said so, if I don't give it, I'll look stingy. But if you send this wave, you will lose money. Forced by helplessness. I can only bite the bullet and say yes. Do you like it? That's of course. But this thing is very expensive at a glance. If your fiancé finds out, she will be unhappy. Ling Xiu. But just waiting for this sentence. I will answer what you said in seconds. Right. Then forget it. Who would have thought that just finished speaking? Schwelinger put her hands on the box for a second. Her earrings were hidden in the weapon. However, Ling Xiu is curious. Why doesn't the prompt pop up after touching it? Can there be only 4 empty seats per awakening? For Schwellinger's art. She had no choice but to endure the love of cutting her head. Unexpectedly, I almost became a grilled turtle princess as soon as I turned my head. What are you doing? There is no fighting in the art academy. But Lingy doesn't care about that much. Obviously. Last time I was so angry. He threw a ball of fire at her directly. At this time, she was panicked. My turtle belongs to her. It's 2 more awakenings than me. Not on the same order of magnitude at all. At the same time, she saw an ice gun passing by. He directly blocked the fireball for Lingxiu. At this time, Ling Ying slowly walked over. What is the ability of a weak person? My sister will go back to the capital soon. If you don't have time, you can practice with him. Lin He immediately pouted his mouth when he heard this. Lingxiu, come up immediately. And he said hello politely. But he came straight to Lingxiu. After a look, curiously asked, You've awakened for the second time. After hearing that it used a few yuan jing, I can't help but complain that it's really a loser. If you wait for me to come back, I will help you within 10 days. It can also break through. Lingxiu felt very wronged at this time. A lot happened this month when you were away. If I hadn't been awakened the second time, I'm afraid you won't see me. He thought Zhao Lingying would comfort him, but he expected that. He turned his head and said, Yes. You are so cool if I am not here. I heard everyone talking about you just now. I gave Schwellinger a pair of extremely beautiful earrings. I really want to see how beautiful it is. Looking at Zhao Lingying's death, he immediately became timid when he stared at Lingxiu. Actually, I wanted to give it to you. But if you give it to you, you must say keep it for your sister again. My sister is your future wife. What's the problem with giving him a gift? Lingxiu heard this and thought that this girl really doesn't understand. Pretend not to understand. I'd better remind her. If I want to give it to myself, instead of letting you pass the things I gave to others. Because I want to give it to you. But my sister is not someone else. Yes. I really won't be assassinated because of others. As soon as this is said, Zhao Lingying had to check her health while on the street. But when the little hand was about to touch Lingxiu, but he immediately shrank back. Actually, I've asked my father a long time ago. Can you terminate your engagement with your sister Lingxiu? After listening, my heart tightened. Why? I told him. What are these for? After all, it's not his fault. But at this time, Zhao Lingying's face was gloomy. Under my soft and hard foam, my father told me. In fact, it is your majesty who supports this engagement. Have you noticed it? The probability of the powerful and noble children awakening art is generally far beyond that of ordinary people. The 2 arts are combined with their descendants and are likely to awaken art. And the more talented your parents are, his son will be able to awaken his artistic talent. That is why the powerful continue to marry. Not only to stabilize family power. It is also to ensure that stronger offspring are born. Even civilians? As long as you wake up art, they will be quickly called for by the powerful or recruited by the son-in-law. Lin Xiu heard this. Only then did I understand. So a genius like Zhao Lingjun. Any family that can marry will make its power stronger. Only marry me. This kind of family has no real power. A waste of talent in practicing. Only then can the Li family sit firmly on the throne. It turns out that this dog emperor is really a slap. At this time, Zhao Lingying seemed a little worried. So the marriage is a foregone conclusion. Can't be changed. What's more, my sister is beautiful and powerful. You will definitely like him. Yes. A mediocre person like me? How many people envy you to be with your sister? But I don't want to spend my whole life with a woman I've never seen before. If it weren't for comforting you. Not waiting for him yet. After saying that, Zhao Lingying seemed to understand something. Immediately shy. I'll go home first. After saying that, she slipped away without looking back. Watching it gradually fade away. Zhao Lingying. He couldn't help but sigh. So beautiful. Lingxiu is the one who can't help but acts in this world. It seems you are more than one. The picture turns. Lin Xiu has already arrived at the Qin prince's mansion with good wine. Just as I was about to have a drink with Li Buozhang. But I heard a burst of crying from a woman. It turns out to be not far away. A woman in red is scolding a young woman. Under Ling Xiu's inquiry, only then did I learn that this was the Princess of Qin. The Princess Qin, who was still quite rude in front of her. After seeing Li Buozhang coming, immediately turned into a bird dependent on others. He fell head-on into his arms. Your Highness. This slut broke my favorite glass cup. I hit him now. But Li Buozhang knew very well that this woman had not asked about this matter. Instead, he and his servants retreated. When they leave, I saw him turn his head helplessly. Let Brother Lin laugh. Let's go to the study room. In the study room, after the two clinked glasses and drank them hard, Lin Xiu couldn't help but sigh. I understand today. You are a prince. Why are you always feeling depressed? Li Buozhang also looked helpless. For a woman, if the soul is dirty, no matter how beautiful the appearance is, it's just a female ghost. Just paint the skin. Ling Xiu heard this, very puzzled. Since you are not satisfied with Princess Qin, then why not move out? As soon as this is said, it can be regarded as a hit to Li Buozhang's pain point. I saw him crying poor without any concealment. Where can I have money? Any house in the royal capital costs 100,000 taels. He just fears that I will raise my foreign debt. Hold all the money in your hands. Unexpectedly, he just finished speaking. Lin Xiu immediately came up with a solution. Brother Li, I have a bold idea. If you take the distilled liquor you drink today to the market for 100 taels of money, I guess those who can afford to pay the money at that time. It must be either rich or noble. If you limit 100 jars per month, this will satisfy their sense of superiority. It also ensures that the market is in a state of hunger. The CPU temperature soared instantly when Li Buozhang heard it. Not Brother Lin. You really come. However, Lin Xiu had already thought about it. Now we are about to awaken 3 times. At least 100,000 taels are used. Now I finally got the prince. Don't you have to hurry up and make money? So he immediately replied. Of course we are good brothers. I've thought about it all. At that time, according to the quality of the wine, we can divide several price ranges. Each price has its precise product positioning. I've come up with technology. You provide manpower and material resources. I have already thought of our 4 or 6 points account name. It's called Hongniju. Unexpectedly, just finished speaking. Li Buozhang hugged Lin Xiu. You are really a genius. But thinking about it is, Zhao Lingjun is about to return to the capital. You should really save some money in advance. Wait until after marriage to buy your own house. Ling Xiu said it with guilty face. Not that I have asked Lining. His sister's personality is easy to get along with. Brother, this is my experience of people who have experienced it. Pooh. Less poisonous milk. I'm half a month. The name of the post-nation character is in the courtyard. Zhao Lingying couldn't help but complain. Why are you so drunk today? Lin Xiu immediately refuted that eating wine is not good. Are you secretly practicing spiritual beauty behind my back? I also want to cry without tears. I am so tired that I can't die when I practice with you every day. Even my favorite song hasn't been there for a long time. This is all produced by Jing Ku in scientific research. Who would have thought that just finished speaking? Zhao Lingying actually grabbed his hand. Where did you get so much money? I'll tell you. In a hurry to practice? You can't sell your soul. Ling Xiu. He was also shocked by his sudden actions. Where did you want to go? I'm all Hongniju made by doing business with my friends. Did you know? It seems like my father said. It is said that the daily supply is limited. A kind of wine called Immortal Drunk. He went there several times but didn't buy it. Very depressed. Ling Xiu sounds like the future. My father-in-law likes to grab Lin Ying's little hand immediately. I'm going back and get him 2 jars. Lin Yingzhe looked confused. Isn't Hongniju an industrial property of the Qinwang mansion? Is the friend you are talking about the King of Qin? Do you still remember the person standing beside me at the opening ceremony? He is the King of Qin. The next day, Linny looked at the leopard outside the window. Can't help but worry. There won't be anything wrong with such a big young master, right? It turned out that half an hour ago, Ling Xiao. After hearing Wu Weilei, he told Sai to go out for a while. But don't let people know that I'm leaving. But women are naturally suspicious creatures. At this time, Sai couldn't help but sigh. So eager to leave. Could it be that I went to meet my lover? Just as he was imagining. Ling Xiao. Suddenly he crawled in through the window. Lin Yi saw this. Expressed quickly. Lindsay was soaked all over. Don't catch a cold. Go to the screen soon. Dry and change dry clothes. After removing the clothes, Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh in her heart. This thunder power is truly worthy of. Tianjie art was struck by lightning only once. It's actually better than me practicing hard in the tree-shaded room for half a month and getting better after changing clothes. Curiously asked. It doesn't seem to be mine here. Is there any good smell that smells like smoke? Picking clothes and hearing words. My little face turned red. That was the garment I wore when I was performing a young actor, maybe it was stained with the fragrance of powder. As soon as this is said, Lin Xiao began to panic. But I'm afraid it's not her underwear. I think it's getting late. It's time for me to go back, too. This clothes will be returned to you after washing them. In fact, it was because my brother was feeling uncomfortable. After saying that, then he politely woke up Dolly in her sleep. Stop sleeping. Go home. The two of them just walked into the street. Lin Xiao seemed to have seen something. It turns out that it is Qin Wan, one of the four beauties. I saw her hiding from the rain under the eaves. But the rain still wet her white skin. How could Lin Xiao resist driving directly to Wan or forgot to bring an umbrella? You can use this umbrella. Anyway, my home is close to Sunny. Wan Yan smiled. Then thank you, Mr. Lin. Lin Xiao was very surprised at this time. I thought I only met him on the day of school. He actually remembers. So he asked quickly. You know my Miss Xiao's fiancé. Who wouldn't know Mr. Lin in the royal capital? I'm afraid you're very famous in the art academy. Especially in the girls' window. Lin Xiao saw that this woman's road was a bit deep. Then he turned his head back outside. Miss Langer, please go home soon. I'm going home, too. But at this moment, Xinwan directly grabbed Lin Xiao's neck of clothes. Can that lend me some money? Lin Xiao was a little surprised. In panic, he analyzed and pretended to borrow something. In fact, I have seen many methods of men. But it's so real to borrow money. This is the first time I have seen you. At this time, Xinwan's pretty face turned red. My bright moon goes. The Academy of Art will give you back. Lin Xiao was helpless. I can only take out 1,000 taels of silver notes. But Xinwan refused. It's not that it's enough to not understand thousands of pieces of silver. This made Ling Xiao stumped. Since I hugged the king of Qin and patted the Hongniju, this is the lowest silver note on it. However, at this time, Xinwan pointed to the gift beside her. Obviously. The result was that Dolly lent all her savings. Lin Xiao was very reluctant to leave her. Consolation quickly. Oops. Will the little fairy owe you money? Afterwards, Lin Xiao's face was extremely ugly. The subconscious eyes of ordinary people or animals. They will reveal her inner thoughts. But Xinwan, I can't see through Lin Ying at all. Sure enough, what's right? This woman is dangerous. Just after Lin Xiao bid farewell to Xinwan, she and Lin Xiao came to a noodle restaurant. Unexpectedly, I just sat down. Xinwan, the hind legs, actually came too. She was also surprised when she discovered Lin Xiao. This is the first time I have seen a powerful man. Children will eat in such places. It's really hard to see through. On the other hand, Lin Xiao. After saying hello, I thought to myself. He actually went to such a place to have dinner. And he is a regular visitor here. With her family background. Not short of money. I need to borrow money to eat a few cents. A bowl of plain noodles. I really can't understand. At this time, Qinwan also greeted him politely. Mr. Lin is such a coincidence. This shop tastes good. I come here often. But what I thought in my heart was, Ling Xiao. This person is not simple. It is definitely not what the outside world calls mediocre. The next day, two brothers in the art academy who have their own ulterior motives are being scolded by teacher Sun. Since you two have successfully attracted the energy, there is not much difference between these 5 classes and whether they are. It's better to practice more at home. Just then, suddenly, a sound of Mr. Lin came from a distance. It turned out to be Mr. Qingwanlin. Thank you yesterday. Li Boizhang was very curious when he saw this. I met Miss Wanner again. Lin Xiao. Just as I was about to explain that Qinwan had thrown her some money. And this one she looked at the silver in her hand. Can't help but sigh. What should Schwellinger really learn from him to learn about green tea at a high level? Who would have thought that the words had just finished? She walked over angrily. Ling Xiao. Qingwan. How could he come to talk to you? To be honest. Do you like her? Ling Xiao quickly explained when she heard this. Don't get me wrong. It rained heavily yesterday. I happened to meet Wanner without an umbrella. So I borrowed a handful for him. That's all. I'll tell you. Qingwan is a very dangerous woman. I think she must not be safe when she gets close. And since you are an ordinary friend, don't Wanner's mind. As soon as this is said, Lin Xiao's mind was full of question marks. But I also call you Miss Linger. You're such a big wood. I'm leaving. But what I thought to myself, if you don't coax me, I will ignore you again. Why don't you come to chase me? So he turned his head and looked. I found that Lin Xiao was actually hanging on the wooden stake. She is so handsome. I really don't look at my daughter Lingling. And everyone is just classmates to help. If you lose your temper for this, does she think I'm unreasonable? Never mind. It's better to give him a step. After a period of self-encouraging, I immediately started to perform my talents. Oops. Why did I fall? It seems like it has sprained ankle. It hurts so much. What should I do? My carriages are parked at the gate of the art academy. If only someone could send me out. Bigwood Lin Xiao is not happy. Such a hot acting and speech. He couldn't help but fight a cold war. Your art is not good. Why don't you fly out directly? But I don't want it. But the body is still real. Actually, the mind is thinking. It's true. It's really uncontrollable. In view of having to maintain a good relationship with him. Otherwise, it would be like all previous efforts were wasted. But what Schwellinger thought was that it seemed that Lin Xiao liked me and I could dump it immediately. This has humiliated Zhao Lingjun. But if you do so, he must be very injured. When I think of this, his little face turned red. So I immediately pushed Lin Xiao away. Floating with the art of flying. I feel like I'm back on the force. I'll leave first. Thank you today. After saying that, his little red face quickly slipped away. Afterwards, Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel scared. This girl's offensive has obviously become more powerful. If you continue to pull it off with him, it's no good. By then, the art will not be obtained for free. Instead, it caused me a lot of injuries. It seems that you have to wake up now. You can get rid of him by getting the flying art. Thinking of this, he immediately glanced at the rich man Li Boizhang and said, "Borrow some money, brother." Li Boizhang agreed without thinking about it. And asked how much to borrow. Lin Xiao asked for 50,000 yuan. He was frightened out of his emoticons. How many days of hard work do you say? Ling Xiao. Hilariously laughing. Ha ha ha. I took a foreign debt to Baba. Finally, I woke up 3 times. Schwellinger. I am coming. However, on the street on the other side, a woman is questioning him. Political commissar. But my man. You dare to seduce me. You really want to die. And his liquors? Everyone pretended to turn a blind eye. At this time, Schwellinger retorted. The political power you mentioned and I were not happy at all. If you dare to touch me, the Xue family will definitely not let you go. The woman is unmoved at all. Don't pretend to be innocent here. He was by my side. If it weren't for your seduction, how come I suddenly show you my diligence? I am not afraid of others. Colleagues Guo Kung Fu. Your family is just a third-class merit. My grandfather has a second-class merit. Today I want everyone to see and grab others. A man is suitable for the end. Looking at the approaching palm, Schwellinger was so scared that she immediately closed her eyes. However, after Su Xiu, the slap did not fall. It turned out that Ling Xiu arrived in time. Stop him. At this time, the woman shook her hands disdainfully. Ask. Where did you come from? How dare I care about my mother's idiots? I am a ray of light in the hearts of everyone. It's just a disagreement. Take action with justice. Just then, a purple light flashed in Qin Wan's eyes. The men who were holding Schwellinger became dull in an instant. This also allowed him to break free from the constraints. So he hugged Ling Xiu. Then he flew up with him. The woman was so angry when she saw this. What a bunch of money. Didn't you ask you to catch that little bitch? The two subordinates also explained that they were wronged. I don't know what happened just now. Suddenly my hands were out of strength. This is the feeling of the crowd. This time I will treat it as paying back your interest. On the other side, Xior, who was flying in the air, was frightened. Miss Linger. You have to hold on to me. I'm a little afraid of heights. After a moment, Schwellinger complained by the lake. They all sound nice. What are you willing to go up to the mountains of swords and fall into the sea of fire for me? But when I saw that I was bullied, someone who dared to stand up was not Ling Xiu. Then he smirked foolishly. Actually, you can't blame them for the Song family. They can't afford to offend them at all. How could you offend the second-class Kung Fu for you? Then you offended Song Yuji for me. Aren't you afraid? But Ling Xiu doesn't care about us at all. But how could a good friend watch you be bullied? Let's talk about Mishi Mosque. Those two were in the crowd. If you really start with me, they won't turn a blind eye. In fact, what I think is really second-class merit is nothing. You have to know my background. But the emperor today. However, Schwellinger turned her head and turned her head away. You are so innocent. But you will be cheated. As soon as this is said, she was just covered up. What, I am innocent? I think it's you who is naive. I didn't even understand my position in the food chain. At this time, Schwellinger stood up again. I'll tell you. The more beautiful a woman is, the more she will be able to lie. Don't be so stupid. Everyone believes it. I remember Li's original meaning of beautiful appearance in the future. Hearing this, he looked helpless. Aquaman. But he was regarded as a pure love warrior. But he said, I know Miss Linger. Women are so terrible. Just know it and leave. Let's go back. But at this time, Ling Xiu said in a slight manner. When Miss Linger went back. It's too slow to fly. I'm afraid because I'm flying too fast. But there is no time to copy your art. Soon, the two of them came to the gate of Duke Xue's mansion. Just as farewell. Schwellinger blushed with a little face. I have one more important thing to tell you. Who would have thought that Ling Xiu just turned around? She kissed her face to face. In fact, after he left, while rubbing the lip marks on the cheeks, talking to the mouth. Damn it. The most affectionate thing in the capital is if you actually take advantage of a woman. In the art has been obtained. It's time to get out. Just as she was dreaming, my sister-in-law suddenly appeared in front of her. Just finished the spiritual beauty. I was really shocked by it. At this time, my sister-in-law asked, why did you come from the direction of Duke Xue's mansion? Ling Xiu was panicked when she heard this. He quickly wiped the lip marks on his cheeks. But this strange behavior also attracted the attention of my sister-in-law. He looked at Ling Xiu. The lipstick marks left on the face. The eyes became sharp in an instant. Then grab it. Instruct honestly. Is Shui Linger a close friend? How dare you steal Lingxiu with your sister on your back? Looking at the big fight that is about to fall. Explain quickly. Showing sack. You listen to me first. Someone bullied Shui Linger before. I saved her to express my gratitude. So kissed me. If you don't believe it, you can go to the Art Academy to inquire. Not everyone will explore the truth of the matter. All they see is that you are extremely close to Shui Linger. So I feel that I am not waiting for him yet. After saying that, Lin Xiaoza answered quickly. I feel that your sister can't even hold her fiancé's heart. As soon as this is said, my sister-in-law was also surprised. Reply weakly. You know that certainly I'm not a fool. When Shui Linger approached me on the first day, I'll know. I'm just trying to make plans during this period. However, in the eyes of my sister-in-law, Lingxiu is a chromogen. Do this to satisfy one's own desires. Lingxiu, who was exposed to lies. Defend again. The main feature is Lining. Look at me and I will take him every minute. Since I want me to bow to the pomegranate group. Since you are so happy with your sister, I am so angry with him. But I will reject him cruelly. Didn't you just vent your sister in disguise? My sister-in-law finished listening. Then he let go of his hands. But I won't care about these little kids. I'll let you take it easy. But it was actually a crime for the third-class father-in-law. Nothing good to you. This matter is still here to stop. Lin Xiao Yen Yen. You answered. But who made my sister-in-law look stricter? Come seriously and tell you not to get involved. You fall down. While I'm not here, I let the actors and female imperial physicians in Luoyuan. You don't think I don't know anymore. But you are inserting the pinhole on me. It's still Sun Dali who was taken away by you. Who made the non-reachable? You pour me out. I was just blowing him up. Good. I'll test it. You admitted very quickly. Lingxiu saw this. Quickly disconnected. I have good news. Now I have awakened 3 times. But I want to make me worth 10,000 taels of money. No wonder I heard that the second-level Yuan Jin in the royal capital was sold out. It turned out to be you. At this time, Lingxiu suddenly mentioned Lin Ing. The last time you used to deal with Mingi. It's so cool. Can you teach me? My aunt became patient when she heard this. Let's gather the spirit first, like a weapon. Then mobilize the force. Go and digest it. After continuous attempts, I saw a series of guns slowly appearing. But when he was full of expectations, the condensed gun appears to be extremely weak. My sister-in-law almost laughed out loud. Look. Is it fake? The faster the awakening speed, the better. Your use of art. Now it is far from the people who have practiced step by step. However, Lingxiu doesn't think so. Because others can only practice one kind of art. Of course, the more solid the better. But for me, the number of awakenings means how many superpowers can be copied. On the contrary, my foundation is just that how many days will it take? After being blown up by Zhao Lingying for a few days, Ling Xiuxiu calculated that she was drawing a decent tool. The spirit of the artifact is coming. And a shy look on his face. Sadly, Ling Xiu, I have something to say to you. I like you. I really want to be with you, Lingxiu, and hear it. Very helpless. Parental beauty. But how can I follow the thief Linger girl? I have a fiancé. Zhao Lingjun rarely returns to the capital. I just don't want to fulfill my engagement. There is still a woman who doesn't love you. You will not be happy. Lingxiu heard this. Back to me lightly. I've always just treated you as a friend. Looking at Lingxiu, Shui Linger's eyes began to pee. You're lying to someone. If it's just a friend, why do you give me such expensive earrings? He also offended the second-class duke for me? You said so. It's just because of that engagement. Is it right? However, Lin Xiu said. Do you have to let me explain it clearly? You approached with purpose from the beginning. Isn't it just to make me fall in love with you? Then abandoning me. Is this a way to humiliate Zhao Lingjun? Do you think it feels great to play with me in your poems? Schwellinger. I'll tell you. From now on, we are no longer friends. As soon as this is said, Schwellinger was stunned in place for a moment. Is it really who spoke first in love? Who loses first? Will Schwellinger give up? The next morning, Li Boizhang began to complain. It's really unpredictable. Somehow, Miss Linner suddenly graduated and left. Now there are only 3 left in 4. These 5 lessons are really boring. Then he turned around and asked Lin Xiu. But speaking of it, why did he suddenly give up chasing you? Lin Xiu said lightly. 3 days ago, he suddenly confessed to me. I exposed his tricks directly. So now he and I are no longer friends. Li Boizhang couldn't help but sigh when he heard this. You're too cruel. But he used me first. He is more ruthless if he is ruthless. Brother Lin. If you are really stupid or fake, you didn't realize that Schwellinger was really moved by you. Maybe he was close at first. You really have bad intentions. But I can see that. Later he was indeed really moved to you. At this time, Scholar Lin suddenly realized. What a sin. The family is sincere. But I have preconceived ideas. I thought he had been taking advantage of his appearance of Li Boizhang seeing him in a daze. Comfort you quickly. Don't worry, either. In a few days, it will be the egg of the Queen Mother. At that time, all the powerful people in the royal capital must enter the palace. If you want to find him, Li Sure is an opportunity. Time soon arrived at the night banquet. That night, many powerful people were also gathered in the palace. After the 2 gay friends met, Li Boizhang mentioned brother Schwellinger and Lin. I just came to greet my mother. I met Miss Linger on the way. This is only a few days. But he lost weight. Hearing this, he patted his chest and promised. Don't worry. This happened because of me. I will be responsible for it to the end. Just then, Yongping Ho glanced at Lin Xiu. Have you seen the Marquis of Yongping? Li Boizhang asked Yang Xian in a low voice. There are reasons for being exiled. Later, Yongping Ho asked me once. Explain. The conflict between Yang Xian and me is limited to the fact that we have nothing to do with the 2 families. Li Boizhang kindly reminded the Marquis of Yongping to be under 40 years old. The martial arts cultivation has been approaching. It will definitely be further ahead. You'd better not make personal grudges with him. At this time, Lin Xiu thought to himself. Yongping Ho could actually make a first-class monkey by relying solely on martial arts. It seems that while practicing the power of the power, I can't abandon martial arts. Then, under Li Boizhang's introduction, Lin Xiu also met many powerful ghosts with the art of wood. Just then, only one sound of the crown prince said. Everyone came forward to salute. However, when Lin Xiu gave the ceremony, but he looked at him. I have already experienced the feeling of disgust when I plan to make a plan. Later, Lin Xiu revealed the prince's ability. Lin Xiuzhang next to him was surprised. You must know the art of Lin Liguojun. But how do you know that Lin Xiu actually felt that? When I was facing the prince later, his heart had already suppressed the other person's feelings. And this feeling will not occur for no reason. Because Li Lingxiu is art. Besides, he has found another discovery. Rather than looking at the world with support, but it's much more than Yang's hatred. On the other side, everyone in the aft court where the Empress Dowager lived was offering gifts. Schwellinger is still thinking about Lingxiu. I'm such a bad woman. Why did I do this at the beginning? She hates me and should be worthy of her show. As she imagines. The maid next to her quickly reminded the lady. It's time for us to present a gift. After recovering from the sensation, Schwellinger immediately stepped forward to pay her respects. This is when Zen Master Huigong painted. The Buddhist beads held in your hand. I will give you this to complain. Ning Song and Crane will have endless blessings and longevity. The Empress Dowager liked it very much. He quickly told him to take it up and take a look. But when Schwellinger opened the treasure box, everyone was extremely surprised. Hanoi was empty. Schwellinger lost her mind in an instant. He doesn't understand. Why do you keep the bracelet next to you? Fortunately, it will disappear out of thin air. Facing the accusation of the Empress Dowager's maid, she knelt on the ground in a daze. The powerful people watching the show all accused them. After all, he is also the granddaughter of Duke Shui. He actually scolded me like this. I didn't expect to be so beautiful. But there is a straw hat. Just when she was desperate, the imperial concubine who sat down not far away suddenly noticed the earrings she wore. I couldn't help but feel shocked. So he hurriedly ordered beside him. Concubine Wang. After you give the bracelets you want to offer to the Empress Dowager to this palace. In this palace, I protect the nobleman Wang. Seeing this good thing, immediately agreed. Then the imperial concubine walked to everyone's eyes. Oops. The emperor and grandmother blame me. I just borrowed the bracelet of the little girl from the Shui family outside the hall. I forgot to return it to him after seeing the result. You see, why don't you know? Remind me. You shouldn't be afraid. In this palace, Shui Linger, who took the bracelet, was very puzzled. Why did the imperial concubine help herself? However, this precious concubine Jiajiating was indeed the pair of earrings I gave to Lingxiu. Could it be that this little girl is her sweetheart? It's almost time to see things be resolved. Unexpectedly, concubine Song, who has always been disgusted with the imperial concubine, walking slowly to everyone. Now the emperor's lady did this. Has it lost its identity? Why do you deceive the Empress Dowager? Deliberately protecting Miss Shui's family? If you hear this, your wife's evil expression. Today, the emperor's mother received the book. Miyamoto doesn't want to make a big deal. I am afraid of disturbing the emperor's grandmother's elegant pleasure. Since the imperial concubines are going to ask the imperial concubine to search carefully. Who knew that when this was said? Concubine Xian pretended to be falsely. Everyone present is rich and powerful. It's not good to do this. Little do you know. It's me who is about to be slapped in the face. This is the Empress Dowager's face full of helplessness. Just do the imperial concubine. Now close the door and check it out. When people heard this, they whispered. This virtuous concubine is really good at browsing. I know that since the emperor's concubine and emperor's lord went there. The imperial concubine is the closest person to the Empress Dowager. Of course, they are looking for their daughter. However, there was a maid who seemed extremely guilty. This was also discovered by Xu Fei, who possessed the art of poisonous hearts. So of course, the Empress Dowager Hong Taiyuan suggested that everyone in the family was full of noble girls. I guess I don't do anything stolen. Now, let's start from the palace maid's door. If this is a search for the harvest. This discussion was recognized by the Empress Dowager. After a moment, the culprit was caught. At this time, he was still stubborn. It means that he woke up from the air to collect things in his early years. Art was obsessed with the wits and stole the bracelet. However, this ridiculous word. How can I hide it from the extremely experienced Empress Dowager? It seems you don't want to tell the truth. That's the case. Then let's check which palace this person is from. Just finished speaking. Concubine Xian stood up. No need to check it. It's from this palace. Why don't you hurry up? Who told you to do this? The maid heard this, shivering. Then he revealed the person behind the scenes. It turned out to be Song Yuji, who had a feud with Shui Linger before. The virgin, who learned the truth, felt nervous. He couldn't help but turn his head and glance at her. Look. I said don't check it. It turned out that I found my niece. Look how embarrassing it is. The imperial concubine said proudly. The virtuous concubine, who knew she was in the wrong, quickly saluted. Outside the Guetwan Hall, I also gave my good niece a big pie. Shouting is such a fool. All you have in your mind is water. Even if you want to frame the Shui family, I shouldn't have arranged people in my palace. Get back quickly. Facing the wall for 2.5 months. The next morning, Lingxiu, who learned about this, I brought pastries early to honor the concubine. She was also extremely happy to coax her. I am talking about her pastries. I didn't expect you to send it. It turns out that you understand me the best. Lingxiu. Hearing this, he quickly answered. Thank you to the concubine yesterday. The empress surrounded the Shui family's sister. Oops. Small mouth. Why is it so sweet? Why is she your sweetheart? The day is. This is so beautiful. Embarrassing and unknown. This is a misunderstanding of the girl Linger. She is just my good friend. Little do you know. At this time, Shui Linger has arrived outside the house. Looking at her becoming thinner, she is so beautiful. My heart was filled with heartache. But Shui Linger lowered her head at this time. The imperial concubine saw that the atmosphere was a little awkward. Expressed quickly. If the girl comes to thank her, there is no need to. That pair of butterfly earrings were originally rewarded to Lingxiu. Since she gave it to you, then I will treat you as my own person. Just give Linglong things. Don't bother dining in the Ling Palace. Shui Linger quickly retreated from Lingxiu when she heard this. He also surrendered after seeing his wife leave. Chasing the lord. Seeing this, the imperial concubine, Humph, also said it was a friend. I clearly see that I have bad intentions towards others. In the corridor outside the house, I caught up with Shui Ling in Lingxiu. But he took off the butterfly earrings directly. It was stuffed into Lingxiu's arms. Sorry. I didn't know this thing was so expensive. Only then will I try to trick you from your hands. I will give her back to you now. Looking at Shui Ling, who has already peed on her eyes, she quickly said. Sorry. I shouldn't have said those words to you that day. Actually, you don't have to apologize to me. You said you were wrong in prohibition. I got close at first. You are just to humiliate Zhao Lingjun. She is a bad woman. Unexpectedly, just as he spoke, Lin Xiuxiu put earrings on her kiss. All those have passed. This one also brought her. He turned his head shyly. The dull face turned rosy in an instant. Then he said goodbye to Lingxiu directly. He slipped away with Shui Ling. She couldn't help but sigh. My damn charm. Unexpectedly, I got into trouble for the sake of flying art. After a moment, Lingxiu returned to her home and walked to the two of them. At this time she was ready for him to speak. Shui Lingchangman and two people take care of him. Protected me secretly for so long. Thank you so much. Wulong was shocked when he heard this. Our costs are impeccable. How did you recognize it? Lingxiu pointed at the pancake on the plate inside. If you really do business, I'm afraid that the pure cotton pants will lose all their losses. But I'm still curious. What are the abilities of the two? With the two of them, Lin Xiu learned that Wulong practiced martial arts. What Fengshu awakens is the art of golden light. After saying goodbye to the two, he began to ponder. Now I have 3 spaces left. Should we copy the golden light art? It is said that this golden light can instantly form a barrier. It is a defensive art. It seems that we have to check the detailed information another day. Making decisions. Who would have thought that I just returned to the room? Scout AI Kuan 1 flew slowly toward him and brought him a lot of news. Turn out to be, since feeling the prince's malice, Ling Xiu. So he arranged for him to go to the East Palace to investigate the news. As he expected, the person who assassinated himself many times before, the prince is behind the scenes. But what he didn't expect was that the prince was going to assassinate more than him. Another one is too strong. No assassins have received orders yet. Lin Xiu originally thought it was because of Zhao Linjun. But after hearing this news, only then did he realize. Not because of Zhao Linjun, but because of art. So, just talk about the way to the capital's deserted war. Why are only Lin Ying and I able to cure ice? It seems that I have to go to Qingli Temple to check the archives. Who would have thought that? As soon as he walked out of the room, he met Ling Yi, who came to find him to practice. To confirm again, Lin Xiu hurriedly held Ling Ying's hand. Just as I have something to ask. Have you ever been assassinated? He was suddenly attacked and lost the domineering of a tomboy. Instead, he became as shy as a little woman. I met several times when I was a kid. But then there was nothing. What's wrong? Ling Xiu became more confident when she heard this. Previous thoughts. So he said goodbye to Ling Ying. Hurry up to the intimate division. After checking some previous year's archives, he cursed. I guessed right. In the past 5 years, there are 3 people who awakened the art of soldiers. But they all died in a bad life within half a year. How could there be such a perverted person? Just because art is restrained. I will kill all those who awaken the art of war. Just as he was imagining. The feelings of the Yamen runners came outside the house. It's really bad luck. Specializes in trying hardships. The hemp rope is specially selected and counted Lao Wang's head. It's really a miserable life. Lin Xiu was shocked when he heard this. So he hurriedly came to ask why. Lu Ruxu said angrily. It was Zhou Yongbua who gave his son a beast to kill the beast before that his death was always in his heart. It is believed that the Wang family woman indirectly harmed his son. So I waited for the limelight to pass. So the beast's groom hit Ling Xiu to death. Asked immediately after hearing this. What about the orcs being imprisoned? But Lu Ruxu. Next words. It was the groom who made him suddenly feel that he hit someone unexpectedly. And the beast is willing to pay the money. He can't be judged at all. But the Wang family's father and daughter depend on each other for their own life. Now they are all gone. This money. Even if he wants to pay. But who will collect it? And what we can do? It's all that is to bury their father and daughter together. Just looking forward to the thunder coming from the sky. It was slashing over the heads of these unscrupulous playboys. However, how could such a thing stump Ling Xiu, who is familiar with Sun Tzu's art of war? After a moment, after seeing Ling Xiu disguise, she came to the crowd. On dense streets, rumors spread everywhere that animals awakened the art of ice. Not long after, this incident spread throughout the capital. However, a few days later, the beast lay in the coffin. At this time, the two looked at the spiritual stakes on the coffin. Lu Ruxu shouted joyfully. He deserves to be drunk too. Drown in his well. God is really open to his eyes. But Ling Xiu's face suddenly became solemn. It was in his hands to borrow the prince. After eliminating the harm to the people. Come to Qingli Temple again. Bookstore. After reading some information, I found that golden light art can not only defend. And there are always strange phenomena. So he decisively put his next target on Feng Chu. I thought I would find an opportunity to get him drunk. Get the art he awakens. In this way, wait until you and your water. Me and invisible. That's really a tadpole. Smell the frog to fly. Unexpectedly, he was extremely proud. Lingyi has walked in front of him. At this time, he incredibly asked Ling Xiu. Why are you here? This is a library. Of course I came here to study. Pooh. The man below originally wanted to read a book to enjoy the entertainment. As a result, it was so unlucky to see you as soon as you entered the door. After saying that, then he walked straight toward the inner room. However, at this time, Ling Xiu stopped him. But Mingyi looked disgusted with you. Don't be too tempted. Don't think that Zhao Lingying is protecting me. I can't do anything to you. Unexpectedly, Ling Xiu changed her normal state. He actually started to apologize. I guess the princess misunderstood me. This is a plea for the previous rudeness. I hope you, Daliang, don't bother me anymore. In fact, the sixth brother is thinking about other people's art. Although Kumingyi is a little darker. But he is not a fool either. You can see Ling Xiu at a glance. It must be some shameful plan. However, after he was so worried and forced to take a fuck, Mingyi could only helplessly say that he wanted this princess not to care about it. Then you can fight me openly. After saying that, then he started to laugh secretly. This palace has long seen him unhappy. Just found the opportunity. Beat him up and relieve his anger. So he continued. I said that this princess bullies you. I only use the powerful Lingxiu classical Chinese that I am on the photogenic. Although he said flattering words. But my little plan was a thief. Now the prince and I have reached the end of our lives. There is no reason to set up enemies everywhere for yourself. Can fight against the enemy? Of course, I can't find it. Then he agreed. The picture turns. The two came to the dance hall. I saw Mingy couldn't wait to see a fireball appear in his palm. Xiao Xiuzi. Are you ready to bear my anger? At this time, Lingxiu didn't mention it at all. Of course, the princess was prepared. You can take action at any time. Just finished speaking. Mingy instantly threw out several fireballs. Looking at the attack Lingxiu, she was not panicked. Reflect. He shouted well. I saw him fucking his feet. A giant ice cone spreads forward rapidly. A giant ice wall was formed in front of him soon. At the same time, it also blocked Mingy's attack. Now, she realized. Lingxiu is no longer the vegetarian chicken that everyone calls me. His current realm has reached a mystery. So he raised his hands high. In an instant, a lot of fire gushed around the palm of your hand. That's the case. To be fair, I also need to use the connection strength. Little Lingzi. You have to be careful. After saying that, I saw a giant firebird flying straight towards him. Lingxiu quickly roared a spear in her hand. Then, the collision between ice and fire was made with force. It seems like the torn earth is waiting for the smoke to dissipate. Lingxiu. I am also very satisfied with the ascetic practice during this period. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Mingy's broken son and grandson's feet are still 1 foot away from him. Fortunately, he flashed by in time. Otherwise, the comic will be completed directly. Mingy was shocked at this time. Got away. His martial arts strength is so high. That's the case. I admit that I underestimated you before. I'll be serious next. Lingxiu suddenly felt bad. He didn't expect that Mingy's martial arts strength would not be damaged. It seems that the art of wood is going to be used. With the activation of the supernatural powers. Even though Mingy's moves are extremely sharp. But Lingxiu was still able to deal with it with ease. When you Ling hides at the same time. Think about it. That's not okay. It will be bad if you make a grudge when you are at that time. It would be better to find a chance to get pummeled. So immediately started acting. Mingy naturally didn't know it. He directly punched Lingxiu. After landing, he quickly gave in. Princess. I can't do it anymore. I admit defeat. You should quickly collect your magical powers. However, Mingy also knew in his heart that it was Lingxiu. I deliberately made this guy push me too much. Then he said to him, since you have given up, then let it go. I will not care about you if I have a lot of previous events. After saying that, he was about to lift up his spiritual sleeves. Who knew that the moment the two of them were in contact with each other? Lingxiu was surprised. Now even the Spirit King can no longer help me improve. Unexpectedly, I touched Mingy for a moment. The force. It actually rose a little more. Little do you know. The contempt they had just now been seen by the two old men in the attic. At this time, the two sighed. This kid is such a good seedling. Even if his talent is compared with some earth-level strong men. All are too much but not enough. If I hadn't met today, I'm afraid this kind of genius will be buried by the Academy of Arts. And Lingxiu, who just returned home. I was still savoring the feeling of Mingy when he touched him. Ice and fire are obviously incompatible attributes. How can they increase the force of each other? Could it be possible to cultivate both ice and fire? Thinking of this, he quickly shook his head to deny it. Forget it. It will be bad if your body explodes. However, the brainless power. At this moment, I also became worried. He didn't expect that. One day I will be troubled by 3 awakenings. Want to practice? I'm afraid of disturbing my wife and the master. But I can't afford it. And looking at the spiritual beauty that is approaching the end of the year. When I think of Zhao Lingjun coming back, that means there are not many happy days. The master and servant both became hard at the same time. Just then, Wulong Jing came over with the 2 old men before. Dean. You are sure to find the martial arts genius, Lingxiu, son of Pinganbua. His martial arts cultivation is clearly just like he has just been abandoned. However, but the old man said, what we value is his future achievements. It's not his current strength. If you don't believe it, please see. After saying that, Then he attacked Lingxiu directly. Faced with a sudden attack, Lingxiu immediately dodged. Then Jing took advantage of the opportunity to dodge. He even made a counterattack. At this time, the old man was very satisfied. I've read it right. In this case, the situation can still react like this. However, Dolly thought he had met an assassin. It was also the first time that he stood in front of Lingxiu. Looking at the powerful body emitting shiny light, the old man was also shocked. Then he told the story. I am the vice president of the Wudao Academy. This time I came here to invite you to join our martial arts academy. Of course, the heroes around you can join together. Today is a great fortune. I thought I had a good time picking up your Yaziyuan. Unexpectedly, there were unexpected surprises in the result. Lingxiu also looked question marks when she heard it. What martial arts temple? But I have joined the art academy. Could it be that we can join the martial arts academy again? Then, on the way to the Wudao court, the vice president said, Sure. Anyway, those guys from the Academy of Arts don't pay attention to it. It's better to leave the Academy of Art and concentrate on practicing martial arts. Here, you can also enjoy the best resources. I can guarantee that you will become a master of martial arts in the future. However, Lingxiu's little abacus rose. I thought I could throw away one of the wolves from both hospitals at the same time. Isn't it a fool? So he said, I will not retreat yet. At this time, the vice president took out two. It doesn't matter if the token is not refunded. This is your waist card. Remember to keep it away. Looking at the word on the waist card, Lingxiu was very moved at this moment. I didn't expect that I could only be a miscellaneous fish in the Academy of Arts. He actually became a member of the Tianxi Academy of Wudao Academy. Just as the master and servant were stunned, the vice president then stated that this is Wang Jiaoxi. After you finish the procedures, let him take him to the teaching hall to get familiar with him. Afterwards, Lingxiu followed teacher Wang to the teaching ground. Looking at the many training equipment in front of you, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This is what martial arts classes should look like. Compared with the Academy of Arts, at most it is a physical education class. Just then, Lingxiu suddenly discovered something. So he hurriedly squatted down and asked teacher Wang, What is this? This is a meteorite outside the sky. A small piece of brocade weighs hundreds of times the weight of an iron block of the same size. Used to polish strength. What a great deal. Lingxiu immediately had bad thoughts when he heard this. This is a good thing. If there is, wouldn't you be able to train lychee art at home? This is what teacher Wang urged him to do. Let's go to get to know the next place as soon as possible. I've gotten familiar with the road today. Class will be officially started tomorrow. Little do you know, the originally full of meteorite piles were already missing too. Just after the two walked out of the martial arts temple, Dolly seemed to have discovered something. So he immediately snatched away, and was when Lingxiu complained. Cheryl walked up to him with a shy face. It's cold. This is for you by myself. Not good looking. Don't laugh at me. Now. Lingxiu's heart is like a knife cut. It's really the hardest to dispel the beauties. I knew this would be the result. I would rather not have this flying ability. I would rather hurt a girl who was willing to knit a scarf for me. Then there was a serious story. Linger, I'm not worthy of yours. But when a seemingly frivolous woman really falls in love with someone, how could she give up easily? I know you have a fiancé. But we are no longer friends. Then you are only allowed to give me gifts. I'm not allowed to give it to you. This is called recitation. I don't have any other meaning. You don't refuse. Lingxiu took the scarf and surrounded it on Linger. Fool! Have you forgotten my abilities? The colder the weather, the more comfortable I feel. Your beautiful face is red from the cold. I thought I'd take you home in a while. However, Dolly, who was watching the show on the side. But he was frightened by Lingxiu's operation and broke out in a cold sweat. Master! You're so terrible. I really hope your art is not ice. Instead, I beat the second lady. But it's really not easy to mess with. However, Shui Linger not only joined the martial arts academy. And he is with Lingxiu Naiwei every day. Watching the other students grit their teeth. A beauty finally came to the yard. But I revolve around this guy every day. It's a relationship account at first glance. Not even connected to the camera. Also voluntary. It's really hateful. Lingxiu also noticed it now. Lin is just facing evil. I said, Lin Ling. You have nothing to do with your own. If you do a few more laughs, I'm afraid I won't be able to stay in the martial arts academy anymore. But Schwedlinger didn't care at all. Neighbor Zhao. Isn't this coming back? I'm afraid I won't see you then. However, while watching the show, he was the show, his own rise. I was provoking it myself. But I still like Schwedling in the past. Why is this show not persisting? He now thinks of him. The father and dean also came to the person. Then I was learned about it. Lin Xiu learned that. It turns out that God made some rules in his early years. One eligibility is held every year. The challenge scene changes. Ling Xiu, who sat among the students, seemed particularly awkward. There is no complaint in my heart. How could there be such a game? I was unhappy about them. Now I'm going to be beaten by the whole hospital. At this time, Emperor Xia was very confused. Why is Ling Xiu here? Shouldn't he be in the Academy of Arts? The vice president on the side looked proud. Your Majesty, you don't know anything. This kid has excellent martial arts talent. So I made an exception and let him go to the martial arts court. However, when you are together, our concubine is worried that Ling Xiu will be as you said. Then he must be very weak now. Will there be many people who will challenge him then? Nothing bad. Even if Ling Xiu loses, I won't leave such a good seedling, either. At this time, Emperor Xia fell into deep thought when he heard this. This kid is so talented. So do you have to consider the marriage between Lin Xiu and Zhao family? At the same time, Lin Xiu also noticed the Xia emperor in the viewing table. Unexpectedly, he was here too. In this way, my engagement with Zhao Lingjun can be moved. At this moment, students from other departments can no longer wait. They all expressed their desire to challenge Ling Xiu. However, facing many opponents, this time he chose not to pretend. I know you all want to challenge each one to fight. Too waste of time. Why not go together? I'm going to rush home for dinner. As soon as this is said, off the stage, the disciples reported the scene one after another. It's simply too arrogant. He thought he was IP man. He actually wanted to hit 10 brothers. It's time to show real technology. Emperor Xia was also trying to see Lin Xiu's strength. So he also agreed happily. But Li Boizhang had already seen the good brothers' hearts. This is called fate. You can't change it. Just like me. And on the ring, Lin Xiu has been surrounded by a group of students. They are not going to stay behind either. He held up the wooden sword and attacked him. But Lin Xiu was not panicked at all. Send the art of wood directly. With the blessing of this ability, their movements seemed extremely slow. As he uses the art of exerting strength, I saw the rich energy around Ling Xiu. Just one siege. Dozens of his disciples were knocked out instantly. At this time, several people in the stands were shocked. But only the imperial concubine's face was full of lust. And on the ring, there is only one figure now. Standing resolutely. That's right. That is Ling Xiu. Several people who recovered from their senses praised him. But after seeing Ling Xiu's true strength, Emperor Xia's face suddenly darkened. It seems that the marriage between the two Lingxiu families needs to be reconsidered. When Ling Xiujing and Shui Linger thought they had a stable breakup, they were stinky. But Li Boizhang found him. Brother Lin. Your little thoughts have been seen through by your father. Not only did he not consider breaking the engagement. Instead, she said that she would give you a marriage as soon as Miss Zhao came back. We also need to arrange a wedding banquet. Lin Xiu was so amused and crying. I thought it was Li Boizhang who betrayed him. Actually, the real guess is the secret thought. After Zhu Jin's father learned about it. Very happy. I think you marry Miss Zhao. Most. After saying that, Li Buozhang turned around and left. Ling Xiu heard this. Then I suddenly realized it. Zhu Jing. This old man is also a pair of geniuses who have different dreams. Couple. It will not affect his throne. But Shui Linger, who was standing beside her, lost her eyes. It turns out that you don't like Zhao Linjun. Then you have no chance. Haven't you seen what His Majesty said? Now I don't want to. No one can change if you have to marry. However, Shui Linger looked like a flowery look. It's too pitiful to get married to someone you don't like. Or you marry me. I can be a little man. It is normal to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. My father has more than 20 concubines. Or you buy a house outside. If you don't have money, I can buy it, too. It's in Lingxiu. After seeing off Shui Linger, the next morning, he hurried into the palace. It turns out that the noise happened yesterday was too big. As a result, he didn't dare to do anything at the door now. Out of thinking that the imperial concubine stood up for Linger last time. Haven't thanked her well yet. So he made a gift for him. But on the way, I met Zhu Jin. When I think about it, it is because of him that the engagement is now determined. It's also full of resentment. Ling Jin looked at Ling Xiu with a resentful face. Then I asked curiously. Why do you want to look at yourself so beautiful? Seeing that it is still there. This is a question knowingly. It also gave very polite memories. The picture turns. In the corridor of Changchun Palace. The imperial concubine was very happy after seeing Ling Xiu. Kobayashi has been doing well recently. I heard that since you last played. Now the students in the martial arts academy are like chicken blood. But you're not at home and stay well. Why did you come to my Changchun Palace? Lin Xiu quickly showed off his intentions when he heard this. Empress. Don't marry me. I am here today to give you a gift. At this time, the concubine was curious. What kind of good thing is it? You also have to send it here specifically. Then, Ling Xiu opened the wooden box in her hand. Then, the crystal bottle from the river was taken out. And opened the bottle cap. With the fragrance overflowing, the imperial concubine immediately asked impatiently like a little woman. This tastes so fragrant. Don't keep it a secret. Tell me about it quickly. What exactly is this, Empress? This is called perfume. It is made of fragrance and petals. After fermentation for 77,882 days. It is fragrant but not charming. Take the perfume with expensive ingredients. Extremely happy. I originally thought of asking for another bottle for the Empress Dowager. But after learning that it takes a lot of time to make it, he immediately gave up this idea. So he warned Ling Xiu. Be sure to hurry up and have a good rest. Don't let her work down. But at this moment, Nan Nan hung on Ling Xiu. This princess wants something fragrant too. But Ling Xiu grabbed it. You want nothing. Rub on the Empress more often. Don't you become fragrant? Just be content. Others can't get it. Have you learned it again? Why? She will give her a bottle of perfume. You see, even the female cat can't resist it. But this also inspired Ling Xiu. If you use Linger's interpersonal relationships, wouldn't it be possible to cut off 9 dishes from royal relatives and nobles? Unexpectedly, just as she was dreaming about it, a small hand was placed on her shoulder. Ling Xiu. It's just that I've caught you. However, her first reaction was, this evil star will not come to cause trouble for me again. May be clear. But he grabbed it. Look at your unpromising look. Don't worry. I'm not here to trouble you. After saying that, so he tied him back to Ruidong Palace. Then he pushed his wall against the wall. Have you not noticed that when we are in contact with each other, there will be breakthroughs in the bottleneck of ability? At this time, although the surface of the beautiful scenery is light, in fact, I was already full of joy. Isn't this art of fire coming? So the two began to try again. If you dare to get down. Look. I won't beat you Ling Xiu to death. Looking at the continuous loading progress bar. Even if there is grievance. But for the art of fire, I can only endure the spiritual beauty for a quarter of an hour. Thinking. The princess really doesn't mind. But the art has been copied. Why didn't he let go yet? However, at this time, Ming and Xiao's face turned red. Ling Xiao. I have an idea. He naturally knew Mingyi's intention. But thinking that I already have both ice and fire abilities now. Maybe one person can do things for two people. I'll wait until I go back and verify it. So he said. Give me 2 days to consider Mingyi's classical Chinese with disdain. This is a win-win situation. What are you going to consider? But the thief Ling Xiao pretended again. Princess. Men and women are not allowed to share their feelings. I've been very informative. It takes some time to accept. At this time, Mingyi was so angry that he gritted his teeth. But there is nothing we can do about it. Only agree. 3 days later. I'm in Tianxiyuan. As a girl Zhu who loves to report on small things, she left. So he reported the matter. His Majesty Xia is about to have a big problem. His Highness Mingyi tied Ling Xiao into Ruidong Palace. 2.5 hours later. He just came out. When Emperor Xia heard this, he felt that his home was about to be stolen. So he quickly ordered to summon Mingyi, but he had just arrived at Xiaohuang, and he took the initiative to attack. You're not young anymore. My father thought of choosing a prince consort for you. Mingyi became anxious when he heard this. He quickly said that he didn't want to get married yet. However, Emperor Xia said lightly. You listen to me first. The prince consort I chose for you this time is only the big one. You are not only a handsome guy at the age of 2. And his martial arts talent is also first class. Mingyi naturally knew who Xiaohuang was talking about. If you are talking about Ling Xiao, then forget it. Didn't he have an engagement with Zhao Lingjun? So what? Just one word of yours. I ordered the marriage contract to be cancelled. Let him be your son-in-law. This outrageous operation also made Ling Xiao at home shudder. Now. She couldn't help but sigh. This is really amazing. Two arts that were originally mutually restrained can exist at the same time. But I tried so many times. Still can't practice in combination with two hatchbacks. In order not to speed up your practice, can you only be with Ming and Princess? To be honest, Shoer's idea is extremely dangerous. Does Zhao Lingying really care about it? But the 4 mothers of the college are recognized. But they all fell in love with the same person. Now the 4th most beautiful Mingyi started to be stunned in the courtyard early in the morning. He was surprised. Father. He even offered to summon Ling Xiao as his son-in-law. But when he really said it, I was actually a little cautious. But I think I'm not familiar with Ling Xiao yet. There is no habit of robbing other people's fiancés. So I dispelled this idea. Still, because she wants to make a big mistake. Huanqiu hurried over. Princess. This is something to worry about. After my careful consideration, I think cultivation is more important. This is close to this princess. If I think about it, just follow me into the room. Then the 2 of them came to Mingyi's room. I saw 2 people leaning against the outside of the stone platform with both hands around the rolling prey. After a moment, Lingyi was secretly happy. It seems that I'm right. It's been stagnant for a long time. My power is running again. However, Ling Xiao had a question mark on her face. What's the matter? You've made progress. I'm just a tool guy. After saying that, slide your hand away immediately. This sudden operation. But Mingyi was so angry. He stared at him directly. However, Ling Xiao complained. Your Highness is too selfish. You just focus on your own practice. Then I started to fool me after hearing this. Otherwise, today I will practice first. Let you practice tomorrow. This is okay. But Ling Xiao is not boiling. Of course I know Ming's little thoughts. You think I'm stupid. Even if there is no black ice bed tomorrow, I still can't practice. Mingyi listened. Instant practice. A big man is not good at sillying. That won't work either. What exactly do you want? The picture turns. Zhao Lingying walked slowly over. Lingyi looked unhappy when she saw this. This is what you think of. Ling Xiu quickly explained. Although the princess and Ling Ying are a little inconsistent. Of course, there is no actual contradiction. So I think Xiao Lingying is not stupid even if he is busy. Fortunately, after a 2-5-hour explanation, later Zhao Lingying finally understood what was going on. But he was a little curious. Spiritual fire can assist in cultivation together. Only one practice is faster. How did you find out? Facing the 3 consecutive questions of death. Ling Xiu. I can only say that I discovered it when I fought with the princess to eliminate my grudges. Who told him to finish speaking? Zhao Lingying's eyes instantly became solemn. What kind of grudge can Ling Xiu and the princess have? Could it be that what kind of love is it? Zhang Lingyi saw her staring at her. I was not happy at all. Zhao Lingying? What are you staring at me? Do you want to compete with me? Actually, what I think is amazing. True. However, how could Zhao Lingying be at a disadvantage? What does the princess want to compare? I'm always with you. Actually, what I thought was, Lingyi princess should not be interested in Ling Xiu when she thinks so. I never thought that this bitterness would be. Our little Xiuzi can only persuade ABA to fight. But I only said one sentence. The two of them turned their heads and were angry with Chibi for a long time. 3. Talents return to cultivation. After a quarter of an hour, Lingyi is very satisfied. Zhao Lingying looked shocked. He didn't expect that. After the practice just now, my bottleneck was actually a little loose. But what he couldn't understand was that. Does Ling Xiu know that there is the art of military service? However, at this moment, our little Xiuzi was thinking about the scene of getting along with each other. I feel so happy inside. But after a while, I started to worry again. If this is the case, I'm afraid I can't hide the 2 abilities. Now I also have 4 advanced abilities. It's already 5 times the speed of practice, it's not worth it. Take risks in order to add another generation. It seems that you have to restrain your art next time? Unexpectedly, at this moment, Ling Ying came over with a spear. Ling Xiu was so scared that she shivered directly. Spiritual hero. You must be calm. I'll ask you to do a favor. You won't kill someone to silence you. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm here to give you something. You dance to the point of outstanding talent. The marksmanship is better than mine. This spear was made of yuntai. I can't use it yet. I just want to give you the Ling Xiu who has ended the spear. Touching ghost heroes. This is too expensive. Don't be narcissistic. Actually, there is another reason to give this to you. Your talents and strengths are all the best martial arts academy. You should be sent to the hospital for training. Have a handy weapon. We'll live better. I don't want to say that when I see my sister being widowed. Then he turned around and left. But Lin Xiu was so moved. Lin Ying? You really made me cry to death. Don't worry. I will definitely find another better gun to send. After a few days of practice, Ling Xiu's gunshots can already make the guns look like dragons. At this time, Teaching Li came over. After running Lin Xiu's training today, you have exceeded the amount. Stay strong. Mingyue has already recognized the number of people in the teaching hall. The teacher will take you out of the city for training. Remember not to be late. Lin Xiu heard this. The expression was solemn in an instant. I thought it was coming. It's time to get stronger after so long. The next morning, Lin Xiu came to the meeting place. Teacher Li has already arrived. Then he talked about the purpose of this trip. A few days ago, a group of bandits appeared in Yunshan. They not only ransacked a caravan, he also brutally killed them all. Then he fled into Yunshan and disappeared. Our mission this time is to find these gangs and wipe them out. There are about 10 people in this group. All strengths are in the air. There is no artistic ability. At this time, Lin Xiu was still a little worried. After all, I can't beat the strong ones now. If the prince wants to kill me, I'm afraid this will be a great opportunity. Fortunately, this mission reward is an opportunity to build weapons by Yun Tian. It's just right to give Lin Ying a handy weapon. Just as he was imagining. Teaching Li warned everyone again. Trials are different from hitting wooden stakes in the college. Although we will protect you. But accidents cannot be avoided. So you must be responsible for your safety. Soon. Everyone came to the place where the bandits disappeared. At this time, someone suggests that you search separately first. Once you find it, we will gather together to deal with it. But Lin Xiu didn't think this was a good idea. You know that he has the ability to grant. So he targeted the sucker on the side. He was also shocked by Lin Xiu's vulgar expression. Not too late to react. He has become a prisoner. Under Lin Xiu's coercion. The gangsters were found soon. Only the weapons of the spirit hero. He is going to observe it first. I saw a few bandits. It seems that there is an internal fire. One of the younger brothers complained repeatedly. Big brother. When will we go out? No combined seasonings. This meat has no taste at all. It's almost fading out of the bird. The leader is helpless, too. Let's bear it. Who knows what you want in the second half of your life after finishing this ticket? He just finished speaking. Ling Xiu came to everyone with a dark face, but she was quite good at enjoying it. But I'm afraid you haven't been scared for half your life. But the bandits are not at all panic. He even smiled evilly. Who do I think it is? It turned out to be a little turtle 3. You look pretty white. It's better to come and play with the uncle for a night. Just finished speaking. I saw a spear suddenly stabbing. The man who had no time to react received the lunchbox on the spot. Fighting should look like a fight. I don't know how the villain died. Just when the few people were surprised. Ling Xiu is a cheap man. Instantly, the other two road crossed the two. Solved directly. They were just about to assassinate the leader. But unexpectedly, it was blocked by it. At this time, the bandit leader was already furious. Just your half-baked level. Don't want to kill me. You thought I was them. Jump straight up. Prepare to give Ling Xiu a fatal blow. Fortunately, his gun fell down. But the little head is wide. The force directly shattered the earth under his feet. Ling Xiu suddenly felt something was wrong at this time. This is not a hang-up connection. It's clear that it's connected. How can this beat the bandit leader? Seeing that he couldn't hold on. Then he increased his efforts. You kid killed so many of my brothers and saved me and confessed to them. Just then, I saw a golden flash passing through a big foot. Kicked directly on the bandit leader's big faceplate. His arrogant power also made him retreat. At this time, the bandit leader thought something was wrong. This power is also a knot. After a moment, but he burst into laughter again. It seems that I can't leave today. Then he pinched Lin Xiu's shoulders. Then let this kid be buried with me. Then he pulled Ling Xiu and jumped into the cliff together. However, what the bandit leader did not expect was that our shower can fly and look at the bandit leader who is already burping. He didn't forget to mock the villain. There is really no IQ at all. He even wanted to die with the pig's feet. Just when he was proud. The bodyguard has arrived in front of the cliff. Goodbye. He was very happy after all. If something really happens, he is probably going to move his head. At this time, Ling Xiu is a drama artist. You laugh at the hammer. If it weren't for this tree, the job has long been gone. But the bones were broken. I'll have to ask you to carry me back later. Little do you know. This sixth is pretending. In fact, I am thinking about other people's indestructible Vajra. Just return to Lingfu. He couldn't wait to try it. Now ordinary weapons are like shit in front of him. This golden body artistic defense is really domineering. What are the 10th art weapons and armor and other things are weak? But this golden light can be hidden. But yesterday the old man shines and fights. This fetish is really outrageous. The next morning, Ling Xiu knocked on the Zhao family's door. After seeing Ling Ying again, I couldn't wait to take out a spear. Lin Ying. The end of the year is approaching. I want to give you a gift. Last time I went out of the city. Just rewarded with a piece of silver iron. Just thinking about creating a spear that suits you, Lin Ying. After taking the spear, although not showing too much emotion, but I was still very happy inside. Now the end of the year is approaching. Many people who were doing business came to the streets. Why not go and have a look together? But the two of them walked. Zhao Lingying was taken to the entrance of the brothel by Lin Xiu. At this time, Haitang, who has not seen for a long time, is looking at Lin Xiu, waving again and again. Miss Haitang is really a long time no see. Haven't you redeemed yourself yet? He was a little shy when he heard this. But I am still happy inside. Just because of the wise. I still remember my young master laughing. But it's only 200 taels of silver. It must be enough soon. Ling Xiu. Classical Chinese quickly handed in the silver notes. But Haitang waved his hands repeatedly. No. No. I can't ask for the young master's money. Lin Xiu ignored it. He stuffed the silver notes into his hands. Don't be polite to me? Haven't shown myself early on. I'm still waiting for your tofu to open. Come to Lin Xiu. I am still very grateful to him. It is precisely because of his ability. Only when you encounter bad luck turns good every time. Then he said goodbye to Miss Haitang. If it's okay, I'll leave first. If you have any questions, come and see me personally. If I'm not here, you go find Lu Ruxue. Seeing Lin Xiu coming out of sight, Haitang quickly called out Mr. Lin. Actually, I'm not called Haitang. My name is Chen Yu Haitang. It was the name they gave me. I don't like it very much. I will remember it. Miss Chen Yu left. Lin Ning complained for no reason. You are generous in 200 taels of silver. He gave a brothel woman casually. Don't think about half a year ago. The entire Lin family can't afford so much money. Lin Xiu said helplessly. In fact, Miss Chen is a miserable person. A woman with no one. What's so pitiful? She can support herself with her hands. But it depends on the body. Lin Xiu's consciousness after listening to it. Don't know how to speak. It is also because Lin Ying grew up in a different environment. Of course I don't quite understand the difficulties of these people. You must know. When they face problems. But there is only one answer. There is no other choice. At the same time, Chen Yu took the redemption and didn't want to wait for another moment. So I immediately found the boss's wife. Then put the bill on the table. Leave. I'm going to sell you for anger. Fortunately, the boss lady is also a good person. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Good. While you are still a little pretty now, go out and find an honest man to marry. These 100 taels. You take the plate shop to do some camping. The Holy One can't starve to death. Chen Yu quickly saluted after hearing this. Acknowledgements. Over the years. Thank you, Mom, for taking care of you. Let's go. While I haven't changed my mind yet. Freedom among birds. But how many people are still in the cage of life? But the person labeled. Can it be taken so easily? When Chen Yugan walked out the door, the rich young man in the ant grabbed his arm. Isn't this Haitang girl? We're looking for you. Today, the Japanese young master has introduced you to a distinguished guest. Chen Yu naturally refused quickly. Unexpectedly, it angered the man. Looking at their ugly faces, Chen Yu broke free from the shackles. I'm not what you said. After saying that, crashed directly at the big tree on the side. Just a bang. Then he fell to the ground. No response. However, seeing this, the man turned around and left. He also complained about Chen Hui. Just after Chen Yu's death, Ling Xiu. It was also the first time that the man was led. And questioned him angrily. Why did Chen Yu die? Where will his body go later? But not only does the man have no silk bondage, it also expressed disdainfully. He obviously killed himself. What does it have to do with me? It is not impossible that the corpse will be eaten by a dog. If there is no other problem, Mr. Huang and I will have a dinner party later. Lin Xiu's face suddenly became gloomy after hearing this. Mr. Huang may not be able to wait for you to finish speaking. He threw out a sword and slashed it without waiting for his reaction. The man immediately drove away. At this time, Lin Xiu shouted to catch the thief. Come quickly. That killed someone. Killed. Mr. Zhang was killed. A few days later, in the corridor of Changchun Palace, I saw Lin Xiu caressing her chin and pondering. As expected, the right view of death did not make any waves. I just don't know if the heroine I blamed would cause trouble for me. Now only Huang Tao, the royal family, is left. This guy made Miss Chen's whereabouts unknown. If she doesn't die, this revenge is not considered late. The picture turns. After seeing Ling Xiu, the imperial concubine, I also complained about Kobayashi. You haven't seen this palace for a long time. She immediately bowed and explained. Don't blame the students for not being able to escape these days. Not a concubine. Little face blushing. A little arrogant look on his face. If you have something to do, go and do your own business first. Don't have to watch it every day. Danon. But at most, it can only be 5 days apart. No. 3 days or 2 days. This palace is also worried that Nan Nan is not used to it. You can see that, too. Nan Nan likes you very much. At this time, Ling Xiu obviously didn't understand. Then I'd better come once every 2 days. After all, the Empress' spiritual pet is more important. However, Nan Nan is a very clever person. Yes. Whatever you say is stupid. Ling Xiu then expressed her intention. Empress. You see, I brought a few bottles of perfume this time. I don't want to apologize for you. Now the ladies of the imperial city. Which one is not envious? The Empress is waiting for the perfume to become more famous. You can also share some dividends. Not a concubine. See, it is a new variety of perfume. I suddenly shine. So many flavors are beautiful. I really like seeing myself losing my composure. The imperial concubine instantly became dignified. Actually, Nan Nan likes it very much. It's rare that you think of me, Lin Xiangjai. I will make an exception to promote you. After saying goodbye to the imperial concubine, I know that the late night is not waiting for Ling Xiu. Reaction. The long sword was already behind him. Boy. You're pretty brave. Kill someone by yourself. He actually blamed me. At this time, Ling Xiu and calm. Express. I guess you should be the hero who specializes in killing evil young dandy. The woman was a little surprised. So he asked in a silence. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Of course you won't. Because I'm both good people. In fact, I had the idea of other people's art in my heart. This girl's art is actually a hidden meaning. But a good thing. This is the woman put away her long knife. Sure enough, smart. I've noticed you a long time ago. You are a good person, too. I stood up for that woman. This time I killed the Beyond thing from the Zhang family. Even if you don't kill him, I will take action sooner or later. But I'm very surprised. You obviously killed him. Why do they have no doubts at all? At this time, Ling Xiu didn't want to expose too much. Just made an excuse. I'm using weapons. They didn't find your tool. Of course I won't doubt it. The woman obviously doesn't believe it. But there was no question too much. Boy. I see you are also a good person who hates evil. Should I consider joining the Heavenly Way? At this time, Ling Xiu understood that women were from the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Then what he did before made sense. However, the nature of the heaven is caused by chaos. If you marry into a marry. But the death penalty for raiding the house. Thinking of this, I quickly refused. I won't join you yet. But I will do something for the people in my own way. I'll seem a little surprised. So he thought about saying something and tempted it. Since I don't want to join. Then you don't plan to exchange me for rewards. You have a total of 100,000. A gentleman loves money and takes it in a good way. What's more, I'm not short of money either. The Red Army alone earns 100,000 taels every month. When the woman heard this, she became interested in the red-clothed horse. Then say so. Don't you have a lot of good wine? At this time, Ling Xiu felt a little happy in her heart. Just worry about art. How to copy it. Isn't this delivered to your door? The next morning, Ling Xiu found a reason to catch it. The other two people who killed Shen Yu. The two just walked into the lobby. just started to clamor. Who is Jianan's son? You dare to arrest me? Call your king here soon. I'm going to bump into this person. This sentence was stunned. It was just a confusion for the two Yamen runners. I'm going to bump into Lord Lin this year. At the same time, just a sound of slapping the shadow of Anshantang. Who is going to bump into me? When the two of them closed their lips one after another. I'm done thinking. Unexpectedly, this guy kissed Lise. It's been kicked until that night. Ling Xiu was no longer talking about it at this time. Today, you two robbed your father and daughter in the street. According to the great rule of punishment. Who would have thought that she was 30 and smiling? At this time, Xin Wan came over. Can Lord Lin let these two of me go for my sake? After my brother said. I saw a flash of his eyes for a while. Busy two people's literary show. The eyes were instantly assimilated. Just said a good word. It's a big deal again. If everyone else can plead with me, then what do you need the law? The person who came to drag me down and beat Xin Wan to laugh at the art. I was also shocked and sweated. I couldn't help but think in my heart that Ling Xiu has such strong willpower. Afterwards, whenever I think of Xin Wan's strange ability, he couldn't help but feel a little afraid. Just about to go to Lining to inquire. But I found that a Yamen runner was posting a wanted order. Looking at the woman Ling Xiu in the picture, her heart tightened. Isn't this Aku who came to find me a while ago? Oops. Is something wrong? Really? When he rushed to the lobby, Lu Ruxu and Lord Lang were found watching a corpse. Just when he was stunned, Lord Wolf suddenly spoke up. You are here just in time to see if the corpse looks like it. After he asked, he learned that. It turned out that yesterday the female assassin went to assassinate Huang Tao, the son of Huang Bogong's family. But no court was injured. This also made the court furious. So I thought of a solution. Now, he was a second-class bozy beat a commoner to death in the street. But no relationship was used. Let Qingyang Bo Mansion shoot his news. Then set up a tianluolu.com in Qingyang Bo Mansion. I guess your assassin's character has not yet killed Huang Tao. I will definitely be discouraged by the son of the second-class nephew who is loosely guarded. In this way, he will fall into the trap. Ling Xiu heard this. Although he said flattering words. In fact, there was a burst of complaints in my heart. Why did that stupid girl really kill Huang Tao? I just finished teaching a lesson in the morning. You go and assassinate you. But it's really hot. The picture turns. Late at night. Assassinated by Chungbua Mansion. When the freshman year was caught in a crack in the door. Aku was kicked away by the ambush. At this moment, I can't move. At this time, a strong man came back. This empress is really anxious to come and assassinate you. You are an invincible enemy, and you will never talk about it as the queen and the strong man. Turn out to be. He raised the arrow in his hand. At this critical moment, Ling Xiu, who was disguised, saved her. Then he immediately fled in a hurry. But the other party is a strong man after all. Soon, I caught up with Ling Xiu and continued running. Why don't you run away? Have no vitality? Ling Xiu's face was gloomy at this time. If young people have to forgive others, he killed all the people who deserved to die. Otherwise, let it go today. The strong man ignored it. Then another heavy sword was slashed down. However, he was slashed by Ling Xiu with bare hands. Strong man. Looking at the extremely calm old man in front of him. Very panicked in my heart. He actually took my full blow with his bare hands. Ling Xiu spoke calmly at this time. Young people, I said. Forgive others wherever you can. I won't kill you today. You go quickly. The strong man lost all his heart when he heard this. Hurry up to bow. Then he fled in a hurry. Little do you know. Ling Xiu has been holding on. The right hand that I just received was already injured. Soon. He took AKO to find a cave. Looking at Ling Xiu, the woman who was unconscious in front of her. Very helpless. As expected, even a pretty brain doesn't seem to be very good. You see? Being injured. After saying that, then I checked the woman's condition. How much injuries did this girl suffer? It seems that Yuan Jing is about to bottom out today. So the art of healing was launched. At the same time, the progress bar of superpower copying is also loading. The next morning, he came to Tsai's room. Facing his inquiry, Lingxiu also looked open-minded. I can only say that I was too tired to handle the case last night. If you want to come, take a break. In fact, it was because the cost of saving people last night was too high, but fortunately, I scared a coup. Accompanied by the melodious singing of colorful clothes, Lingxiu also fell asleep soon. Looking at her sleeping, Tsai suddenly stopped. He looked at Lingxiu with an affectionate look and called out to young master. Seeing that she didn't turn her cheek. Come close quietly. I didn't even get home late at night. But a little doubt in my heart. What's going on? Why do you have a mouth like this? Could it be the reason for the dream just now? But it's really cold. It's a bit extremely hurt. At that time, when he sighed. But he was shocked by a coup who suddenly visited. My mother? Why are you here? You must know. Now there are all your wanted orders on the streets. You dare to be so casual. Aku did not explain too much when he appeared. Instead, it seems extremely calm. Don't pretend to be a big-tail brat. I know you saved that day. I, Lingxiu, felt very guilty when I heard this. Didn't you fainted yesterday? So why are you so sure? It was me that I just couldn't speak at that time. When you fight against the strong man in the ground, I'll know. And you have used more than one art. At this time, Lingxiu could only accept the favor with her generously. But still a little curious. I was obviously an old beggar yesterday. How did you distinguish it? Of course it's the smell. Our people in the Heavenly Tao Alliance are very sensitive to smells. No matter how disguised you are, it cannot cover up your own scent. Lingxiu who learned the truth. A burst of complaints. Your Heavenly Alliance is really a dog. But Miss Aku will not recover from her injuries. Why did I run to me in the middle of the night? Faced with Lingxiu's inquiry, Aku instantly pointed a trace of shame. There was no more indifference than the killer's indifference. Because the art of helping me heal my wounds yesterday can remove scars. So I want to ask you to help me get rid of the scars on my body. Lingxiu shook her head repeatedly when she heard this. But this kind of healing will inevitably lead to an accident. We men and women are not allowed to share the same friendship. At this time, Aku's face was full of saliva. You put on another hammer. That night. You've read everything you shouldn't have. The children of the world are quick to be careless. I know the treasures don't like to watch the following plot. Third brother will watch it for everyone. After Yukunchi's treatment, Aku was very satisfied with the treatment. However, after seeing Lingxiu's vulgar expression, so he immediately spoke angrily. Color embryo. Have you seen enough? And why do you want to save me? Didn't I say that? Because you are a good person like me. Your injury has not recovered yet. The city is wanted again. You will live in me these days. After this moment, one on the ground, one in bed. The two of them tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. Lingxiu was curious and asked, why do you hate playing tricks so much? Can you tell me the reason? Aku did not give any reason when he heard this. Instead, he urged Lingxiu to go to bed quickly. However, it can be seen from his expression. Aku is also a person with a story. A few days later, Lingxiu suddenly woke up from her dream. Still shouting. Lin Yiling's sacks are funny. I didn't peek. Stop beating me. After a moment, he realized that this is just a dream. So beautiful. Lingxiu Ake has been away for several days. Why do you still dream about it from time to time? Time has come for several days soon. You went out for a walk and half-acted. Soon. Lin Xiu brought Dolly to Zhao's mansion. Just as he greeted his future father-in-law and mother-in-law, the youngest son of the Zhao family pointed at Ling Xiu and scolded his second sister angrily. Look at this Ling Xiu from head to toe. Which point is worthy of it? My eldest sister didn't let him get out quickly. Just finished speaking. Ling Ying immediately gave him a punch. Don't be big or small all day long. Do you know if you want to call Ling Xiu when you see her in the future? Afterwards, He looked at Ling Xiu. I don't know whether it's joy or sorrow. Sister is back soon on Lantern Festival. Then he will be able to marry his sister. It's so great. Just then, only one imperial edict heard. Zhu Jin had already arrived in front of everyone, and Wuan Balian's female leader showed that Lin Jun was outstanding in nature. Lin Xiu, the son of Wuanbua, has a noble character. Very two people. There are few engagements made by heaven and earth. When you swear to marry, the beauty of the two is specially granted marriage. All etiquettes are handed over to Li Busi and Guan Tianxi. He got married on the 9th day of the 2nd month. Seeing this, a burst of complaints in my heart. This dog emperor can't wait. No one has come back yet. Then we started giving marriage. At this time, Zhu then instructed Wu Anbua. Your Majesty is afraid that you will misunderstand. Let me explain to you. It's not that I don't want to wait for the Li family to return to the city. It's really a good day. The Ministry of Rites has taken time to prepare. Wait until the wedding day. Your Majesty will definitely come to see him off in person. Faced with Emperor Xia's instructions, Wu Anbua quickly received the order to thank him. And Ling Xiu. But still sniffing fragrance from the side. It was soon the Lantern Festival. The ex-school snow has covered the entire city gate. I saw a long-haired woman walking thinly with a red umbrella. I'm back in the Imperial City. Ning Shangzhai, who had been planning to marry Ling Xiu before her wedding, was finally about to open. To this end, he specially invited his gay friend Li Guozhang and Xuan Inger to help. Soon, many matters have been finalized. Just wait for the door to welcome guests. At this time, Ling Xiu asked curiously, Brother Lin, nothing big is going on now. Are you sure you are not going home to spend time with your family? Brother, what nonsense are you talking about? How can such an important day be missed? I want to know. In front of women and money. I have always chosen the latter, Ling Xiu. See through, too. Not convinced. This guy takes so much wife as he can say for granted. It's indeed my good brother. After everything is ready, I saw Ling Xiu slowly opening the door. The scene in front of him shocked him. He never expected that. Linger and the imperial concubine can have such a great influence. Not only is the door full of people, there were long queues outside the house. The guests are constantly watching. But Li Buozhang was so happy. The eyes were still emitting golden light from time to time. It's not yet a day. All the perfumes have been snatched away. Li Buozhang was extremely excited at this time. I just got it done, please give it a moment. We made a full 50,000 taels. After saying that, he hugged a lot of silver. The expression was intoxicated. But Ling Xiu and Linger had already talked in tears. So the two of them proposed. The full power of this place is left to Li Buozhang. Afterwards, on the way home, when the two teased Ling Xiu's wedding. But he was surprised to find that the Zhao sisters were leisurely walking around the street. At this time, Ling Ying mentioned Ling Xiu. It seems like there is endless things to say. Sister, I'll tell you, Ling Xiu. This guy not only awakened the art of war. Instead, he also has extremely high martial arts talent. It's just a bit too appealing for girls. I'm going to help you keep it. I'm afraid he'll run away with someone else long ago. But the main owner on the other side was at a loss. After marriage, Emperor Xia gave him the marriage. It shouldn't be able to meet each other. But after all, I met. Do you want to come forward and say hello? Just when he was struggling, unexpectedly, Zhao Linjun suddenly twisted towards him. Lin Xiu immediately pushed Linger. Quickly leave here. Then, Zhao Linjun is here too. You've said so much. Do you know him well? I guess he gave you the iron drinking gun in your yard. Of course, I was a bodyguard for him for a year. Besides, I didn't want her in vain. I've given one before. The scene of the first month of February soon arrived. At this time, the big red lantern dragon in Lin Mansion is hanging high outside the hall. Already full of relatives and friends. This happy atmosphere. It seems that even the air is sweet. With the moment arrived, the bride enters. Following Lin Xiuxiu's crossfire, he came to Zhao Linjun's side. Accompanied by Ci's high-pitched voice. As soon as I got married, I was almost unsurprisingly Li Cheng-ho. After a while of advice from my father-in-law, Zhao Linjun was also taken into the wedding room. And Lin Xiu just walked to his friend. Mingyi couldn't help but complain. I really didn't expect it. That woman ended up falling into your hands. Lin Xiu said lightly when he heard this. Why? I'm afraid I'll listen to my wife in the future. Mingyi looked unwilling. Okay. You guy is indeed a scoundrel. Who would have thought that the Empress? Can't you practice with your friends? This made Lin Xiaoxiu's relatives excited. Big sister. What can I do? The so-called heaven and earth are great. The lady is the best time to talk to each other. Lin Ying's face was slightly drunk. Come over, Ling Xiu. What you'd better say is true. If you are caught by me again, you go and have fun. I have to break your third leg myself. Maybe someone in the world is happy. Someone is sad. Looking at the fireworks blooming all over the city. Shouldn't be joy or sorrow. I can only silently wish Ling Xiu in my heart. And our Linger is also extremely disappointed. Now you are married. But the person standing beside you. But he is not the prince in my deep palace. At this moment, I have hated Ling Xiu. Little did he know that he was trying to die. I'm afraid even the position of prince will be lost. The picture turns. Ling Xiu has arrived outside the wedding room. But he didn't push the door. He didn't expect that he would be confused. But I saw the man on his back getting married. But I still have a little expectation. But the moment he pushed open the door, I don't know, it's a joyful thing. Looking at the empty room, Ling Xiu seemed to have already been looking forward to it. But it seems that it is not expected. Now, she can only mourn herself. I also want to be a woman like Zhao Lingjun. How could he be such a casual person? But this bed is really good. Sleep alone. I guess it must be very comfortable. On the contrary, I went to the art academy to find Mingyi to practice the next morning. Seeing Ling Xiu, she was also very confused. You're here. I don't have to accompany that woman today. Ling Xiu scratched her head helplessly. I drank too much last night. Just kidding. I think it is more important to practice. This is Mingyi turning his head and looking at Ling Ying beside him. Why did it come too? How do you look sad? He didn't explain too much. Instead, he urged him to start practicing quickly. A quarter of an hour later, Mingyi said goodbye to the two of them with satisfaction. But at this time, Lin Ying stopped. Said with a sad face. Sorry. Looking at Ling Xiu with question marks on her side, he also explained slowly. Last night should have been the best time for you and your sister. But my sister ran to my room and stayed overnight. Only then did I understand. This engagement shouldn't have existed. Speaking of this, he couldn't believe that his heart was so painful. Seeing this, Ling Xiu quickly comforted her. If it is because of him, you don't have to blame yourself. Not to mention sorry. Actually, I can understand him very much. As a genius of a generation. Even on the mainland, any country will probably be fought over by countless forces. And I am just a second-class son. Marry me. I feel wronged for him. Don't worry. I still have self-knowledge. Even though he said that. In fact, I was already happy. If he doesn't, how can I continue to tease the color art? How to go shopping with Linger? Looking at Ling Xiu so free and easy, Lin Ying's eyes were filled with heartache. Back home, he hurried to Zhao Lingjuan's room. What happened last night? I'm sorry. Is there anything I want to say? Just sit down and talk. After saying that, I saw a light pink color. Energy surrounds its palms. Then a chair flew over. Finally fell beside Ling Xiu. Goodbye to see his arrogant strength and Ling Xiu. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. Since it is a technique of mind power. No wonder the emperor is so lonely. But I'm here. You probably have to lean back. Then he expressed his intention. Although we have married. But I know this is not your in my will. So it's okay. I won't bother you. I hope you don't bother me either. But as soon as my sister came out, Unexpectedly, Zhao Lingjun agreed very much. That's of course I just want to practice hard now. As for your business, no matter how you do it, it has nothing to do with me. Lin Xiu was secretly happy when he heard this. Unexpectedly, this engagement gradually made me realize that the sky was so high that the birds could fly. The great wish of letting the fish leaps in the sea. Now the result is as Zhao Zhaojuan's wishes. It seems that he is unwilling to accept this marriage. This will be even better. Ling Xiu walked out of the room. As a relief, he, Pangfo, smelled the scent of the sea again. Finally, I can return to the forest again. But there is another problem in front of the forest. If Zhao Jiatian keeps handing over the photo room, wouldn't it make people laugh? It seems I'm moving out. But the houses in the Imperial City are very expensive. It would be great if someone could give it to me. On the other side, in the Jade Garden of the Imperial City, Zhu Jing is here to fight again. He told the noble again. If they hadn't had sex yesterday. Ling Xiu is now on her way to the palace. The bride ran away on the night of the wedding. As a result, the groom ran away again on the first day of the wedding. It's really fun. But what does Ling Xiu come to the palace to do? Could it be that I came to sue, so I have to suppress this martial arts genius? After a moment, after Ling Xiu finished her ceremony, Emperor Xia was curious and asked. You just got married yesterday and didn't get married. Stay with your wife at home. But he ran to the palace to witness it. What's the matter? Lin Xiu is not concealing it at all interesting. I want to borrow some money from Ling to buy a house. Why are you still short of money? The two shops you and the King of Qin opened together. It can be said that it is a daily gain of gold. Why do you come to me for money? Climb quickly. Don't borrow Ling Xiu. Seeing Emperor Xia is so too. So I immediately pretended to behave. Since your majesty doesn't lend it, then I can only go back and live. Teach the wedding room and the wife to improve their relationship. Maybe one day there will be a small little one. Now. Emperor Xia seemed to have been hit by the pain point. Then he changed his face instantly. Zhu Jina. You should take Ling Xiu to choose a house quickly. He will give him anyone he likes. It was what I gave him. After seeing his wife leave, Emperor Xia's face also became serious. I also want to have Xiao Shaoling. You two should not make a living for the rest of your life. This is what I want to see the most. After everything is done, the sky gradually became darker. Ling Xiu is planning to find an inn tonight. Whoever wants it? Just walk to the entrance of the inn. I met an old acquaintance. After the symbolic greeting, the two walked into the inn at the same time. After learning that there is only one room left, no one gave in to each other. Lin Xiu is more influential in the two. Finally, with the boss's advice, the two decided to negotiate. So the current painting comes from. Qin Wangxiasen complained on the bed. This is what you said. Obviously he has a family long time ago. The Earl's daughter also came to me to borrow money. By comparison, this will be nothing. That is better than some people who run out to sleep in inns on the first day of their wedding. Compared to you, this is really nothing to me. Miss Qin. Don't forget. You still owe my money. And I paid for the room tonight. Qin's classical Chinese immediately turned sideways. I will definitely decide you after a few days of grace. At this time, Lin Xiu couldn't figure out why he was so short of money. But when I think about it, I can finally go to Tsai to express my feelings tomorrow. The corners of his mouth also rose unconsciously. The next morning, he couldn't wait to push open the door of the colorful room. After Tsai met Ling Xiu, I will still blush my face as usual. The young master's wedding. Tsai should have gone to congratulate her. But in his own identity. If it goes by. You sing and don't sing. I looked beautiful in front of the window. Even if it is beautiful and beautiful. Even if the fireworks are not as beautiful as you will still hear such stingy words. There is a bit of bonus luck on the forest clothes. The young master is really good at joking. I'm just a vulgar fan. If you are a vulgar fan, then there will be no beauty in this world. Tsai seemed a little abnormal when she saw Ling Xiu. So I quickly changed the topic. Young master. If you want to hear it today, I will prepare now. But how could Ling Xiu let her go? As long as it is you sing. I like you all. Sing whatever you want. Looking at such a scoundrel Ling Xiu Tsai is also hard to say. If all guests. I'm as easy to talk to as a young master. Then it will be too easy for us to make money. Who made me unable to live without Tsai? I don't want to be with you, and who is unfair? I've stopped on stage. Just sing for me alone. The young master joked again. If I don't sing, what can I do to support myself? Hearing this, Ling Xiu instantly. Of course I will support you. After I can buy this pear blossom moon. If you want to sing, sing. If you don't want to sing, don't sing. Tsai seemed a little at a loss after hearing it. Then don't want it. The young master is so good to Tsai. I don't know how to repay you. Lin Xiujin finally got the point. So he spoke quickly. Then it's better to agree with your body. Aunt Kai's little head instantly red and warm. Even steam came out. After a moment, I saw him lower his head shyly. Murmur in a low voice. If the young master wants to. Colored clothes are not impossible. Ling Xiu quickly solved the house problem. I also bought Le Huayuan from the headmaster. After solving the trivial matters of Tsai. At this time, Ling Xiu thought of Linger again. When I think about how I can pursue happiness without any scruples. And you don't have to worry about being left by Ling Ying. Even when he walked, he shook happily. However, at this moment, in Ningxiang's High, Schwellinger looked at the white snow outside the house. The spirit seems to be full of sorrow. Just as he was imagining. But Ling Xiu suddenly appeared. Linger, what are you thinking? But he replied coldly. Why don't you accompany you to teach you how to come here? Seeing Linger so cold and elegant. Explain quickly. In fact, Miss Xiao and I are not the kind of relationship you think. Although we are married. But there is no husband and wife. He left the night of the wedding. After hearing this, Schwellinger. I saw golden light flashing in his eyes instantly. What did you say? The medium married the wife of the 8-carrying general who had worshipped the heaven and earth and ran away on the night of the bridal chamber. Looking at her so surprised expression. Only explain it again. She and I have already made it clear. Now we are just on the surface that our husband and wife do not interfere with each other's lives. Linger was so happy after listening to it. He immediately rushed into Ling Xiu's arms. Fine. Don't be sad that he doesn't want you and me anymore. And Ling Xiu slipped on her feet. The two fell to the ground. You can't be more reserved. Who would have thought that? At this time, Li Buozhang pushed the door straight into. Looking at the two of them intimately, he was shot to death in an instant. He was very scared at this moment. I'm done thinking. This also makes money for yarn. I'm not really the time to come in. This guy will kill me to silence me. Then he immediately turned around. Pretend to see nothing. I didn't see anything. You can continue to calculate. I won't say anything, either. You don't have to worry that Miss Xiao will know. However, Shui Lingxiu didn't care at all. You're a little bitch. Stop pretending. Even if he knows. I'm not afraid either. However, Li Buozhang looked disbelieving. Brother? You don't have a fever. Do you dare to go in front of him? I don't know that both of them are interested. Don't brag before me. But after hearing Lin Xiu say that he agreed, Li Buozhang was shocked at this moment. There was only shock. After passing the truth, he was still puzzled. Agree? Why does Zhao Junjun agree? Lin Xiu directly refuted after hearing this. Why didn't he agree? However, at this moment, Ling Jin was anxious and left him alone. We are all in the places where there are no one. But I will be right for you if I have more. Looking at the two people who were gradually moving away. Li Buozhang. At this moment, my mood was as painful as thousands of arrows piercing my heart. It's boring. It's so boring. Why is the gap between people so big? In order not to be disturbed by anger, Lin Xiu turned Ling Xiu into herself. Among the newly bought luxury house. Looking at the huge house. Really shocked. But at this time, Lin Xiu looked serious. Linger. You have to think clearly. Zhao Lingjun and I. But His Majesty gave the marriage before I had enough strength. But there is no way to give you any name. However, Shui Lingling doesn't care about these things. Linger understands in her heart. Once you get together, you will be deceiving the king. Actually, you don't have to worry about me. As long as you can be with someone you like. Even if you don't have a title. As long as you are by my side. I don't want anything else. But I always feel that it is empty here. Why not build a garden here? Wait until summer. The yard must be full of fragrance. Lingxiu didn't mind seeing Shui Linger. So he quickly agreed. I'll listen to you. Now. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Be able to be with the person you like. In a garden with. In the raw children with vegetable fields. Watch the sunrise and sunset together. Flowers fade and bloom. This is the life I have dreamed of for both my life. Afterwards, when Linger visited the kitchen, he also looked puzzled. Why is there no cooking tool in the kitchen? Hearing this, he looked puzzled. Cook. Why can Linger still cook? At this time, Shui Linger's pretty face turned red. Lowered his head and murmured. Although not yet. But I can learn what dishes you like to eat. I can write it down first. I'll let the cook teach me when I go back. No hurry to do this. There are still many things in the house that have not been purchased. Why don't we buy it first? But Linger is afraid. If you just walk on the street, it will definitely be misunderstood. But soon she thought of a solution. Lingxiu. I agree with this very much. But Li Boizhang didn't agree with the big face. Don't go or be reasonable. I won't kill you. I won't go either. Just show your love with Shui Linger in front of me. Now you call me to be a light bulb for you. Don't go too far. Looking at Li Boizhang with such a tough attitude. However, Lingxiu had already thought of a countermeasure. Brother Li. Don't go to Linger so early. I originally wanted to introduce you to a few people. What about? Li Boizhang changed his face instantly when he heard this. I just said that my wife asked me to go home. I won't go to help you settle your home even if I beat you to death. How can I miss this kind of thing? Afterwards, even with a huge multi-object carrying, she wasn't tired at all either. When will it be convenient for Miss Linger to recommend? I have no other meaning. Just want to make more friends. Don't worry. Your Highness and the others will know your heroic spirits. Soon it was already at night before sending back Shui Linger and Lingxiu. But I found a familiar person squatting at his doorstep. So he asked for hello. At this moment, I was shocked every time I saw Lingxiu. You can meet anywhere. You sit at my doorstep. Ask me this question. Do you think it's appropriate? After saying that, she signaled Qingwan to come in with me. Do you want to sit at the door for a night? Then, Lingxiu took her to a wing room. I helped her marry the Baron. Just sleep here tonight. I just moved into the bedding. These are new. Don't worry. At this moment, Xiu threw the key to him. To owe me the money. But it hasn't been returned yet. I will show my homelessness in the future. Don't stay in the inn. Lingxiu felt very happy at this moment. This feeling of freedom is okay. I want to take in such a homeless girl at night. There is no burden in my heart. Don't worry. I won't charge you money. But remember that I can only come tonight. As soon as this is said, unexpectedly, Qingwan, who has always been cold, will blush. Just thinking about it like Lingxiu. Why is it so good? Right. This is a kiss. Then the next thing should be what those girls talk about. Then just as he imagined. Lingxiu had already walked outside the door. I've gone to practice. You can go to bed quickly. Don't worry about my thoughts. It's better to pay me back earlier. Looking at Lingxiu gradually fading away, Qingwan's pretty face turned red. This person is really strange. Afterwards, when he thought of it, in the future life, he immediately showed a vulgar expression. But at this moment, Aku actually found it. You really make it easy for me to find. You just got married and didn't stay at home. But he ran outside and lived alone. You're really interesting. Ling Xiu also obviously knew what he was going to do. Hi. This is a matter of time, but I can't tell you are here to find me. I guess I was injured again. Let's talk about it first. My house is quite big. After seeing Aku's wound, Ling Xiu was also very curious. Why did you hurt this place? A few points are the key to the anime. Aku said helplessly. When I was killing a villain who bullies men and women. Caused by his knife. But in the next treatment, Ling Xiu suddenly felt uncomfortable. Aku reminded someone in the city to break through the heavenly ranks. And it is also a fire technique. Accompanied by the surging flames. The Emperor Xia in the Deep Palace looked at the amazing image in front of him. I can't help but sigh. It seems that there is another powerful man in Xia Kingdom. But who will it be? Although Zhu Jing was broken. But it is different from ordinary people's intelligence. I saw him quickly explaining his doubts. According to the ability of the breakthrough person seen by the Wei Minister, it should be fire in different directions. Also in the direction of Duke Shue's mansion. Think. It must be Duke Shui. Breaking the mirror. Xia Wenwen's expression was strict. Thinking that I will win over some things. You hurriedly ordered to go out. Promoted Duke Shui to first-class merit. He carried another generous gift to the Shui mansion. However, the first thing Duke Shui did after being promoted was to seek justice for his precious granddaughter. I saw him turn into a hot ball of fire. In the blink of an eye, he came to the sky above the Song mansion. An old man named Song. Get out quickly. Along with a thick sound, it resounded throughout the Song mansion. Everyone looked at the blood-colored fireballs falling from the sky. In panic. I couldn't help but sigh. Is this the strength of the heavenly level? It seems that Song's hands can destroy the entire Song family. The initiator Song Yuji could only hide beside him and shivered. But the head of the Song family, who was unaware of it, was very puzzled. What's going on? My Song family and the Shui family have not had much interaction. Why did Lao Guogong Shui just step into the heavenly rank? I have to settle the score with my Song family. When the fireball fell, I saw a blue barrier rising from the ground. Blocked the attack. But it has made the Song family's servants suffer. He was shocked by the aftermath. The head of the Song family was also very grateful. However, the ancestor couldn't bear to go into seclusion. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. But the aftermath dissipates. A burst of ice suddenly surged out of the sky. After a moment of tornado, I saw the ancestor of the Song family slowly walk out. I don't know that Brother Shui successfully broke the gap. But although you and I are not sure, Jiang. But there should be no grudges or grudges. I don't know how powerful it is tonight. What's the point of coming here? Looking at the calm and gentle ancestor of the Song family, Mr. Shui was so angry that he came. The difficulties are really like wild boars putting their nostrils on the wind and pretending to be elephants. Your Song family is about to ride on my Shui family. I dare to say that I have no grudges when I give it the truth. The ancestor of the Song family looked confused. Brother Shui, please calm down. I have been in seclusion these days. Let me ask. After saying that, he immediately turned his head and questioned the current head of the family. However, he said indifferently. But Yuji and Shui's daughter had some misunderstandings. Who would have thought that? As soon as this is said, Mr. Shui was even more angry. The whole body was even lit with flames. I misunderstood that I took people to the palace gate but only blocked my family. It was because I misunderstood that the Empress Dowager was injured by the banquet. The third is frame up. He also misunderstood. I think you are the ones after Yikyu. You are here to do it now. You click Mr. Song. You need more eyes. Today I'll fight. Who is old but old? At this point, this can be a saying. Since Brother Shui insisted on doing this, Song only worships one scene after another. I will bring someone to apologize afterwards. After saying that, the two instantly turned into ice, fire, frost dragons. He galloped away outside the city. The Song family leader could no longer be kind to this matter. He quickly ordered his hands down. People lock up this evil. The two of them are not allowed to leave the house. And in a valley outside the city, I saw two people, wrapped in soldiers and fire, standing in the air. It's about to start one round. Mr. Shui suddenly turned his head and looked at a stone on the ground. And kindly reminder. Two friends hiding in the dark. I advise you to stay away. If you accidentally hurt later, I'm not responsible. I think if Mr. Shui knew that his precious granddaughter's soul had been hooked away by Lingxiu behind the stone, I don't know what it means to show that Ran Shenshu seems a little panicked. I was panicked and regretted that I immediately ignited my secret power. It can actually be sensed by the other party. Aku reminded him. The secret art can only be hidden. The body is not invincible. It's not omnipotent either. Then, the two had to withdraw the door, pushing the battle from afar. Looking at the two of them fighting spirit, I was deeply impressed. This is the combat intensity of the heavenly level powerful man. It can be said that it is burning mountains and boiling the sea. However, Aku was puzzled by the side. How much art do you have? Lingxiu looked at him with a wicked smile. If you want to know, you just need to live in me. That would be fine. Aku also looked helpless. Just cursed a few words. He is still very excited to watch him. Then he got up and left first. Now, there were also ripples and sensuality in his heart. How long does this guy want to take me in? After watching the battle, Lingxiu was also impressed by the strength of the heavenly level. As soon as I got home, I devoted myself to cultivation. After a moment, I saw Aku yawning over. I've been sleeping for a while. You confess. But you don't go to bed. Why practice guns in the yard? Lingxiu said that the heavenly level is still too strong. You have to improve your strength quickly. Looking at such a motivated Lingxiu, Aku immediately started to rub his hands. Didn't you expect to pursue it? Then I will practice with you. But after 1 hour, he was too exhausted to breathe. Looking at the still vibrant Lingxiu, he was full of curiosity. However, Lingxiu said, "This is my unique recipe. Do you want to try it?" After saying that, then he put his hand on Aku's shoulder. After a burst of green energy pours into his body, Aku suddenly felt full of strength again. However, what about Lingxiu's arms? Did you feel the fatigue disappear in an instant? If you practice day and night with me, I believe you will become the #1 assassin in the world. Listening to Lingxiu's words day and night, Aku's face suddenly turned red. As the king of the sea, I sent breakfast to Aku attentively early in the morning. Looking at his erect figure, I can't help but be a little fascinated. He didn't expect that. The sleeping beauty in the fairy tale can one day witness it. Who would have thought that? Just as he was imagining. But Linger's rushing shout came from outside the door. This almost scared her. He was about to push the door open. Lingxiu opened the door in panic. Linger, why did you come so early? I just finished cleaning the wing room. So he closed the door. But since the two expressed their intentions to each other, Linger seems to have become a good wife and mother. I went to buy a lot of vegetables early in the morning. Prepare to make breakfast for Lingxiu. However, now he feels guilty and is too late. How can I eat? I just want to leave Linger early. Our Linger is really a show of revealing her skills. Why don't I show you my skills today? After eating, you have to practice quickly. Don't fall behind. I have too many. Under his full level fooling. After breakfast, the simple Linger happily bid farewell to Lingman. But just as she was glad. But Aku was talking aside. I didn't expect you to be fooled. It turns out that you guys are the same. However, Lingxiu said that she should not look at how he does it. Go and see what he can't do. I haven't asked yet. I stayed in the Imperial City for so long this time. Not just enjoying my... Let's serve. Aku heard this. The cover becomes more and more firm. Kill a person and do everything evilly. The people who the government does not care about. Lingxiu sighed. It is worthy of being the female assassin of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Everyday life is different from others. But stay at home first. I will go out to investigate before deciding on the verification action. But just as Lin Xiu was walking on the way to Qingli Temple. But I met Zhao Lingying, who had been away for many days. I saw that he no longer had his past and his heroic appearance. Exquisite and pretty. There was a bit more sad look on his face. Just called Ling Xiu. The following words came to an abrupt end. Ling Xiu saw this. I immediately asked Lin Ning curiously. Is there anything you are doing? It's okay. I'm here to find you to practice. I'm afraid you will forget to live outside alone. After listening to it, Ling Xiu knew that she had something to do. In his state, it seems that I can't practice today. So he invited him to Qingli Temple together. However, Lin Ning suddenly asked. Where have you lived in these few days? Lin Xiu pointed to the big house behind him and replied. Look, this is the house that your majesty has given me. I stayed here after staying in the inn for a few days. Listening to Lin Xiu's words, he also felt even more guilty. I stayed alone on the first day of my wedding. Stayed in the inn the next day. Just thinking about it makes him feel sad and sad. Looking at Zhao Lining in a daze, he thought to himself. Is he feeling sorry for me? So he quickly explained. Lin Ning. Actually, things are not what you think. Although your sister and I got married. But after I had already negotiated with him. We do not interfere with each other's lives. This is a good thing for me. Lin Ning was a little surprised. Why is this a good thing? This means I can be with other women. Isn't this a good thing? Who would have thought that? As soon as this is said, Lin Ning immediately angrily retorted. How can you talk to me? Just halfway through. She seemed to lose confidence. Sisters may change in the future. But Ling Xiu didn't care about it at all. Why should I wait for her to change? Is there no other way? Hearing this, Ling Xiu had an instant idea. Of course there is a way. When the engagement was made, didn't say who married whom. As long as it is the daughter of the Zhao family. Or I will discuss with my father-in-law and mother-in-law. But your sister works together to marry you. In fact, it has always been. What I like is that you blushed when you see her little face. I thought about this match. However. But Lin Ning immediately praised Ling Xiu, who was knocked away with a heavy punch. He shouted repeatedly. The position has been matched. Afterwards, Lin Ning turned around and left. Even I dare to spend your affairs. I won't care anymore. Ling Xiu, who fell to the ground, also complained. Sure enough, this is the real Lin Ning. Anything that is pitiful is pretending. Just then, I saw Yu Zhiyu's hand appear in front of him. It's really good luck. I like my sister, but I marry her. Facing Qin Wan's ridicule, Ling Xiu quickly said that you believe it, you are joking. But she doesn't think so. How many truths in this world are spoken in a joke way? Ling Xiu cursed in her heart. People in the world say that they see through but not speak out. You're fine. Still have to say it out. So he prepared to tease Qin Wan. Who would have thought that? She has already prepared for Ling Xiu. I took the purse very angry. I have to go to Qingli Temple. If Miss Wanner wants to follow, she will follow someone. It just so happened that I got home and something happened. Let's go together. Mr. Lin is a beautiful woman on the way. I also remembered Linger's reminder. Qin Wan, a woman, can control her mind with art. You must stay away from her in the future. However, Qin Wan took out 5 taels of silver from her purse. These should be enough for later meals. Unexpectedly, at this moment, 2 men stopped them. I've been looking for you for so long. So you got money from the academy like this? Hurry up. We are practicing 2 lessons in every degree. Who would Lin Xiu think about the lesson he would teach them? At this time, Qin Wan obediently handed over the wallet and said he would take it and leave quickly. And the 2 will be loaned to 10,000 yuan. Before leaving, he did not forget to say harsh words to Lin Xiu. You little face. The last thing was not over yet. Please wait for me. Mrs. Lin Xiu and the others were speechless. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. These 2 guys were crazy when they ate the so last time. My parents don't recognize me. I didn't expect to forget me. I'm really revengeful. But at this moment he didn't understand Qin Wan's behavior. So he asked. You give them money like this. They obviously want to go to the casino. This money must be wasted. Qin Wan doesn't seem to care where they are doing. What's the matter with me? As long as I pay off the remaining 3,532 taels and 6 coins, I will be free. Then I learned after Ling Xiu's inquiry. It turns out that Qin Wan and his family have a very explosive relationship. He expected to say that. Just give him 10,000 taels of silver to live. His kindness to raise her can be written off. Ling Xiu, who learned about this. I originally thought of lending money to Qin Wan first. Let him return it to his father first as the creditor. But Qin Wan thought Ling Xiu was pitying him. So there is no introduction. Finally, he hurriedly said goodbye to the art academy and continued his practice. Because for him, if you don't practice hard, I won't get the bonus from the college. After saying goodbye to Qin Wan, Ling Xiu. Then he came to King Glisi's archives room. After checking for a long time, but the records of the powerful commit crimes were found. There are only 3 pieces of paper. The most terrifying thing is the case you handle. This also made Lin Xiu realize that if you use the official identity check, there must be no useful thing to find. After a long time, then he suddenly realized. Look at my pig's brain. I have the art of one of the 3 great evil techniques in modern times. After 3 awakenings, I guess it can be used by others. I have to hurry back and try it. Back home, Lin Xiu couldn't wait to try it out. After 2.5 days of torture, just walked into the street. It attracted the admiration of countless passers-by. Even the woman couldn't escape. At this time, Aku shyly stroked Lu Xiu's method. Then he asked curiously, Lin Xiu, why are everyone watching me? Could it be that my face has changed back? Lin Xiu said, you are my most satisfying work. As long as you don't touch your face, there will be no problem. Now let's go to Beicheng for some food first. Inquire by the way, try it. If it's easy to deal with, save me. If it is not easy to deal with, then we will deal with him personally. But as soon as the words were finished, a sense of crisis arose in his heart. It turned out that I passed by my sister-in-law. Obviously he didn't see through it. I just think this person looks strange. But it has a very familiar feeling. The sword escaped the disaster. Ling Xiu. Then I breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that even if you disguise, you still can't meet familiar people. Otherwise it would be too dangerous. So he disguised himself as he disguised himself. And came to the tea house outside the brothel. As far as he knows, the Sulong that Aku wants to kill is a local snake here. Although there is no background. But relying on a gang of more than 20 people. Let everyone talk about it. Then he signaled Aku to deal with him. This kind of person is too wasteful to assassinate directly. Too cheap. He just watch me perform later. Ako nodded in agreement after hearing this. And stated that I'll learn a new assassination method too. Not long after, Su Long walked out with great injustice. He kept scolding. What kind of people are there in this brothel? It can be the next second. After seeing Aku's appearance as Diao Chan, I couldn't help but exclaim. How could there be such a beautiful woman in Beicheng? But soon he discovered that this woman was obviously a powerful child. So he turned around and left. Who would have thought that? At this time, Ling Xiu stopped shouting loudly. Su Long. Then he walked straight to his body. Kiss you. What were you looking at just now? Su Long hurriedly said. I didn't see anything. But Lin Xiu was immediately dissatisfied. How dare I refute my son's words? According to him, he punched him in the face. Su Long borrowed it from being unable to offend the powerful. So he quickly apologized. Big brother. I glanced and came. As for scaring me to death. Just then, I saw a quick catch. Crawled in from the crowd. Give it all to me? Let me see who it is today. Dare to bully me. Seeing this, brother Su Lin Xiu. I also looked evil and didn't expect to buy one free one. Just a moment's worth of it. Except for 2 pests. Then I took out a token. Lin Xiu, the son of Ping Anbua, was also the head of the Qingli department. You immediately intend to force the civil movement. He also wanted to attack the imperial court officials. What crime should the constable kick the sword to the iron plate? So he quickly bowed his fists. A villain has a face but doesn't recognize Taishan. I hope Lord Lin will forgive me. We followed Lord Lin to get rid of the North City gangsters. Please allow me to arrest them and return to Qingli Temple to sue. Seeing that this person was quite eye-catching, Lin Xiu was ready to let him go first. It would be great for Captain Zhang to have this kind of heart. None of these people can let me go. Captain Zhang escaped the disaster. He also quickly agreed to accept the order. Afterwards, Aku also admired Lin Xiu's method very much. But he was still worried that those people would really be punished as they deserved. Lin Xiu is also confident about this. They will be executed for up to 3 days. We just need to go home and wait. If you encounter any problems in the future, come to me and think of a solution. If you are killing the powerful now, I'm afraid it will attract the world. Even the people from Tianjie, I still think that one day I can try to be an assassin with you. However, Lin Xiu's words, Aku didn't listen at all. He turned his head and said, "You're really nagging. And I want to kill someone, Lin Xiu." He also looked helpless. Why are you so disobedient? Never mind. Let's talk about it. Who are you going to kill? Aku heard this. The eyes were full of murderous intent of Zhong Yonghua Qinwu. At the same time, the prince learned that killing Lin Xiu would cost 10,000 taels of silver. I was also shocked to hear. The two just returned home. He told Aku. In fact, Qinwu's son Qin Rui killed him by himself. And the current crown prince seems loyal. In fact, my heart is extremely dark. He was assassinated by all those who awakened the art of war. After hearing this, Aku couldn't help but feel sad. Although you kill Qin Rui is considered to eliminate harm for the people. But if a person like the prince becomes emperor, this is undoubtedly not a disaster for the people. But Lin Xiu didn't seem to be worried. This guy wants to be the emperor. But it's not that easy. The world is not yet determined. Every prince is a dark horse. However, what I thought was, every time he went out with Linger, he would let Li Guozhang be his wingman. It's a bit inhuman. Or just make up for his emperor. Looking at the confident Lin Xiu, Aku couldn't help asking. And now assassinating Qinwu. Do you have any clues? It is definitely inappropriate for Qin Rui to go directly. Lin Xiuza looked confident. You don't need to worry. The mountain man has his own tricks. You just need to cooperate with me. The picture turns. Ling Xiu came to the Imperial Hospital. I also quickly found the key figure of this trip. After reminiscing with them, this shows the purpose of this trip. The universe. Girl, you have a medicine to treat insomnia. It is best to let people fall asleep within a short period of time after taking it. No matter what happened, no one will be awakened. I have been in need of sleep lately. However, Shuang suggested. If it's just insomnia, I'll just press it for you. It's 3 parts poisonous. If it is useless, you will take medicine. Looks so serious and both beautiful. I can only respond for the time being. But he doesn't understand himself. But I want some sweating pills. Why is the other party so enthusiastic? Soon. He lay on the bed. Under Shuang's technique. Ling Xiu. He didn't hold on for 3 seconds. I fell asleep soon. Afterwards, she couldn't help but sigh. Miss Shuang's technique is really not a fan of it. Fortunately, I got the key stuff. On the other side, Xinwu, who had just lost her son, was eating wildly. I kept muttering. I'm going to have a good time. This way you can recite it as soon as possible. But not long after. People collapse like dead pigs and catch them to achieve their goal. The two of them removed their film fan's medical skills. At this time, Ling Xiu signaled a coup. Leave it to me next. You just hide her for 2 days first. If he wakes up, just feed him some of this stuff. Then Ling Xiu. It was easy to turn into Qin Wu's appearance. The swagger appeared in the piano score. Unexpectedly, I just walked to the door. But suddenly rushed out of the 3 rooms in one wife. And surrounded Ling Xiu. Master. Where are you going? Why not play hide and seek with us? However, This scene is a piece of cake for Lingxiu in her previous life. I actually pinched the purple balloon. This solved the current Shura field. Then he began to implement his own plan. At the same time, the servants in the prince's bedroom came to report quickly. Your Highness. That assassin was relieved. Now you only need to pay a deposit of 5,000 taels first. After hearing this, the prince quickly said. Very good money. Can give it to him first. But he has to help me kill someone with the art of military service first. At this time, the servant reminded him to investigate. The lover we killed last time might have been wrong. The Qin family has no art of military service at all. However, the prince didn't care. What's there to do? Just a son of an earl. Kill it, kill it. You go and get the assassin to prepare first. I remember there was also a person from Isard on the border. Wu Ben thought that he guarded the frontier. It's far from the imperial city. I wanted to let him go. Now it seems that he also had to die. In addition, I was called to go out to see the scenery. When choosing a feng shui treasure land for Lingxiu, burial well. But when the carriage just walked into the street, the prince suddenly felt his whole body tremble. So I quickly looked through the window. What's going on? Why is the art of water in me so uneasy? Just as I was about to instruct my men to check who was sitting in the sedan chair I had passed by, I quickly told His Highness. No need to check. Is this sedan chair Zhonianbo Qin Wu? Now. The prince was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Good, you brave. My uncle hit it quite deeply. It seems that I didn't kill the wrong one last time. Tell the assassin to try the waters to become loyal and brave. As long as he dies. 5,000 tales of Li Ma fucking disguised himself as Qin Wu's Lingxiu. I know what kind of person the prince is. Now he just needs to go home and wait for news. Unexpectedly, as Lin Xiu expected. That night, Qin Wu hated Westlake. And the killer is about to surface. Will he be a heavenly rank? How should Ling Xiu deal with it? And just now, news of Zhou Yongboi and Qin Wu's sudden death. It soon came into the ears of Emperor Xia. So I am extremely concerned about this matter. So he asked about the progress of the case. As the strongest leg-snatching Zhu Jing. Answer quickly. Your Majesty, Uncle King Lisi, is excessive indulging in lust. Go outside again and it blows the wind. It leads to death from overwork. After checking Qin Wu's body. But he found out that he did not die suddenly. Instead, he was infected with a rare poison. This caused the illusion of sudden death. When Emperor Xia heard this, he thought it was a coup who did it again. But Xu Jing did not agree with this statement. After investigation, he found out that Qin Wu's son Qin Rui was also dead strangely. However, before his death, Qin Rui had the art of military service. And in the past few years, as long as the king has awakened, all the people with this technique were killed by someone. Only Lingxiu and Zhao Lingying are still alive now. But he was also assassinated several times. Therefore, Lao Wu believes that behind this matter is the water-based art. And it is done by people with great background. Emperor Xia was very angry after hearing this. Obviously he already knew who it was. Then he asked Zhu Jing to teach him a lesson. And warn him, if you dare to act recklessly, then don't blame him for not giving him a face. So there is the beginning. However, when Zhu Jinggang left, so he immediately showed a very hatred expression. I thought to myself that this old guy waited for this palace to ascend the throne. I will cut you into pieces. But does he really have this opportunity? Afterwards, he did not listen to Emperor Xia's advice. Instead, he immediately ordered his subordinates to notify the killer. Continue to assassinate Lingxiu. Little do you know. All their words were collected by AI Kuan No 1. Soon he sent the news back. When I learned that the killer was on the way. Lingxiu seems extremely calm. He even prepared to take a coup. This harem. Now Qin Wu is dead. Do you have a place to go? If not, why not stay with me? Faced with this sudden invitation, a coup was also in a dilemma. He knew very well that the killer should not be moved. But those beautiful pictures of the past, it really touched his heart. But he understands. If you stay, It will definitely cause trouble for Ling Xiu. So he did not give a reply for a long time. Ling Xiu seemed to see through his thoughts. Then he patted his back gently. It's okay to have a dangerous world. If you are tired, I will always be your home. But at this moment, the killer sent by the prince has arrived in front of the two of them. This is the middle of the night when the man and the woman are not sleeping. Are you basking in the moon here? Ling Xiu saw this. Not afraid. Instead, he made a statement and mocked you for finally coming. We have been waiting for you for a long time. At this time, the killer seemed very confident. Because the information he knows is Ling Xiu. It's just that he dances until his talent is good. However, although Aku has no reply, but seeing Ling Xiu meets blood, he immediately rushed towards the other side. Unexpectedly, the terrifying female killer in the past was still in love. But right there, he wants to get closer to the right way. A feeling of powerlessness. It spreads throughout the body in an instant. Then, he collapsed to the ground. The man was extremely proud at this time. Didn't expect it. From the moment I entered the yard, I'm already feeling this place by my toxic wife. Looking at Aku who was struggling to get up. Ling Xiu. He also looked helpless. Look at you, big fool. If you walk like this, how can I feel relieved? Seeing the man still barking. Just a bang. His body was directly penetrated by the cloud iron spear. As an assassin, you have a lot of words. Before he died, the man realized that. Damn, the information given by the prince of the dog is wrong. Turn out to be. The reason why Ling Xiu is not poisoned is. It's because he has been using the healing art to treat himself the next morning. Ling Xiu came to the palace. After last night's incident. Although I expressed my feelings to Aku. But he left after all. So he prepared to come to the palace to meet the noble concubine. Maybe your mood will get better. Who would have thought? At this time. But he found an old acquaintance. An idea came to my mind instantly. I just worry about not having a chance to discuss you. I saw you coming to my door. Then he hurried forward and greeted him. I am looking for His Highness. Looking at the spiritual beauty who was jumping around in front of me. The prince was really panicked. The beads of sweat are as big as beans. Lower from the forehead. So I pooey myself. I can't lock the spiritual beauty from me. After disgusting the prince. Then he came to Changchun Palace. After seeing the proud figure of the imperial concubine. My mood improved a lot in an instant. He asked the empress while stroking Hakini's mouth. Have you been muttering well recently? But after hearing this, the imperial concubine blushed. He lowered his head slightly. Cherry's mouth stuttered a few words. Very well behaved. Seeing the imperial concubine's unusual behavior. Thinking. Why is the empress so blushing? Have you been in the palace for too long? It seems that I have to find some time to take her out for fun. Little do you know. Nan Nan is actually his genius. Just eat too. During the chat, I saw AI Village No 1 flying in a hurry. And told Prince Ling Xiu to come out of Yongning Palace. After learning this news, Ling Xiu took the opportunity to say goodbye to the imperial concubine. And on the other side, the prince who just walked out of Yongning Palace. The expression is extremely ferocious. He kept scolding all the time. This damn Ling Xiu. But he is really a stunning Xiaoqiang. The assassin failed to kill him last night. Could it be that I ran away with money? However, just as he was imagining, Ling Xiu suddenly appeared again. Your Highness. We are really destined to be together. This can be met. It's better to leave the palace together. But the guilty prince turned his head and walked towards the palace again. This palace suddenly remembered that there was something wrong with my father. I'll go there first. Looking at the Prince Ling Xiu who was gradually moving away. Very proud, too. You guys sent someone to kill me several times. I disgusted you twice first. But let's just say it. We will have some time later. After His Highness walked out of the palace, Ling Xiu turned into a headless fly. But soon, he thought of a coup. I mentioned a tofu shop before leaving. So I prepared to go and have a look. But the city is full of streets and alleys. Where should I find a tofu seller? Just when he was at a loss, the old man next to him told him, if you want to eat tofu, you can go to the end of this road. 2. After saying goodbye to the old man from the Niu family, Lin Xiu quickly found the shop. Then I ordered a portion of tofu for a moment. I saw a woman with excellent figure walking out. When the two of them looked at each other, they all showed shock. Lin Xiu also unconsciously called out the woman's name, Haitang. Not Miss Chen Yu. Given the scars on my forehead, the woman did not choose to recognize each other. Young master, I won't call him Haitang if you recognize the wrong person. Not Chen Yu. Seeing the other person talking like this, Lin Xiu can only be helpless. It may have admitted that I had mistaken. Then let's eat the tofu brain here. Although the other party does not admit it, but Lin Xiu was extremely sure. The young master in front of him was the crabapple whose body disappeared. Seeing the woman, she didn't move for a long time. Ernio came out from behind his face. This young man is really embarrassed. My wife. I feel a little uncomfortable today. The forest should be sweet or salty. I'll try it for you. Seeing this, Lin Xiu. I couldn't help but exclaim in my heart, why was my wife still fed? The dog Yu quickly expressed his thoughts on what to eat. Niu Wenyan quickly looked at the guy who recognized the person next to him. My brain is a little abnormal. But the woman laughed out loud. Don't worry. This young man is not bad at first sight. The woman who didn't recognize her family brought a portion of tofu, in order to further confirm that a woman is Haitang. So he asked the girl how she came here. The woman is silent and lie. So I answered this question, a male girl brought me into trouble. I don't know why the young master came outside the city to eat tofu. After listening to it, Lin Xiu became more sure of the possible woman. Even the person who guesses in his heart. Yu Yang laughed. I'm also recommended by a hero. I didn't expect that I had been trapped in my heart for so long. It was actually opened by a coup. But Lin Xiu did not expose him. Because there is still a yellow robe left in the culprit. Just get rid of her. Then healing art will repair his face. Only when the begonia is truly regained. I can tell today that she is doing well. I can feel at ease. Lin Xiu was in a very good mood and just returned to her doorstep. But he found that Zhao Lingying was staring at him tightly at Lin Xiu, who was still smiling just now. Her blood pressure soared instantly. Lin Xiu. You were very happy just now. And what happened to the women in the house? Faced with such inquiries from the Lord, Lin Xiu immediately became guilty. How could I laugh? I just remembered something happy. And I have never lived in other women. Who would have thought that? He just finished speaking. Qinwan came after hearing the sound. Zhao Lingying? You called my name just now. Why did you pretend not to know me when you saw Lin Xiu? Looking at the Shura field spiritual appreciation in front of you, I know that it is wrong to say something more now. But looking at the two people who were facing each other, he still chose to explain himself. Actually, I think Miss Qinwan is homeless. So he took him in. You also know that the biggest characteristic of me is kindness. Actually, it's lustful. But Zhao Lingying was angry. No matter how much you care about it. I don't care. I'm going to move in, too. She can't stay here. If it is spread, it won't be itchy. However, Qinwan was not used to him either. Just live in my brother-in-law's house. The news spreads. Only then will people laugh at you. Looking at the fight is about to begin. Two are so beautiful. Had to say that. Or they all sleep here. Let's go in first. It would be bad if it disturbs the neighbors. Even so, Lin Xiu finally settled the two of them. At this time, Ai Kuan No 2 sent a message. Recently, there are 2 more guards in the Royal Duke's mansion. One purpose. A boxing master. After learning about it, I couldn't help but sigh. Oh. Huang Tao. You don't want me to have a break. It seems that the one who protects you is at least a time. You and I make you sigh. Wait for me to enter the title. The streets are your dead spirit. The next morning, Linning walked out of the room with a shameful face. If you see Lin Xiu still practicing, it's also a bit shocking. But Ling Xiu handed him a bun. Promise. This is the taste of Miss Wanner. It's really great. Come and taste a bun after taking it. Ling Ying was happy. Remarks. Ling Ying is very skillful in calling. I saw him busy early in the morning. Why do you think of yourself as a maid? Hearing such a beautiful speech, I can only explain helplessly. Look at the girl Qin Wan you mentioned. I'm my tenant. He has no money. Those who are busy at home and outside will take the rent as the basic rent. Who? Ing immediately rolled his eyes when he heard this. You are such a great person. Look at me, I will always feel like you, Lin Xiu. Your sense of peace. But Lin Xiu turned his head and said. Then I thank you. Oh. By the way. Remember to tell Mingy that practice is changed to hearing this in the afternoon. Lin Ying couldn't help but sigh. What's wrong with Ling Xiu? Why did you suddenly become so diligent? Who said that at this time? Qin Ying came over. I couldn't help but feel sorry for this man. He only slept for half an hour last night. You are trying to improve your strength as soon as possible. But this is normal. Who made him get on the run? A wife like Zhao Lingjun. However, the simple Lin Ying didn't understand what he meant at all. Instead, I asked curiously. What's wrong with having a wife like my sister? It seems nothing. That is, I just left my husband and ran away on the wedding night. Ling Xiu doesn't work hard. What else can I do when practicing? I can't be looked down upon by my wife for the rest of my life. Ling Ying was instantly speechless. Although she wanted to argue. But this is a fact after all. I can only curse a few words in my heart. This annoying woman. Why isn't she a mute? However, at this time, Yu and the concubine scattered in the corridor. Given his strange behavior yesterday, Ling Xiu. So he planned to take her out of the palace for a walk. So he conspired with the mumbling young actor. She is weak and helpless. I can only let Ling Xiu white cloth be allowed. After a while, the imperial concubine was successfully convinced. And said that I would let Zhu Jin arrange to leave the palace immediately. As a terrible man, he immediately informed the news that His Majesty Xia concubine was about to leave the palace again. Is there a reminder this time? But Emperor Xia said. Let her go. His spiritual pet is so proud. After. Let the imperial concubine leave the palace once every half-month. It also saves her from making trouble in front of me. Actually, she is still quite afraid of this emperor girl. Just because she had to go to the Empress Dowager to complain when she made a fuss. And the end result is. Every time Xia Emperor gets beaten like this. The noble concubine after leaving the palace. It seems like a small village girl who has never seen the world. I have to buy everything I see. After a while, Ling Xiu became a tool man. Fortunately, the imperial concubine felt a little tired at this time. So he suggested going to the place he heard last time. But after a deep singing, the imperial concubine proposed again. Otherwise, let her enter the palace. I can guarantee that she will be rich and healthy for the rest of her life. However, Ling Xiu's face blushed. This may not work. Aunt Kai. She is actually my wife. An imperial concubine couldn't help but laugh after hearing this. It turns out that it is yours, so I won't break you up. Afterwards, it was too boring. Ling Xiu. He then brought the concubine back to his new house. Just entered the yard. She praised. Although it's a little small. But it looks very neat. I guess this is often taken care of. But Lin Xiu was afraid that too many people knew that they were separated. So he was ready to fool him. No, no. This house. I come to live occasionally. But at this moment, Qin Wan suddenly poked her little head out. And said that all his things had been moved here. Ling Xiu saw this. Hurry up and introduce it. It was finally over. After seeing her panic, the imperial concubine. He laughed out loud. There should be no one later. Lin Xiu said no. Unexpectedly, I heard a good news. Lin he broke in with Ling Ying. He was still shouting Ling Xiu. I'm here to find you. I want to see what's going on. Being able is more important than practicing. But after seeing the concubine, then he immediately started to walk obediently. And just after the two of them greeted each other, Schwelinger called again. So there is a picture of the 5 harems sitting together. Lin Xiu could only hide beside him and shivered. Unexpectedly, the lively Schwelinger broke the scene of her own. Lin Xiu. Why aren't you Miss Qin Lang's skills really good? There is also the osmanthus cake made by the imperial concubine himself. But Lin Xiu was afraid that she would misunderstand. Explain quickly. Ling Ying came to protect me, Princess Mingyi, who came with him. As for Qin Wan, I am my tenant. Sai Yi and the imperial concubine also know how to fall in love. Old Schwelinger finished listening. But he started to blame himself. I understand that I can't accompany you often. I didn't think I could take it exclusively. Since my grandfather was promoted to the heavenly rank. Just said I would like to guide me to practice. I'm afraid I won't be able to come to you every day like before. But I will definitely try to make us together openly. Looking at the two spirits who were so fucked and the spirit hero who rushed to the side. Why don't you care about him? Although a little annoyed. But he just went back silently. I'm not qualified to dream. Use thunder to shatter the dark middle-aged boy. Looking at the gorgeous harem group, I don't like it. But he ran into the ravine and was struck by lightning. Turn out to be. He has a thunder body that is in no place. As long as it is chopped, you can become stronger. As a thunder fell, Lingxiu suddenly opened her eyes. Countless purple arcs surround it. Obviously he has successfully entered the Xin level. Then, to test the power, a purple arc immediately condensed from the tip of his palm. It is significantly cut directly to the distant trunk. Looking at the bursting tree spirit, this is also very true. Then, he had a bold idea. With my current strength, I will see how my wife practiced when I was a famous doctor. I guess I won't be discovered. With the blessing of flying and audiovisual art, he soon came to Zhao Lingjuan's yard. Looking at the many huge rocks surrounding his head, I can't help but sigh. This mindful art is really terrifying. But it's still a bit inferior to my Lei Tang. Unexpectedly, just when he was proud, Zhao Lingjuan's eyes suddenly opened. Then he stared at the direction where Lingxiu was. Obviously. What can he realize? But it is not certain. As he looked around, Lingxiu was so scared that she covered her eyes directly. Hard eyes. Is the art of mind power so exaggerated? He could sense all this. Fine. He is my wife in public. Find opportunities. Mind power is just something in your pocket. However, Zhao Lingjun is really a beauty in his personal life after changing his devil. After a while, Lingxiu. Then he was ready to retreat tactically first. Although the martial arts cultivation is now so profound, but the art is still a little bit worse. It seems that if you want to improve, you have to rely on superpowers. Never thought. After he gets home and raises money. But I found that the entire 4 realms of the capital were swept away by mysterious people. Just when he was depressed, awaken no one brings him good news. There is new news about the eldest prince's mansion. Someone gave it to the prince. There are so many bright Yuanjing Lingxiu when you hear the word Yuanjing. His eyes instantly stared as big as a copper bell. Then after his inquiry. No. It turned out that there was a vase in the prince's room. After turning, a secret passage will appear. There are also many good things hidden in the west. Lingxiu was furious after learning about this. I'll go. Now I'm going to make a fortune. Then he took out a bowl of Jiuchang Dali. Rewarded well. When awaken no one is having a meal, he told Prince Lin Xiu again. What banquet will you attend to tonight? Such a good opportunity exists. Lingxiu. Immediately hide Yuan Jing's idea. That's the case. Then don't be surprised. Go and collect interest first. It was soon evening. The prince also went to the banquet as promised. During the conversation between the two, Lingxiu. No. It turned out to be given to Prince Yuanjing. It was the Duke of Dingwei of the current dynasty. He was also very shocked. Unexpectedly, for the sake of the throne. This old guy listened quite well. After he left, Lingxiu sneaked into the prince. In the room, I also quickly found the vase mentioned by awaken no one. After twisting it, The bookshelf slowly opened up. The last secret passage suddenly appeared in front of Qi's eyes. After entering the secret room, Ling Xiu. I was stunned when I looked at the carved objects. Not only are there 4-level Yuan Sutra everywhere, and there are several boxes of 5th-level ones. It seems that there is hope for promotion to the local area. I have to work quickly. You can't leave anything good for the prince. Late at night, the prince returned to the house drunk. You can think of the painting on the Dinghua Gong's wine table. He immediately gritted his teeth in anger. This old guy obviously looks down on me. If it weren't for your uncle, I've been looking for someone to mess with you. But the most important thing now is practice. I'm here in Yuan Jing. But when he came to the secret room with Joy, seeing that there was no hair in it, he was stunned. He couldn't believe that all this in front of him was true. Then, the prince's miserable screams. I want to complete the entire Eastern Palace for a long time and cannot disperse. Which 6th brother stole my belongings? And just be a mother. Lin Xiu directly emptied the prince's savings for many years. After a night of hard practice, with the sensational explosion, he successfully completed his 4th awakening. The strength has also come to the connection to the well. Although the power of art has been greatly improved now. But he is still not sure whether you can conquer Zhao Lingjun now. Fortunately, it can copy 4 arts. Such a great mood. You can't destroy it and go to Tsai to listen. The picture turns. I saw the two of them getting tired of each other again. At this time, Lin Xiu thought of giving Tsai a title. However, they can be together openly. So he was about to go to Zhao Lingjun to discuss. The love-brained Tsai said. It's enough to have this sentence from the young master. Colored clothes don't ask for any title. I just want to be by my son's side all the time. Looking at the beautiful woman in front of you, I was also inexplicably moved. Little do you know. With the contact between the two, the progress bar of the copy ability is also loading. But now he can't care about this. What nonsense are you talking about? I also want to grow old together with you. Who would have thought that? He just finished speaking. Tsai's little mouth came up. However, Lin Xiu quickly stopped him. Colorful clothes are things that are related to your life. I think it's better to stay in the bridal chamber to paint candles at night. Tsai also expressed her sensible expression. Everyone listens to the young master. But at this moment, countless chaotic sounds instantly poured into Lin Xiu's ears. He was also very confused at this time. What's going on? How come I suddenly hear so many sounds? Is it because the art copied after the 4 awakenings will also become the state of the 4th lord? Unexpectedly, the heroic magic in this state has become the heavenly level. It can turn all the sounds around it into the force. For my use, there are 3 empty left now. Zhao Linxiu's thought power must be 1. The remaining 2 are best equipped with attack capabilities. This way, there are more means to fight the enemy. By the way, Qinwan's skill was rated as the most dangerous Yu. My art is definitely not simple. It seems like I have to go back and look for opportunities. At the same time, in the kitchen of the house, Zhao Lingying just gets the chance. He also mocked Qinwan from time to time. Miss Wanner, are you planning to be a maid here for the rest of your life? Qinwan also looked helpless. Zhao Lingying, are you in a panic? Come and find trouble on purpose. I just asked casually. You should take care of yourself. I can't worry about my affairs. Just then, Ling Xiu suddenly came out. Miss Wanner comes with me. I have something to look for you. Linning couldn't help but exclaim. Why did Ling Xiu's voice suddenly sound better? Little do you know. This is all because Ying Jiwan Qingwan saw this. Of course, I would not miss this opportunity to come back from ridicule. Why are you so concerned about the changes in Ling Xiu? Could it be that you like her looking at the panic Lingying? She quickly stepped up the fire. You see, you're anxious. I'm just talking casually. Why are you doing such a big reaction? Obviously. Lin Ying lost again. I could only clench my fists angrily. Later, Qinwan came to Ling Xiu. You also asked bluntly. It's not a big deal to find you. I just want to ask what the art is. Faced with this problem, Wan twitched her mouth. Hesitated for a moment. Ling Xiu could only smile foolishly from the side. I thought it was hard for a girl to do. It seems that we can only see opportunities again in the future. But unexpectedly, Wan actually said that she could let Lin Xiu see what she saw. He quickly got back together. Of course I want to see it. Otherwise, I will be hit later. I don't know how to fight back. Wan didn't talk too much when she heard this. As the purple light bloomed in his eyes. Countless moments. The stunning beauty appeared beside her. Lin Xiu couldn't help but sigh. I'm going to do it, this is an illusion. And it has both touch and fragrance. This is too awesome. After a moment of marveling, he immediately closed his eyes. Use wood art. 4. Extremely skilled. As his eyes suddenly opened. Magical. The quietness also shattered in an instant. At this time, Wan expressed proudly. How about it? Want to try it? Ling Xiu waved her hand quickly. Reject. It cannot be used. Miss Wan would go back to rest first. I want to wake up 4 times. But he really grabbed it. After Wan left, I saw a message from awaken no 1 and 2. The eldest prince was born. I suddenly fell ill today. Lin Xiu was not surprised at all. No disease. That's why I worked so long. The house of the stockpile disappeared with one move. Even if Lei Feng is fine. However, it is not an exaggeration to deal with people like the prince, no matter how shameless they are. However, at this time, Ai Kunkan said. Lin Xiu was a little weird today. It's too boring to be at home. Go and listen to an artistic opera. Lin Xiu heard it. In an instant. Damn. He is sick because he wants to steal my house, right? Huang Wangxiu, who was unknown, was heading to Le Huayuan's subordinates. He was still asking his subordinates to stop and ask him to. If you see that scene later, you are all gentle by me. On the side. The little brothers quickly expressed Ling Bai. By the way, please remind Tao not to leave them too. Because the assassin was not caught last time. When Huang Tao mentioned that the last time he was stabbed, he was so angry that he grinned. Wait until this young master catches him. He must be survived. You can't ask for death. But when he finished speaking, I immediately fell in a daze in the spot. Murmur. How could there be such a beautiful woman in this world? It's like a fairy. Turn out to be. Outside of his 10. I saw a peerless woman in front of her. Against the backdrop of a white long skirt. The woman's concave and straights are unique. Seeing that the king capital actually has such a role. She threw the colored clothes behind her head. In my heart, I swear to myself. I must get her. So he stepped forward and started chatting. Did the girl encounter any difficulties? Do you need help? But the woman turned her head directly. No need to remind me since I was a child. Playboys like you come over to talk to each other. I must have tried to do something bad to me. So please get out quickly. Hearing this, Huang Tao did not break up. Instead, he replied with a smile on his face. Okay. What a girl says is what she says. I'll get out now. But not far yet. She immediately ordered her subordinates to do so. Good man. 2.5 hours later. I want him to show up in my room. Go down the side. People are also very sensible. Then he followed the woman. When I saw him walking into the alley at a moment, they took action decisively. Shocked the woman. After that, I was going to carry it to Huang Tao. Little do you know. Familiar copy progress. Adjustment continues to load. And the woman did not faint. It's sighing in my heart. Unexpectedly, there are gifts and spectral art that are quite good. 2.5 hours later, in the side room in the Duke of the Imperial Kingdom's mansion. Huang Tao was pushing open the door with a slutty look on his face. No one can disturb us to spend the night together now. But after seeing the Ling Xiu who has changed back to its original state, Huang Tao was instantly panicked. Beads of sweat as big as beans kept dripping from their foreheads. Ling Xiu is not ready to pretend. He used the art of space to draw out a sharp long sword. Then, a miserable long hand came from the room. But when the guards pushed open the door, but I found that only Huang Tao was lying in a pool of blood. The woman who had been before disappeared. Then the two immediately followed the traces. The woman's guard who caught up with him soon put his hand on the woman's shoulder. But when he turned his head, I found that it was a slutty face. A woman with an ugly appearance. This also scared the guard. He quickly scolded him. You've all turned out to be like this. I learned to wear white skirts with Nima. Get out of here quickly. Looking at the two people who were cursing, Lin Xiu was also very proud. Even though it has become like this, I feel a little sneering in my heart. But it is indeed a necessary skill for killing and robbing people. But when Lin Xiaogong returned home, then Lin Ying grabbed it. Inquiry in person. Have you ever seen where my skirt went? Lin Xiu could only knock down her skirt with guilt. How do I know what skirt is? But Lin Ying didn't believe it at all. I even thought he had some special hobbies. And Lin Xiu immediately changed the subject. And what does a big man do with your skirt? By the way, you clean up quickly. We'll go find your sister later. Lin Ying suddenly burst into tears when he heard this. Finally remembered. You have a wife. Why do you suddenly remember to find your sister? It's not good to not take your sister back to see her parents being suspected of being suspected. Even though he said that. But in fact, I had the idea of establishing art. When I think that Huang Tao is dead now, I accidentally obtained earth art. Plus Nian Nian that is about to be obtained. Now everyone else is going to be happy. Soon, Lin Xiu took Zhao Lingjun to his mother-in-law's house. After a greeting between the two sides, Lin Ying looked at the two people who looked so loving. He pouted his mouth immediately. I also sighed in my heart. The couple's acting skills are really better than the other. Then, while the family is wandering around, my father-in-law wanted Ling Xiu to keep her losses again. He wanted to refuse. But Zhao Lingjun quickly responded. Ling Xiu had no choice but to agree. However, at this time, Lin Ying suggested. My sister and my brother-in-law are always together every day. Why not let my sister sleep with me tonight? Unexpectedly, he was scolded by Qi's father. You and your sister have been sleeping for so long since they were young. If this is spread, how else do you get married? At this time, Zhao Lingjun also agreed. My sister is obedient. There is time later. Lin Ying, who was watching the tomb, was also thinking about Ling Xiu in his heart. I can only help you here. Then, Zhao Lingjun held Ling Xiu's brother. A flattering expression. Husband, let's go back to the room. After watching the progress in front of you, Ling Xiu is also quite good at matching. What my wife said is that you are very tired after a few days. I waited for my return to my room but I pressed my shoulders. At this time, the mother-in-law covered her face behind her. Smile. Xiu and Lin Junjun's relationship is so good. I also understand that shoulders and shoulders are not like some people. And my father-in-law coughed a few times when he heard this. Then, or we go back to the room. I'll press it for you. Only Ling Ying next to him felt uncomfortable all over. Who knows who? This is even more uncomfortable than killing me. Just now, Ling Xiu finally got the opportunity to copy. He is based on his long-standing thought art. But when the copy is to be successful. But there was an unexpected interruption. It turned out that Zhao Lingying let go of the hand that was originally holding him. At this time, I saw him expressing indifferently. You'll go to bed tonight. I'll practice. Don't worry about me. But Ling Xiu was still upset about the interruption of copying. But he soon thought of another companion. So he started discussing with Zhao Lingjun. Ming met the Lin family. Can we be more intimate? My mother is meticulous and meticulous. If you see what we are now, I will inevitably find something. It will be difficult to deal with by then. Although Zhao Linjun is a little cold. But after all, she is a woman in the deep forest. This brief words are like a fierce face. What does it mean to be closer? So how to do it? So the current picture is here. Since the two of them have overflowed from the Zhao family, they drowned intimately. Even if the passers-by on the street are envious, I sighed in anger that you would continue your thoughts. One by one, the show and success must be done every day. Even Father Show can still admire Zhao Lijun. Even if faced with so many people. Can also pretend to be so calm? Soon. They came to the Lin family. Old father who was doing the meal. I was also a little surprised. If we come back, don't say anything. That's the only thing about the meal. Lin Xiu said. This is enough. My father didn't mind seeing him. So he quickly agreed. That's good. That's good. Who would have thought that just finished speaking? He was taught a lesson by his mother twisting her ear. What a fuck. Why don't you go to inform the kitchen? Prepare more delicious food. Then he looked at his daughter-in-law. Lin Jun. Do you have anything to eat? I made the kitchen ponder. He ignored himself at all times. It was also extremely embarrassing for his own son Lin Xiu to beside him. Looking at the meaningful smile of the old mother. His heart was trembling, too. I was afraid that he would see something. So after lunch, the two hurriedly bid farewell to the second floor. But not far yet. Zhao Linjun played with Ling Xiu's arm again. Looking at the surprised man in front of you. He quickly reminded. Don't make a sound. Your guard is following behind. So Ling Xiu also cooperated. The neighbor heard that a new jewelry store was opened in the city. We'll go for a walk later. Buy some for you. Hearing these words from both of them. Then I didn't follow it anymore. You can talk back to the two. After submitting the contract. Lin's mother immediately began to ponder. Looking at the silver woman who was still talking sarcastic words aside. He was so angry that he could not make a fuss. You big guy. What do you know? I just think when Lin Ying was with Xior before. He is much happier than now. However, when Lin Xiu first returned to her new home. But he found that Qingwan was blocked by his two good brothers. I've given you 50 taels just now. Why are you still coming to me for money now? But one of them retorted. Didn't this just say it? Besides, you are now with the name. You should know that he is a wealthy man in the capital of the king. You want to perform better every night. Ask him for a few hundred taels of silver. Not easy yet. Hearing this, Qinwan was so angry that she trembled all over. But the other party is his brother after all. He could only explain helplessly. I'm not the kind of relationship you think you are thinking. But the two of them didn't believe anything. Not all you moved in. What are you still trying to argue here? Who would have thought that at this time? But Lin Xiu suddenly appeared behind the two of them. Oops. Aren't these two brother-in-law? It would be a bit harsh to say this. After saying that, I wanted to lend money. I'll lend it to you. Then he took out 10,000 taels of silver notes. I, the brother-in-law, will I lend you this money? Do their brother want me to borrow money? Since he naturally wants to write an IOU. This is not an exaggeration. After borrowing so much money. No matter what the two of them are concerned about. I wrote the IOU soon. Afterwards, they thought they had met a stupid pig. My sister lives with him. Ask for some money from your family. Can this be called borrowing? It seems that I have to come over to ask for more in the future. Little did they know that it was completely in the plan of the elder sixth. But Qinwan was puzzled by the side. Actually, you didn't need to borrow it for me just now. You give money. They will lose everything soon. You won't have to come back at that time. But Lin Xiu said. Don't worry about this matter. It's better to go back and practice quickly. Actually, what I thought was. I don't go out to find out who Lin Xiu, is. Pay off the debt. It's natural. If you can't pay back the money in 3 days. It's selling houses. It's better to take my sister. They have to think about it carefully. Don't let your brothers borrow the job. Let me do it. So he disguised himself as a prescription. Asked on the side. Xiaosai. What are the most interesting things you play? Xiaosai saw a little girl coming. Thinking that I can make a big profit again today. Then he quickly introduced. This young master will not hide it from you. The most exciting thing here is guessing the size. At this time, The two brothers also noticed Ling Xiu after disguise. Goodbye. After losing continuously. Then he hurried to him. Young master. Do you want to play with us? Can't say it's right. Just one more hand in it and you will win. Given that it has been taken to the hook. Ling Xiu. I also happily agreed to let the other party go. He immediately pretended to be very happy. Then he took out 1,000 taels of mouth. Still shouting. This time I will double my previous losses back. Seeing this, my brother-in-law. A wicked smile on his face. Young master. Since it's so grand. Then we will sacrifice our lives to compensate the gentleman. Little do you know. They have fallen into the Ling Xiu division's in-death situation. As the points settle. Obviously beasts are better. Ling Xiu's acting skills are also exaggerated. After some complaints. He took out another 5,000 taels. And shouted. I don't believe it. Can't win anymore. Do you dare to follow me to get the big beasts thinking about getting some wool? But I didn't expect the other party to play so big. At this moment, he was still a little scared. But how could Ling Xiu let him go? Why are you so scared? Get out of money if you don't have money. Replace people quickly. As soon as this is said, everyone who had been eyeing each other started to cheer. Just don't have money, don't bet. Don't poop in the pit. Change quickly. We will no longer talk about it afterwards. I responded to the bet with ease. Lin Xiu could not wait to hold the umbrella. But when he was about to do a miracle. But an accident happened when he looked at the points in the bowl. I was so shocked that I couldn't stop myself. Damn, am I really falling like that? Seeing this, the beasts on the side saw this. Hold it in a while. Didn't laugh out loud. I thought to myself that this is not a waste of time. If you want to win, he can have a hand. Then he threw out the dice in excitement. But at this moment, I saw Ling Xiu's double-minded plan for a while and my power instantly controlled the rotating dice. In the end, he successfully controlled the points to 4 miles. Looking at the results in front of you. The beast was shocked. Then he shouted repeatedly. How could this be after rehabilitation? I saw Ling Xiu cursing. Is this bastard cheating? And Ling Xiu is naturally not a good person. I saw him grab the beast's spiritual mouth directly. If you have a good idea, try it. How come you win? I win if I pay 1,000. Everyone just saw it. I haven't even touched the corner of the table. The beast saw that he had kicked the god. So it softened directly. Brother, I was wrong. You let go. We just give in. Who knew that Ling Xiu had just let go? Qin Lao, who was beside him, was not happy. Immediately threatened to bet with Ling Xiu again. But how can ordinary people be thirsty in the divine cave? Rushi Ling Xiu be afraid of being exposed too much. So he said he would not be gambling anymore. Maybe just luck. If you continue playing with color, Inhui should lose all of it again. However, Qin Lao was not ready to let go. This thief in front of me can do not bet on dice. We went to the cockfighting area on the 2nd floor. Nothing can't be gone if you win money. Seeing the other party like this. Head. The body was so beautiful that it became hard. But Lin Xiu didn't know it. I only think that the man in front of me is a wealthy child. I don't mention much in my heart. But not long after, Ling Xiu will have another journey. Looking at the dazed lover, he was filled with pride. You know, I will receive bribes. 2 chickens are not a little bit. There was no surprise when you played with me. The two brothers finally returned to the pre-liberation overnight. I could only watch Lin Xiu leave swayingly. 2 days later, Lin Xiu took Qin Wan to Jianin Mansion. That is Qin Wan's home. I saw him push open the door with an arrogant attitude. He just gave his parents a big drink. Get out of here for me, 2 brothers from Qin. The 2 elders who were not sure of this were confused at first. Then the old man quickly shouted angrily. Who dares to bark in front of me, Jianin? At the same time, the 2 guilty brothers came to hear the sound. After seeing Lin Xiu again. Just a hard shot. Isn't this my good brother-in-law? Why are you here today? I guess I'm tired of rushing to the road. Sit down and rest quickly. But it's not at all. They took out their previous IOU. Who is your brother-in-law? Now that the 3-day deadline is up, paying back the money as soon as possible. By the way, you two elders may not know. These two sons owe me 10,000 taels. I'm here to ask them to pay back the money. Hearing 10,002 words, Jen Bo is like a bolt from the blue. You must know. Even if you sell all your property, you may not be able to pay it back. After seeing Qin Wan, the woman next to her, start to roar directly. How could you take Qin Wan with this little girl? It must have been colluding with him. How could there be such a big IOU? Lin Xiao naturally didn't hang around him. I don't care what you think may not be possible. Now all the evidence is here. If you pay back the money, it's okay to use other things. After listening to Jin Anbua, I was instantly panicked. He knew very well how his two sons were. The beads of sweat as big as beans also dripped on their foreheads for a long time. He just spoke about what you want. But let me know first. My house is not as good as spiritual. When the time comes, he hugged Qin Wan next to him. Who cares about your house? But your daughter is a little idle. I want to pay 10,000 taels. It should be just right. Jin Anbua heard this. The chrysanthemum tightens. I wish I could think deeply about his two rebellious sons. He had also expected Qin Wan to get more power. But now, he has no choice, either. I could only grit my teeth and see the other party agreeing to Ling Xiao. Then he hugged Qin Wan and made a song freely. Before leaving, I still don't forget to remind me. From now on, Qin Wan is mine. You have nothing to do with him. Is this the legendary murder and heart killing? Walking on the way home, Qin Wan still couldn't help but speak first. Why do you want to help me? However, Ling Xiao seems extremely calm. You are Lin Xiao. Am I pitying you? After all, I have a shortcoming. Just like meddling in other people's business. So you don't have to take it to heart. I can only say that I should not let it go. But Qin Wan doesn't take this trick at all. And he saw through his little thoughts at first glance. I think your biggest shortcoming is not meddling in other people's business. But it's lustful. Ling Xiao still had her face red and her heart was not beating after hearing this. I think lust is not a disadvantage. Let's talk about the love of beauty. Everyone has it. Just like the current harem of His Majesty 3,000 beauties. Can you say he is lustful? Certainly. It is not ruled out that I want to gain your favor through this matter. After all, for a beauty who bows her head and doesn't see her toes, which man doesn't want to have it? Who would have thought Ling Xiao had just finished speaking? Qin Wan, however, stuck out her tongue at him playfully. Logically speaking, I am yours now. So do you want to go further? Looking at Qin Wan's surprising behavior, a sense of crisis is in Ling Xiao. A sudden heart arose. As he thought, the spirit hero behind him was already in anger. Then he was angry and Ling Xiao towards the two of them. What are you doing in broad daylight? Who would have thought that? Qin Wan did not forget to add more fire at this time. If you don't want it, I'll go back to my room first. Looking at the scheming woman in front of you, Ling Xiao also has troubles. I just knew he was not at ease. Then he scratched guiltily. Going down. Where is the spirit hero? I want to discuss something with you. That is, can you move back to Mr. Zhao? I think it is inconvenient for you to live in this. Hearing this, Ling Ying also immediately rejected Ling Xiao. What's inconvenient? Do whatever you want. I didn't stop you again. I'm just here to protect you. Just pretend I don't exist. Then he turned his head and left. But she felt an inexplicable sense of loss in her heart. However, Lin Ying just left. Ling Xiao caught up with Qin Wan again. And said that he just treated her as a friend. All I said were jokes. Then he planned to let Qin Wan clean up here every day. What's cooking? 100 taels per month. But Qin Wan felt a little too much. It is still calculated based on the market's 2 taels of silver per month. It's still 10 taels of silver. If you press 2 or 2. If you have to pay back 400 years and 10 taels, you only need to spend 90 years. When Qin Wan heard this, Can't help but complain. You want me to be pregnant for the rest of my life. But soon. He thought of another way of repayment. 10 taels of silver once. I can let you talk to Zhao Lingying in the illusion before he can finish Lingxiu. Let's dress up immediately. Why can't it be you? When evil. Qin Wan's heart tightened. The little face suddenly turned red. But it soon returned to its original state. If you want. Not impossible. After all, who expected that Lingxiu would embrace her in her arms at this time? All right. You just stop pretending. At this time, there is no need to pretend to be strong. Want to cry? Knowing that it's difficult for you now. After all, he was abandoned by his own family. Just want to regard this place as a trustworthy one. Even if Qin Huai is not difficult, it is not difficult. Just snuggling in Lin Xiu's arms. He burst into tears. Little do you know. The illusion ability is also being copied. The next morning, in the Imperial study, Xia Huang talked about the streets. I also learned about Lingxius actions. It's really interesting if you just take a look at Xiaoxiu's son. He actually used the means that the powerful and noble children usually use to oppress the people on Jian and Bo. He understood the method of being the one who was about to die. But he seems to me understand. But a gentleman is lustful. Take it with wiseness. It would be a bit unbearable to use these methods. Xu Jing finally said something nice to Lingxiu. Your Majesty may not know anything. Although Jian Bo's daughter is the daughter of a powerful man. But his life experience is quite miserable. His mother was born just a concubine. He died of dysfunction. Not only did he suffer from the beaten mother since childhood. He is often driven out of his house to sleep on the streets. If it wasn't for the low status, I'm afraid there will be many people rushing to marry. Until the awakening ability was discovered by the Academy of Arts several years ago. He was recruited into the summer without any rules. When the emperor heard this, he became interested in it. Could it be that he is very powerful? Xu Jin quickly explained. It's just a connection ability. But this woman has a good talent. Maybe we can make a breakthrough in time. The reason why he was paid out of order. It's entirely because of his special abilities. Although you cannot fight against 100. But before it is very useful. Mishi Shinji interrogated actors from other countries several times and asked him to help. The key is that the famous people of all countries will soon be. He might be useful. Hearing the great gifts of all countries. Only then did Emperor Xia feel relieved. That's the case. Then let them go with the young people. No intervention required. In addition, let the Academy of Arts take care of this cavalry more. It's officially finished. Now it's time to go privately on the side of the road. Zhu Jin. I immediately understood that your Majesty was still the same bun shop. That's not nonsense. Argued. At the same time, Lingxiu, the bun shop in the city, was also surprised. Such a common place. Why are there people from Mishishi all over the world? Look at the guy behind me. But now the camouflage technology seems to have improved. Just then, accompanied by a sound of coughing, Zhu Jin has come to Lingxiu. Young master. You want to eat buns? Don't dare to grab it. All the buns in the afternoon were bought by my master. In fact, he signaled Lingxiu to leave quickly. As a result, he turned his head and found that Emperor Xia was staring at his Lingxiu. I suddenly felt something was wrong. What's going on? You can meet the emperor who steals widows in this place. Lang is really losing blood. So he hurriedly pulled Qin Wan to leave. Unexpectedly, Emperor Xia stopped him at this time. Little brother. You will ask something later. You also told him to be a bodyguard for the widow. Although the surface has become hard. But I was still extremely unhappy. Damn, I knew this dog emperor was not at ease. Now I have the handle to see how I will cheat you in the future. But when I think about it afterwards, it's so useless. Become a sucker. I was so angry that I was not furious. So he quickly ordered his subordinates to invigorate me. The real song comes from a crime violation. The law of doubt. I've caught it. But every day. Mu Zhang Kiki. Don't let any playboys be arrested. Bullying people in the street. At the same time, a stubborn playboy was cursing the old man and the old thing. You don't have eyes when walking. Just ready to teach a lesson. However, Lu Ruxu, who rushed over, stopped enough cockroaches in time. You obviously bumped into this old man first. If you don't stop, stop. I'm so rude. But the cockroaches saw that the visitor was Lu Ruxu. Instead, he became even more arrogant. Who did I say it is? It turns out that it is a wasteful love abandoned by his fiancée and beat him here. If I hide, I am you. Son. Looking at the arrogant man in front of you, Lu Ruxu hesitated. Although he really wanted to punish the evil. But Shifeng was the son of a powerful man after all. If you lose your official position impulsively, what should mothers do then? But just when he was about to bear the arrogance, Lingxiu came by hearing the body. But no matter what. But it was just a kick to his mouth. You are such an arrogant male courage. Under the feet of the emperor. Dare to commit crimes in the street. Still dare to humiliate. Clean up department officials. I really think my Qingli Sai is a soft persimmon. However, cockroaches are still fearless. My dad is back to me. I have to see which one is in a blink of an eye. He dared to beat the son of first class in Huabua. But he could have kicked the tempered film today. Don't bark here. Your father is the first class job. Unfortunately, my dad is here too. Tie me and take it back. Afterwards, Lu Ruxu reminded him. This man is the son of the powerful and powerful in the dynasty. And it has some relationship with the Duke's mansion. You shouldn't act impulsively. However, Lingxiu was impulsive and disdainful of adults. You have your difficulties. I understand. But the evil people still need evil demons. You're just watching. The picture turns. Have arrived at Qingli Company Hall. With a crisp slap on the table, I saw Lingxiu's leisurely expression. And Huabua's son cockroach. You beat the old man in the street. It also hinders the Qingli office's official handling of the case. The owner of the company is now sending you to the death of 30 years. Please give me a fine of 10 taels of silver on 15 days. You are dissatisfied. The cockroaches panicked when they heard this. But he kept shouting. You try to call one. But it's too late. Lingxiu has ordered execution. Unexpectedly, my subordinates saw that the other party was the son of the powerful. They were stunned in place. I'm afraid to take action for a long time. This makes Ling Wei very elegant. All Lingxiu have gone to rest first. Leave the rest to me. Looking at Lingxiu, who was approaching step by step. The cockroach is finished thinking. Then Qingli Si was filled with his miserable screams. Just returned home afterwards. He showed off to Qin Wan. I did another good thing. But now my stomach is so hungry that I roar. It happened to be discovered that he was holding a bowl of noodles in his hand. Before he can react, the noodle bowl has been taken away. He looked at Lingxiu, who was crazy about the noodles. Want to get angry but feel distressed. I could only complain a few times. You want to eat. Can't I wait for me to do it for you? Why do you have to steal me? However, Lingxiu said she had a VIP card from Tiangxi Anglu. Will you compensate you later? Hearing this, Xinwan didn't say much. He seemed to understand. The man in front of me just doesn't want to eat noodles every day. Soon, the table is filled with exquisite meals. Looking at the fragrant love and beautiful food, he also looked comfortable. How delicious is it? Don't be polite to eat more of these, I'll treat you. But May's love is gentle for a while. The face is full. It's a red wish. So many delicacies in the mountains and sea must have cost you a lot of money. I'll give you some rewards, too. Lingxiu just wanted to ask for revenge. I saw that Qi's eyes had been assimilated by Qinwan. Linging was pounced on him with a tender look on his face. He tried to convince himself that this was an illusion. What if you can still immerse yourself in it? This is the real me. Different fireworks in the world. But in reality, he was lying on the bed in dementia. Haha lost all her pillows. This scene happened to be caught by the political leader. Looking at the weirdly erotic, Ling Ying is also very curious. What is this guy doing? But Qinwan turned her head and said, I don't know either. Maybe it was a good dream. On the other side, I saw a cockroach. See you. The adults have already inquired about that Ling Xiu. These days, I have been staying in a pretty widow's bun shop. I guess that widow must be the foreign affairs he raised. Otherwise, it would be impossible to take people there every day. He also often went to take care of the widow's voice. Hearing this, cockroach's face was full of smugness. I will make you live and die. Don't immediately inform the second son of the Duke Dingwa's mansion. I'll give him a top beauty tomorrow. Maybe this is also an old saying. If you don't commit suicide, you won't die. The next morning, the members of the guerrilla squad sent information. The boss is in trouble. The cockroach actually had the idea of a pretty widow. Hearing this, Lin Xiu was very surprised at first. But then I started to worry again. Did this stupid guy misunderstand something? If something happens to him, the dog thief, even if there are 10 pieces. But I can't even explain it clearly. And just as he was imagining. But Lin Ying's urging suddenly came from outside the door. Lin Xiu, what are you doing in there? If you don't come out soon, don't go to Mingyi to practice. He is afraid he will be furious again. At this moment, he thought. Even if you tell Xia Huang now, I'm afraid I won't explain it clearly then. Source. Now it seems that we can only wait and see what changes are. Walking on the long street, Lin Ying couldn't help it, too. I asked about Ling Xiu. It seems you haven't taken your sister home for a while. Otherwise, just a few days. But he has no thoughts now. He just found an excuse to go out and he always thought of widows. Everything comes to you. I have to let the emperor and the others watch it too. If something really happened to him, this dog emperor must not go crazy. But he didn't wait for him to think more. I saw Dong Changling coming to the two of them in panic. No, sir. Only the emperor's brother has gone out of Lin Xiu. He quickly said goodbye to Lin Ying. Immediately took Dongcheng Ling to go. Investigation. After asking him on the way. Only then did I know. It turns out that they are only responsible for the periphery. But unexpectedly, a group of people rushed in with the police. The man was kidnapped again. After learning the whole story, Ling Xiu was also so angry that she gritted her teeth. It's all because of the dog emperor's fear of being known. Otherwise, I would send people to protect them and chase them quickly. You must not let the thief succeed. I just got the news in the morning. Unexpectedly, he would do it so soon. It seems that this cockroach is also a cruel person. Soon, Ling Xiu passed the love. Come to his locked private house. This Yamen runner's door standing foolishly. Lin Xiu was also very upset. Even if you are upset, you are stupid. What are you doing standing here? Not standing still to break the door. I have arrested everyone except the widow and saving people. When I came, Dong Changling is cruel but he can't afford Lord Lin. Do you think this widow has so much trouble? Lin Xiu was helpless when he looked at this stupid goose. Shouldn't ask. Don't ask. Just arrest people. No matter who is caught. If something happened to this widow, I'm afraid you and I will lose our heads. At the same time, the cockroach is comfortably introducing the widow in front of him. 3. The young master didn't boast about the beauty this time, it was very stormy. It must be a type I like very much. Seeing the man in front of me likes cockroaches very much, he is very sensible. The spring night is short and not disturbing. You saw that the plan was successful. He was so happy at this moment. Xiu. I can't afford to mess with it. There are always people who can mess with you. Even if you are Zhao Lingjuan's husband. So what? This young master Ding Dong is a big change. You just listen to it at the moment of his pride. The houses are being opened up. You immediately raised your eyes as you walked into the spiritual sleeve of the adults. Are you a ox? Do you know that the third father-in-law is doing serious business? Get out of here yet. Who knew that this was interrupted by a man but waited for me? I want to see what a little experience of the 4 little officials can do to me. As soon as this is said, Lu Ruxo quickly reminded him in a low voice. Lord Lin. This person cannot be caught. He is the son of the Duke of Dingwa's mansion. The prince is his cousin. The empress is his dear aunt. The back end is very hard. However, Ling Xiu was extremely disdainful. As the head of the department, I am incompatible with sin. I can't even hold back any part. Then Mr. Zhang San, please come with me. Actually, what I thought was a current understanding of the Dog Emperor. Not to mention him. Even if Duke Ding is here today, I have to take care of this matter. He should have the current Emperor 1 and 3. Looking at the man who is alive and dead in front of you. Interested in an instant. You guys are interesting. I'll go with you this time. I want to see what you can do to me. At this time, Lin Xiu also knew that he could not be judged by his personal experience. So he was ready to take him to Xingwu. Looking at Lin Xiu, Lu Ruxu and Dong Changdeling were all ashamed. Although I know that it may cause my head to lose my mind. But they chose to go together. Soon, before the criminal department, everyone looked at Zhang San, who was arrested, and immediately started talking. Is this person Lin Xiu? I heard that I only arrested Anawagwa's son not long ago. Why did Zhang San dare to arrest him today? It's hard now. I'm afraid that my life will stop you. Go back and tell you quickly. And at this time, Zhang San was obviously a little helpless. I said, the Ministry of Justice can't save me. You are the one who has experienced the 4th primary school. I'm going to worry about you, too. Return it to me quickly. I just calculate every matter. And how can it be done at this time? He is now the king of heaven today. I can't give it back to you. As soon as this is said, Zhang San's eyes were anxious in an instant. He quickly ordered his subordinates to. Congratulations. I exhausted all my patience. You guys teach me a good lesson. Then I took that woman back to Ling Xiu. Looking at the 2 brothers in front of you on camera, I was also very panicked. I thought to myself that this Dog Emperor was really confident. Why has Yuan Bing not arrived yet? Never thought. The 2 thugs are ready to go. Prepare to give Ling Xiu a good bite. And just as they were about to start, I saw a long sword suddenly stop 2 people. Schwelinger instantly came to Ling Xiu in the mouth and shouted loudly, I see who dares to touch him. If you dare to take a step forward, don't blame me for being rude. But Zhang San doesn't miss him at all. It doesn't matter if you 2 fight. Just as the 2 rushed towards Ling Xiu. But suddenly a voice came from the air to bully people. How dare I bully my Xiangong? It's too arrogant. Just finished speaking. A sudden pressure dropped. The 2 thugs were also suppressed. At this time, I saw him slowly walking to the front of the person. He shouted at Zhang San in anger. I want to see who dares to bully me today. Although my husband Zhang San was a little panicked when he saw Zhao Linjun. But his mouth still responded to his surname Zhao. Don't think you can fight now. If the Zhang family knows something, let you come over to apologize to the public. My husband is punishing evil and promoting good. Why do you want to apologize? If you are dissatisfied, Big Brother comes up and try it. It's about to start a fight. Xu Jin arrived at you now. Please be careful. Your Majesty ordered me to create this. This time I've been doing it all. They all brought them to the palace, the young master of the light god, Mr. Lin. I have to ask you to go with the miscellaneous family. Seeing this, Zhao Linjun. No more to say. Just looking at Ling Xiu with deep affection. Then I will wait for my husband to return at home. And Lin Xiu knew very well that all this seemed to be loving. In fact, he is just acting. What he really worried about now was Ninger. Because they usually date. This time I asked Li Buizhan to be the wingman. So no one can see anything. But now. But he played a clear card for his own safety. In the end, Zhao Lingjun solved it. This made him suffer. I wonder if this little girl will think too much. When everyone left, Zhao Lingjun looked at Xuan Ninger's first words of wise and beautiful things. I'm sorry. But at this time, Ninger lowered her head. Reply silently. No need to be sorry. I know I am not strong enough. On the other side, after Duke Ding learned about this, he rushed over as soon as possible. Your Majesty is late. I hope you forgive me. The rebellious son causes trouble. Unexpectedly, even Ning was alarmed. Wait for his reply. I will definitely be able to discipline the doctrine well. Faced with this perfunctory statement, unexpectedly, Emperor Xia did not pursue the investigation. Instead, Zhang San was let go in a few words. Looking at the two who left, Lin Xiu was also puzzled. No? This emperor has always been very revenge. Why did you let someone go so easily this time? But don't understand yet? He thought about Emperor Xia but scolded Ling Xiu, who was in love. Do you know your guilt? Hearing this, he quickly bowed his hand and replied. Your Majesty's crime. It's the son of an earl. You shouldn't be offended. In dilemma. The son of first-class merit. He robbed him. The female minister should do it. Didn't see it. But please let your Majesty go and let Lord Wu and Lord Lu go. They all act according to the law. He is loyal to the court and his Majesty. When I saw Ling Xiu, I still pleaded for myself. The two didn't say much. Instead, he quickly knelt down and received the punishment. And said that they all participated at this time. After thinking about it, they didn't punish them. Instead, Dongcheng Order was promoted to the third-class loyalty. Yangbo was renamed as the third-class Anhuabo. At this time, Zhang Liang was panicked. But I was also puzzled. My father is in Huabo. How can there be repeated in the seal? Afterwards, in the corridor, Emperor Xia asked in silence. Is it true that you did this time? Feeling a little unfair. Dad, you quickly started crying. Your Majesty said this. I'm very frightened. Who knows that the Zheng family is the largest minister in Daxia and is impatient to live? That's why I offended the Zheng family like this. Not to save the future. The emperor, didn't know how to give him the whole thing. I saw his serious face before. He actually became easygoing again. Look at what you said. It seems that I blamed you wrongly. This time you have made a contribution. But I can only give you the third-class marquis. You have to fight for the remaining titles by yourself. He looked at Lin Xiu's surprised expression. So he continued. One is your own strength. The second is the ranking of the list of geniuses in various countries. If you can enter the list of geniuses, let me Daxia. It's not just Zhao Lingjun who I will give you. So how can you be so energetic? Of course it can't be digested. However, he is now very worried about whether Ding Guogon will take revenge on him in the future. But Emperor Xia asked him to rest assured. Starting today, no one dares to attack you and your family. Your little lady is so powerful. I'm afraid many people will find it difficult to fall asleep tonight. You should go back to practice quickly. Don't bother me if I don't. Just left. Zhu Ji came over immediately. His Majesty's Majesty has settled the cockroaches. The family of people who committed crimes were arrested. What should I do with the rest? I bought it anyway. The rest will be exiled. After all, I am not a tyrant. There is still a way out. Zhu Jin quickly applauded and applauded. Your Majesty is great mercy. But there is one more thing. After investigation by Lao Nu, it was found that the Zhao family is indeed not as progressive as the Earth ranks now. Emperor Xia was very moved when he heard this. 19 years old Landstairs are on the photogenic. Add his master. I believe no one in the entire Daxia dares to provoke Zhao Jiaha now. It's right for the Lin family. Ling Xiu, who had just left the palace, also thought of this. Although he felt that Zhao Lingjun was powerful. But it wouldn't make the Zhang family afraid. Does he have a backer behind him? Thinking of this, only then did he realize that. Wouldn't you become a soft-hearted person? When he just realized it. But I found Ling Ying waiting aside. I thought he was waiting here because he was worried about himself. But he never thought that he pointed to his side. These two are the sons of Duke Shui's mansion. I asked for you and I brought them here too. Xiu Gang wants to ask where people have gone. As a result, the two suddenly appeared behind them. You guys are playing with flowers. There is a genius wife in the knot. As a result, I came to provoke my lady. Do you know that Ninger is for you? He put himself under the mouths of everyone. You must go to Shui Mansion to give an explanation today. But when he just walked into Shui Fu, He and Uncle Ninger stopped him. I didn't expect you to come, really dared to come. Even my Shui family's daughter dares to cheat. You must stand today. Quietly comes out horizontally. Facing the man scolding. Lingxiu quickly admitted her mistake. After all, it will be a family in the future. Everything arises because of the boy. No matter what punishment Mr. Shui punishes him, all the kids should see Lingxiu. It's quite a bit of a martial arts uncle, which also explained the purpose of this time. Don't say that the Shui family won't give you a chance. There are 3 gates in front of you. Let's talk about other things. Or you leave now. After swearing, what happened before meeting Ninger? We can leave it alone. However, Lin Xiao naturally didn't disappoint him. Faced with Ninger's family's difficulties, he did not choose to back down. Instead, he chose to face the difficulties. In the case of using only one skill, the third brother is the first step. Second, Guan is a big brother. But at the third level, things are not that simple. And what he had to face was Ninger's fourth uncle. Shui Li is now. He was staring at Lin Xiao. Are you good at strength? I am Ninger's fourth uncle and have been in the ground for many years. You are sure you want to continue, Ling Xiao, and have not said much. Instead, he told Shui Li with his actions. Ninger. She must see today. Even if the Heavenly King comes, it won't work. At the same time, Ninger ran to Lao Duke Shui angrily. Grandfather. I don't allow you to make things difficult for him. But Lao Duke Shui calmly savored the tea. I didn't make things difficult for him if he wanted to leave. You can hear this at any time. Ninger felt very wronged. Tears dripped from the corners of their eyes unconsciously. A few words slowly popped out of his mouth. He won't leave. But Mr. Shui is a veteran. Of course he wouldn't let it go easily. Silly girl. A man's mouth deceives people. Sweet words are not trustworthy. But Ninger complained again. Even if it's a love break, there is no need to let the fourth uncle get on the horse. You must know. He was promoted to a local warrior many years ago. Lingxiu has only been practicing martial arts for a year. How could it be the opponent of Uncle Fourth? You guys are so bullying. On the other side, as he said, under Shui Li's repeated attacks, Lingxiu was obviously overwhelmed. The sword that Gangning's outbreak was also cut off instantly. At this time, Shui Li reminds Lingxiu, if you want to hide and not use power, you may die. But only use the art of ice. When he was facing the dancer, obviously it's a bit difficult. The ice wall in front of him seemed like thin paper. It was easily pierced in an instant. At this time, Shui Li had already hung his sword in front of Lingxiu. Give up. You know very well. You are not my opponent now. Give up early. You can also suffer less flesh and blood. But Lingxiu's firm eyes also made him sigh. Wandu was so injured. Don't give up yet. No wonder Ninger recognized him. Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered that Uncle Shui had confessed that as long as his beliefs are not shaken, you can put the water properly. Otherwise, with Ninger's personality, it's probably going to be a big fuss. And just as Shui Li was stunned, Lingxiu pinched the long sword in his hand. With the blessing of ice power, Ningmen quickly stabbed him to the family. This also led to his having to throw away his long sword. Looking at the huge ice cone in front of you and the remaining blue aura in your hands, he praised repeatedly. The art of ice is indeed worse than that. It seems that I underestimate you too much. It's actually releasing water. After all, it will be a family in the future. Lingxiu is also very lost. He quickly handed Shui Li's long sword. If it weren't for the fourth uncle's mercy, the boy may be defeated. Who would have thought? At this time, Uncle Shui came over and gave Shui Li a punch and fought with a junior for so long. It's really embarrassing. Shui Li also looked aggrieved. My father lost. Hearing this, Uncle Shui, blood pressure soars very much. You lost to a 19-year-old boy. I really think I'm so confused. Lingxiu saw this. I sighed repeatedly. It is worthy of being the art of fire. Awakened. There is no one else who is so angry. Facing the old father's accusation, Xue Li hurriedly approached the young actor to explain. Father, is not you hinting at me? As long as his beliefs are not shaken, you can release water appropriately. In order to meet Ninger, he is going to fight my life. Just as the two chatted, Ninger rushed into Lingxiu's arms directly. Asked if there was any injury. Seeing this, Mr. Xue, jealous, the waiter of the Lin family quickly let go. Your hands are home. I dare to covet my Ninger. Yes or no? I really think my Xue family is easy to bully. Before Lingxiu could speak, Ninger retorted. Grandfather. When I like him. He hasn't gotten married yet? This made Mr. Xue very angry. It's really a girl who is too young to stay. If you stay a girl, she will not be a big shot. All the tension that I just created was destroyed by you. But even though you have come here, but I have made the first-class merit in this dynasty. You are neither the emperor, not the top genius list. What qualifications do I have to let my husband give you my favorite granddaughter a concubine, Lingxiu? Hearing this, he asked quickly. If you become the top genius list, did Mr. Ning agree to marry Ninger to me? The world is big, compared with the geniuses of all countries. Your little talent is nothing. Not to mention the top of the genius list. If you can enter the top 10. What happened between you and Ninger? I won't stop it. Lin Xiu was very excited when she heard this. Thinking, isn't this for free? At this time, Mr. Xue asked curiously. If I wouldn't agree with you and Ninger anyway today, what will you do? Ling Xiu's eyes were very firm at this moment. Then wait until I have enough strength. I'll convince you again. Until you agree. If you don't agree, then I will beat you up. After saying that, Ninger pulled Lingxiu and took her back first. Looking at the two who left, Mr. Xue was also very moved. It's really a girl who is too young to stay. That's fine. At least it means that he treats Ninger sincerely. You know how to hide your weaknesses at a young age. So scheming. But he is much better than those incompetent men in my Xue family. On the other side, Lingxiu just changed her clothes. Then Ninger pulled him to find Lao Xue again. I saw him just walked into the door. Mr. Xue said. Although I'm willing to give you a chance. But it doesn't mean you agree now. Before you do what you promise, I hope you should keep a little distance from Ninger. But Lin Xiu felt that even if he had to keep a distance, but at least in the year when the Tianjiu list is re-ranked, we should be able to meet. Mr. Xue is too lazy to care about it. If you want to see Ninger, come to Xue's house to see him. Even if you come every day, I don't stop you. Just think you are not afraid of delaying your rest. At this time, Ninger quickly instructed. You need to have a good rest. Don't always think about seeing me for a year. I can still wait. Lin Xiu hurriedly held Ninger's jade hand. Even if you don't worry. I'm sure. After saying that, then he said goodbye to Mr. Xue. But he just left. Mr. Xue's face became gloomy. Ninger. You want to be with someone you like. Grandpa doesn't object. But you want to mention him in the future. I only think that his wife is Zhao Lingjun. Not you, Xue. Ninger. Are you willing? Ninger finished listening. Hesitated for a moment. There was no answer. Looking at the granddaughter's expression. As a grandfather, how could he not understand? So he got up. Touching Ninger's forehead. Even if you don't worry about my good grandson, your father and grandfather are never the same as others in your lifetime. You wish you a break. No. In the future, you have to rely on you to raise him. You are grandpa's pride. It is also the future of the Xue family. Do anything for your grandpa? As soon as this is said, Ninger seemed to understand something. I saw him crying in an instant. I quickly said that I could not refuse grandpa. I would rather not go further in my life. But even so, Mr. Xue chose to do something for his good granddaughter. Maybe you don't understand it now. Wait for you to grow up slowly. You will find that standing behind you is always your family. When Lin Xiu just walked out of Shui's mansion, but he found that Lin Ying was still waiting for him. They didn't do anything to you. Rest assured. I passed the Shui family's test. They won't do anything to me. At this time, Lin Ying complained. Let you not get flirted with the grass everywhere. You just don't listen. Now it's okay. You have been questioned by someone. I'm curious. What they said. Mr. Shui said. As long as I can enter the top 10 of the genius list. Let me be with Ninger. Lin Ying looked disdainful after hearing this. Top 10 in the genius list. Don't think you are very majestic in the martial arts academy. But now you can't even enter the top 100 list of geniuses. You should know that the person who was present before did not hand over the answer. Lin Xiu saw that he was so dissatisfied. I started to have bad thoughts again. Since you don't believe me, let's make a bet. If I can enter the top 10 next time, just kiss me. Lin Ying heard this. The cheeks were red in an instant. Haven't spoken for a long time. And Lin Xiu naturally would not miss this opportunity. You don't have to mind my relationship with your sister. We will definitely get divorced in the future. Do you think the top 10 geniuses list will be replaced by you? It's not worth it under Xiuxiu's tricking, Lin Ying agreed without thinking. If I win this matter. You promised 5 things. Lin Xiu also followed the trend. Then I was studying the top 10 geniuses in my heart and changed to kiss. What if it is the top genius list? Can you be qualified to be more progressive? But I think about it with a rare opportunity. He quickly asked Lin Ying. Do you know who is the top of the Tianjiao King list now? However, when he praised him for being Zhaoling County, Lin Xiu immediately gave up this idea. But just as the two of them returned home. But I met a group of bird pens. Everyone was very shocked at this time. Subconsciously said. It's really strange. These people came so early. This also successfully aroused Lin Xiu's curiosity. So I quickly asked who they were. The bird girl they said was like the language of the country of black chicken, and they wanted to participate in the country. Big money. It is necessary to qualify in a small amount of money. The only country in mainland China is the Wu dynasty to organize small countries around the world. The Wu dynasty should participate in the small writings half a year ago. Get a large amount of qualifications to participate. The small state-owned area around Daxia. The western regions in South Vietnam follow this obediently. There are also black chickens in Fuson. This surface compliant. He has an ulterior motive behind his back. So don't consider the clear pen first. The most important thing at the moment is to get every stroke in a few months. How to stand out. Qualifications for large sums. However, Tu Ying is very confident that he needs to know. He now has more than a dozen kinds of talents. Just got home. Lin Xiu praised Qin Wan's cooking skills. But he just tasted the show. Actually, it's better. But you have to add more money. But at this moment, I saw Zhu Ji breaking in panic. Ling Xiu. Stop eating soon. Hurry back to the palace with the miscellaneous family. Your Majesty is looking for you. Something urgent is. The picture turns. In the deep palace. I saw that Emperor Xia was extremely unhappy with Ling Xiu. I have something to ask you to do. A small place. Wuji Kingdom has produced a martial arts genius. I want to challenge Daxia. You go to the martial arts court tomorrow. Give me some education. They have raised my great Xia national prestige. But Ling Xiu was puzzled. You should know that there are many geniuses in Tianxiyuan. Why do you want to send yourself? When it comes to the Xia Emperor, he is also very angry. You said that bunch of food. No one can be used at critical moments. Although I have to help with this. But Ling Xiu won't suffer any losses. Your Majesty told me to do my best. Kuchen also has a small thing. Want to be troublesome. Your Majesty fulfills it. I want you to give your will. An imperial decree to give marriage. When Emperor Xia heard this. Very helpless. Good boy. How dare you bargain with me? Who do you want to marry again? It would definitely be impossible if it were the Shui family. Ling Xiu quickly said. It's not Ninger who is a doctor. Xia Huangjian is just a civilian. then it means that. If this competition. If you can defeat your request. I will agree. Ling Xiu saw that her purpose had been achieved. He quickly bowed and thanked him. The next day, the Wuji Kingdom genius in the Wuji Kingdom was frantically provoking the Wudao Academy. No matter how the students attack, it can't hurt the slightest amount of energy. The other party kicked it away with just one tight kick. He sent the students who could not afford to fall. Vice President. I can't help but feel a little ashamed. Faced with the provocation of the small country, no one dared to fight. Is my Daxia going to lose face today? Just as he murmured alone, the opponent's team leader provoked. We come to learn. I wonder if there are any more powerful students in your institute. Please give me some advice. Just when the vice president was embarrassed, Lin Xiu kicked up a spear with one foot. Resolutely walked towards the ring. The dean would like to ask me to do it. But he was still worried. After all, Lin Xiu only got what he wanted for a year. Although the martial arts talent is excellent. But it may not be the opponent of this person at the moment. And at this moment, the two have arrived on the ring. With the sound of the gong, I saw the other party being happy. Then he had already arrived at Ling Xiu's head. But he inhaled into his stomach frantically. After a moment, a fingerprint sound. I saw countless white gases quickly wrapping the other party. When he noticed the danger. Unfortunately, it was too late. The man was frozen firmly. If you want to say sure is a real show, people compare martial arts. As a result, he was one of the soldiers with his backhand. Everyone around was shocked. Only Lin Ying, who had just made a bet with Lin Xiu, was worried. Only the energetic man in front of him. Now, his intestines were regretful. I thought it was over. It seems that I want to give it for free. And under the arena, the students saw Lin Xiu easily win. Not only praise him repeatedly, he also angrily pissed off the genius of Wuji country. But their team leader was immediately unhappy. I saw him repeatedly accusing you of cheating. It's obviously a martial arts exchange. But he used art behind him. The students looked like this. Double standard. The old man quickly responded to his but. Haven't you used art? Who can you beat? Are you shameless? But the old man not only ignored it. Instead, he looked at the vice president and prepared to bite him back. He has awakened 4 times. But Jean can only awaken 3 times. This is an unfair contempt. But the vice president was not ready to bid him. But in order to convince the other party, Lin Xiu was convinced. Expressed quickly. Vice President Chen. The only one just happened didn't count. I don't need art to compete with him. At this time, the Jean Ken pattern also opened up. Since he doesn't use art, then I don't have to stand a fair game either. Unexpectedly, Lin Xiu looked disdainful. I advise you to use a horse. Otherwise it will end too quickly. Once this statement is spoken. But he was so angry. I saw him jumping straight and stabbing towards Ling Xiu. Lin Xiu inserted his spear into the ground. He tried to face him with force. Carry out gravel mixed with instantaneous rolling smoke. Stories it directly in it. Just as he struggled to block it, Lin Xiu in his arms had already pressed the spear to his throat. I said. You can use art spirit and. See this scene? He quickly asked aside. Spiritual hero. You won't know his true strength long ago. And now he's full of regrets twice. I know nothing. If I knew what other bets I made with him. If he really enters the genius block. I have not become a pure in injustice. At this time, on the ring, I saw Jean Can's thoughts move. A clone was transformed in an instant. They attacked Lin Xiu from both sides respectively. Faced with this sudden attack, he was also shocked. At this critical moment, Lin Xiu's body suddenly shook. A golden hair appeared instantly around him. Cut the wooden sword at him. It's like an egg touching a stone. It was broken instantly. Then, a spear hit Jinsan's throat again. Even if he feels unwilling. But he still took the initiative to admit defeat. Who would have thought that at this time? But Lin Xiu stepped forward to comfort her. Your speed is indeed very fast. But in the face of absolute power, no matter how fast it is useless. Actually, you are already very good. And your abilities are great too. But just as I touched it, however, a progress bar of superpower copying pops up. At this time, Lin Xiu was puzzled. It is obvious that 4 arts have been copied after the last breakthrough. Why does the replication ability in the body still respond? Just as he was imagining. The students in the audience had already cheered and cheered. Senior brother Lin is so strong. And it is also a dual cultivation of 5 arts. Now I finally know why Miss Zhao married senior brother Lin. Looking at the world, who else can be worthy of him except senior brother Lin? After this incident, Emperor Xia also summoned Lin Xiu immediately. When the emperor became a king, he thought about him and praised him. But Lin Xiu. But I have been thinking about picking clothes. Your Majesty, don't forget. Have promised me before. You will keep your heart in your stomach. What I promised you will do. But don't care about your children's love all day long. I also expect you to give me a face at the gift next year. Hearing this, Lin Xiu. Only then can you feel at ease. I will definitely live up to the expectations of your Majesty to pick up girls and practice. Then it was late at night after the two talked. At this time, the 2 guards were patrolling with great sincerity. And at this time, suddenly there was an unknown object instantly passing by the 2 people. But they thought they had it. It was just a gust of wind. Little do you know. This is exactly what Lin Xiu is now. Under the support of many supernatural powers, he is a domineering person. Just returned to Linfu. He couldn't wait to push open Lin Jun's door. He is ready to inform him of His Majesty's wedding ceremony. Who would have thought that? But he found that Sai was here too. At this time, Lin Xiu looked confused. I thought that this emperor had arranged for someone to do things with such a smile. Just when he was puzzled, Lin Jun said proudly, I brought him back. Then, Sai quickly revealed that the incident was the kung fu of the Duke of Dinghua Mansion. Forced him to sing at the mansion. Fortunately, Miss Zhao appeared in time and saved the siege for him. But he also offended the Duke of Ding for this. Seeing this, Zhao Lingjun was about to leave me. I once owe you a wedding chamber. Now I'll give you one. From then on, you and I will not owe each other. However, Lin Xiu's eyes are full of colorful clothes now. After saying thank you perfunctorily, he quickly held his jade hand. Come today. Which prince from Dinghua Duke's mansion is in Le Huayuan? So Tsai told him. I heard others call him the 3rd young master Lin Xiu. After hearing this, I was so angry that I gritted my teeth. I wish I could just tear up the flat boy Zhang San. You are really thief-hearted. It seems that you really don't want to live anymore. After getting ready for the good clothes, he took advantage of the night to sneak into the Duke of Dinghua's mansion. Under dark intelligence, he quickly found out the situation of the guards. Zhang San, who didn't know the arrival of death in the room, still angry about the morning's defeat. That Zhao Linjun just let it go. As a result, even a theater owner dares to ride on my head and pee. The guard will bring someone else's head back later. I must play as a ball. Who would have thought? Just then, the house is destined to sway constantly. Zhang San Shuangmu was instantly lost. After a moment, I saw him pointing his dagger at his forehead. With the sound of piercing the skin, bamboo kills people and dies. On the other side, the killer sent by Zhang San also came to the headmaster's house. But he was not only not at all panic. He even teased the man in black. Everyone is not allowed to go out. Why do you need to kill them all? In order to make him restless. Then answered this question. The monster blames you for your bad luck. Offend someone you shouldn't offend. But the head teacher only replied indifferently. I only saw the man in black. Is there a split instantly? No. Zhang Sainer went to see the cold moonlight outside the window and the headmaster couldn't help but sigh. It seems that after tonight, the king is destined to be two predecessor. The next morning, Lin Xiu looked with a look. I just arrived. I saw Zhu Jin outside the house. I was questioning where Lin Jun went last night. And he went back to last night. The maids who have been practicing in the room can testify. Seeing this, Lin Xiu hurried forward to ask. Manager Zhu is a big deal that happened in the city. Mr. Lin doesn't know anything. Last night, the third young master of the Zhang family was assassinated in the mansion. The miscellaneous family is also on the order of your majesty. Investigate these days. Have had a conflict with him. Not suspicion. Miss Xiao, please don't blame Ling Xiu. I was shocked after hearing this. What, Zhang San is dead? You should know that he is the third son of the Duke of Dinghua Mansion. Who is so bold? But if we talk about conflict, he and I seem to be a little bit too. I was returning it last night. Before he can finish speaking, Zhu Ji quickly interrupted the miscellaneous family. But there is no doubt about Mr. Lin. You don't have to prove yourself. Then I will return to the palace to report my life. Just as she was about to come, Lin Xiu looked at it again. He then started everything about me. Policeman Zhu only replied to you. If you go, Li Busi will leave in a hurry. But wait for her to leave. It can be seen that the old mother is holding Lin Jun's hands. Daughter-in-law. I heard that Xior wanted a concubine. Don't worry. Mom doesn't nod. No one can think of entering our Lin family. But Lin Jun explained. You misunderstood me. On weekdays, I am busy resting. I don't have time to accompany me. So this is all my idea. There is someone who takes care of him for me. But as soon as the words were finished, Aunt Kai walked out with her little head. Sister Zhao, I took some tricks. But just halfway through the conversation, he actually found that Lin Xiu's parents were half too. So he hurriedly greeted him again. Have met my uncle and aunt. Lin Xiu was very panicked when she saw her wife. Then I will introduce it as well. This is my wife, Aunt Kai, who has not passed away. I thought her mother would be anxious and unhappy. Unexpectedly, his eyes immediately shone. It's like seeing a big baby. Before Ling Xiu can react, he came to Aunt Kai in an instant and took off the bracelet in his hand. Handed it to him. First time meeting. I didn't prepare anything, either. You can keep this bracelet. From now on, I will be a father-in-law. Just as he was about to turn around 110 degrees, his old mother Ling Xiu, also full of helplessness. Didn't you still have to start a crime just now? Why did the bracelet be delivered in a blink of an eye? But it's no wonder that Li Kai's temperament is strange because his elders don't like him. At this time, his mother also glanced at Ling Xiu. Things about you young people. We are not having a good time as elders. Intervention more. As long as you live well. Your father and I were satisfied. Here, the three young masters will give you some popular science. In fact, Lin's mother has 2 bracelets. One gave it to the neighbor. One gave the colored clothes. There was no one entering the door behind. And if someone likes it, someone will use it. On the other side, the Zhang family's bones were hanging high and Dinghua Duke was asking about the cause of death of his servant Zhang San. But the servant replied. At that time, the young master was closed in the room alone. When we entered, he had committed suicide. Hearing this, the Duke of Ding raised anger. Dragged them all out for salvation. At this time, the housekeeper behind him reminded him that he could kill the young master without disturbing any guards. I guess this assassin's strength is at least photographed or even higher. Is it possible that the people from the Heavenly Dao Alliance did the Duke of Keting denied the steward statement? No. I think there is someone else. Why do you guess it's just a small case? The father and son of Anhua Kingdom were liberated. The real murderer is Li Busi leisurely arranges his marriage. Lord Lin's concubine has that anger rule. The concubine's sedan chair cannot be passed through the main entrance. Then wedge clothes. Can't wear regular clothes. You can't worship heaven and earth. Father is so beautiful. After all, he is a modern person. He doesn't care about the ancient etiquette. Don't tell me those useless sedan chairs. Just go out of the main entrance to marry. You must also wear the official costume of the Emperor of Heaven. Parents do it. The so-called official and righteous level crushing people to death. He can only do it. And it is also beautiful. I'm about to achieve success with Aunt Kai. Let's look forward to their wedding. The next morning, I saw a big red sedan shuttle through the streets of the royal capital. Watch. The men were envious. Why is this kid so lucky? After marrying Miss Xiao, she is still able to be a concubine. I heard that my concubine is also a great beauty. You have to know that this is the dream of many men. Aunt Kai is also under the gaze of everyone. He became Ling Xiu's wife. At night, the two embraced each other and clasped their fingers tightly, looking at each other affectionately. I understand the following plots. But the deadly movements in the room. But Zhao Lingjuan's face turned red when she heard it. The next morning, Ling Xiu prepared breakfast for Aunt Kai. But he apologized in panic and it was all my fault. Get up so late. Haven't greeted my parents-in-law yet. I also want to give my sister tea. Lin Xiu was feeding her breakfast, while comforting that I must have been exhausted last night. Have something to eat first. Lin Jun went out last night. I just came back. After a moment, Aunt Kai came to Lin Jun's room. He respectfully raised tea for her. Looking at such a sensible Aunt Kai, Lin Jun naturally wouldn't make things difficult for him. Actually, you don't have to be so polite. Now they are all family. I don't have to offer tea to me anymore. After saying that, he put down the teacup in his hand. He also expressed his plan to go home and stay with his mother for a few days. Lin Xiu laughed at him. I'll send you back. By the way, I brought some jars of wine to my father-in-law. Bring some of the latest perfumes to your mother-in-law. You stay at home for a few more days. Stay with them more. In this way, I can live the world of two with confidence. Hearing this, Lin Jun's face turned red and made such a big noise last night. Who can stay here? And Zhao Linjun just left. The two of them got tired of each other again. After the second score, Lin Xiu was then scolded. Xia Huang is right. Now is not the time to be addicted to the love of children. I also want to attend the big gift. Your current strength wants to be among the top 10 of the genius list. It's still a long way to go. At present, we need to figure out the reasons for the increase in replication capabilities. This also determines my trump card. There are a few photos that seem to have to find a refined artist to verify my guess now. The next morning, the president of the Academy of Arts came, Lin Linxiu and Lin Ing. After meeting the two, he started talking. Unexpectedly, I took a look away. From now on, you are a student of the Talent College. And in a few days there will be an opportunity to go to the northern polar regions to practice. There is an opportunity for ice art to break through. Who will go to you too? When the two of them heard this, they pointed at each other and saw the scene. Lin Xiu hurriedly said, I just got married. Not tired of being gentle yet. Extra enough. You want to go. As soon as this is said, Lin Ing quickly scolded him. Just like you are so careless. I also want to be in the top of the genius list. And Lin He, who was beside him, looked down. It's as simple as you're really stupid or pretending to be stupid. Don't you understand? He doesn't say that. How to give you the opportunity rightfully. It's really hard to make it happen. Why didn't you listen to this when Cheng Qing was the one who listened to this? Lin Ing hurried back. Right. You are practicing together every day. Why haven't you got married? And on the other side, Lin Xiu was asking Li Boizhang. Do you know who is in our Academy of Art? Classmates awakened the art of essence. Li Boizhang pointed behind him and saw the girl lying on the table and napping. No daughter of Ang Kangbo. She tried to verify her guess later. Ling Xiu used the art of audio and video. Holding the girl's jade hand. Looking at the progress bar in front of you. Only then did he understand. It turns out that my guess is correct. Flying and mindfulness calculation are the same ability. This life and the art of gold also belong to the same play. The ability to copy the same play does not occupy the grid. That's why I can copy the speed. After knowing the reason, he also felt a little emotional. Fortunately, I am not a lustful person. Otherwise, I don't know how many girls will be killed. A late-night private house. Lin Ing was talking to Wanner in the middle. You said if a man is very nice to a woman, always give him precious things. What does this mean? Wan is a man who likes eyes. If this man is not his wife, it means that men and men like him. However, after hesitating, Lin Ing returned to the show silently. But so what if he has a wife? Not all men in the world are so difficult. He will tell them. Heartbreak has become many chapters. I fell in love with different people in every movie. Hearing this, Lin Ying replied quickly. So what if that woman doesn't like him? At this time, Qin seemed a little surprised. Do you really don't like him? Lin Ying deliberately avoided his eyes, turning his head and blushing. But he is still a quibbling hand. I wasn't talking about it, but I didn't expect that Lin Xiuxiu suddenly appeared behind the two. I said something unconsciously. The moonlight tonight is so vivid. After meeting Lin Ying, Mike. Then he turned around and left with guilt. Then he pointed at the sound of a clang. Seeing this, very depressed, too. What's wrong with him? I didn't mess with him. A few days later, a group of people outside the royal capital were seeing Lin Ying off. After a greeting with his mother, he quickly turned his head to look at Ling Xiu on the side. I'll tell you. My room. You must keep it for me. Otherwise, you will be done when I come back. Faced with this sudden inquiry, Lin Xiu scratched his head. Go back awkwardly. Rest assured. I will not only keep it for you. I will clean it for you frequently. Just as the two were talking, an old man behind him reminded Miss Zhao. It's time for us to leave. It turns out that the Academy of Arts and the court attach great importance to him. So a place was specially sent to accompany the envoy. Watching the two of them leaving, Lin Xiu left him with a feeling in his heart. This means that I will never see Lin Ying again in a few months. After returning to the mansion, Ling Xiu walking in the corridor. A lot of emotion. Now, Lin Ying is gone. Lin He and Li Buizhong also left. The king's capital went to the active volcano of Fusang Kingdom and the search country that was known as Lidu, and he left so many people all at once. I always feel empty in my heart. But just as he was imagining, I saw a long flowing hair sweeping in front of me. But just after he talks for a few seconds, and the person in front of him is Lin Ying. He asked excitedly. Lin Ying? Didn't you leave? But when you touch him again. However, his figure directly dissipated into the original place. Then I realized that this was a phantom. So I immediately looked back. Really? As he thought. It was done by Qin. But at this moment, he covered his face and smiled secretly. Are you in a better mood? If you add money. But there will be surprises. Just finished speaking. He turned into Lin Ying's appearance again. Do you want to consider who is at the very high level of the lovely and beautiful person? He could only lean back helplessly. You asked me to tell you what's good about you? Why don't you just grab it? Of course, you have chosen your hand in your heart. Who is here? Who would have thought he would come to see Zhao Lingying any time? She just finished speaking. Lin Xiu heard a slight reprimand. Lin Xiu hurriedly stepped forward to help. This is the day again. Go to the room. I'll help you rub it. Xingwan complained in the room. In the next life, I hope I won't be a girl anymore. However, Lin Xiu said, if you feel that these few days of the month are really uncomfortable, I have a way to help you avoid this pain. Who wants her to laugh for at least 10 months? Qin Wanja replied. What you said is a good idea. Otherwise, please help me. Hearing this, Xiuer's mouth was slighted. Such a difficult task. Who else can I do? Who would have thought that? At this time, Xinwan came again. Just need you to become what you like. Lin Xiuxiu was sweating and she was already in her heart. Who would think this girl is really high? Unexpectedly, Yi Jing came over the next morning. But he was not a crime to come to the funeral. Instead, someone came to Lin Xiuxiu for breakfast. Who is she ate her voraciously. But we walked towards the forest and became familiar with everyone. Who was shocked when she lost her heart. Thinking, why did this old man Zhu Jin come? I quickly asked Manager Zhu. Why do you have time to come to me? Is your majesty looking for me again? But Zhu Jing said, you are so stinky and beautiful. This time the family came to find Miss Qin. Just when Wanner was confused, Zhu Jing handed him a wooden box. And the ones here are all 4 chasm gold. I hope Miss Qin practices well. Although this summer money broke through to the earth level. Your Majesty is very optimistic about your Xia Emperor's operation. It also made Lin Xiu very confused. Why is the stingy dog emperor so generous now? Is Xiu's large-scale investment really that important to the country? Unexpectedly, just as he was dreaming. But he found that Zhu Jingjing looked at Mr. Lin with an evil look on his face. Actually, your Majesty also has something to let me bring to you. He hopes you don't waste your time. You have to practice seriously. Ling Xiu changed her face when she heard this. Please go back and make your Majesty feel relieved. I'm practicing hard every day. I just don't know if your Majesty has given me anything. However, what he got was his roll of eyes. Then, after seeing off Zhu Jing, Ling Xiu fell into deep thought. Now, both Lin Yingling and Li Guozhang have their own chances. Even Qin Wan has the support of the Dog Emperor. It seems that I really need to practice seriously. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing if you can't get the top of the genius list. Then he asked Qin Wan. Do you know where there are metal mines in Daxia? The veins in Daxia are almost mined. But Jiangnan Road has a metal or vein with abundant reserves. But that is all the spiritual beauty of the Zhang family. Classical Chinese thoughts. The art of gold and jade does not rely on metal practice. If you can practice in the mineral veins with abundant reserves, I guess it will be twice the result with half the effort. But I still have to find an excuse first. Soon. He thought of a solution. Is this a coincidence? Isn't the colored clothes from Jiangnan? So he turned his head and looked at him. You've been out for so many years. Are you homesick? We haven't had a honeymoon yet. Why not go to your hometown to see how it is? Sai was very happy to hear this. Official. You are so nice to me. The screen has already changed. The mountains and rivers are a leaf of the boat in the south of the Yangtze River, 2 slaps of red gold water. The sky is hidden and the waves are flat. And just when passing by a shop, Aunt Kai suddenly stopped. Instead, memories slowly surge into my heart. I didn't expect that this shop still remembers that I liked their osmanthus cake when I was a child. But only during the Chinese New Year can you share a colorful dress with your sister. Very sad. Ling Xiu quickly comforted you. If you like me, I will come and buy you food in the future. Certainly. This is not empty talk. With the support of flying ability, it only takes 2.5 hours to go back. But the main purpose this time is still to be done. When the colorful clothes fell asleep at night. Let's go to the Zhang family's mine veins to find out. After passing through many alleys. Although Tsai's memory is very vague. But in the end, I found that familiar and unfamiliar home. But when the two arrived at the door. But I happened to meet a man. The man with 2 children was shocked when he saw Tsai. You are the second sister. Seeing this, Lin Xiu could probably guess the person in front of him. It should be Tsai's 4th brother. Because he told himself. There are 4 elder sisters and sisters in the family who have gone to a wealthy family to be maids. He entered the opera troupe. The 3rd sister became someone else's child bride. And at this time, my brother-in-law had already cried. Second sister. Where have you been there all these years? When parents die. I was still thinking about Aunt Kai hearing this news. Instantly lost consciousness. Tears kept falling from the corners of my eyes. In order to make the siblings drink well. Ling Xiu. He also took out a silver note. Handed to the 2 children. But they went to buy candy. But just after they said goodbye happily, they unexpectedly bumped into a strong man. After he saw the person coming, he was also frightened and stood there. Seeing this, my brother-in-law. He quickly protected them behind him. Mr. Huang. Haven't the shelter fee been paid this month? Unexpectedly, the man retorted. You were wearing yellow clothes and the uncle today. I'll be fine if I wear the same clothes. But my brother-in-law was confused. Mr. Huang. Aren't you wearing red clothes today? As soon as this is said, it made the little brothers behind him laugh. Just as the man was about to come forward to dance, I saw Ling Xiu take out a silver note. I will first meet the sucker I met for a man they have been in for a year. He quickly took the silver note. It's better you guys to take the lead. Little do you know. At this time, Ling Xiu's face had become gloomy. I didn't expect you to take it. but just as he happily took the bill. But I found that my arm was firmly grasped. A chill came with it. In a flash, his pig's trotter turned into an ice sculpture. Bonely pain. Let the bully beg for mercy. Please spare your life, my son. But his brother has no idea about Mount Tai. You just fart me. But Ling Xiu naturally won't agree easily. It's not impossible to let me let you go. Now let your little brother go to Hanggu. Come here quickly. Then spit out 10 times the money you have collected over the years. Otherwise, I will keep it for your family to burn it for you. When the bully heard this, he could only admit defeat. Afterwards, in order not to disturb the siblings. Alcoholic. So I was going to go on the street. As a result, after reporting to the two of you, you immediately came to a pastry shop. It seems that the imperial concubine also came from Jiangnan. If you bring some pastries back, I guess she will be very happy. Really? Shower's heart broke into many pieces. Each piece lives with a different woman. But just as he was choosing pastries, I saw several prison carts walking towards me in a mighty manner. The onlookers began to discuss. The people in the car seemed to be all thieves from the Tiandao Alliance. He was arrested for failing to assassinate the prefect. Now I will be taken to the execution ground to be beheaded and made public. I heard that even a young man from the Zheng family in the royal capital died at their hands. Over the past few months, the people from the Zheng family are searching for the people from the Heavenly Dao Alliance. This time the matter is a trap for them. Unexpectedly, I actually caught a few. After listening to the conversation between the two, Lin Xiu was embarrassed. Zheng San is the best family I killed, and no killer can be found. Then I saw that the crime was placed on the Heavenly Dao Alliance. Never expected. The slander was finally caught by the Heavenly Dao Alliance. On the execution ground, the three heroes are waiting for the death of the generals. And then birth emerges. Ask you for your reputation. But what are the last words? Just finished speaking. A strong man turned his head and scolded him angrily. Dog official kills me. There are thousands of me. The world's consciousness is born so many times. You can't kill. Except that we die. But sooner or later, someone will avenge us. We're waiting for you to hear on the road to the underworld. This speech was furious. I was killed by orders directly. But just when the chopsticks waved the big knife, 3 more bronze men rushed out of the audience. Seeing this, Wu Zhuangman hurriedly reminded him. Brothers, don't be white. Give it this as a trap. Go quickly. Don't worry about me. Obviously it's too late now. I saw a thick wall surrounding the 3 of them. Shown. When they panic, the ambush appeared in a sudden appearance. I didn't expect you to help you rob. I really dare to come to the court. After saying that, then he turned his head and looked at the stunned chopsticks. What are you doing when standing there? Don't continue to wake up yet. Just leave these traitors to me to deal with. However, just when the big knife was cut down again, but suddenly stopped in place. Then jump high. Punched straight to the axe while not far away. Fortunately, an escort arrived in time. I saw him quickly pull out the long sword in his hand. Swipe out a few sword energy. Then he cut the long sword into several sections to control the metal. Is it a fine artist? Under this hard body, you are the most difficult thing to deal with as a turtle? Then he shouted angrily at the surroundings. Who is in the dark and what? Why don't I come out and stand up with me in a dignified manner? Unexpectedly, he was stunned. The rest of the guards actually waved their swords at him. After several resistances, men are panicked in the world. Are you crazy? Even my own people want to be free. After a moment, only then did he realize that. Several people looked dull and looked so stupid that they were sweat beads as big as beans. It kept dripping from his forehead. He is being controlled. Looking at the strange scene in front of you, the person who came to rescue was very confused. Is this the master you invited? However, he was also confused. I don't know who is helping me. But let's save people first. The frigate prisoner was robbed. He shouted repeatedly. Come and stop them from robbing. It's going to run away. But just when they were about to pursue, the brazier beside him was pushed down by Mind. In a blink of an eye, a barrier of flame ignited in front of the pursuers. It also successfully blocked a group of pursuers. At this time, the guard leader was very unwilling to give up. The goblin flame also has a heavenly Tao alliance that can influence others' minds. When did so many monsters appear? At the same time, in the secluded forest outside the city, the rudder of Jiangnan branch, Zhengming, bowed his hand to thank those who came to help. And Lingxiu reached out. This hero is not polite. I am very impressed by your practice of sacrificing oneself for justice. I happened to meet you today and naturally I couldn't watch you being harmed by that dog official. But my other friends are unwilling to show up in front of others. Please forgive me. Thank you for helping the heroes. If there is any useful place in the future, even if you go up the mountain and fall into the sea of fire, I won't refuse. And at this time, Lingxiu also revealed the reason. To be honest, Misaku is actually my good friend. Even for his sake, I won't be willing to die. Zhang Ming was very surprised when he heard this. Unexpectedly, the hero also knew Miss Chen. Of course, he is not only a simple understanding. His measurements. There are also a few moles on my body. Lingxiu knows it very well. He then asked. I don't know where Misaku is now. Although Zhang Li didn't know his traces. But he was sure that Miss Chen would be in a month later. It will definitely appear in that place. Just wanted to ask where it was. But don't be rejected by Zhang Li Wuliang. I'm really sorry. This matter is the fate of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. It is related to the life and death of countless brothers. Xu Zheng really couldn't tell me. Please forgive me. Unless you want to join me. Zhang Li thought he would refuse but never. I thought Lin Xiu had agreed directly. Actually, before this, we have killed the powerful people who oppress the people. I am also like-minded with you. After saying that, he turned his head and said, please wait for me again. Let's first submit a letter of joining the party. 2.5 hours later, with the sound of several people falling to the ground, the people from the Heavenly Tao Alliance exclaimed repeatedly. This is actually the father and son of the Zhang family from the Jiangnan lineage. The prefect of Jiangnan and his son. Seeing this, the other two people kneeled to the ground with a plop. Just when Lingxiu was at a loss, they explained the reason. Turned out to be, one of them had been insulted by Zhang. Later, he jumped into the river to commit suicide because he was unwilling to be humiliated. As a result, he went to the Yamen to report the case. But he was beaten back and sent to jail. The other person's parents should offend the governor's son. As a result, he was beaten to death the next day. Now they can take revenge. This kneeling is also a must. At this time, Zhang Ling asked again. Don't you know the hero's name? Lingxiu waved her hand to the nameless Li Xiaoyao. But I'm very curious. What will you do with them? Zhang Li said. We will let Jiangnan Beijing decide their life and death. Night. In the Morong family in Jiangnan, an old man was asking why it was so messy outside. His son hurried back to yesterday. The missing Zhang and Wang were found dead in the street market. Are everyone discussing this matter now? The old man finished listening. Put down the teacup slowly. It was the people from the Heavenly Tao Alliance who killed them. Didn't I hear they were alive at first? Later, more and more people watched. When the Zhang family arrives, the 4 people have died. It was only because they blamed it. But how is yours practice like? Back to my father. He has made great progress these days. But there should be some gap between the ground. I've only heard of it. The expression was solemn in an instant. This world is big. He shouldn't stay in this little Jiangnan all his life. This time, Xiaoli asked him to try it. Little do you know. This song may have become Xior's harem. Let's talk about whether he will regret it in the future. And at this time he was not idle. Not only did I try to conclude the law, he also found out about Aku's whereabouts. But this is not over yet. Even though it is late at night now. But he is still wandering in every corner of Jiangnan. Just because he wants to remember the Yikawing here. After returning to the capital, He wanted to give the imperial concubine a big gift. But just when I passed by a house. But unexpectedly, a woman with a beautiful figure shouted loudly. Who is there? Not showing up quickly yet. Ling Xiu was shocked at this time. She couldn't believe that the girl in front of her had such strong perception. You should know that what you use is the hidden secret of the four great masters. Could she be the wind art? And just as he thought about it, I saw the woman asked again with cold eyes. Who are you? Lin Xiujian has been discovered. Then he quickly spoke. Don't be nervous. I was just passing by. The couple obviously stayed in the boudoir for a long time. The other party let him take his guard down in a few words. You are not cute in heaven, right? I heard that you killed the Zhang family father and son in Jiangnan mansion drink. But they also suffered on their own. After saying that, then he took out another jar of good wine. Actually, I still admire you very much. Do you want to drink some drinks with me? This wine is not only 200 or 300 taels per jar. And even if you have money, it is difficult to buy it. Lin Xiu was surprised to see the familiar wine jar in front of him. I didn't expect that Niju would be so popular. The key is that this quality is only sold for 30 or 40 taels in the capital. Unexpectedly, I was irresistible by the middleman. If I go to be Huang Meng by myself, I can't even think about it. Then, he took advantage of the time when the woman poured wine. Asked about his name. The woman blurted out without any scruples. My name is Morongyu. And you? Lin Xiu said. My name doesn't matter. But I want to ask you a question. Who is you, the imperial concubine? But she was drinking strong wine. Murmured with a small mouth. This is my privacy. Of course I won't tell you. Seeing that the other party loves wine so much, Lin Xiu hurriedly agreed to his people. It's a jar of fine wines for 62 years. Good. Then I will tell me the name of the concubine in another question. This jar of wine will give you whatever you want. Morong Yujian cherishes his eyes so much. The golden light immediately shines. After a few seconds, she pretended to drink strong wine again. Since you ask questions sincerely, it doesn't matter to tell you. The imperial concubine is actually called Morong Mingzhu. But why are you asking about this? Unexpectedly, when he turned back again. But I found that Ling Xiu had already left. At this time, he was puzzled. Why are the cute people in heaven so interested in their aunt's affairs? Never mind. Still don't think of a name. Such a good wine. It's a lot of money. Outside the night, Zhangjia mine is accompanied by the efforts of the workers to collect it. I saw streams of golden energy coming out randomly. And this energy seems to be rushing in the same direction. That's right. This is exactly what Ling Xiu in the sky does. Under the bath of golden energy, he suddenly felt extremely comfortable all over. Now, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Just close to the mine, the exquisite art in my body became inexplicably restless. If you can go in and practice, wouldn't you double your happiness? But just as he enjoys it, I saw a hidden arrow shooting towards him. Which rats? How dare I come here to steal your veins? Fortunately, Ling Xiu turned around and avoided it. Otherwise, I will have to explain it here. Soon. A sense of crisis arose in his heart. Oops. The other party was actually a powerful man who was on the photo. But before he could think more, the strong man had already rushed towards him. Ling Xiu immediately used secret art. Hidden his body. Only then did he barely avoid the opponent's fatal blow. The strong man saw that he had been lonely. Suddenly, I was confused. This guy actually disappeared. Could it be that they don't know? Ling Xiu did not leave. Instead, he stayed by his side all the time. Ha ha. Didn't expect it. I am a time traveler who is familiar with military books. The most dangerous place is the safest. Next I will let you know what the enemy is to advance and I retreat to the enemy. Back up. The enemy is tired and we are disturbed. Let you see the sinisterness of society. That's all. In dozens of rounds, the strong man has been ruined to pieces. Chasing Ling Xiu is like a big scolding. Eliminate the rat's back. Deduced by means. Don't run if you have the ability. Lingxiu was not ready to pay attention to it. He just turned his head and grimaced at him. In the pursuit that lasts 10 days. The strong man is already exhausted. But my whole body and mouth were still adapted. I saw him gasping heavily, while roaring, "You are a calf. Just hide and have the ability to come out. Fight with me in a dignified manner." And Lingxiu is naturally not stupid either. It would be useless to shout when he screamed. Because he knew very well. Although you may not be able to beat it, he will definitely be able to kill him that night. On the other side, in the Changchun Palace of the royal capital, I saw the amnesia of the imperial concubine sitting blankly in the palace courtyard, looking at somewhere in a daze. Even the murmur in my arms. It seems like he has lost his soul. Even the appetite has dropped sharply. This has been going on for a month. Seeing that the food that was brought in was brought out intact again, the imperial doctors were worried. Unanimously agreed that the imperial concubine suffered from anorexia. I don't know where to start. Fortunately, at this time, Lingxiu took Wanner to chase the moment he walked into Changchun Palace. The expression of the imperial concubine is no longer lost. The corners of the mouth are slightly raised. He murmured and changed his hand to Lingxiu. Then, I saw her walking to the concubine with a wooden box. "I brought you some pastries and melon. You try it." But at this time the imperial concubine was still looking at her stupidly. Not moving at all. And Lingxiu was also confused. Fortunately, after calling the queen mother for a long time, the imperial concubine came to her senses. So he quickly turned his head shyly. The expression was full of panic. But Gong happened to be hungry. "Let me try it quickly." After a few more bites, she was shocked to see the pastry in her hand. The taste of osmanthus crispy. Why is it exactly the same as the shop at the door of my house? Seeing that the imperial concubine was eating with relish, young Lingxiu was also satisfied. "Haha, I can't imagine it. This is your doorstep. That shop made. But it's just an appetizer." Then, he stepped forward and said, "I have another gift to give to the queen mother," and asked the queen to close her eyes. Although the imperial concubine was a little surprised when she heard this. But according to Lingxiu's meaning, close your eyes. What kind of gift is it that requires eyes closed? But Lingxiu didn't answer. Then he turned his head and signaled that Wanner could start. Just finished speaking. Wanner's pupils shook instantly. As the purple light bloomed in her eyes, a delicate picture arises naturally. Willow leaves drift with the wind. Osmanthus flowers hang on the branches. When the concubine opened her eyes again. But I was surprised to find that I was already in Jiangnan. And she was standing on a small boat. Move with the wind. Born with the boat. Looking at the scene that I longed for and hated before me. The imperial concubine was relieved. Half an hour later, I saw that Wanner had already left the spirit-smelling figure about to fall down. Hold it in one hand. And comforted quietly. "Thanks for your hard work." Hu Wanwan looked at him playfully. "For my hard work? Do you have to add money to Lingxiu?" After hearing this, I had no choice but to go home. She didn't expect this girl. At this time, I was still thinking about paying back the money. At this time, Wanner took advantage of the victory and pursued it again. This requires another 100 taels. However, just when the two of them were married, the imperial concubine has woken up from her beautiful dream. Then she asked quickly, "How did you do it?" Lingxiu explained after hearing this. "This is actually Miss Wan's artistic ability. I asked her to create such an illusion for the empress. But he has never been to Jiangnan. If something is wrong, please don't blame the queen." Hearing this, the imperial concubine laughed secretly. "Thank you. This is the best gift I have ever received." After saying that, I saw two people facing each other, smiling frequently. How could this be a worldly aversion? It's obviously lovesickness. Who would have thought that? This scene happened to be caught by Xuanxuan on the side. She covered her mouth incredibly. "Imperial concubine. Did you fall in love with Brother Lin?" "Just now." After Lingxiu and Wan'er bid farewell to the imperial concubine, he was called to the art academy by the dean. When the two of them arrived, they went straight to the point. Actually, I'll call you here this time. There is a task that needs to be opened. Originally, you didn't need to take action this time. But the court is short of manpower at present. Many policemen in the yard were gone out to practice. I have to thank you for your hard work. Then, under Lingxiu's inquiry, only then did I know. It turned out that the court received a secret report. The Tiandaming's rebels will hold a secret meeting in the near future. The court wanted to take this opportunity to bring them all to a full bowl of beauty. Hearing this, he quickly asked if the news was true. The dean expressed his confidence that this was reported from the undercover agent hidden in the Heavenly Dao Alliance of the Imperial Court. But you don't have to worry. There are other strong people walking with you to hear about it. Yan Lingxiu was panicked, thinking, if you let someone go, I'm afraid no one in the Heavenly Dao Conference can survive. He quickly showed extremely excited appearance. Who else can I do with this matter? Want to come? This is also an opportunity to hone your skills. I certainly won't miss it. The dean is also very pleased with this. So he turned his head and looked at Qin Wan beside him. Before he could speak, Wan'er pointed to Lingxiu beside her. He goes. I'll go. That's the case. Then you can set out immediately. Soon, they came to Ningxian and found an inn to settle down. At this time, Lingxiu is preparing to ask for 2 top-quality rooms. But Wan'er thinks he is spending money randomly. 1 room is enough. This won't make the second brother mess up. You two should discuss it. Should I want 1 or 2? Shoer naturally can't resist the bowl. In the end, I can only compromise. I've asked for a big bedroom. This is the beginning scene. But at this moment, I saw a few black tentacles. They were approaching the two quietly. Fortunately, Lingxiu reacted in time. Dodged the attack. Looking at the black tentacles of the saint in front of him, only then did Wan'er realize that this was actually a black store. But before he can react more, the tentacles actually rushed towards him straight. Fortunately, one of them lowered his waist to avoid Lingxiu. He also took the opportunity to catch him. As the art of war trembles, I saw this incident spreading instantly. Then it broke into several pieces in an instant. And the sneak attacker was no longer hiding. I didn't expect you to have 2 brushes. It seems that the money is still going to be less. As soon as this is said, Wan'er was very shocked. He kept shouting that he was an assassin. But Lingxiu was extremely calm. Did the assassin catch him? Just ask. Before the two of them could react more, the white-haired woman attacked again. Lingxiu waved her hand. An ice wall rose from the ground. The purple light hit was firmly blocked, and the vine was frozen by it in an instant. Seeing this scene, Lingxiu quickly turned her head to look at Wan'er. It's time. As Wan'er's pupils burst out with purple halo, the illusion also started. The white-haired woman's pupils were shaken first. Then his body couldn't move at all. Until now. He realized that this little woman turned out to be a local artist. Now it's over. See that the other party has been controlled. Lingxiu quickly asked. Pick up your hair. Who sent you here? But the woman only knew that someone spent 10,000 taels of silver to buy the life of Lingxiu, son of Ping and Ho. I don't know the others at all. He was extremely dissatisfied after hearing this. Is my life so worthless? Why did you forget it if you only have 10,000 taels? I'll take the assassin out and deal with it first. After a while, Wan'er asked Lingxiu. Actually, you can give up. But Lingxiu said. I didn't admit defeat in my dictionary. These 2 words. There is still something to do tomorrow. I'll go to bed first. Looking at the man so persistent in front of you, Wan'er sighed repeatedly. What a pity. The next morning, Lingxiu. Then he and Wan'er came to Ningxian County Government Office. After meeting with several others, he quickly asked what was going on in the city now. The woman said. The rebels of the Heavenly Dao Alliance gathered on the night 3 days later. At that time, the raid meeting place will be able to catch them all in one place. At this time, the yellow line reminds everyone to be more low-key these days. The rebels in the Heavenly Tao Alliance are very cautious. If they notice it, they may fail. And Lingxiu. I was very worried after hearing this. The strength of this yellow line must be very close to the peak of the lower realm. I'm afraid it's the strongest among the 5. It seems that I have to find a way to notify the people of the Tian Dao Alliance. Who would have thought that? Just as he was imagining, Zhuan Yan walked to Lingxiu's side and Mr. Lin. Before I come, Mr. Xue made a public service. Who wants to take care of it? Your action this time. It's great for you and Miss Qin to be careful. It's best to hide behind us. Don't get too close. 3 days later. Night. In a mansion. The Heavenly Tao meeting was held as scheduled. At this time, an old man was asking Zheng Li. I heard that something happened to the Jiangnan branch a month ago. The consequences are serious. And he said, that time, it was almost wiped out. Fortunately, I was rescued by a brother named Li Xiaoyao. It's a pity that the contact point of the Jiangnan branch was destroyed. I also broke off contact with the Xiaoyao brothers. After a reminiscing about the past, I saw Miss Akuchen who was standing beside her. Finally I saw you. I wonder if you can find brother Xiaoyao. But Aku was asked questions. What brothers? I don't know him. Zheng Li was a little anxious after hearing this. How could he not know him, but he is your best friend? I was going to get up with me. Because I betrayed the traitor, I can't contact him. As soon as this is said, Aku immediately thought of Lingxiu. This old 6th. Then he said. It was him who made me remember it suddenly. We are indeed good friends. Who can't wait for him to finish speaking? But the AI Kuning suddenly flew in. And shouted. Some insider gatherings were cancelled. When everyone arrived. But I found that the gathering had already left empty. Fong Fong was very upset at this time. Where did everyone die? And Zhuan Yan reveals the reason in one sentence. Someone probably leaked the news in advance. I believe that among the 7 of us, there must be spies from the Heavenly Tao Alliance. As soon as this is said, several people looked at each other in a glance. It seems that they are doubting each other. Fortunately, words broke the dead silence. Perhaps this news was not leaked tonight. The people from the Tian Dao Alliance were separated before the assembly. That means only the beginning. They can only tell everyone this news. Just finished speaking. Without quick approval. I think what Mr. Lin said makes sense. But in this way. But the range of doubt is too large. All insiders are suspected. Regarding this. Solemn. Order immediately. Immediately send someone to guard the city gates. Don't let anyone go of suspicious people. Then. After a few chats. Lingxiu and others left the courtyard where the gathering was held. And Aku was relieved. And take the opportunity to remove the art of movie fans. This is an impatient ant. Scolding repeatedly. If I know who the inner demon is. If the old man next to Kuan who was caught on the spot side. If we remind us of the negative. I'm afraid they'll fall into the hands of the court tonight. I just don't know why I deceived me. I can still use Kuan to pass the message. It's simply unheard of. At this time, I saw a tall woman looking at Ake's thoughtful look. So I quickly asked Sister Aku. Do you know who saved us? However, just then, a sudden knock on the door came. Everyone showed panic. Fortunately, Zheng Li reacted in time. And quickly opened the door. It's really Brother Xiaoyao. It seems you saved us. After that, he began to introduce it to everyone. This is the Brother Xiaoyao I have told you about. He is also a member of our Heavenly Tao Alliance now. Hearing this, Aku was shocked. But Yang Dunju asked. How did you know where we gathered? Lin Xiu, who also knew about this, calmly expressed his words. To be honest, there are our spies in the court. He told me that there is one in the Heavenly Tao Alliance. And he reported all the time and place of the gathering to the court. In order to take this opportunity to catch you all in one place. Who would have thought that the words had just finished? Aku quickly added. He won't have any problems. I can guarantee it with my life. As soon as this is said, only then did everyone understand. It turns out that there is a story between these two people. No wonder Aku has been absent-minded in the past few months. Then, after some chat, Lin Xiao sent everyone out of the city gate. The two met briefly. Lin Xiao spoke first. Over the past few months, you won't look for it anymore. Aku only murmured for a long time later. I've looked for you. Just that day you got up there. Then he continued to ask. You haven't been injured in the past few months. Aku had already blushed when he heard this. Injured? After several questions from Ling Xiao, he then spoke. When assassinating a local bandit leader. His desperate attempt. I couldn't hide. Looking at the scars in front of you, Ling Xiao felt very distressed. I quickly used it and how quickly the scars on my body will recover as before. But then Aku said. But we won't meet again in the future. Regarding this, Ling Xiao was shocked. I quickly asked why. At this time, Aku's expression was full of loneliness. Just be your powerful person. Don't worry about the affairs of the Heavenly Tao Alliance anymore. If your identity is exposed, at that time, everyone around you will be implicated. When Lin Xiao heard this, he quickly turned into a thief with the true body of Heavenly Tao Meng. But Li Xiaoyao cares about me, Lin Xiao? He just pushed open the door late at night. But he was stunned. 2.5 minutes. It turned out that Warner started to make trouble again. Why have you been out for so long today? He just wanted to explain. Unexpectedly, Warner came over directly. And smelled his body. Therefore, if you doubt it, you will question it. How can you smell other people's perfume? Could it be that I'm not pretty enough? Or is it not good enough? Seeing this, Lin Xiao, turning his head quickly, just met a friend. Friends as pure as me and you. And at this time, Warner covered her face and smiled secretly. Why are you afraid that I won't eat you? Let me help you. The next morning, Lingshan Palace. In the bamboo forest. People from the court received information. Before we acted last night, there is a man named Li Xiaoyao who deals with the rebels of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. They fled in advance. And that Li Xiaoyao knows flying art. Last night, she brought them all out of Lingxiu. Only then did I realize the inner ghost. Really? Among the few people last night? But he never expected that. The undercover agent of the Tiandao Alliance is also among the people from the court this time. Soon the leader began to deploy today's action. There are 9 thieves in the Tiandao Alliance. 3 of them are connected. The rest are all mysterious traitors. This was interrupted by another man. Is our undercover agent among these 9 people? Don't hurt your own people then. At this time, the leader is. The man reminds. Undercover is almost the same as solemn. The woman is almost thin. When we catch up with those traitors, he will immediately refute you. Never hurt him. Little do you know. This also provides Lingxiu with important clues. It turns out that the inner ghost is his helm leader named Yang. So he quickly signaled to Ikuan's team on the tree branch. At the same time, the people of the Heavenly Tao Alliance are on their way to evacuate. And since that day, Cheng Shui kept following Aku and asked Ike's sister. When did you and him meet? How did you know? Will you clear your marriage in the future? But at this moment, Ikuan no one has appeared above everyone's heads. Master Yang is the inner ghost. The whereabouts have been exposed to the speed of the fish. As soon as this is said, everyone stared at Master Yang. But naturally he would not easily admit that everyone has been a brother who has been watching me for so long. Is it because of a koan? Do you suspect I am an undercover agent? To ensure that everything is foolproof. Everyone was about to wait for Li Xiaoyao to face it. Then you will know. When I heard this, Master Yang immediately panicked. I want to be left behind now. I'm afraid I can't really get out of it. Then, he quickly threw out a few smoke bombs. Take advantage of the chaos and run away. Little do you know. At this time, Aku had come to him. Then a murderous kick raised his leg. Kicked straight to him. Unprepared, he had to accept this love from his compatriots silently. Then, He hit his head in the soil. After solving the inner demon. What happened to him who was shy afterwards? We are not opponents of those in the court. Let's find a place to hide first. And Lingxiu is solemn. Looking at the mirror in your hand. Exclaimed. What's the situation? Why didn't you react suddenly? Seeing him so panicked? Jean Tai asked quickly. What's wrong? Are we chasing the wrong direction? And solemnity means that the positioning stops when it reaches this point. Listening to the conversation between the two, Lin Xiu was very surprised at this time. Unexpectedly, there is also the art of long-distance communication through mirrors. After a moment of solemnity, then I realized that it must be the undercover agent I installed. Do it. This must be the inner demon in the court. Promise and inform. If I find this person, I must tear him to pieces. It seems that I can only think of other solutions. It is not a solution to keep being stupid. Then solemn. In order not to delay Lingxiu's small pen. So he suggested that he and Wana return to the royal capital first. Lin Xiu hurriedly said. It's so ashamed. I haven't helped any of these days. Look at the solemn fruit. I know Lingxiu is an insider. I'm afraid I'm just so angry that I die. Soon. Lin Xiu returned to his private residence. Walking in the corridor, he sighed repeatedly. It's been back. Unexpectedly, Warner glanced at him. How to go out with me? Does it make you feel uncomfortable? After saying that, he transformed into Lin Ying's appearance again. And a flattering expression. Do I want me to help you relieve your fatigue? Little do you know. Lingxiu is already seen through his little thoughts. He. Do you want to empty my money again? I won't be fooled this time. But Warner still didn't give up. Hello? Don't leave. I'll have a lot of them in a few days. I saw the little song of Lin Ying and Zheng Feng who came back. Leisurely drying the bed sheets. Unexpectedly, Lingxiu slapped him on the butt at this time. Being attacked suddenly. Lin Ying was startled first. Ran Lian looked back with a twist. However, Xiu was heartbroken every time. While pinching his face. He was talking while talking. Change back soon. Calculate the day. Lin Ying is back soon. If he saw it, you'll have to stop pretending. You've already done this trick last time. However, this time the illusion is still realistic. Even the feel is the same. And when Warner came over getting on Shiguan, this moment came to Lingji. He said tremblingly, Warner, why are you still clone? Unexpectedly, he would not bother to watch the fun. What nonsense are you talking about? When will I be a clone? Lingxiu suddenly realized after hearing this. My brother returns. This won't be true. But it was too late. At this time, Ling Ying was looking at Lingxiu with murderous aura. What is transformation? But I was troubled by me. What else is this trick? Used it last time. Then there was a deafening scream. Lingxiu. Then he had an intimate contact with the emperor. I haven't seen the courage to get much fatter in a few days. Seeing this, Warner quickly explained. In fact, in the past 2 months you left. He misses you very much. So I changed it to you. Let him see you. This time he might think you are Lin Ying, who I changed my conversation. After listening, I became even more angry. Then he asked loudly. Who made you look like me? One then continued to explain hard. You've been away for so long. Some people don't think about tea. I've seen people in my room all day long. I really can't stand it anymore. Then Ling Ying, who went to comfort him, was shocked when she heard this. Then he quickly looked at Lingxiu. Thinking. He really thought so. When I thought of him, I reacted. No, right. If he really treated me as a sunny gate, then he is not shooting his love stocks? Thinking of this, he quickly asked if you were hiding something from me. Warner turned her head guiltily after hearing this. How could it be that you were thinking too much? Lingxiu who finally got up. I quickly changed the topic. By the way, is Ling Ying's practice going smoothly this time? No breakthrough to the earth? He shook his head. No. Although the practice has reached a bottleneck. But it has never been able to make a breakthrough. Hearing this, he was so beautiful. He took out the treasure that Xia had escaped from the prince. Here are a few 5th level alien beast essences. You can use it first. Remember not to tell others. Lin Ying was startled. Then he expressed his arrogantly. I don't want you to keep it for yourself. Ling Xiu reminded. You've thought about it. If I take the top 10 of the genius list in the future, it would be better to take pictures. You will hear this at that time. Ling Ying suddenly turned red when she thought of kissing her little face. So he took out one from the box. Then I want one. Just keep the others. If you cannot break through, then let's wait for the opportunity in the future. So he hurried back to practice. Looking at Lin Ying, who has gone away, Warner couldn't help but sigh. Well, now he's back. It seems that our affairs can only be secretly done. Lin Xiu waved his hand. If you don't want to give up. That way, there is no need to secretly. Who would have thought? At this time, Warner actually came over. Ling Xiu's face turned red. Actually, I prefer to be secretive. Since you are pursuing excitement, then it must be implemented to the end. The two of them used some method to make a bet. See who gets the first. Although Xior is reserved on the surface. But I still like Warner very much. Because she belongs to the kind of thrift and thrifty. The key is not the mood. Aunt Kai, who hadn't seen her for a long time, came here. The headmaster he discussed with Ling Xiu is older. Not good. Continue to appear on stage. I want to take him to live. For this little thing? Ling Xiu naturally agreed. He also said, if Summer and Summer, they are willing to take it together. After all, there are indeed a few people in this house. However, just after the two talked, a fierce cold wind swept over. This also made the colorful clothes tremble with cold. Ling Xiu saw this, suddenly realizing that. Could it be that the spiritual hero has made a breakthrough? Just as she was dreaming, I only heard a sound of opening the door. Then, Lin Ying and Lin Jun walked towards them, looking at him who had already met. At this time, Lin Xiu was shocked. I didn't expect you to use only one crystal. It's simply possessed by the Emperor of Europe. And Lin Ying also thanked repeatedly. Lin Xiu said that it was all the family, so why are you polite? It is if we meet in a small game or a big blog. Then, just look gentler. After hearing this, Lin Ying replied with a slight hint. At this time, Zhao Linjun's maid came to report. There is a girl outside looking for you. What is her name? Yi Zi? Lin Jun finished listening. As if you think about it. Is the leaves Qianyuling? So he quickly ordered him to come over. Soon, a small and delicate woman came over and looked handsome. Haven't seen you for a long time. Zhao Linjun met him in a state of symptom. Lin Jun is really you. Your reign is big or small? Compared to 2 years ago. It seems that it has made a lot of progress. Lin Ying hurriedly introduced to Lin Xiu. She is a genius in Fujiao country. Unexpectedly. Looks quite loving. Love my sister. Living is the time before and before. Strong Lin. Ying immediately rolled her eyes. Forrest. You look like you are not promising. Seeing a beautiful woman. I can't even move my eyes away. Lin Xiu was speechless after hearing this. The woman I thought of in my past life. I've seen a lot. And they are all very enthusiastic. I've long been feeling nothing. Then Shiba Jun also expressed his intention. Handsome. My purpose this time is to find you to rub the wrong ones. Lin Linjun raised his hand generously and indicated that he could start with Qianying, and then slowly pulled out his sword from his waist. And you wake up. Be careful next. Just finished speaking. He turned toward him with anger. While he dodged, Qian Yanling has come behind Lin Jun. Then he swung several sword energy. But this is very relaxing for Lin Jun. This also made Ling Xiu on the side stun. No, right? The top 10 of the Tianjiu list is strength. However, Just as he complained, Chiba Jun had already flew straight towards Lin Jun's face as he approached. His figure disappeared instantly. The next second appeared behind him. Just when he thought he was successful, Lin Jun quickly formed a barrier to the tree Taoist thought power in front of him. After removing its strength, it easily blocked his strongest attack. He was very surprised at this moment. And what was more surprised than him belonged to Lingxiu. Seeing that the other party is a teleportable space. I guess I was very happy after the operation. After trying many times without success, I could only slowly put my hands away. Chang Jianjin, you are much stronger than 2 years ago. After saying that, he turned around and prepared to leave. Zhao Lingjun went back with a humble face. The same to you. And how could Lin Xiu let this fat sheepgoat go? So he hurriedly said that friends came from afar. Why not stay for a meal? Punch him in the mouth again. Although it sounds so nice. In fact, I had already thought about it. His space abilities are at a higher level. But it's the same type as mine. I guess I can copy it. Who would have thought that? Qian Yeling turned his head and glanced. I'll just not bother you after talking about it. Then he walked out the door. Linning looked at his left back. Curiously asked. Can he only rank 9th on the genius list? Zhao Lingjun naturally knew what he was thinking. The last genius list 10. Half of them are over 25 years old. I can't participate in the next big competition anymore. Chiba's strength has improved a lot compared to 2 years ago. I guess I am ranked in the top 5 in this competition. Just finished speaking. Ling Ying winked at Ling Xiu. Have you seen it? This is the strength of the top 10 of the genius list. But Ling Xiu was not panicked at all. Just wait and see. Then he began to think. Although I also have space art. But you can't hide yourself in. But Qianyling can have such a terrifying art. I have to find a way to get it. This is an extra method in big investment. On the other side, Qianyling just walked to the street corner. I was told by a group of strong men that the girl was from Fusang. See, you are here without relatives for reasons. It would be better to have a meal with me and a few. Let us get into the doubts of the landlords. Who would have thought that the words had just finished? Lingxiu suddenly appeared behind the man. This also scared them. Follower. She often sends playboys to the yamen. These people all regard her as a plague god. As long as you see him. Then he turned around and left. I saw that a few people had already walked away from Lingxiu. Then he stepped forward and said hello. But I can't help it. I'll send you the memory hall again when Xianye married. Qianyling was shocked when he saw this. But I didn't expect that Lin Xiu would be a Fusang girl. But he still refused his good words. Thank you, mister. Rescue for me. I'll just go back by myself. Lingxiu looked as she gradually moved away. Chiba Li Jueju wasted every opportunity. This is a wave. Very good, so I came late at night. I saw a Shaolin running quickly. This person is Qianyling. At this time, he was too exhausted to breathe. I also suffered a lot of injuries. This scene happened to be caught by Lingxiu. Isn't this Chiba Ridge? It seems he is in some trouble. Before he can breathe more. I saw a middle-aged man chasing him when he encountered the wind. You can't run away. In front of me. You have no chance of winning at all. He looked at the man who was reluctant to leave. There was a burst of curses in my heart. This art of wind. What a shit plaster. No matter how you shake it, you can't shake it. It can be the next second. But his heart tightened. It turned out to be Lingxiu. He came again with a bold madman. He dared to commit crimes among the kings. This sudden sound. The middle-aged man almost got scared to pee. So he quickly threw out a knife and replied urgently. Then there were fatal attacks. Lingxiu, one hand, put one ice wall into one hand and instantly rose up. When the two collide. After the smoke and dust spread out for a while. The middle-aged man looked shocked. Looking at the empty ground. The man was stunned. Lingxiu had already fled with Qianyling. At this moment, he spoke in a slight manner. Why are you here? Xiu'er said. Let's leave here first. If the killer catches up. That would be troublesome. Regarding this, he replied shyly. It's causing you trouble. But for Ling Xiu, this is not a problem. Because the copied progress bar is already liked. He's too greedy. This art. But Qianyuling is still a little worried. Young master, where are you going to take me? Lin Xiu responded quickly. It's coming soon. I'll take you to an absolutely safe place. In order not to expose strength. Ling Xiu. Xuanxuan was specially invited to treat him. Let him explain it. Lin Ying never believed it. Why is it so coincidental? Someone wants to kill him. You even encountered it. Regarding this, he could only defend himself again. Sometimes things are just that coincidental. I can't sleep at night. Go out for a walk. As a result, this happened. How could a good young man like me be unsteady? Fortunately, Xuanxuan came over in time at this time. He also said that his injuries have basically been cured. It only takes a while to rest. Fortunately, after settling down, Lin Xiu was bringing the genius who came to participate in the small poem at this time. The court will arrange them in the inn. How could he be assassinated by an assassin? But he only replied one sentence. I live in the inn. Seeing that the other party insisted on hiding Ling Xiu, I had to stop asking about the inn. Don't go back there first. Wait until tomorrow morning. I have someone bring your stuff these days. You can recover from your wounds here first. And Chiba Lin also knows that. If you go back, there will definitely be danger again. Then he agreed to Lin Xiu's arrangement. I'm really sorry. It's causing you trouble. Lin Xiu was so happy when she heard this. I'm such a kind person. Taken all kinds of homeless girls. Late at night, I saw him standing alone in his heart outside the yard. Can't help but sigh. Really? The disappearance of Chiba Ridge. Not a concealment. Instead, it opens up the cracks in the space. Enter a subspace that overlaps with reality. Then after another attempt, he actually found that the subspace was repelling himself. It was forced to teleport out in a short while. I was just staying for more than 10 seconds and I was popped up. But you should be able to enter immediately after leaving. But it can only move in subspace at present. More than 10 seconds the next morning. Inside the palace, Emperor Xia was worried about not being able to find the 5th level Yuan Jing. Because her baby daughter Ning he was just one breath away and could break through to the ground. The scenery beside him said. The only 2 in the palace. It has been given to Miss Qin. But there may be some families in the hands of the royal capital. But it may not be taken out. Who would have thought? Now the servants come to report to the spirits. I seemed a little surprised to ask Emperor Xia. Thinking. Isn't this guy preparing for a competition among the countries? Why run to the palace every few days? After Ling Xiu came to see her, it also directly stated the purpose of the trip. When Lycan was wandering on the street last night, meet the genius of Fusong Kingdom by chance. Look at people in Chiba. Chasing Yu Shurchen. He was scared. This case is related to the secrets of bilateral relations. We should investigate it. Hearing this, Emperor Xia quickly ordered Zhu Jin to investigate the matter thoroughly. Then he asked where the Fusong genius was. Ling Xiu said. He seemed unwilling to stay in and outside the hall. Not safe. I placed her at home. After hearing this, eyes fluttered. Then he looked at Lin Xiu with a wicked smile. She is very beautiful. Pretty. It's beautiful. Just a little shorter. See? Emperor Xia looked humble. An ominous premonition arose. And at this time, he slowly stood up and said, I need you to do something. Give you half a year? You have found a way to marry the genius of Fusong Kingdom. I am giving you a marriage at that time. Hearing this, Xior was also full of question marks. You know, I still have Linger but haven't married. Xin Luan was also queuing up. Now there is no time to marry a Fusong girl? Isn't this a mess? Even if I want Ninger, I don't want Ninger to be willing to cut off the old duke. Neither would want to think of it. He repeatedly refused. But how could Emperor Xia let him go? What's wrong with this? There are many things in life that cannot be controlled. Although I am the emperor of a country. But you have to compromise on these things. What's more, for the honor of the country. You are wronged. I only believe in your strength. This is Zhu Jin coming to report to His Majesty. This assassination against the genius of Fusong. It is very likely that they are in prison. After hearing this, Emperor Xia frowned. Not doing it in Fusong. But he ran to Daxia to kill people. Is it that I want to put this blame on me? Lingxiu was confused when she heard it. Ask quickly. What's going on? Only then did Emperor Xia explain the reason. There are 4 major families in Fusong. Because of the emergence of genius, it may break the balance between families. Since Fusong cannot tolerate geniuses. But I can be scared. I have high hopes for you. I hope you don't let me down. After the spirit goes, work hard. I just returned home afterwards. So he found Ling Ying. And prepared to have some discussion with him. Because he wanted to try to face an opponent whose power exceeds his own level. What kind of experience is it? Wanner raised her hand and made her move. I saw Lingxiu rushing towards Ling Ying with a quick step. And waved his fist mercilessly. Who would have thought that? He blocked it with just one hand. Then Qi Shuangmo suddenly felt a biting cold. Instantly wrapped Lingxiu. Seeing this scene, Xiu'er was very panicked. The beads of sweat as big as beans keep falling from their foreheads. Why is it suddenly so cold? Infiltrates the bone marrow from the outside and inside. Is this the suppression of the situation? Then try more results. Lin Xiu could only admit defeat to Lin Ying. Little do you know. In serious cases, even if Xiu doesn't use the land sign, it should be able to defeat him. Afterwards, Lin Ying reminds. Remember to go to the art department to register for Xiaobi later. Everyone who participates in the Xiaobi will have to go there 1 month in advance to register. Who would have thought that? He was about to leave Wanner. Just came to Lingxiu. Go back to the room first. Put on the bed and cover it with a quilt. I will make a bowl of soup to warm you up later. This made Lin Ying very angry. It was me who won. Why doesn't it seem like it won again? The next month, the registration office of the Academy of Arts was crowded with people. When Li Buozhang, who had been away for a long time, saw Lin Xiu, then he came over immediately. Lin Xiu. I heard that one of the 3 beauties that were made in the last time. Qi Bali lives in your house now. But Lin Xiu was confused when he heard it. What are the 3 beauties? Li Buozhang quickly explained. The last genius list. There were 3 women in their previous life who were first-class beauties. You see my wife. After the big robin. And Qi Bari. Then, Lin Xiu asked about the rules of this competition again. The small pan adopts the elimination system. The first 2 rounds will be eliminated as long as they fail once. But the arts department will arrange in advance. At least ensure that there are several rounds of lost faces. You won't meet the spiritual beauty in the earth. Looking at his arrogant look. I'm also very curious about his cultivation. But unexpectedly, even he broke through to the ground not. However, just as the 2 of them were talking, Ninger suddenly appeared. Then he looked at Lin Xiu with a sick look on his face. After some chat, he even took out a 5th level Yuan crystal directly. At least let me give it to you. He let you work hard. Don't hear this? Only then did Xiu'er realize it. Now everyone around you has broken through to the realm. At least the first 2 rounds are safer than them. It seems that I will also improve my cultivation as soon as possible. To avoid overturning at that time. Just then, he suddenly noticed the sticks on the side. So the fire broke out in the upper and middle centers. I'm going to leave for a month to rest in another place. During this time when I was not here, you can go to Lin Ying to double cultivation. I'll tell him before I leave. And Lingyi heard Lin Ying's name. He quickly turned his head and said arrogantly, I don't want to rest with him. In fact, I feel helpless. Why did they all arrive at the earth so quickly? Lingxiu didn't want to have too much interaction with him at this time. After a while, he hurriedly said goodbye to him. Soon, he came to find Wang Yuo and enter the sea. Looking at the abundant thunder and lightning here, there was a burst of joy in my heart. I have long heard that this island country on the sea is thundering for more than 300 days a year. Sure enough. Then jumped gently, punching towards the sky full of thunder. Started to sprint towards the earth. 25 days later. Lin Ning dragged his chin and started a daze. It will start in a few days. Why didn't he come back? Who would have thought that at this time? A familiar voice came from behind. Why haven't you seen each other for more than half a month? Just miss me. See Lin Xiao. He quickly got up and prepared to say hello to him. But suddenly, his eyes looked at the person in front of him with a serious look on his face. Is it interesting? Sunny night. And he asked. Why don't you like me? Just help you see how you thought of him just now. Since you don't appreciate it, then forget it. Unexpectedly, Lin Ning changed his face immediately after hearing this. You can change as soon as you want. Little do you know. This is considered to be Wanner's Taoist practice, but she has to pay for it. Seeing him giving gifts, she takes the initiative to hold your hand once. Embrace without a second. Clean up 10 tails. But let me change his appearance. Get 10 tails. And at this time, Lin Xiaoxiao happened to come back, but the two of them started to make a move. Lin Lining thought that the solemnity of the day. So he hurriedly touched his hands. I didn't let you change. This is what you changed by yourself. I will not give you a name for a loss. However, Ling Xiao was confused. It took me a long time to ask why you touch me. Seeing this scene, Wanner covered her face and smiled secretly. She recognized the wrong person just like you. Hearing this, looked at Lin Ning with an evil face. Just wanted to say something, but he punched him away. Go and caress some women. 2 women with peerless appearances. But they all fell in love with the same man. If you want to talk about how to pinch a woman, it really has to be sure. Looking at their tacit cooperation, she clapped and applauded. This song should only exist in heaven. The Queen Mother's piano sound is really beautiful. After many days of getting along, the imperial concubine has long lost the solemnity of the past. Instead, it acts like a little woman. I haven't read a book for a long time. I think it's still a little unfamiliar. Ling Xiao quickly increased the firepower. The Empress has more than 1,000. This song is already exquisite. By the way, I have a gift to give to you. But it will take some time to see it. This time, the Empress must like it. Then, after some chat, Ling Xiao said goodbye to her, but she unexpectedly took the Changchang Chunggong by a small hand. It turns out that this person is Princess Mingi. After she learned that Ling Xiao had broken through the ground, so he came to confirm with him. After receiving his affirmative answer, I saw Mingi's expression full of loneliness. Thinking, there was a brother in trouble. As a result, I am the only one who has not broken through Ling Xiao now. Seeing the strange and stunned look, so he took out a 5th level aid crystal. This is given to me by Mr. Shui. I didn't use it. Then it's cheaper for you. Mingi was slightly shocked when he saw this. Because the 5th level crystals are rare. Nowadays, the large amount of spiritual mirrors is even more expensive and unmarkable. But as a foreign princess, there must be arrogance that should be. I saw him snatch the aid crystal. And stated that I won't take your stuff in vain. This aid crystal counts 120,000 taels of silver. Wait until I have it. Just give it back to you immediately. Then he directly used the fish palm to prepare to start a breakthrough in the last battle. But as the spiritual energy of Yuan Jing gradually fades, obviously, he failed. Regarding this, Ling Xiao sighed. Then I took out another one to help people and help me. I bought it on the black market and prepared it for myself. Or you can try again. After listening to Mingi, immediately boost my heart. Explode the ground again. As the spiritual energy of Yuan Jing gradually darkens, the ending is surprisingly similar. He failed again. Ling Xiao took out another one. Actually, I bought 2 on the black market. This is really the last one. If it is not possible, I can only suck my mind and see this. Tears filled my eyes with tears that were already moved. Sorry. I was so right before and didn't wait for him. After talking about Lingxiu. Sign up again and again. Try again quickly. But in a few minutes. He still couldn't break through to the ground knot. Xiu'er looked at him with a frustrated look. He also quickly comforted him. It doesn't matter. At most it will be a period of late. With your strength. Just the first 2 games. Don't encounter the land. It can also easily obtain large qualities. At this time, Mingyi's heart is dead and he not only has no breakthrough. Not to mention the wasted 3/5 level 8 gold medals. The key is that he still has a debt of 360,000 yuan. Then, they made an appointment to draw lots together tomorrow. The next morning, the 2 of them came to Lingxiu, the draw of small lottery. It's very easy to see the number plate you won. Because there are 800 contestants in total. It represents a strong strength. Lin Jun no 1. Chibari 2. Lin Ying and Ninger are also single digits tonight. As long as you don't draw them. However, Mingyi is different. Looking at the license plate in your hand, it is 9. Just stupid. After that, I got the no 9 sign. And it is for the local participants. Who is so beautiful? Hurry up to the referee. And pleaded in a low voice. Can you draw a new draw? However, he was ruthlessly rejected by the referee. Seeing this, Mingyi asked who the no 9 sign was. Zhang Xian, the 5th son of the Zhang family. He looked shocked in an instant. That guy is the art of water. And it is a handover. Just when he was at a loss. Unexpectedly, Lingxiu took over the license plate from his hand. And a shocking statement. Not okay. Please help me draw. Will I help you with the smoking? Did you forget this outrageous operation also shocked the 2 of you about this? Lingxiu hurriedly turned to the passers-by who was changing signs. Why not? I saw someone who was smoking on behalf of me just now. Why can't we do this? Could it be that you are looking for a different treatment? I heard you make a decision. But the guy was speechless after being criticized. Only Lingxiu no 9 can be recorded according to the exchange license plate. And Mingyi is no 109. Little do you know. He had already blushed on the side. After a long time, he murmured. Thank you. It was soon the day of the competition. The stadium has long been surrounded by crowds. Soon after, the referee announced the competition rules and competitions. Don't hurt the other person's life until it is reached. Otherwise, the match will be disqualified. Then the competition began. After a series of competitions, the winners are Venue no. 4. Zhang Rensheng no. 7 Venue of Zhang family. Fusang Chiba 2 site. Song Yuzhong, the eldest son of the Song family, saw him win. The onlookers shouted repeatedly. Young Master Song. It's so handsome. I want to give birth to a monkey for you. Li Boizhan looked disdainful when he saw this. Take a broken fan. What to put on? I'm not awake yet. And just as he complained, it's Xiu'er's turn to show off in the next game. With the announcement of the referee, Lin Xiu and Zhang Xian walked onto the ring one after another. At the same time, the audience suddenly became noisy before. It turned out to be Miss Xiao's corner. I didn't expect that he was so lucky. He hit the foundation as soon as he got up. I'm afraid I'll be eliminated in the first game. And on the ring, the longbow in Zhang Xian's hand is already full of strings. Then I saw 3 swordsmen condensed with water. Like a wild horse that breaks its reins. It's close to Lin Xiu's face. Seeing this, he quickly rotated the spear to block it. Unexpectedly, his left foot was bound at this time. Can't move. Watching the water that kept hitting me. Lin Xiu quickly raised the spear over his head. Then he tried hard to hold Demacia in his mouth. In an instant, 100 meters in a radius was frozen. And at this time, Zhang Xian has crossed the dead corner behind Ling Xiu. Little do you know. Since Xiu'er has the art of mind power, he has no flaws. Looking at the little silver carp and big head carp that Zhang Xian threw out, he immediately paid for the spear in his hand. Just as the 2 touched each other. Never thought. Even Yong couldn't hold on for 2 seconds. It was penetrated directly by a spear. Seeing this, Zhang Xian I hurriedly blocked the spirit in front of me. With the blessing of Lizzie Art, the barrier was instantly crushed by it. Just as Zhang Xiu was about to pierce his throat. Fortunately, Ling Xiu held it in time. This made him save his life. That's it. Even if Zhang Xin is unwilling to accept it. But he had to raise his hand to surrender. This operation also shocked the audience. What's the situation? Why did I urinate? It's over. The man next to him said. This is nothing more than the restraint of ability. The Zhang family lost so unfairly. The two brothers who had won the round in the ring looked dejected when they saw Zhang Xian's dejected look. I also hurried forward to comfort me. This time I'm just having bad luck. Don't take it to heart. Do you have another chance this time? Regarding this, he could only sigh helplessly. The ability to restrain the husband who lost to Zhao Lingjun. Explain. It's not embarrassing to go out. And it's enough for the Zhang family to have you too. Unexpectedly, the Prince of Chongping came over at this time. What a pity. Among so many contestants, I just encountered Ling Xiu who restrained you. But as far as I know, Ling Xiu didn't draw you at first. But later he exchanged with Ming and Princess. That's why you met three people. After listening to it, I was shocked. Could it be that it was the royal design of the Zhang family? And Xiuxiu sighed. Ling Ying felt that the next contempt was meaningless. So I invited Xiu'er to go home together. He began to worry. Now after getting into the ground, it can copy 4 kinds of art. Shuomofeng is a must-have. So what should I choose for the remaining one? The next morning, Ling Xiu and Mingyi came to draw lots together as promised. The referee saw that it was the same again. So he hurriedly said, Princess, this time, don't worry. 14 of the 18 seeds received by the earth have been taken away by others. But as soon as the words were finished, the sad Mingyi actually drew another prince of Jiangning County, Ling Xiu, to see this. I'll prepare to use the last method. Wait until you finish the draw. Exchange with Mingyi again. But this time, he clearly felt that the light came to the person in front of him. Something seems to be wrong. And this time, he actually drew a prince of Chongping, who was watching the boy's strange behavior. Only then did he understand. The space fluctuations I just felt were right. Really? Someone is secretly making small moves. Although he doesn't care. Who will you meet? However, Mingyi is different. He saw Ling Xiu. I also got the ground knot. He looked dejected. Who would have thought that at this time? Xiu'er actually took out another 5th level Yuan crystal. Luck is bad. Some heads, too. I think you should have used up all your bad luck. I still see this at the last moment. Not too long-winded. After taking back the human semen, just now, I started to rush out again and again. This time, my goddess of luck stood on his side. As his monkey opened suddenly, I saw a flame rushing straight into the sky. Disappears with anomalies. He looked at his hands in disbelief. I actually succeeded. I finally concluded. After saying that, I saw him rushing into Lin Xiu's arms excitedly. When he realized it. For eyes are opposite. Blushing. Very embarrassing. Then he turned his head shyly. Sorry. I was so happy just now. I will pay back the money I owe you slowly. Lin Xiu scratched her head embarrassedly. Actually, I'm not in a hurry. Besides, I don't lack that little money either. Afterwards, Mingyi said goodbye to Xiu'er. Be prepared to break through to the earth. Tell Emperor Xia. Soon. In the Deep Palace, Mingyi has arrived at Emperor Xia and his former father. Now I have broken through to the realm. It's just a beautiful woman. Borrow my 5th level aid. Can you pay back the money for me? He, after hearing this, very calm. It's rare for you to enter the world. Speaking of how much silver come out for you for your husband. Hearing this, Mingyi blurted out. A total of 480,000. Just finished speaking. Emperor Xia almost got choked to death. However, the treasury is tight in the past few months. That boy Lin Xiu is not short of money. It's better to pay it back slowly in the future. I feel relieved when I hear this. So he bid farewell to Emperor Xia. Then thank you, father. Next, my opponent is the Prince of Jiangning. I'm going to make preparations first. Xu Jing saw that Mingyi had gone far away. Take a look at the summary. Don't separate the Princess of Jiangning and the princess. But he was rejected by Emperor Xia. If you start to be profitable and then despise, will completely lose credibility. It will also leave scars in other countries. But this is a bit strange. You go and check it slowly first. After an hour, come and report. The old slave has already found out about His Royal Highness the Princess. Just a coincidence. But Lingxiu's second draw of lottery was someone operating in secret. And this person is the Prince of Chongping. Do this to be revenge on Lingxiu. The so-called hatred of taking over your wife. It's irreconcilable. Early the next month, with the referee's big hand waved, Zhao Lingjun, who has been away for a long time, is about to appear. And what kind of strength will he show? Fan Ying, who came to the stadium early, became smaller in seconds. Miss Zhao. It's considered to let me see you. Can you write a few words for me? Zhao Lingjun naturally agreed happily. Who would have thought? Just as he signed the letter, Fong Ling actually took the initiative to greet the referee and signaled to admit defeat in this battle. And the next game is the great Xia Lingxiu versus Li Xian, the Prince of Chongping. As a result, the referee finished speaking. The audience was filled with sighs. Miss Zhao is so lucky in the project. This time I lost the ability to restrain myself. I'm afraid I'll be abused throughout the whole process. It would be too embarrassing to lose to others in front of your wife. On the ring, the two of them looked at each other. Li Xian had been waiting for this day for too long. As Zhao Lingjuan's #1 dog licking, this time he will definitely fight Lingxiu. Kneel down and beg for mercy. This proves that his choice is wrong. With the start of a lifetime competition, Li Xian took the lead in taking action. A moment of sensation. I thought there were huge rocks all around. Immediately afterwards, the boulder gathered towards the center instantly. A huge stone ball was formed and sealed Lingxiu tightly inside. Li Xian saw that he was sure to win. He quickly clenched his left fist. In the expression, he actually disdained to hum. It's also the crowd below. Seeing the scene, I shouted repeatedly, I'll go. This is instant. Little do you know. On the ring, the stone ball has been completely covered with blue aura. With the sound of shattering one after another, Lingxiu suddenly came out of it. Before Li Xian can react, a heavy punch hit his chest. Although he had reacted to resist, but it was also shot 100 meters away. Only then did he realize that. It turned out that Lingxiu was actually hiding his martial arts before. It also reached the boundary. But it's obviously too late. Just as he was imagining, Xior has come behind him. First, a big foot. Kick it into the air. Then he stepped over his head. Finally, the 12 consecutive steps of floating in the air ended. This made everyone who was not optimistic about him shocked him and dropped their chins. This is a big step away. Prince Ping was beaten so hard that he had no power to fight back. Is this something that the hanging sword can do? Zhang Ren, who was watching the battle, saw the clues. Art and martial arts are both the tops. It seems that Emperor Wu lost. It was not unfair. Song Yuzhang also recognizes his strength very much. He hasn't even used his ability yet. Just using martial arts. Li Xian was so beaten that he looked for his teeth all over the ground. This strength is enough to rank among the top 20 of the geniuses. On the other side, on the ring, Lingxiu was questioning Prince Li Xian Chongping, who was kneeling on the ground. You can admit defeat. He had to surrender at all times. And the reason why Xior is so conspicuous. First of all, I wanted to give Uncle Shui a shot in a heart. Secondly, it is also for someone else's view. Because he wants people to remember. Not just Zhao Lingjuan's husband. There is also the name Lingxiu. But even so, Zhao Lingjun still did not lower his arrogant head. The next game of contempt is made by the Ming and Princess against Jiangning County Prince. As the trial begins, he took the lead in attacking. I saw countless vines rising up from the ground in an instant. Come straight to Mingi newspaper. But he was not panicked at all. As Mingi's eyes roused, a pair of flames suddenly emerged from behind him. Wing. The vines swept over were quickly burned to pieces. The Prince of Jiangning was very panicked when he saw this. On the other hand, Mingi is approaching him step by step. When it has not reached the boundary. My fire cannot burn your vines. But now my ability is suppressing you. Then, a sudden explosion also won without surprise. And Lining was very curious in the stands. When did he break through the Earth's realm? Lingxiu said that I gave him a few yesterday. Yuan Jing Lining was extremely surprised after hearing this. If you give him all the original crystals, it is not considered giving each one. Yuan Jing counts him to 120,000 taels of silver. He owes me 480,000 now. Hearing this, Lining was also very helpless. I thought Qingwan owed him 10,000 taels. As a result, I got myself in. Mingi now owes more than 400,000 yuan. Isn't this going to end with the small pen? I soon informed the results. After learning that Mingi has obtained a large amount of qualifications. As an old father, he couldn't help but sigh. I don't know if I can see him enter the heavenly rank in my lifetime. Who would have thought that at this time? Xu Jin also told Emperor Xia Lingxiu. The Prince of Chongping was eliminated. Also obtained a large qualification. But when I heard this, Emperor Xia seemed a little surprised. He quickly ordered Lingxiu to be called. Soon, he came to Emperor Xia. I heard you are J. If you said it earlier, it would not make our geniuses in Daxia so beautiful. Then he immediately became careless. His Majesty. I can't blame it. I also broke through by luck 2 days ago. But the Xiaoxia Palace where the old traitor rejects China. But he had to cut him off. I don't care about so many people. Anyway, you eliminated Dao Mom. The court suffered his losses. I allow you to defeat you. When Dabaruruo can win the genius list this time, you don't come back to see me. However, Xiu'er can get lost before entering. If the Wei Chen can enter the top 10. So can you agree? Wei Chen gave marriage twice. If you win the second place, I'll ask you to give me a marriage 3 times. After hearing his disbelief, Emperor Xia. But under Xiu'er's soft imperial seal, I had no choice but to agree to his request. After your wife leaves, Emperor Xia touched his chin helplessly. Zhu Jin. Do you think I have to be responsible for his marriage in the future? Lin Xiugang and Xia Huang have agreed on the conditions. If you agree to Changchun Palace. But when I met the concubine. But he found him panicked. It turns out that something went wrong with Nandan. So Lingxiu hurriedly stepped forward to check it out. He said for a moment. Please feel free to see his appearance. It seems to be a breakout. Just eat some aid for him. As Dandan continues to absorb Yuan Jun. I am a body. He lies in the air. There are so many things that are not enough to be destroyed. Then, I saw his eyes burst. Although it has successfully made a breakthrough. But it seems that I can't control my abilities. The blue current is constantly transmitting. To protect the noble concubine. He quickly protected him under his body. Don't be afraid of Empress. She just awakened her talent. This is normal. After a long time, she has just arrived in the ground. Seeing that it is nothing serious. Then he let go of the imperial concubine. Who would have thought? At this time, Emperor Xia suddenly broke in. And asked loudly what happened just now. The movement was so great, but the two of them remained silent after the ceremony. At this time, an old slave told Emperor Xia. Just now, this spiritual pet was spitting out thunder. Very dangerous. For the safety of the imperial concubine and other empresses, you must not let her stay in the harem again. After listening to the imperial concubine, hurry up to protect him under him. And indicate where to murmur. Where did I see her so tough? Emperor Xia could only let it go. After all, what if the Empress Dowager is causing trouble? I guess I'm going to be beaten again. But in order to protect other ladies. Then he allowed the imperial concubine to leave the palace. Rest for a while. But isn't this the perfect palace of Uni Shang's? The picture turns as soon as Xior returned to her residence. Then he quickly slipped into Tsai's boudoir. I know the picture below. The treasures don't like to watch it. Then I will reluctantly see it for you. Afterwards, Lin Xiaogang is ready to recover his strength for Tsai. But she said she had recovered. This won't hurt Ling Xiao anymore. It shouldn't be. I've just started. She recovered her strength. It shouldn't be that fast. Just a moment later. What happened to her suddenly? So he quickly brought a pull-up. You can try to destroy him. Tsai was very helpless when she saw this. The official is really good at waking me up. How could it be so strong? It can be the next second. But the bottle was twisted and deformed by chess. Seeing this, they all showed a look of shock. Tsai was very surprised at this time. When did I have such great power? Ling Xiao felt thoughtful at this time. Did I just copy the inspirational art to lottery? 1. This will not be after breaking through to the ground level. The ability to replicate has also evolved. So he wanted to try it again. It's been a night of trouble. I also failed to copy the second ability to Kai. Could it be that my cultivation is not enough? Or can only be copied once in a short time? It seems I have to check with someone else. After a few hours, the small competition are in full swing. With several gorgeous attacks, Morongyu also successfully obtained a large amount of qualifications. At this time, there was also an uproar under the arena. But when he walked off the ring, Lin Xiao came over. Will Miss Morong have time to have a meal together later? Who would have thought that? Morong, you didn't pay much attention to it. He directly rejected the invitation. But how could Xior not know that he was a drunkard? So he quickly made a statement. What a pity. My Tang Hong Niju has just improved the new wine that has not yet been released. It seems that I have to ask someone to drink with me. Hearing this, Morong, you was stunned for a moment. Then immediately change your words and meet. And soon it was Ling Xiao's turn again. Since Xior has shown some of her strength, this time the opponent was very respectful to him. Not only did he greet him friendly before the game, I also hope Ling Xiao can give some advice. And he got a lot of qualifications at will. But I still have to compare the little pen to see the other party so beautifully. Of course, he agreed happily. Then, the man is not talking too much. Draw the sword directly. He tried his best to attack Xior. But just when he slashed, the long sword was clamped by Xior's fingers. Even if he struggled to break free from the sword, still unable to move at all. At the same time, there are no more Sais outside the venue. Instead, they were teasing Zhao Linjun. God is so unfair. Why did he give all the good things? Ling Xiao also generously pointed out the man's shortcomings on the ring. Although you have learned a lot of tricks, but there is no spirit of breaking up love. Then at the request of the man, Xior is going to demonstrate to him. I saw him lifting his sword over his head. Then waved with one hand. One finger of sword energy. In an instant, the emperor was plundered from the man. He was split in half. The man was also scared and sweated. At this time, Ling Xiao spoke again. When you practice a certain move more than 100,000 times. Of course I understand. At night, Ling Xiao and Morongyu in Jiaxing Tower arrived as promised. He spoke first. Say it. What are you asking me for? I actually just want to ask about the imperial concubine. But Morongyu refused. Ling Xiao quickly explained to this. Don't get me wrong. I have no malice. The reason why I ask you about this, it's because the concubine has been depressed lately. I'm afraid that this will continue. He will get sick. Hearing this, he no longer hides it. So many years have passed. It seems that my aunt still hasn't forgiven. Morong Jia. Back then, the Zhang family forced their relatives to compromise. In order not to marry into the Zhang family, my aunt. This is why I was forced to attack. Become a concubine. From then on, he broke up with the family. But Lin Xiao asked. You have arrived in the capital. Why not visit the imperial concubine? And she said. My aunt doesn't want to see the Morong family, and I'm afraid that after she sees me, The mood will be worse. Who would have thought that? She just finished speaking. Shower turned her head and looked at the concubine behind her. She doesn't know what she doesn't? At the same time, I saw the concubine smiling. Walk towards it slowly. She looked at Yor, who was very well behaved. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. I left home. You were still in your infancy at that time. 17 years old Xiao Yor has grown into a big girl. Come here and let your aunt take a good look. Lin Xiu hadn't been so happy to see the concubine for a long time. I feel very relieved. Then he walked out of the room with tactful tact. The next morning, the little concubine asked with concern, "Can Morongyu win today?" But she shook her head helplessly. Not sure. The opponent I met this time was the earth. I can only do my best. Who would have thought that at this time? Lin Xiu brought Mingyi over and took out another 5th level Yuan crystal. Still the same. Art. I only have the last moment. You can try it quickly. It is worthy of being a show of men who empty the prince's family. I'm confident. Mingyi's face fell dark. Thinking. Sure enough, a man's words are lying to others. Last time she said she gave me the last one. But who is this woman? Why is Lin Xiu so nice to her? Thinking of this, she asked angrily. Who is that woman? Lin Xiuza said. Her name is Morongyu. He is the niece of the imperial concubine. It should be your cousin, because of your previous painful menstrual strength. She quickly spoke out to remind a crystal if it could not break through and asked for 150,000 taels of silver. It's better to rest by yourself. It's still half a year before the big money. But as soon as the words were finished, Morongyu shouted loudly that she had broken through Mingyi and saw this. Eyes are about to pop out. Then he shouted repeatedly. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Who can break through with just one crystal? It would be wrong for you to say this. Someone is lucky. Someone has bad luck. This is normal. Linning only used one when he made a breakthrough. Little do you know. The speaker listened unintentionally. This made Feichou's bright and outgoing appearance full of his face. And at this moment, Morongyu's opponent is SARS, who possessed the art of fire. After the referee announces the start, he quickly threw out a fireball several feet. However, Morongyu only waved a sword lightly. Then he split all the fireballs in half. SARS see this. The ball is immediately cut off without any flames. It instantly gathered in his palm. Then he threw out a huge fireball and headed straight for Morongyu's face door. And he was extremely calm. Another sword swung the fireball. The response breaks into 2 pieces. But this is not over yet. When he looked up. But I found a fireball coming towards me in the sky. Regarding this, Morongyu no longer holds back. One move of the enemy is killed. He knocked him away several feet away directly. At this time, the trump card in and out of the SARS can only lean on the ground and look at the scene in front of him. I can't help but sigh at what I woke up. The ability to destroy is not only the Schweitzen light passengers, but also the band. It clearly broke through in advance. It seems that it can't beat others. Look at his lonely appearance. Lingxiu had to show off her flames. There is no need to be discouraged even if he Jianran. You're only 17 years old. It's even older than them. You can participate in 2 more times. This is no longer a future than others. With the end of this competition, now there are 25 left in the 800 contestants. Starting from the next competition, Zhao Lingjun, who was the first in the last genius list, will be a bye. Until the remaining 24 people decided to be the first. The rest will be divided into 6 groups to play a round-robin competition. Finally advanced to 2. Unfortunately, Xior and Ninger actually dispersed in a group. Soon, they met on the ring. The 2 agreed to advance together. Unexplained path. However, when Shui Ninger was quietly forced to take out her long sword, I thought I could learn a few sword techniques. Inspire your own swordsmanship. But Lao Guogong Shui in the audience had an ominous premonition in his heart. As he expected, the stage was as beautiful as a snail and rushed towards Ninger. At the same time, he also knew the same. 5 minutes later, The two of them deliberately touched the long swords together. What's outrageous is, even the sound of metal collision was not made. But their expressions are very ferocious. It seems that when I used a lot of effort. Another 10 minutes. After that, Ninger fell to the ground. He still shouted that he was worthy of being Lingxiu. This is too awesome. Little do you know. The old Duke Shui's face was covered in darkness. Thinking, where can I put my old face in the future with such poor acting skills? Everyone looked at Lingxiu and Ninger's clumsiness. All the acting skills raised their hands to discuss them. This is clearly a fake game. It's also so blatant. It was almost time to catch up with Booyah next door. The referee is about to close his face when he sees the scene. Then he quickly announced that Lin Xiu won the victory. Thinking about moving on to the next game as soon as possible. Get out of their attention. Following the following games. Son Yulong and Chen Qing actually raised their hands to surrender. However, Xiu'er pretended to be there. Actually, life requires more hard work. Teacher Wu Bai once said, only by fighting will you win. But now that you have made the choice. Of course, I can't say anything. But Chen Qing had long seen her little thoughts. Don't think I don't know. Don't you just want to torture me like Prince Nie Changping? I won't give you a chance. That's all. Lin Xiu and Ninger joined hands to advance as they wished. And on another teaching field. After a fierce competition, the promotions were Morong Yuxian. At night, Zhang Ran, Zhao Ling, Yingning and Zhang Yi. Tonight in Li Boizhong ended with today's competition. Zhu Jin, who was watching the battle, was very satisfied with the result. I thought I didn't think there were 10 of the top 12 in Zhao Lingju this time. It was my big shot. If His Majesty hears this news, I will definitely be very relieved. The picture turns. After the Lingxiu shunting dinner, Lin's mother began to urge. By the way, you both are bigamy. It's time for so long that I should have a child. Lining looked at the two people who were quite embarrassed. So he quickly spoke out to help. I'm going to sleep with my sister tonight. Tomorrow's competition is very important. I want to ask my sister some questions about practice. Lingxiu immediately echoed. I'll have to rest tonight. And I will be very motivated when practicing. It will disturb everyone. I'll go to the new home first. After a walk after dinner. After some chat with the two sisters, Lining suddenly stopped. And asked sadly. Have you always looked down on me? However, Zhao Lingjun said. Not. But that's what he thinks. You don't know how hard he worked to catch up with you. He rested all night almost every night. And I only sleep for less than an hour a day. Don't you think you did the wrong thing? After listening to what Lining said, he did not reply. On the contrary, he thought about it. If it weren't for Lin Xiu's return to his heart's house, and he entered the crazy cultivation mode again. Little do you know, Lining had quietly come behind him. Regarding this, Lining quickly turned around and asked, why did you come here? And he said, can't sleep. Just thinking about coming here. Rest with you. You should also improve. If Wudong is approached by a warrior, you don't have the power to resist at all. Lining looked at such a hard-working show. I feel full of heartache. Don't you feel tired? Why are you so tired? How could you not be tired? Do you have to fight if you are tired? People always have to pursue something. Don't fight for steamed buns, don't fight for them. Everyone is the same age. Why am I weaker than others? Hearing this, Lining felt even more guilty. I thought to myself that the other person he said should be his sister. He is so proud of himself. How could I not care about the incident at the beginning? Little do you know. At this time, Zhao Lingjun is watching over the sky. He has been at the top of the food chain. I never understand why Lin Xiu practiced so hard. Is it to prove something? Could it be that night? I really hurt him? The next day, the small competition venue has long been warm. This round of competition will be divided into 3 groups again. The top 2 in the group advanced to the semifinals. The first competition today. Zhao Lining plays against Song Yuzhang. With the referee's order, Lin Ying's body shook. A huge ice cone rushed straight towards Song Yuzhang. But it's just between the electric rocks. The ice cone has been cut into several pieces. And the young men walked towards each other. Shake it with silver fire. Not the snow country soul. I love Miss Xiao. Why not disturb people's appearance? Then, he quickly waved the long fan in his hand. The ice that was thrown away. As if I got the order. He shot straight towards Lin Ying. And he immediately put his hand on his chest. Just a bang. An ice wall rose up instantly. He blocked all attacks. But this is not over yet. Another giant sharp blade followed one after another. The originally huge ice wall broke into two pieces like a watermelon. Lin Ying had 1 foot. His pair of soldiers appeared behind him, accompanied by a violent aura. He yelled at his eyes and listened to a sound of a swish. He held a spear in his hand. Leaping, he stabbed Song Yuzhang straight into the door of his face. Suddenly a gust of wind came. Roll into the branches. Miss Zhao disappeared. Be careful next. After saying that, with a tight blow, Lin Ying's wings were cut off. And he also kept falling due to his loss of gravity. At this time, Song Yuzhang was no longer ready to give him a chance. Offended Miss Zhao Shua. You can't be pity for the fragrance in jade. After saying that, hold the long fan directly. In an instant, countless paths. The sharp blade approached Lin Ying's face. At this critical moment, Lin Xiu came to him instantly and hugged him behind him. At the same time, Ling Jun rushed over. As his cold eyes flashed, a barrier of thought suddenly appeared and blocked all attacks for the plane. Everyone in the audience exclaimed as they looked intact San Lian. Unexpectedly, Zhao Junju actually got it. It's so far away. It can also block Song Yuzhang's attack. How strong is he? Zhang Ren, who was standing aside, cared about Lin Xiu even more. He didn't even have time to see Ling Xiu clearly. Appeared in front of Miss Xiao. This can make the fruit famous. At the same time, Xiu's operations have also won some loyal fans. He actually used his body to beat him. It's so touching. If someone treats me like this, I'm willing to promise myself. As soon as this is said, the man next to him was very embarrassed. Come on. I'm kind to save you. But you want to repay kindness and revenge. I advise you to be a personal one. On the other side, on the ring, Lin Ying was very puzzled by Xiu's behavior. Why did you suddenly run up? At most, I was only slightly injured. And the spirit hero is expressed. If you are injured, I also have to bother with Xuanxuan girls, that's not good. But this scene happened to be seen by Lin Jun. I have used my mind to protect him as soon as possible. The mind power soon just wants to have a thought. But he is faster than me. This shows that he protected Lin Ying out of his subconscious instinct. At the same time, the referee announces the next game. From Lingxiu to Morong prison. Who made him go onto the ring? That means giving up this game. And asked the referee to start the next game as soon as possible. This made the men in the audience very angry. This girl was in awe of Lingxiu. Deliberately consuming Song Yuzhang's physical strength. It seems that there must be a story between him and Lin Xiu. This kid's ability is probably not a soldier. But pick up girls. A full man. I don't know the evil man's intentions. On the ring, Morong Yu was struggling to attack Song Yuzhang. But his strength is too strong. After a few rounds, he was defeated. And the next game is Lin Ying versus Lin Xiu. The results ended surprisingly similar. He quickly signaled to the referee that he would admit defeat. Because he knew that Lingxiu was different from the past now. With Zhao Lingying's resignation, then it will be Xiu's turn to play against Song Yuzhang. At this time, the imperial concubine in the audience asked Xiaoyu. Which of them is better? Morong Yu looked sad. Actually, I don't know either. But Song Yuzhang can fly. Even Lin Xiu can condense it. The troops are not flexible enough. So I think Miss Zhao's appearance will lose this time. After all, Song Yuzhang got old last time. But he almost broke into Lin Shi. This time, all his opponents were directly crushed. At the same time, Lin Ying was also asking Lin Jun. If Lin Xiaoying is threatening, you must take action and collapse. However, Zhao Lingjun did not think Xior would lose. As the written test officially begins, Song Yuzhang also attaches great importance to Lin Xiao. As soon as he came up, he raised the vast power of the wind and circled it over his head. Lin Ying was very surprised to see this. When I was fighting with me just now, he really didn't use all his strength. And on the ring, countless sharp blades were sweeping towards Lin Xiao. With a blast, Lin Xiao stood intact and watched the wind blade that was attacking again. His mind flashed. Then hold the spear tightly to accumulate strength. Finally, it was thrown out suddenly. Just a long spear. Then he plundered Song Yuzhang beside him. Suddenly my brows tightly. Very fast. There was no time to react at all. If the gun is 1 inch away, my head is shot through. And at this time, Ling Xiao asked, would she continue? Certainly. He also admitted defeat with great tactfulness. Thank you, Brother Lin, for showing mercy. Hope is above the big deal. You can have a better performance. With today's competition over, the bright moon is clear and the evening sun yu zhang. Qianyuling is beautiful for a group. Zhang Yi. Zhang Rin is second. The first in the group advances to the semifinals. The first night of the victory and Zhao Lingjun competed for the first time, and it was a familiar scene again. The two are talking about tomorrow's game. Unexpectedly, Wanner suddenly asked if you were hiding something from me. Xior said. You will know when you marry me. I didn't agree. It's too late to marry you. Your Majesty has agreed. As long as I can get a big money. Second, we will give our souls. You have to marry then. You have to marry if you don't. Who would have thought? Just finished speaking. Wanner actually kissed her directly. And said I gave in. Then he also expressed his feelings. 2 days ago, I was chatting and pushed open the door. But he found that Ling Ying was scanning himself with his smart little eyes. He was a little guilty about this. Looking at his weird behavior, Ling Ying couldn't help asking curiously. Did you hurt your waist when you were Shiobi? Do you want to find Miss Xuanxuan to press it for you? Hearing this, Lin Xiao quickly changed his charming person. When I can do it, there is no need to bother with this little thing. Today's small pen is about to begin. I think we'll go soon. After leaving the second and second, Wanner still saw the ability she had gained in her heart. Zhao Linjun is good at everything. But the eyes of people don't seem to be very accurate. And the small game is different from the past. A group of women are dancing beautifully. Looking at the grand scene in front of you, I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. It is still the powerful people in Daxia who enjoy dancing girls like this. I'm afraid that every wealthy family will be raising a man who is free to admire the martial arts. It's extremely comfortable. Who would have thought that? Just as he was imagining, Wanner suddenly appeared behind her. And stated that. Does it look good? If you like it, I learned to jump to you. And on the other side, the referee announced that according to the draw results, in this round, Chibury's by. The first game is Qinwan against Song Yuzhang. The saint between the two faces Chibari. As a result, the two just got on the field. Song Yuzhang couldn't help but praise him. There are no wonder in the future. A beautiful woman who is pleasing to the eye. Miss Qin is indeed well known. But Wanner didn't talk nonsense to him. As his eyes unfolded, I saw a huge eye appearing on Song Yuzhang's head. And he had no eyes. Standing blankly, he couldn't move at all. But Song Yuzhang naturally didn't want to go out of the way. It took only 2 minutes to break free from the illusion. The illusion created by Miss Qin is really realistic. The young student almost fell into it. Treat family like you. The young actor is really not moving. No. If there is no other hand. Please give up. After saying that, just listen to a sound of brushing. He came to Wanner with a long sword in his hand. Qinwan is not panicked at all. I saw her brow suddenly hit her face. It seems like there is an invisible barrier. The originally straight sword was twisted and looked at by an invisible force. Instead, he stabbed himself in the sword world. Song Yuzhang hurriedly evacuated. But this terrifying inertia also made him retreat several meters. This sudden situation made him, who was sure to win, tighten his heart. At the same time, Emperor Xia and Zhu Jin in the stands were about to be shocked. What's going on? After the awakening of the art of fantasy 5 times. At this time, I control it like Nian Li. And under the scene, everyone exclaimed. What is this ability? Why have you never seen him turn red before? However, only Lingxiu knows the truth. At this moment, his cheeks couldn't help but flush. It seems that my heart suddenly broke out last night. Little do you know, Qin Wan is now a dual art awakener who combines illusion and mind power. After a moment, I saw him put his hand on his chest. Young Master Song offended him. Just finished speaking. The ground suddenly cracked on the soles of Song Yuzhang's feet. Then several stone slabs that were hundreds of meters thick rose up all over him. This will surround him. The last stone slab falls at any time. At this time, Song Yuzhang has become a whip in the jar. Let him exert force. But I can't break free. At this time, Qin Wan slowed down. Do young Master Song continue? Seeing that things have come to this point, Song Yuzhang had no choice but to admit defeat. In the aftermath, there was constant noise. Some people think that Song Yuzhang lost a bit incredible. Some people sigh. Qin Wan is too powerful now. Seeing the merits in keeping one's own power without any object. It's simply invincible. And as soon as he walked off the arena, the vice president of the Art Academy surrounded him. Girl. About your abilities. We have some questions to ask. I don't know after the competition is over. It is not convenient to come to the Art Academy for a trip. Seeing this scene, Lingxiu naturally didn't panic much. Because he is the only one who has cultivated the art of fantasy to the earth. As long as he says he wakes up 5 times, the art of fantasy will become the power of thought. Then this matter becomes a certain fact. Soon we arrived at the next showdown. Lingxiu versus Zhang Yi. Looking at the two people on the ring, everyone also started a series of analysis. Zhang Yi's art is power. But Lin Xiu's battle of one-on-one. He doesn't seem to have an advantage. But the other person thought that might not be the case. Last time I fought against Song Yu and Zhang Shi. His power cannot be underestimated. On the ring, Zhang Yi rushed towards Lingxiu with one step. But don't be avoided by Xiu and fight back. Seeing that the sneak attack failed, he was very angry. Another irritable sweep. Little do you know, Xiu had already seen through his little thoughts. Do you not admit defeat because you want to spend more energy for your brother? Zhang Yi saw that he had been seen through. Then no longer disguise. Use the maximum horsepower directly. Be prepared to consume more spiritual beauty for Zhang Run. Watching him punch every time he tried his best, Lin Xiu naturally won't use other abilities. Because this time he was going to punch Zhang Yi with his fist. With the fierce collision of the two punches, the disordered aura rages the field. Countless gravels around were dancing with the wind. Then, the two of them fought their best. It is difficult to decide the winner for a while. But at this time. But Lin Xiu suddenly closed his fist and accumulated strength. Zhang Yi naturally would not give up. Who would have thought that? He used all his strength to hit him. Not only was Lin Xiu easily avoided, he was also hit on the big faceplate with a heavy punch. This terrifying inertia also made him roll on the field. After flipping 1800 degrees, then he barely stopped. Wait for the smoke to dissipate. As a result, Zhang Yijing fainted directly. The referee saw that he had no movement. He quickly announced that Lu Wan was roaring. At this time, thunderous applause immediately sounded around the ring. Everyone not only recognized Xiu's strength, he also kept shouting about the fight between men. It's so enjoyable to watch. Zhang Xian, who was defeated early on the side, quickly reminded brother Zhang Ran. He should be much stronger than we thought. Li Danhui must not underestimate the enemy. Zhang Ran didn't say anything when he heard this. Instead, he was staring at Lin Xiu's other side. Xiu has arrived next to Qianyuling. Chiba General needs to remember to show mercy to his subordinates in a while. He said. I have already discussed with Miss Qin. Please keep your heart in your stomach. Soon. He and Qin Wan have arrived on the ring. With the referee's order. Qin Wan frowned. Several flying knives approached Qian Yiling's face. But I never thought that he disappeared directly. And when he appears again, Jing has come behind Qin Wan. Regarding this, Wanner also spoke out very tactfully. At this time, there was a voice of discussion from the audience. Is this giving up? Sure enough, Miss Qianye from Fusang country is even more powerful. Another person said. That's naturally to know. He was at the top of the last genius list. I'm afraid his talent is only below Miss Xiao. It would be great if he was from our Daxia. With the contempt of Qingling and Chiba Ridge coming to an end, the next game is the highly anticipated duel to take Zhang Ren against Lingxiu. At this time, Zhang Ren said. My younger brother Zhang Yi just now. Thanks to care. Lin Xiu. Hearing this, he hurriedly said. Don't be so polite. I heard that the art of essence is known for its strongest defense. I wonder if I can let me experience it today. Hearing this, Zhang Ren is very proud. You guys have witnessed this. I'm standing here. If you can do anything to me, even if you, Lin Xiu, succeeded in your plan. Immediately, an ice spear condensed in my hand. This is what you said. I hope you don't regret it. Directly push the spear in your hand straight out. Zhang Ren saw this. The body suddenly burst. Then a layer of golden light covered his skin. I've seen through your move. It's useless to me. Then, he actually took this move forcibly. Now, he was very proud of himself. Because according to the previous competitions, he felt that Lin Xiu should be exhausted by the sub-study skills now. Thinking of this, he quickly made fun of him. Are you tickling me? If that's your full strength, then I advise you to surrender quickly. The audience saw this scene. Also sighed. Is this the art of earth-connected essence? This defense is already invincible on the same street. If Lingxiu cannot break Zhang Ren's defense, he should have ended here. What a pity. I also want to see the scene of their couple meeting. The Xia Emperor on the other side also sighed extremely. He didn't want Lin Xiu to stop there. Kobayashi hopes you can surprise me. And on the ring, Xiu'er did not give up on the advantage of his speed. Continuous punches hit Zhang Ren. He looked at the attack that was tickling to himself. He even laughed wildly. I'll stand here today. Let you fight. I see what kind of flowers you can make. Little do you know. It is his careless character. This allowed Lingxiu to find a flaw. Some people are really very talented in art. But any defense will have a critical point. As long as the attack is the same place. Even if it is a titanium alloy that is 10,000 meters thick. Just now. I'm going to blow him through today. Only then did Zhang Ren realize the seriousness of the matter. But it's too late. As Lingxiu's punches continue to accelerate, I saw him spraying tomato juice suddenly. Then he fell asleep directly. Looking at Zhang Ren and Li Buozhan who were already fainting on the ring, he was shocked to the emoticon package. Damn. This is still Lingxiu I know. Unexpectedly, he even cheated on his brothers. Fortunately, I didn't meet before. Otherwise, I would probably be hammered to death by him. With the announcement of Lingxiu's victory, there was an uproar under the ring. Some people are surprised. Zhang Ren actually lost. Some people are lamenting their stunning strength. My brother's mother. Why? Someone just saw how many punches he made in total? As expected, the only way to break the martial arts in the world is to be fast. Even Emperor Xia, who was watching the battle, was shocked. I didn't expect this kid to be so powerful. Even Zhang Ren defeated him so easily, and he seemed to have no power to see it yet. Even Dean Chen's previous failure. Only then did his father Zhang compare to his wife. President Chen on the other side was also very pleased. By continuously hitting the same position, it made him force Lingxiu's understanding of martial arts is really extraordinary. If I give him some more time, Daxia is probably going to have another monster. And the only thing that is worried is Lining. He even beat me a month ago. Did he say that he gave in to me at that time? Thinking of this, he quickly asked Zhao Lingjun beside him. Then let Lin Xiao's current strength participate. Have a great chance to enter the top 10 of the genius list? If the little Bizhong from the other 4 countries has no genius that emerges suddenly, he may be able to enter the top 5 and hear the 2 words of the top 5. Then I remembered the previous bet with Lin Xiao. His little face turned red and it was all over. This strange expression also made Lin Jun a little confused. The happiest thing is Mr. Shui. He was shouting at this moment. This is my vision of looking at people. I said this kid must have the resources of the earth. Unexpectedly, the beginning came from behind. But you just don't let him enter our Shui family. He also set 3 tests. He almost lost half his life. As soon as this is said, it makes Duke Shui very angry. Look at the top 3 in the small competition at the age of 19. Let's look at you guys who are in their 20s. I can't even get a big qualifier. No one is allowed to eat today. All of them were sent to me for a follow-up visit and reflection. Seeing this scene, Ninger also smiled secretly from the side. At the same time, Lin Xiao and Xian Yeling have arrived at the arena. And the winner of this game will compete with Zhao Lingjun for the little brother. At this time, let Lin Jun look at Xiao's expression. It's not right to joke. Neighbors, please don't stay behind this. I will do my best. Lin Xiao smiled knowingly. With the referee's order, I saw Chenya Ridge disappear directly from the spot. The fans in the audience shouted repeatedly. That move appeared again. With his strength. With one knife. In addition to Zhang Ren. I'm afraid no one can defend against it. And on the ring, Lin Xiao closed her eyes tightly. Feel all the subtle changes around you with your heart. Soon, Qian Yiling appeared behind him. Then quickly swung a sword. However, Lin Xiao caught him with one hand. Seeing this scene, he was startled at first. I saw a quick jump to the crack in the space. Finally, I couldn't help asking my neighbors. Can you see through my traces? Lin Xiao answered with fearlessness. Cannot. But before you attack, I'll have some faint perceptions. Maybe this is the 7th sense of a man. Although it is a difference, I still recognize Xiao's strength. That's the case. Then will I have a head-on fight with Lin Jun? You must be careful next. Then, he raised his hand and ripped open the narrow crack in the space. Just as Lin felt the crack, a strong knife suddenly slashed. Although he dodged with his super strong reaction. But a little hair was cut off. And Xianya Ridge is not let go. Now. He kept waving his middle hair in his hand. As his degree continues to accelerate, space cracks continued to appear in the last week. Even the afterimage of the body kept waving the knife. Faced with this sudden attack, Lin Xiao could only stagger around and dodge. At the same time, he was sighing in his heart. Qian Yiling is worthy of being the top genius of Xiaotian. I actually thought of using space folding to increase the attack distance. It seems that he will be taken down in the future. This is not only a sacrifice for the country. It can also win the trust of the Dog Emperor. It's simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But just as he was imagining. Originally, a long sword was folded under the continuous space of Qianya Ridge. It suddenly reflected 3 beautiful hands. Looking at the long sword that was slashing at him. Not only did he not panic at all. On the contrary, there was a look of joy in his expression. Because he is now leaving space. It is best to hide your body in it. But Qian Yiling has perfected the fire he used. This time the opportunity to study was simply enormous for Ling Xiao. But in this moment of imagination, the long sword has reached the point where Xiao's face is streaked. I saw him blocking all the long swords with his bare hands. So immediately turned decay into magic. A huge ice cone condensed in your hand. Finally, he threw it into the crack. Surprisingly, the ice cone actually drilled out directly from the crack in the Qianya Ridge gate. And smashed straight towards him. He looked at such a big ice cone. I was frightened at that time. So he quickly blocked it with a long knife. At the same time, I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. He actually used my space crack to attack me. But before he could think more. Ice cone. It exploded directly on the spot. A small iceberg formed instantly. Fortunately, he avoided it in time. And then Ling Xiu came to Qianye. I advise you to give up. But he felt that there should be a chance. So he spoke. I have another trick. What is new is that I originally planned to leave it to Zhao Lingjun. If this move cannot defeat you, I will lose to Ling Xiu. After listening, I went back. Then I will see it. Just finished speaking. I saw him bent down slowly. Then his eyes closed. It seems to be brewing a certain artistic conception. After a moment, his body suddenly shook. A light green space barrier also spreads from the center of him to the surroundings, until the spirit sleeve is covered in the cover. Then he barely stopped and was right. He realized the battle between Lin Xiuxiu and space and was shocked. He actually merged martial arts and the power of space together. Within it seems like everything is still halfway. Even the feeling of inability in the body is gradually disappearing. At the same time, Qianyu suddenly shouted and slashed. Then he cut the field into two halves with one knife. The space Ling Xiu was in was also cut into two pieces from her waist. Seeing this scene, whether it is Ling Yingling and Wanner, he was shocked and trembled around his face. I am afraid that the spiritual sleeves will appear outside the space. Little do you know. On the ring, Lin Xiu's figure began to dissipate continuously. That's right. Actually, while the Chiba core accumulates power, he had already penetrated into the void. Those who stayed there also warned a clone. But when Qian Xiuling reacted, the true body of Ling Xiu not only came behind him, he also put the sword on his neck. Give up. Chiba leads Chiba's sword in and out. But I can't do anything to Ling Xiu. He also said that according to the previous agreement, he had already divided the father into the audience. There was an uproar in an instant. Everyone was shocked. Unexpectedly, Shibali lost. Didn't he say he had a chance to enter the top 5 in this competition? And Ling Xiu. Why didn't this old sixth participate before? If you have this kind of strength, we have 2 of the top 10 geniuses. The old man on the side was also echoing. It seems that the Lin family will surely rise in the future. If you can get in touch with the Lin family, I believe that it can protect the family's glory for at least 50 years. Yes. And he always has women around him. I think it must be a lustful person. Tomorrow I'll have someone come to my house to say goodbye. Even if it's just a concubine. Anyway, it is not embarrassing to bully Zhao Linjun's daughter as a concubine for him. At least I can't eat the electric powder intestines that cost 50 cents. But what they didn't know was, this time, little Bill Lin Xiu didn't take anyone else seriously. From beginning to end, he only has one opponent. That is Zhao Lingjun, who has been standing at the top of the pyramid since childhood. This time, he not only wants to make him lower his proud head, he also needs to know what the world is. My husband is the biggest nightclub. The full moon hangs on the roof of the starry sky. Both of them have a lot of thoughts. I don't know how long it took. Ling Xiu spoke first. I heard that many people came to the mansion to propose marriage to you in the afternoon. I don't know that my parents are in love. And Lin Ning may be shocked by Xiuer's performance in the small pen. It aroused the strength in his bones. Wherever I go will only affect my speed of practice. Wait until this big deal. I must be in the top 10 of the genius list. Before this, I don't think about getting married. But come on. There seem to be many people who propose marriage to you. Didn't you fall in love with him, Ling Xiu? Looking at his little eyes that he despised. Is that kind of person I am? Feelings need to be accumulated. Just like Ninger and me. Wanner and colorful Coco have been in love every day. And those who have never even seen each other. How could I marry them? Although he is a person who is very affectionate, he is very affectionate. But it's not that everyone is willing to refuse. Even Song Yuji from the Song family is coming to be my concubine. Who can withstand this? Then Lin Xiu asked silently. Tomorrow's contempt with my sister. Are you ready? And Lin Xiu just went back silently. Do your best. I don't want to be the first in the genius list. But Lin Ning knew it clearly. He must have wanted to defeat his sister. Not trying to show off. Instead, we must return the dignity of men. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been hiding it all the time. The next morning, Lin Xiaogang and Lin Zhu came to the teaching ground. It successfully attracted the envious eyes of everyone. Everyone was also admiring. Their couple has a very good relationship. We have to hold hands when we get off the carriage. What will happen if you don't lead the way? Now I think about it and feel exciting. On the other side, on the teaching ground, Qianyuling and Zhang Rini walked onto the ring. Next they will decide on Xiaopi's third and fourth place this time. However, the unexpected strongest defense was cut by Chiba's descending Li Kong. I couldn't hold on for 5 seconds. Just fall asleep. As the competition ended quickly, the turn of the domestic violence scene is to be watched. At this time, there was a lot of talk outside the venue. Some people think Lin Xiao will definitely win. Otherwise, he would be defeated by his wife in front of so many people. I guess I have to lower my head when going out. Some people feel that their face has suddenly become heavier. But if you win the competition, so, will you not have to sleep in the study for half a month in the future? But above the ring. But the two of them were beyond everyone's expectations. They looked at each other in a glance. No one is willing to take action first. After pushing and shoving for 2 minutes, Ling Xiao awkwardly spoke. If I take action first, some people must say that I'm not graceful when beating my wife. So it would be better if you hit me first. As soon as this is said, it also forced Lin Jun to silence. After a few seconds, I asked silently. You really want to beat me? Certainly. I can't even dream of you. Don't let me go. One day, I want to defeat you upright. Unexpectedly, Lin Jun looked at the audience. It means being watched by so many people. It's so uncomfortable. He hurriedly led Lin Xiao. Let's go. Then he was about to leave the ring. This outrageous operation also made Lin Xiao even more confused. Then he asked weakly. If we just left, what should I do if I try it? Lin Jun said indifferently. What if he doesn't matter? This also made the audience scold the audience repeatedly. I'm looking forward to several episodes. They left like that. Refund the ticket quickly. Zhu Jin watched the scene that was about to lose control. He quickly asked Emperor Xia what to do now. And Emperor Xia waved his hand helplessly. Now they can only be considered a draw. Anyway, they are husband and wife. Whoever comes first, whoever comes first. It's the same for whoever comes to whom. The Taiwan judge also announced the result of the game. Although everyone is a little dissatisfied. But that's all. At the same time, Lin Xiao and Lin Jun have returned to their residence. At this time, he suddenly lowered his head silently. Actually, there are 2 sentences. I've always wanted to tell me. Never have you been able to live with you. And that night. Sorry. Who would have thought? Lin Jun just finished speaking. Lin Xiao looked him up and down. You won't be taken away, are you? I know Zhao Linjun. But I never say sorry. And he quickly supervised Xiao Xiao. I know Lin Xiao. It's not like this now that people say this. And I was also shocked. I thought to myself that he shouldn't know Lin Xiao before. According to Dolly. From childhood to adulthood, except for that engagement. The two of them had never had any intersection. Thinking of this, he asked quickly. Then what do you know me like? And Lin Jun's words next. It can be said that every word is heart-wrenching. Lin Xiao, I know. He has no friends. Rarely leave the door. No awakening. Art. He did not practice martial arts either. Until more than a year ago. After Yin Yunqing was injured. It's like a different person. After hearing this, Lin Xiao could only smile and say nothing. He didn't expect that. Zhao Linjun is not a cold and ruthless person either. Always paying attention to myself. But now I can only find a way to fool him first. Your talent is already harmful enough. If I was as high profile as you since I was a child, I'm afraid at least one of us will not survive. Now who expected that the words had just finished? Lin Ying walked over angrily. You are so willful. So many people are watching you. You guys are fine in the end. Have a trip that goes without saying a walk. Lin Xiu was very concerned. What happened later? After you left, Your Majesty had to declare this game a draw. You two tied for the small number. At this time, Lin Xiu found that Zhu Jing was following him. So he quickly asked General Manager Zhu. Why are you here too? And he had a mixed expression of smiles. He is here to congratulate Mr. Lin. Your Majesty just said. Will. Added the title of Marquis of Pingan. Lin Ting is a second-class Marquis of Peace. And afterwards, Wanner's outstanding performance in the game was quickly passed to the Qin family. After learning about it, the main room was so angry that he was scolded repeatedly. I didn't expect that the dead girl would hide so deeply. If he was still in the Qin family, maybe the master's title can jump to several levels in a row. This time I will take him back no matter what I say. His father looked at him with contempt. What's the use of saying this now? Didn't it be yours at the beginning? I was really blinded by Zhu Yu. Why did you marry you? This thing heard this saying that killing the donkey. Zheng Fang was also so angry that he gritted his teeth. Reply quickly. How do you have the attitude to say to me? When I used him to pay off his debts before. Did you not agree? But as soon as he finished speaking, he was slapped in the face. If a bastard dares to talk nonsense again, I must smash your mouth. Then, the family still came to Lingfu with their faces licked, and began moral kidnapping on the grounds of blood ties. But Wanner only replied weakly. Excuse me. Who are you? It made his father's high blood pressure not high. Lingxiu looked at the old couple who were still relentless. I quickly remind you not to forget. Wanner is no longer a member of the Qin mansion. The contract in black and white letters is still in my hands. Do you want to go back on your word? But his father still refused to give in. He is my daughter after all. Oh, you money? I will find a way to return it to you. But you are forced to borrow money. Forcibly possessed someone else's daughter. What's the difference between it and those dandy bullies? Lingxiu finished listening. Didn't argue with it. Instead, he hugged Wanner's Yanlu Creek. I'm not a good person. But Wanner is my woman now. If you dare to appear in front of him, I promise that your family will disappear from the king. As soon as this is said, the Qin family was also scared. Because they knew that Lingxiu had this strength now. I can only admit defeat. Then Xiu'er pulled Wanner toward the mansion. On the way, I comforted him and asked him to think about things that were happy. Who would have thought that? Wanner's teacher looks flattering. Why don't we do something happy now? Lingxiu was worried that she would not be able to catch up with the dinner. But Wanner felt that it wouldn't take that long. Soon it was dark. In-house banquet. Listen to you being bustling. With Lingxiu's arrival with Lin Jun, they have become the focus of the audience. Tomorrow, I couldn't help but sigh. How great would it be if the person around him was me? Lin Ying felt that although they looked so loving, but all this is just an illusion. And Mingyi even regretted it even more. I thought if I had told my father that. Want him to be the prince consort. Isn't money and people all mine? Only Wanner looked at Lingxiu affectionately. Zhao Linjun. You don't know what you've missed. At the same time, I saw Emperor Xia raise his wineglass in his hand. I help you all achieve good results in big money. Then, after drinking the glass of strong wine, in order not to disturb everyone's interest, then he spoke. I still have some official duties to deal with. You continue playing music. Then I was drinking. Lingxiu walked to the prince. Your Highness. You are the crown prince of a country. I should have a salute. His surface is deep and his energy returns. Actually, it's a sign that feels in my heart. Lin Jiaxiu is really cunning. It's so hard for me to hide my strength. No wonder those assassins failed. Who would have thought that at this time? Lin Junjing also glanced back at the prince. And a trace of murderous intent appeared in his eyes. After the dinner, Lin Jun called Lingxiu to the wedding room. I think you probably know everything. Several assassinations against you. In fact, it was all done by the prince. Lin Xiu finished listening. I immediately fell into deep thought. If I hadn't installed AI Kuan in the East Palace. Hello? I'm afraid that the mastermind has not been found yet. How did he know? Who would have thought that? Lin Jun actually solved his confusion. My sister was assassinated several times. I've investigated it secretly. Finally found the East Palace. But Xior became more and more confused as she listened. He didn't understand what Lin Jun was for. You see Lin Xiu's face full of confusion. He also went straight to the point. What plans do you have? The prince assassinated me again and again. If you want to win, your personality shouldn't be easy. As soon as this is said, only then did Xior understand. It turned out that she was saying that she was petty. At the same time, it is also hinting at the event of the wedding chamber. Always thinking about defeating him. But just as he was imagining, Lin Jun suddenly interrupted. Actually, I have a plan. Then, after a discussion between the two, we finally reached an agreement. But just as Ling Xiu walked out of the room, never thought. Lin Yingjing greeted him. You two have been there for so long. What did you say? How do you hear Lei Lei's name? But Lin Xiu was not going to tell him nothing. I just exchanged my experience in practicing. If you don't believe it, you can ask your sister. But Lin Ying finished listening. But he lowered his head silently. He knew that Lin Xiu and his sister must have something to hide from him. But what he doesn't understand is, why do you want to exclude me when you discuss things? Lin Xiuban didn't want to tell him the reason. But he looked at him in a daze. It's also unbearable. Then he quietly got to his affairs. Do you still remember after you awakened the art of ice? Have you encountered several assassinations? According to our continuous investigation, the mastermind behind this scene was the crown prince of the dynasty. Lin Ying was shocked after hearing this. He didn't understand that he had no grudges with the prince. You must know that he took this ruthless move. Lin Xiu looked at the silly white sweet in front of him. Very helpless. There are actually many lunatics in this world. Their thoughts cannot be robbed of knowledge with common sense. As soon as this is said, it also successfully made Lin Ying's head go down. Then he asked weakly. So what you just discussed in the room? Of course, how to avenge the prince for you. Although Lin Ying knew that they were all for themselves. But considering the power of the prince, a little uneasy in my heart. Otherwise, let it go. You must know. He is the prince. Not only is the royal family behind it, there is also the Zhang family. Besides, he definitely won't dare to do it anymore. However, Lin Xiu was not prepared to just count. You have to know his life creed. But I will not offend others. If someone offends me, uproots it. You don't have to worry too much. Just know that your sister and I will avenge you. Unexpectedly, just as the two were talking, Zhu Jin hurried to come to the door. And tell him that His Majesty is waiting for you. He wants to report some words to you alone. Soon. Lin Xiu came to Yinshu. And Emperor Xia also went straight to the point. Zhang told you what he had done before. How are you doing now? Faced with this sudden inquiry, Ling Xiu is really confused. I don't know which one your majesty is talking about. Of course it is the genius from Fusong. Could it be that it has been so long? You haven't gotten it done yet, and he mentioned that this is Ling Xiu. Told me a lot. Your majesty doesn't know anything. There is a big difference between the Fusong woman and my Daxia woman. Want to make him sober? I'm afraid it's not that easy. Who would have thought? Just finished speaking. Xia Huang immediately patted his shoulder and grinned. I don't know, it's a bit difficult for others. But it's not a piece of cake for you. His strength will definitely be able to advance easily. Before the big deal. So it's not only Daxia who is staring at him. You need to speed up the progress. Ling Xiu said. It's a pity that he will go back to Fusong tomorrow. I am also powerless. Unexpectedly, Emperor Xia threw a charming look at him. Isn't that still tonight? You even succeeded the Qin family. Is Qianyuling even harder than him? But I have a good idea now. Didn't he be assassinated last time? You can take the opportunity to escort him home. I'll give you a scared order later. After hearing this, Ling Xiu cursed in her heart. Who does this emperor treat me like? Besides, that's what I did to Qin Wan. It's clear that I was dealt with by him. However, the Emperor's order is difficult to violate. The next morning, everyone came to see off for Qianyuling as they parted. Wanner asked quietly. You won't pay it back with him. Before he can finish speaking, Lingxiu quickly asked for trouble. What nonsense are you talking about? Don't take the gentleman's body and abdomen with a woman's heart. En route, Qianyuling has been following Lingxiu for a long time. He couldn't help but speak. The neighbors are going to cause trouble for you again this time. Xiu'er told him not to care. Soon, the sun and the moon alternate. Under the starry sky, a pile of firewood is particularly conspicuous. I saw two people sitting quietly by the fire. At this time, Lingxiu took the lead in breaking this peace. What results did Chiba investigate the person who assassinated you last time? He said that it was not. But it must be related to the three major families of Fusang. Hearing this, Lingxiu quickly reminded him. His assassination last time was not successful. I will definitely not give up easily. Along the way, we need to be more careful. Regarding this, Chabaling suggested that we take turns to watch at night. However, Lin Jun and Miss Zhao should not be real couples. But she looks more like a lover with Miss Qin. But at this moment, Lingxiu suddenly let out a cold look. Then he threw Qianyuling to the ground. He also successfully avoided a sharp blade. Unfortunately, I accidentally put my hand in the wrong place. Xianya Ridge, unknown. In an instant, the deer bumped into each other. The little head was immediately filled with various ideas. Hearing Lin Jun. He wants to treat me. Even if he saved my life before, it would be absolutely impossible. Xiu'er reminded that there were assassins. Then people no longer pretended. It directly revealed its true body. Xianya Ridge. It is impossible for you to return to Fusang Valley alive. And he was blushing and reminding him. Can Lin Xiu let go of himself first? Xiu'er heard this. Only then did I realize something. So he quickly retracted his hands. And said sorry. But at this moment, 3 more people appeared in the jungle. Soon, Lin Xiu and Qianyuling were surrounded by a group of people at stake. He reminded the neighbors. We are not their opponents. I'll hold on later. They have a moment. You can take the opportunity to escape quickly. Lin Xiu patted his shoulder and apologized. I didn't leave the girl's habit of running away. Then he twisted out the blue energy directly in his hand. They were surrounded by us. I'll leave it to you later. I'll deal with the remaining 3. With a loud shout, I saw countless huge ice cones scattering around it. Seeing this, the 4 of them. They all showed shock. Lingxiu has turned into a hurricane. One person galloped away. The scenic guest has come behind him. When he notices it. But it was too late. I saw an ice cone penetrated his body hard. Then he killed one person effortlessly. Who would have thought that? When a man is dying. Fortunately, I grabbed Lingxiu's shoulder. Even if it's dead, I'll put a cushion on it, too. I saw his eyes gradually becoming brighter from darkness. What follows is countless violent purple electric kettles. Jingpei has wrapped Xiu'er in it. But Lingxiu couldn't help but be happy. Show. Your power is tickling me. Not as good as money. It was the yellow-skin electric mouseman I raised at the still vibrant Xiu'er. The eyes were filled with fear. Probably down below. He wants to draw a circle. Curse the spiritual soothing. It's easy to solve it. Xiu'er's eyes were full of disdain. Show. You have practiced for 2.5 years. I'll give you a word. You have to practice more food. In the next life, they will show their upward trend every day. Then he quickly turned his head to look at the last killer. Don't watch the show there. It's your turn next. I think they already call landlords below. Don't you want to participate? As soon as this is said, the man's swordsmanship is extremely cruel. I also know that I am not Lingxiu's opponent. So he ran away quickly. But how could he run out of many supernatural abilities? What about deepening Xiu'er's wuzishan? And here in Chiba, as a space crack continues to grow, I saw him holding a long sword. He rushed straight towards another killer. Seeing this, the man prepared to distance himself. Who would have thought that? He quickly swung a dark sword energy. It was about to stretch out his head. He hurriedly got into the soil. Little did he know that what was waiting for him was thousands of violent slashes. And he was unable to escape the fate of death in the end. Then, Lingxiu arrived in a hurry. Seeing that the last person has been resolved, I also expressed my thoughts. Unfortunately, I said something weakly. It seems that I forgot to leave a living question. Shibari said. Look at the appearance. These assassins should be people with great worries. But this time I want to thank Lin Jun again. You have saved me twice today. That means you're welcome. This is my accusation. Then he spoke again. Can you ask you to do me a favor? Hearing this, how could Lingxiu not want the beauty to speak? If I refuse, wouldn't it be that this beautiful scenery was killed? Besides, everyone is so familiar with friends. As long as I can do it, I will definitely not refuse. Hearing this, I saw that Chibacollar's cheeks gradually turned red. After a long time, then he said that he was the neighbor. Can you marry me, Lingxiu? After hearing this, I was shocked to get my emoticons. I don't know what to say for a moment. Seeing this embarrassing scene, Chibali quickly explained in panic. Please don't get me wrong. I mean, can you get married to me like Lingxiu, who was confused like you and Miss Xiao, was puzzled? What are you trying to do this? But he wrote very seriously. Because I'm not married. Therefore, the Wu De dynasty will continue to put pressure on the Chenya family. There will even be many suppressions. If you can't get married, there is no reason for them to do so. At this time, Lingxiu understood. I'm going to be a sucker again. You have to think clearly. Although it is a false clarification, but this will have a great impact on your reputation. Don't you care about these things? Who would have thought that? Not only did she care, it seems to be a little expectant. Lin Jun doesn't need to say much. I've considered it very clearly. Miss Zhao doesn't care. Of course there is nothing to worry about. Besides, Lin Jun is a good person. Rather than marrying those idle houses, it's better to marry you. But Lin Xiu listened. But I always feel that there is another figure in this sentence. But I can't figure out what's wrong. After this incident, the two of them soon arrived at Jiangnan Prefecture. The coastal port is also time to part. The Chiba family ship goes directly to Fusang. I think there shouldn't be any more assassins at sea. Since you can rest for a few days before you can rest. The thing you said. When I return to the capital, settle down. He went to Fusang to propose marriage immediately. After saying goodbye to Chianya Ridge, Sharon's little head started to have bad thoughts again. Since we have come to the mine in Jiangnan Wuyo Zhangjia, take some wool. Isn't it a bit unreasonable? Then, he did it as soon as he said. Soon, the practice of exquisite art began. But not long after. Even familiar figures. I wonder where the rat. How dare you steal a mine accident here? Regarding this, Lingxiu complained repeatedly. True. I always say these lines. My ears were called out. Who would have thought that the words had just finished? The guard was already rushing to Guan Xior with a big stick. Didn't run away this time. Running is to choose the hard front. In success. After evading the attack from people. A movie that strikes behind a man. Then he quickly picked up the big fist of a sandbag and smashed it at him. But this not only did not cause any damage. Instead, I almost gave myself a bone needle. Looking at the man wrapped in golden energy, he showed off. Can't help but sigh. The person who was injured when watching was caught on the photogenic Jinji. This is definitely an anti-armored mammoth. This punch goes down. Even the skin was not broken. I'm not saying that Marriott is helping me. I'm afraid of you. After saying that, then he kept swinging tree fists at him. And men are in the gap between defense. A murderous intent suddenly flashed in his eyes. Then he quickly launched a counterattack. But under Xior's dragon-like body movement. Even if he tried all his strength. But even Lingxiu's hair can't touch 48 hours later. The man could only wave helplessly. Why are you as hard to catch like a loach? Forget it. Isn't it just a little mineral source? If you want, take it. Ling Xiu saw this. He quickly said humbly, "Thank you for your fist." In fact, he swung his fists before. After his fist had not waved. If it weren't for the healing technique, I'm afraid the bones have already broken. And just as he was imagining. But the man suddenly lifted his head to him and went out to pick him up. Can you enjoy a small cup of face? Faced with this kind invitation, Ling Xiu naturally promised to drink for 3 rounds. The two started to swear each other in business. Be the first to speak. It turns out that the little brothers run fast. That's how young you are. Brothers can come here to rest often in the future. I've got a companion, too. Lin Xiu smiled silly. Big brother. Where is this to say? I can't even break your defense. Then I will rely on you from now on. At the same time, the Emperor Xia in the imperial study was so anxious that he could not leave the matter. It's been 8 days. Did he take what I told you to heart? At this time, Shu Jin suddenly came to report. Your Majesty, Ling Xiu is back. He is waiting for the order outside the hall. When Emperor Xia heard this, he hurriedly signaled him to come in. After the loyal Xiu'er finished her journey, immediately complained to Emperor Xia. Integrity does not disgrace your fate. He had been sent onto the ship. However, on the way we encountered the robbery of the Daio assassin. There are 4 people on the other side. And the strength of the army is in the territory. My sister and I tried our best to kill them. Emperor Xia was not surprised after hearing this. If you can't get it, you'll ruin it. It's their usual technique. Take action in Daxia. Can you also blame me? It's really a good plan. But then again, have your relationship warmed up? You saved him twice. He will no longer agree to him. It's unreasonable. Xiu'er went back in embarrassment. You guessed it all. Before leaving, Miss Qianya said he wanted to marry me. Hearing this, Emperor Xia was also very happy to marry. Okay. I know you won't let me down. By the way, it seems that Diluo still has an unmarried princess. Do you want to challenge it? Zi Xiu'er quickly refused. There was also a burst of curses in my heart. What does this dog emperor think of me? Then, he proposed whether the last wedding ceremony could be advanced. Because Miss Qianya is married now. But it must be ahead of Ninger and Wanner. I can't explain to them by then. Seeing this, Emperor Xia did not refuse. As long as the Shui family has no objection, I can give you a marriage now. At this time, he asked Emperor Xia again for a house. The Xia emperor, who was on the letterhead, not only agreed happily. The emperor of Xia dynasty was in court. She gave him there. After Ling Xiu left, Zhu Jin. He quickly spoke. Remind your majesty. Do you really want to give the supreme spirit to him? The house is worth more than 1 million taels. Emperor Xia waved his hand at him. Who told him to give me a face? I know that Fusang only produced a great dynasty in the world for 100 years. How many people want to marry? Now I'm abducted. Go inside quickly. Don't tear off some people's hands. Let them prepare for Lingxia's wedding specifically. On the other side, Ling Xiu left the palace. He rushed to Shui's mansion without stopping. After meeting Duke Shui, he also directly expressed his intention. Mr. Shui, can you let Ninger and I get married first? I think you can see that. I'm in the top 10 on a big blog. It shouldn't be difficult. The old Duke Shui said that. That may not be true. Zhang Ren, who was second in the last year's small competition, did not enter the top 10. Who made Boer prepare for Wanquan? But your majesty wants me to marry Miss Fusang Qianya. This is definitely before the big deal. I don't want Ninger to be behind her. This sentence scared Mr. Shui. In the end, I had no choice but to agree to this matter. But he still has one more request. That is to let Ninger enter your Lin family's door in a glorious manner. Regarding this, Xiu'er naturally agreed to go happily. This time I really won. Not only did I successfully hug the beauty, I also got a house that was bigger than martial arts gold. After returning to the residence, I've arrived when I see someone. The others quickly spoke. There is good news this time. There is also bad news. Which one do you want to listen to first? Lin Ying said on the side. Let's hear bad news first. Your Majesty asked me to marry Qianya. He should be married soon. The latest is before the big deal. As soon as this is said, Wanner and Lin Ying quickly spoke out, screaming. Didn't you go to give it to someone? Why did it become a family after giving it away? Facing the accusations of the two, Lin Xiu quickly pretended to be very aggrieved. This is actually the purpose of a false marriage, and marriage is to make him a person from Daxia. This represents the battle of Daxia in large numbers. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Lin Ying turned back to Germany and Lianhe. Why doesn't he choose others but choose you? It's not because you've provoked others. Fortunately, Ninger broke the awkward atmosphere on the side. Asked weakly. What about the good news? Xiu'er, who had recovered from her senses, hurried out of the house. Your Majesty has promised to give us a marriage. And Mr. Shui agreed. That means you don't have to wait until the big deal. We can be together. As soon as this is said. But Ninger was so happy. I guess I can wake up laughing in my dreams at night. But at this time, Wanner's pretty face was full of doubts. Looking at his dull look, Lin Xiu quickly pointed at him. Of course, Lin Ying thought he also had expectations in his eyes. Ask again. Who are you talking about? But immediately poured cold water on him. What are you thinking? But you didn't hear this. Lin Ying was not happy at all. A burst of anger rushed to my heart. Then he said. Who cares about it? He turned his head angrily and left. Then came a huge sound of closing the door. Wanner saw him like this. So he quickly turned his head and looked at Ling Xiu, who was stunned by the side. Why are you still standing stupidly? Why don't you go and coax him and he will turn around? Xiu'er, who heard this, had already come to Lin Ying's room and scratched her head for a long time before she asked. Are you angry? Lin Ying snorted coldly. Who is angry? Marry whoever you want. Why am I angry? Why are you angry? How can I be angry? Xiu'er looked at the spiritual hero like a little resentful woman. A weak question. You just didn't think that if you wanted to give us 3 marriages. How could it be your freedom to marry who you want to marry? I don't care. But I want to see where you marry them back and live. Who made Xiu'er a straight man too? You don't have to worry about this. Your Majesty just rewarded me with a bigger homegirl. We may be moving soon. After hearing this, Lin Ying was so angry that her veins swelled up. Move it. Move it. After that, I slipped in at night. You don't have to sneak in your room. Don't worry about being seen by us. At this point, Ling Lingxiu is also extremely embarrassed. It's better than not thinking about the little secrets before. I was discovered by my sister-in-law as early as possible. So I hurriedly called the silly statement. Don't be angry. When moving, you will be asked to choose a yard first. Lin Ying expressed with a proud look on his face. I'm not someone you are. Why live in your house? Xiu'er finished listening. Hurry up the firepower. What nonsense are you talking about? You must know. You are my wife's sister. I am still the guide on my path to practice. It's my beloved relatives and friends. Hearing this, Lin Ying snorted coldly at first. Then the corners of his mouth almost didn't even hold back AK. Soon, Zhu Jing took Ling Xiu to Shang Linyuan. Looking at such a luxurious house gift, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Unexpectedly, this dog emperor really invested heavily this time. After saying goodbye to Zhu Jin, Ling Xiu fell into deep thought again. There seems to be a lot of people in the family now. Next, we will assign where they live. But just as he was imagining, Mingyi came to the door angrily. Why didn't you tell me about moving house? I went to your house several times yesterday but couldn't find your figure. Ling Xiu asked in a confused look on her face. What urgent things do you have to ask me? I have made a promise to practice hard. As a result, my practice was delayed even if I couldn't find it. In the future, it will be convenient for you to introduce this yard to you and practice. But Lin Xiu was worried that Emperor Xiao would agree. But Mingyi expressed it seriously. Anyway, it's just for the sake of practicing Jiesher and the old man. At the same time, Mingy, however, came to the crowd. Please give me a home to you. You have congratulated the Holy Imperial Decree beside you. Your wedding with Miss Xue and Miss Qin will be held in half a month. All matters. All of them were undertaken by Li Busi. In addition, His Majesty has sent an envoy to Fusan to discuss the marriage with the Chiba family. You are ready. Then after Ling Xiu received the imperial edict. The side is bright and harmonious, but it seems extremely shocking. You want to marry Qianyuling. Lin Xiu quickly played the role of the actor. This is just a marriage between a great country. Sometimes in front of national interests. Lin Ying, who is inevitably going to make some sacrifices. Looking at such a shameless show, I couldn't help but complain. Do you still have feelings for Schwenninger? You are almost marrying 4 beauties from the Art Academy after the Art Academy. Lin Xiu went back without thinking. Not that exaggerated. It's only half now. Who would have thought that? At this time, Lin Ying actually pointed the finger at Ming Hetsai. Half and half are not much. Do you still want to marry Princess Mingy? As soon as this is said, it also made Mingy extremely unhappy. What do you mean? Why can't you marry you? Anyway, your Zhao family owe others a real wife. Looking at the two of them being tempted to be together, I feel helpless. A notice to give Xior a marriage soon. You've covered alleys. Everyone present complained. It's the sweat that is the sweat that is the one 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 that is the one. That is. Even my close friend Li Boijan couldn't hold it back. Damn it. These shallow women like novice faces. After the prince learned about this, he was also so angry that he gritted his teeth. I begged my father for a long time in that house. He didn't agree. Those women I could not imagine. I've never looked at me with my eyes. Why can he get everything easily? Lin Ling is a rich daughter. But I often sleep on the streets because I don't have money. Now he has become a man's concubine. And the reasons he gave were recently revealed. Wash his clothes when he dies. Cook. Crush gold with hanging legs. Or report it easily. It can be worth the cash. But then I feel that I can't afford it. I had to marry him. But on the eve of their wedding, Xiu was still running around for the affairs of the imperial concubine. Because he had promised to give the imperial concubine an unexpected surprise. At this time, Ling Xiu looked at the copycat version of Morong Mansion. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. The gifts prepared for the imperial concubine after spending so long are finally about to be completed. It can be the next second. He seemed to suddenly think of something wrong again. The elm tree in Morong Mansion is already lush with branches and leaves. I have to go out of the city to find a big tree later. Change it right. There should be a wedding swing here. It seems that this has to be done by yourself. And this rockery seems to be wrong. If these details reduce the joy of the concubine when receiving the gift, that's really a pity. But this is not a problem for the smart Ling Xiu. Soon he thought of a solution. At the same time, the real Morong Mansion, Lao Zhang, looked at the rockery in front of him with a confused look on his face. Why does he look weird? It seems different from usual. Little do you know. The real one has been replaced by Xiu or Cat. At this time, he patted the dust on his palms comfortably. The corners of the mouth faintly brushed. A mother smiled. Isn't it perfect now? Then, he came to the concubine's villain. I said before that I would like to give you a gift. Now ready. But he couldn't take it out. You need your family to see it with me. As soon as this is said, the imperial concubine's curiosity was instantly aroused. So he followed Ling Xiu to the copycat version of Morong Mansion. He asked if he didn't know what was wrong. It's so mysterious. I also have to cover my eyes. After a moment, Xiu reminded the Empress that she can open her eyes as an eye mask now. After being taken off, she looked at the familiar and unfamiliar environment around her. It seems a bit incredible. This is exactly the same as my childhood home. Lin Xiu quickly explained to him. I bought this place a long time ago. Then she was transformed into the appearance of Morong Mansion. Hearing this, a stream of warmth filled the imperial concubine's model house. At this moment, she was as innocent as a child. I didn't expect that so many years have passed. Now I finally go home. But Morong Yu looked at Lin Xiu curiously. When have you been to my house? I've never seen it before. And Lin Xiu naturally won't tell him. The mysterious man before was his real person. But at this moment, the imperial concubine heard a scream. How did you do this rockery? Even when I was a kid. The names of guests who use a knife in a hidden place are exactly the same. Lin Xiu could only find an excuse to make a perfunctory explanation. It can't be said that this rockery was moved from his house intact. Morong Yu looked at the two of them talking and laughing. It seems a little surprised in my heart. She is really nice to her aunt. A little too much. My aunt seemed to be too close to him, so she was too impressed by this operation. At the same time, it moved the maid who accompanied him. The eyes kept peeing. Ha! I miss home, too. If someone treats me so well, do I have to agree with you? Hearing this, Shuang hurriedly covered his little mouth and warned him not to lie. After returning to Shang Linyuan, Lin Xiu moved lazily. Jingling thought that the gift to the imperial concubine was completed. Then wait for the wedding. Who would have thought that? At this time, Wanner actually walked over slowly and stretched out his slender jade hand to him. I owe you money. This operation also made the follower Mingy blind. You must know. Ling Xiu is also his big creditor. Then he had a light of inspiration. Finally, I was busy asking curiously. Could it be that you owe him money? And how did you make money to pay him back? After Wanner finished listening, before he quickly fell into Ling Xiu's arms. I'll be his maid. Do some chores. Pay off money. But later I found out that I couldn't afford it at all. In the end, he simply married him. Hearing this, Mingy could only return to him weakly. Just pretend I didn't ask. In the Jade study room on the other side. The prince's direct line. The head of the Zhang family is begging Emperor Xia to take back his sincerity. He believed that the court and Fusong were married. Although it is a good thing. But you have to marry her to someone else. The concubine in the fourth room is too unstable. She should be asked to marry the head of the family. He wants to be sincere for the present moment. But the head of the Song family next to him is different. He thinks that the prince now has a concubine married the emperor's concubine. There are also two people who marry her and marry concubine Lin. In fact, he wanted to fight for something for King Qi. Then the two began to discuss literature. Seeing this, Emperor Xia, extremely furious. I think you got something wrong. The Tianjiao from Fusong. He didn't want to marry into Daxia. Instead, we must marry Ling Xiu. What's the use of fighting here? A bunch of useless things. If you have the ability, just cheat on this matter yourself. Don't care. I soon arrived at Xianyuan. In early October of the 11th year. My wife is willing to hang up many red lanterns. It looks very festive. After 3 rounds of wine, Mr. Shui was solemnly instructing Ling Xiu. Starting today, I'll hand Ninger over to you. I hope you don't let me down. Who would have thought that? At this time, Ninger's brother suddenly shouted. My brother-in-law came and had another 3 drinks with me. Seeing that the long-standing atmosphere was broken, Mr. Lin quickly turned his head and scolded him for being angrily. You have to drink it and sprinkle it home. After saying that, then he is looking forward to Ling Xiu, waving his hand to draw. Go quickly. Spirit. Let Ninger wait too long. Ling Xiu. After saying goodbye to Mr. Shui, then he rushed to Wanner's room as soon as possible. The two of them immediately got tired of each other. After a moment, he was shocked. Push your away. All right. We've been bridal chamber now. You go to Ninger's place quickly. He is still waiting for you. Ling Xiu felt distressed when she looked at the tightly closed American children. Change her name? And he quickly expressed his arrogantly. Am I that pretentious? But let it go tonight. Xuen Ninger. You are not allowed to go anywhere tomorrow night. Who would have thought that the words had just finished? Lingxiu took her tightly into her arms. I just wanted to say this is not this. If I had known you earlier, you won't have to suffer so much. Hearing this, Wanner's body trembled slightly. At this moment, she felt more confident. There is nothing wrong with your choice. So he gently patted Lin Xiu on the shoulder. Nu. You go quickly. If it's lucky to be late. Ninger should have random thoughts again. Seeing that Lin Xiu was reluctant to let go, he forced him out the door. The picture turns. Ninger snuggled happily in Xiu's arms. He couldn't believe his dream. Finally realized on this day. But at this time Lingxiu called him up. Fool. Do I want me to pinch you? See if it hurts. Who would have thought that? Ninger's brain circuit is also different. She actually expressed her expectation on her face. You pinch me quickly. And Xiu naturally won't miss this opportunity. He immediately met with a vulgar look on his face. On the other side, Lin Ying is immersed in his fantasy. At this time, she and Lingxiu had 10 fingers tightly. And look at her with a shy look on her face. I've really waited for you for a long time. Then, just as the two were about to kiss, Wanner in reality saw her like this. But frightened. So he quickly held her shoulder. Lin Ying, wake up quickly. Just dreamed of something. She was so excited that she shot to death. Stutteringly replied. Nothing. I just dreamed of going back to my childhood. I remember that I liked to listen to it all the time. Hearing this, Wanner couldn't help it, either. Laughed out loud. At that time, you always liked to hold me and kiss me. It always makes me saliva. Then, Ling Ying asked weakly again. I didn't say anything sleeping just now. Seeing Wanner replied. Without her, I felt completely relieved. After a long time, I saw Wanner picking up the wooden box on the table. Walk slowly to Lin Ying. Take this one. Lin Ying quickly waved his hand to refuse. This is my sister's thing. Of course I can't ask for him. Who would have thought that? Wanner not only ignored it. Instead, he wore it for him with his own hands. See this? Lin Ying no longer refuses. Then he was embarrassed to dial Xiu. At the same time, after working hard for a while in Xiu, I actually awakened the new ability of Ice Art. At this time, Lingxiu warned this matter. Don't tell anyone first. Even Mr. Shui can't do it. Never thought. Ninger didn't hesitate at all. I responded directly. It's really the water that my married daughter splashed out. We just don't know what kind of expression Mr. Shui looked after he learned about it. Then Ninger asked. You? I went to her tonight and realized it. And when I learned that it was Wanner who asked her to come, he actually pushed Lingxiu away and went to her place. I'm not alone tonight. Bedroom night. Sure, please speak calmly. Why don't we go find him together? Hearing this. But Ninger was so shameful. Reject Lingxiu. Seeing her panicked look. Explain quickly. What are your little heads? I mean, we'll go with him together. Then she will not be alone. Hearing this. Ninger suddenly realized. Soon. Wanner was awakened by a knock on the door. When she opened the door, looking at the two people with a smile on their faces, they asked subconsciously. You might not really convince him. It can be the next second. She was hit by Xiu in the head. What are you thinking? We are afraid that you will be lonely. So we came back together to retort. Who would have thought that? As soon as they met, they fought for the size of the two. Ning Bud spoke first at this time. Although we didn't deal with it before. But it will be a family in the future. Why not just make peace? Wanner put on a good posture. Prepare to fight. Okay. All sisters from now on. Of course, I won't care so much about my sister. After hearing the word sister by Kuninger, how could I suffer a loss? So he quickly responded. We both got married at the same time. Who says the older one is the sister? Looking at Ninger, who was about to be anxious. Did Wanner quickly raise her head proudly? Even if it's better than anything else. It seems that it is not as big as me either. At this time, Ling Xiu was sandwiched in the middle. Helpless. I can only take it as well and do everything well. You are all my wings. Not a sister. The next morning, Ling Xiu was called into the palace by Emperor Xia. After the ride, he also directly explained the purpose. Lin Xiu called you here this time. Actually, I want to give you a new official position. The fact that you are the master of an intimate department with your ability is also a bit useless. Who has just finished speaking? It was opposed by the head of the Zhang family of the Prince Pang. Your Majesty can't do it. Over the past year, the title of Marquis Ping'an has been jumping continuously. The 4 brocades are simply unprecedented. You are so kind to the Lin family. The head of the Song family was also quickly agreed. His Majesty. You have previously rewarded Ling Xiu a royal garden. Even his concubine issued an order to give her soul. He also asked Leaps to host his wedding. This is a bit too far. But Emperor Xia is a sensible person. Not only did they not adopt their opinions, even immediately angrily rebuked. On weekdays, you fight to the death. Why did we share the same hatred today? After listening to it, although a little ashamed, but he still said that everything they did was for the country and country of Daxia. But at this moment, I saw a spy coming to report in panic. His Majesty. Things are not going well. Last night, another genius who was recruited by us was assassinated. Now the Nanyue mission is in a state of anger. The court must give them an explanation. Now know this. Emperor Xia was very angry. First, the western regions. Then there is Beimang. Now it's Nanyue again, 3 people were stabbed. Who is this murderer? And the reply I got was indeed. The murderer left no clues. As soon as this is said, in the court, it became noisy in an instant. This is clearly trying to let Daxia take the blame. If you are in conflict with the 3 parties now, then other great powers will take advantage of the situation. The border is not peaceful. Then, Emperor Xia turned his head and asked how the prince and the king of Qi investigated. The answer he received also disappointed him. He then looked at His Highness and his important officials who were willing to take on this important task to find out the case for me. And the few people who were still talking about Wei were immediately silent like a mute. At this time, Zhu Jin suddenly came to report again. The envoys from Nanyue and Beimang are now seeking a visit outside the hall. This time, Emperor Xia couldn't help but let go. It's really a wave that has not yet settled and has started again. Isn't anyone able to share my worries? And Lin Xiu naturally would not miss this opportunity to please his backer. So he hurriedly stepped forward to ban the words. Your Majesty is willing to share your worries. Please wait here for a moment. I will go back to Xia Emperor. After hearing this, I was confused. I think I will have a few meetings to go. Soon, Lin Xiu came to King Lisi and found Lu Qingfeng, who was investigating the case. Then the two arrived at the crime scene together. Under Lu Qingfeng's advice, Lin Xiu learned that the murderer was extremely smart. Not only did no clues be left, even the tools for committing crimes are the deceased's own sword. Regarding this, Xiu can only ask Xiao Kai for help. I wanted him to track the murderer's movements through the smell on the weapon. After a moment, I saw Xiao Kai shook his head helplessly. This operation also made Lu Qingfeng beside him very puzzled. It was obvious that I had raised him for 2.5 years. Why do you listen to Lord Lin so much? And at this time, Lin Xiu looked at Kuan, who had settled his home on the tree branch in a daze. Soon, he thought of a solution. Because after you awaken 5 times, he can peek at his memories from the perspective of animals. Then, Lin Xiu immediately established a consciousness connection with him. Really? In his memory, Xiu not only saw the entire murder process of the murderer. There is also a direction to escape. Even the hiding place is clear. As he opened his eyes again, to be sure to win this case, so he expressed his confidence. Finally found the clue. However, Lu Qingfeng was extremely depressed. Because from entering the door, he found that Lin Xiu was not a dot. Just stare at Kuan on the tree branch in a daze. There are clues anyway. So he took Lu Qingfeng to the place in Ikuan's memory. But when he knocked on the door. But what caught my eye was a seemingly honest man. This also made Lin Xiu fall into deep thought. I seem to have seen this person on a small pen. If you remember correctly. He seems to be a player from South Vietnam. But the man thought Lin Xiu was here to collect it. He quickly waved his hand to apologize. Even if Lin Xiu, you will persuade him. I will definitely not join Daxia. Lin Xiu asked tentatively. Why do you want to kill your own people? And he married into a hero. After hearing this, the man quickly denied it. But Lin Xiu saw the small movements that were subconsciously revealed. Your psychological quality is too poor. The eyes are erratic when lying. If I guess correctly, it must be that the Great Yu dynasty made some promises to you. As soon as this is said, the man smiled stiffly. Brother Lin must be saying this. Smile. How could I? However, it's not waiting for him. After saying that, Lu Qingfeng. So he was ready to take him back for the first trial. Who would have thought that? The man is also a cruel person. He kicked Lu Qingfeng away first. Then he came to Ling Xiu. Just as he was about to take action, Ling Xiu showed a meaningful smile. Something interesting. He didn't even tell himself. In the palace on the other side, the envoys from Nanyue were questioning Emperor Xia. Although our country is small, but there are also scheming. If it is your country, the court cannot give us an explanation. The South Vietnamese mission will leave Daxia. If you fail to recruit, you will kill. Is this the seat of the Supreme Kingdom of the Celestial Empire, the Xia Emperor? I know it's my fault. I had to patiently comfort me. Please rest assured. The court will surely find out the case as soon as possible. Give you an explanation. Unexpectedly, the other party asked for a deadline. Within 3 days. If the murderer cannot be handed over, they will protest to the League of Men's Nations. And just then, Lin Xiu has subdued the man and brought it to the hall to return to His Majesty. Chen Xin has taken down the murderer who assassinated the genius of Nanyue by default. Seeing that the person who was arrested was another genius from his family, the envoys were all surprised. Take a break from behind. One of them pointed at Ling Xiu and questioned repeatedly. This is the murderer you caught. I think you were blindfolded by Zhu Yu. Can't kill one. Do you want to kill another one? Ling Xiu said calmly. Did he know when I interrogated him just now? He also tried to attack me. If it's not guilty, why do you do this? If you don't tell me honestly. He was sent to the secret detective department. The methods there are so interesting. Hearing the 3 words Mishiji, the man panicked and tried immediately. Then he quickly told it out. It was the worrying person who asked me to do this. He also said that I would join them after the matter was done. Enjoy endless resources for practice. After learning the truth, the envoys were speechless. Emperor Xia immediately took the stand. Since it is the matter inside your south courtyard, then let the murderer be handled by you. I guess some other 2 cases were manipulated behind the scenes. If you go back to Daxia for the time being, you will definitely give you a satisfactory knot. After the envoy of the next country leaves, I guess I was very satisfied with the capable general in front of me. But he was very curious. Why did Ling Xiu find out the murderer so quickly? But naturally he would not tell the evil appearance of Emperor Xia. Instead, I attribute all this to the Qingfeng. It will be handled by yourself. I guess the emperors even turned their heads to look at the other ministers in the hall. This is called professionalism and not favor capable ministers. Should we follow you useless people? He is not worthy of promotion. Who is worthy? You all get back to me. Think about it carefully. Then, he hurriedly turned to Ping Fengming behind him and peeked in and went in for a while. After a moment, Xu Jing came to report quickly. It is the president of the Academy of Arts to ask for a visit. And just met. He brought a big news. Rumor. A strong man with ice attribute in the Daluo dynasty was promoted to the heavenly level not long ago. And the method he used seemed to be different from others. Emperor Xia was also confused after hearing this. What is the difference? His wife is a weapon. Maybe the couple's dual cultivation will achieve twice the result with half the effort. There may be some kind of broken-eyed smile. The key is that he clarifies. Less than a month yet. Then he broke through to the heavenly level. As soon as this is said, Ming and his little heads kept turning. I wonder why I became a husband and wife. The speed of mind becomes faster. Can the worship work faster? However, the next second, his dark cheeks turned red in an instant. Two words popped up in my heart. You can continue to join the church. But I thought about this matter. Lin Lingxiu and the princess made the first move. But now, the study of the dual cultivation of ice and fire. But I was behind others. Chen suggested. When His Majesty chooses the son-in-law, it is best to choose a person with Bing Bing's artistic ability. It is best to choose a horse hero before you can. There are only two people who have this ability. After the inconsistent Xiu'er had just dealt with the Nanhua assassination case, then he hurriedly investigated two other cases. Looking at the file in front of you, he thought something. A heart vein that was shattered by the true qi. Another one is sealed. And they all die instantly. In fact, for him, nothing is useful after seeing it. It's purely pretending. Fortunately, Lu Qingfeng came over in a short while and asked if there are any new discoveries. And Lin Xiu saw that there was a step down. Then he waved his hand. You have to be in a breeze. Take him to the crime scene. Look at this operation. It also made Lu Qingfeng completely confused. He was a little unbelievable. Lin Xiu was so fast. Xiu'er looked at it meaningfully. He, thinking, look. You look like you have never seen the world. You just lose money if you don't understand the bird singing. From this we can see that. How important is it to learn one more foreign language? Soon, he was taken to the Western Region's embassy by Lu Qingfeng. But when I arrived at the door of the crime scene, he immediately noticed Kuan who was dozing aside. I am sure to take this case. At this time, the envoys from the Western Regions noticed this detail. So he hurriedly stepped forward to please Lord Lin. If you like this Kuan, who has been raising him for 2.5 years, I'll give it to you. Lin Xiu didn't say too much. He quickly transferred Kunkun's consciousness. Soon, the other party's memory came to his mind. The moment I saw the murderer's appearance, Lin Xiu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. There are so many foreign friends who have fun. All my letters like to play with darkness under the lights. After coming back to his senses, he looked at the bearded man who was still laughing foolishly. I can't help but want to make a fool of his acting skills. A point less is disrespect for him. But then I thought about it. Although I know now that he is the murderer. But if you take him down immediately, it's too inexplicable to follow. Just pretend first. Then Lin Xiu was about to defend them first. Who would have thought that just entered the door? He went up with a big foot. He directly smothered his bearded man to the ground. Then he hurriedly shouted. Take him down quickly. This sudden operation also made the bearded man angry. No. Are all the officials in Daxia so hasty in investigating cases? How can I just say that I am the murderer of the show just by virtue of my own goodness? And Xiu's eyes are teeth, which are serious. Did you kill it? You know it in your heart. Seeing the silk. There are ways to let you speak. He then ordered Lu Qingfeng to take him to the next crime site. But just after coming to the Beimeng embassy, Ling Xiu stopped awkwardly. Because there are no small holes here. With this case, rely on yourself. Mostly it cannot be solved. But he is familiar with the skill of Shi Depeng. It's a breeze. I didn't see anything here. However, the possibility of internal crime is extremely high. Then I'll leave it to you next. As soon as this is said, Lu Qingfeng thought Lin Xiu was training him. Not only did they make a sound immediately. Thanks to him, Lord Lin. Afterwards, Xiu'er had to give him a thumbs up. The guy is very good. I actually learned to guide myself. At the same time, after listening to the dean's suggestion to recruit a son-in-law, Mingyi is also extremely depressed. Prepare to numb yourself with alcohol. And Emperor Xia was also so sad about Bei's daughter. Now, all he could do was to persuade him to drink less. Su Mingyi muttered to himself after drinking. The name of the sun does not need to be restored to the extremely depressed person. A prince consort who loves me. What's going on? I don't care. At the same time, Xu Jiqiang hurriedly reported. Lin Xiu just went to the Western Region's embassy to take a look. Then he found the murderer. Moreover, Bei Mang was found to have colluded with Dayo. Then, Jinxi's spies were all in his own way. And Xiu's eyes are shame. After learning about this, Emperor Xia couldn't be happy at all. I didn't expect that he was a versatile talent who was both literary and martial. If I had been tougher. Just let him be the prince consort. On the other side. After leaving the palace, the dean of the Academy of Arts. Then he rushed to Zhaofu Lining again. Your talent is outstanding. If you can find a husband of the art of fire, the speed of your practice will not be much worse than your sister. And our art academy has a lot of art of fire. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Xiu kept pulling out. It means that some questions about practice should be asked. And the dean resisted. Lin Ying and I haven't finished speaking yet. What do you say that you are not Lin Ying's parents? I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Good. Then his father spoke. People from the Wei family came several times these 2 days. Very sincere. You should consider these things at your age. His mother also agreed after hearing this. The dean said just now. Isn't it also good for your practice to get married early? No matter how they persuaded Lin Ying, they were always indifferent. Because he doesn't want to marry someone he doesn't like. Fortunately, Lin Jun came forward in time. The affairs of sisters, parents. Let him decide for himself. Hearing this, his father and his mother then let go. Little do you know. Lin Xiu, the sixth brother, was always outside the door to eavesdrop on the dean to see him silent. So I stepped forward to ask. What exactly do you need to ask for advice? Who would have thought that? Xiu'er waved her hand at him. I've figured it out. Dean. You're still going to do your own business. As soon as this is said, he was so angry that his veins burst out. Then he showed that he wanted to eat people. It happened to be this time. Lin Jun took Lin Ying out. Who would have thought that? The two just met. He proposed. After that thing is finished. Wei and Li Buxiu'er didn't say much after hearing this. Just replied with a good word. Lin Ying was very shocked. You have to think about it. If it's really separated. What will parents think then? What will the people think? Little do I know how my sister doesn't understand what she thinks. Actually, we have already considered it. This marriage shouldn't exist. It's better to give up the seat early to a more suitable person. At this time, Lin Ying originally wanted to continue persuading. But even if there are tens of millions of words in my mind. But I can't make up a single sentence. I could only lower my beautiful eyes slightly and felt sad. Even lunch was no longer delicious. Facing the neighbor's inquiry. After a long time, she spoke. Elder sister. I'm moving back home tomorrow. Lin Jun seemed a little surprised after hearing this. If you are not used to living here. In fact, Lin Ying knew in his heart. If my sister divorces him, I am not qualified to live here again. There is no reason to stay by his side. But on the surface he said. It's going to move out sooner or later. It's better to be earlier than later. If you live for a long time, I'll be unaccustomed to it when I go back. The ancients said that they saw through but didn't say it out loud. But Xiu'er asked directly. Why do you have to move sooner or later? But unexpectedly. Just finished speaking. Lin Ying actually stood up directly. Roaring loudly. My sister and my brother-in-law got married but my sister continued to live in my ex-brother-in-law's house. What's the end of this? She could no longer suppress her inner grievances. Tears as big as beans kept spinning in my eyes. The thin lips smeared with cinnabar were bitten tightly to see the scene. The neighbor quickly changed his words. I thought about that again. Don't get along. Otherwise, my parents would definitely be sad. And the people are bored. Xiu'er also agreed from the side. Neighbors are right. The picture turns. Xiuxiu has been transferred to the Imperial Study Room and just met. Emperor Xia is just a rainbow fetish. The assassination was handled a good deal a while ago. Now those three young masters have signed an agreement with us. Their own geniuses will be sent to Daxia for training. And he represented Daxia in Davi. After the age of 25, you can choose to go. But the marriage with the Chiba family, you have to go to Fusang in person. But Xior was very puzzled. Didn't you send an envoy to Fusang before? It turns out that the situation in Fusang is a bit special. Their domestic clans are divided. There is no orthodox regime. Behind families of all sizes, there are shadows of the Wu dynasty. The largest clan was supported by Daio. After they learned that Daxia wanted to marry the Qianye family, they also proposed marriages to them. And arranged for the clans you control to put pressure on the Chiba family. And naturally no one in the Qianye family dares to offend them. So he decided to hold a martial arts competition to attract brides. The Wu dynasty relies on its abilities. Xior thoughtful after listening. The Qianye family is very good at slashing the blame. But it's just a pain. Chiba. Although he has superhuman talent and appearance. But it turned out to be a victim of a regime. This is when Emperor Xia patted Xior on the shoulder. I, Daxia, cherish money. And this big deal is extremely important. Besides, as long as you win, he will be liberated. But the age of this contempt was limited to under 30 years old. The Wu dynasty each has 3 quotas. I guess other dynasties may send geniuses from the previous or even the previous genius list. But I will choose 2 helpers for you. Hopefully, don't let me down. All of this is said. Xior will naturally not break. The commander in the head followed. Emperor Xia summoned the prince and the king of Qi. I want to take the opportunity to give them a chance to perform. Who would have thought that? These 2 waste materials seem to have no idea. Emperor Xia kept pushing each other. Regarding this, Emperor Xia could only go to court helplessly. They waved their hands and retreated. Giving you a chance is not useful. Soon, the notice of this matter was posted all over the imperial court. After reading it, everyone talked a lot. Why is it that damn Lingxiu again? Didn't he just marry too? Can we leave the opportunity to us? The man next to him quickly complained. Let's talk about your fine dog-like pen before you. I didn't see that these 3 candidates were selected according to the ranking of small votes. Do you think anyone can represent Daxia? And at this time, Lingxiu also returned to her parents' residence. Just met. He began to explain his parents. Don't get me wrong. Not that I want to practice. It is entirely because His Majesty hopes that the genius of Fusang can stay in Daxia. In this way, we can have one more place on the genius list. And Daxia can also get more resources. The Spirit Mother also gets more resources. I hope you don't have new people. I forgot the old man and neglected the neighbors. Hearing this, Xior quickly offered her attentive lady to eat a grape. This is the Western region's tribute rewarded by your majesty. Big and sweet. Ling Jun seemed a little surprised at this sudden thing. Then he accepted this kindness. Who would have thought that? Linger was not happy. He hugged Xior and acted coquettishly. To the mother? I want to look at him, too. Behind the evil again. Warner is also very angry. Said something. It's time now. Can you collect your tea? And Mother Lin looked at her son's warm picture. There was a little more relief in my heart. But let's just say that Lin's mother is still charming. After a brief reunion with Xior and her family, the next day, I embarked on a trip to Fusang. Never thought. The stingy Emperor Xia not only came to see him off in person this time. Jing also contributed his royal Fuzhou. After a greeting, Xior officially set sail on Africa. Although he seems plain on the surface. In fact, I wish I could see the Qianye family immediately. Because after experiencing life and death with him, perhaps the word friend is no longer enough to describe their relationship. After several hours, with Zhou Fu's reminder, several people successfully arrived at the Fusang site. Although this is the season for cherry blossoms to bloom. But Chiba Ling's mood was extremely despised. Because the family members came to persuade her to marry the Daio man. But he chose to ignore it directly. Then he returned to the boudoir angrily. Who would have thought that? As soon as I entered the door, I was covered with a strong palm tightly. And the person who came was Xior. He quickly made a gesture. and signaled the small sound of Qianyuling. Seeing this, surprised and happy in my heart. It's Xior who is happy. He actually came in person. What was shocked was why he appeared at his home. Xior explained. I just arrived in Fusang today. So I thought about taking a look first. But it's only been a while. Not see. Why have you lost so much weight? After listening. But he lowered his head silently. The moving eyes were filled with helplessness. After a long silence, he spoke. Sorry. I may not be able to marry you. Because the family has reached some kind of agreement with Dio. The results of the test are already doomed. Xior patted her chest confidently. Please have some confidence in your future husband. No matter what means they use. I'll take you away. Who would have thought that the words had just finished? There was a sudden knock on the door outside. Seeing this, Qianyuling. Hurry up and shoved Xior. Let him hide first. After opening the door, I found my parents standing at the door with a sad face. Sorry. My father and I have no way to change the family's decision. In fact, Qianyuling understands in his heart. They must have come to find themselves after asking for help from the family. So he murmured back. It's not my father or mother. And her mother naturally doesn't want to see her daughter marry someone she doesn't like. So he suggested that Qianyuling escape quickly. Never go back to Fusang again. But how could he not know that once he escaped? What will happen to parents? So he spoke out and rejected the proposal. After Qianyuling's parents left, Xior then walked out of the screen. It's not too early to descend. I'll go back first. But you don't have to worry. I will definitely take you back. Your Majesty rewarded a mansion. I've kept your yard for you. After listening, ripples suddenly appeared in my heart. Neighbor has saved me twice before. Now I have to reply to me. I really don't know how to repay you. Xiaozi waved her hand at him. We have experienced life and death. But now I'm a little bit seeing you. Besides, I don't have many friends at all. For our friendship. What are these? But after hearing this, he was very puzzled. There are many friends in the neighborhood. The generals tomorrow and the generals are still late at this time. Xiao is embarrassed. Tickled his big faceplate. That they are no longer. Next time I meet. You might have to call their sister. The picture turns. Lin Xiu also returned to the inn. Looking at Zhang Ren, who was still practicing hard, he asked curiously. Why haven't you gone out to stroll outside? But there are many shops selling firecrackers. And the styles are very good. Zhang Renzi said. I don't understand Fusang girl. Don't even know if you're sold. Just after Xior left, Song Yuzhang sniffed wildly at the air. Afterwards, he couldn't help but sigh. Why does Lin Xiu have the breath of Qianyuling on his body? And very rich. Based on my years of experience, there is only one possibility that this level of smell appears on him. That is when he said this on Shiba Ridge's bed. But if you are so angry, you won't say that there are so many women in the king. As a result, I didn't even give myself a vacation when I came to Fusang. I'm still practicing nothing. Practice Song Yu. Chapter. Sighing to the sky. Don't envy the Mandarin ducks or the immortals. Envy Lin Xiu every day. Little do you know. After Xior said goodbye to the two, didn't go back to the room to rest. Instead, I came to Fusang volcano. But when he arrived at the crater, I found that the location was full. So he had to settle for the second best and find a small volcano. Mingi should have practiced here before. Since I got here, the power of fire in the body kept throbbing. Now there are still 3 days left before the competition for marriage and marriage. It seems that you can come here every night to practice a great advantage. Are you ready to bear Grandpa Lin's anger? 3 days later, the competition was held as scheduled. But the location was chosen in an extinct volcano. The reason given by the Chiba family is that there is no teaching site in the city. To avoid swaying others and buildings. So I chose the place of contempt here. Little did Lin Xiu see through their intentions at a glance. Although the volcano is no longer active. But there are still many active volcanic soldiers around. Here it will be suppressed. That's why they chose the location in this kind of place. Sure enough, I have other little thoughts. Just then, people from the three dynasties of Daluo and Dalo came strolling. After Zhang Ren saw the appearance of the person who came, there was a little more worry in my heart. Because Victor and Mario were among the top 10 of the geniuses 6 years ago. Song Yuzhang also reminded him. I heard that the rule of this despise is team battle. Not 1v1. So we can only help you hold back the enemy. But there is no guarantee that you can help you defeat them. Lin Xiao didn't worry too much after hearing this. Just said thank you indifferently. At this time, there was only a bang that the fourth prince of Dayo and his two subordinates were almost late. Zhang Ren was so surprised that he exclaimed. They came no matter how much. Lin Xiao seemed very curious. Then he quickly asked. It's rare to see your expression. Could it be that you know them? Zhang Renzi explained with a sad face. Among the three, the younger one is the genius list of the fourth prince of Dayo in the last session. Fourth, the two people next to him are the second and third ones. Any of them? The three of US joined forces and couldn't defeat them. Not to mention the three geniuses of Day British and Dalu. Seeing the arrival of the fourth prince. Hurry up and attack Li. Only the man led by Dala cursed secretly. It's really a nest of snakes and rats. Ling Xiao also saw this strange behavior as if it were taken seriously. But what made him curious was that this person looks like, although he is a man, actually, he should be a woman. Disguise. Even though it's not as good as me. But it's already very superb. But before he can make more guesses, the referee has come to them. It was also said that the representatives of Daxia and Daluo were drawn for a moment. He announced the lottery draw. As a result, Dayo's bye in the first round. Daxia versus Dalo and Dalo versus Dang. At this time, Ling Xiao. Looking at the wooden sign in hand, I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. Soon the big signing was also passive. But I want to see it. How shameless can this competition be? Soon, Daluo and the people from the camp have arrived at the competition venue. At this time, the blue-haired woman pulled off the cloak from her shoulders and instructed his subordinates. Don't take action later. As soon as this is said, the audience suddenly became noisy. This person is too crazy. At least there is a genius in front of the camp. I just hope he won't be slapped in the face then. Crying and begging teammates to get busy. And on the ring, the three people in the camp have all jumped up. He rushed straight towards the blue-haired woman but could not see any fear in her light blue pupils. Then, I saw him lifting up with one hand. In the palm, a blue energy ball of light instantly ignited. In an instant, an ice bear 100 feet tall rose from the ground. The three brothers were stunned when they saw this. They didn't expect that the other party would be so unethical. And at this time, the hero has stretched out his bear's paw. Bump at them. While controlling one person, he also took the opportunity to shoot the other two people away. Victor was about to be crushed. He quickly shouted. We gave in. This scene also made the audience immediately change their words. I'll go. This is simply a monster. When did such a genius appear in Daluo again? But it seems that his name is not available in the top 10 small pens held by Daluo a long time ago. Are you already strong and don't need to participate in the competition? And with the end of the first competition, the second game also kicked off. This battle is made by Daxia against Daluo Roman. After seeing Ling Xiao's thin body, I also touched my chin with disdain. That is Zhao Lingjuan's husband. At this time, Zhang Ren reminds. The person you talk to is Roman. He will give you his power and power to this person. We try to hold on to the other two. At this time, the red-haired man in the audience is weak. Asked. Can Roman beat him? The gray-haired man said. Even if he can win the next game. There is also the level of Daluo. And their master, Suwangfu, seem to be looking forward to this competition. I want to see why this person can become Zhao Lingjuan's husband. Ling Xiao. The first thing to fight against Daluo is that as the competition officially begins. Roman first jumped high. Then hold your palm hard. Please form a huge solid fist in a moment. and quickly smashed towards Lingxiu. Zhao Lingjuan's husband is about to die. But he said without any panic. First of all, I don't call Zhao Lingjun's husband. Secondly, please remember my name. My name is Lingxiu. After saying that, he smashed the solid fist with just one blow. But Roman man had already picked up his fists and came to his eyes. Lingxiu saw this. I couldn't help but exclaim so quickly. Then, after a fierce hand-to-hand combat, I saw them accumulating strength at the same time, accompanied by a loud noise. The two were actually knocked away at the same time. At this time, Lingxiu frowned. I thought this person was really not simple. But before he could think more about the countless stone cones had already stabbed at him. But the smoke dissipates. Lingxiu has been firmly controlled by the original. Seeing this, Damon stopped staying behind. He first covered half of his body. Then rushed towards Lingxiu suddenly. Carry down the melon-eating crowd. Suddenly exclaiming. I'll go. Is this Roman's unique skill? Once the rumors are performed. Either die or miserable. And at this time he was ready to go. He shouted angrily in his mouth. The secret collection is unstoppable. Then he rushed straight towards Lingxiu. And his eyes, which were originally closed, opened suddenly at this moment. With the rise of smoke and dust in the sky, Roman was actually knocked to the ground by Lingxiu with one punch. This outrageous scene also shocked the melon-eating crowd for 2.5 seconds. Even Andrew next to the fourth prince was shocked. Chin God. There are actually 2 stairs under the age of 20 who are progressing. Is this the strength of Zhao Lingjun's husband? However, the happiest thing is Chi Bali. Lingxiu on the ring was looking at the remaining 2 fish with a serious look on her face. Then one of them moved to the front of the 2. Before they could react, they were hit by 2 punches and fainted. At this time, Felilo reminds off the field. This kid should be less powerful than Andrew and me. His strength and speed need to be taken with extreme caution. Even the 4 princes. Never take it lightly. Then it was the lottery session again. This time, Felilo's representative will give priority to the draw. Referee afterwards announced the next big win. Lingxiu had already understood the result of Daxia in the bai. I want to think of the Chiba family and Daio. Sure enough, snakes belonged to a nest. And at this time, the representative of Daluo was not happy. Hurry up and questioned. Why Daio takes 2 bai trips? I think you arranged all this. Felilo retorted. But we have good luck. Is it fair to have to take a bai? But just as a few people quarrel, the blue-haired woman raised her hand and responded to Deluo's abstention. As soon as this is said, off the stage, there was an uproar. The big market actually abstained from the right. I also want to see who is better, Deluo Tianjia or Lingxiu. At this time, another man revealed the reason. The snipe will fight. The fisherman benefits. I guess Deluo doesn't want to watch Diyu sit and enjoy his success. And with Deluo's abstention, this competition for marriage recruitment also ushered in the final decisive battle. Zhang Ren looked at the opponent in front of him. Remind Lingxiu quickly. This time I'm afraid it's up to you. Song Yuzhang also agreed. I probably can't hold on for long. Qianyuling kept praying under the arena. Neighbors, please win. Now. The referee announced the start of the competition. Ferrero faced Song Yuzhang. Andrews and Zhang Ren began. Hard work. You're very good. It's a pity that you are not my opponent now. I'm here. You should have realized the huge gap between you and me. I was sure that Zhang Ren wiped the bloodstains on the corner of his mouth after hearing this. As long as I can stand. You don't think about going to support you. Because I am the Zhang family of Daxia. Similarly, Song Yuzhang's side was extremely difficult. Give up. There is too much difference between you and me. I've given you a face. No slap in the face. And he is also considered a man's courage. I fight on behalf of Daxia. Compared to personal image, I think the country is more important. The spiritual sleeves are also suppressed by the art of spirit. Only forced to defend. The blue-haired woman in the audience was so angry that she gritted her teeth. They are so mean. The location will be chosen at the crater. The wings of the war. Can increase service? The wings of the war. If you can, you will be restrained. In order to marry the big worries. But I really don't want the current situation. It is extremely unfavorable to Daxia. The strength is too different. In this case, there will be a 3-on-1 situation on the field immediately. As he expected. At this time, Zhang Runhe, Song Yuzhang has been severely injured. Can't afford to fall. And Ling Xiu is already forcing her to support her. But under the suppression of the force and the environment, his art of ice is completely useless. This also made him have an idea in his mind. Can you only expose other abilities? But just as he was about to fight back, a pine blade passed by. It directly shattered his protective barrier. This also made Ling Xiu realize that something was wrong. And at this time, Andrew smashed his door with a fist. With loud noises, Lin Xiu was hammered and fell to the ground. And the surging sea of fire. Looking at the decline in front of you, Lin Xiu had already understood in his heart when he was injured in the war. From now on, it will be 1-3. At this time, the blue woman in the audience shook her head helplessly. Look at Lai, you have already studied his hands thoroughly. This competition is targeting him everywhere. If you don't admit defeat, maybe it will be ruined. Hearing this, the Qianye collar lost his spirit in an instant. Hurry up at Ling Xiu. Shouted. Neighbor. You give up quickly. Now. Ling Xiu knows it very well. If only the art of ice is used, I'm afraid there is no chance of winning. But this duel, whether it is because of Qianye or the hero, you must never lose. Then, he quickly straightened his back, roaring at the three of them. I won't pretend anymore. Showdown. You guys go together. As soon as this is said, the fourth prince's eyes showed disdain. Andrew thought he was beaten to death. Even more provocatively, I just went back. You probably can't even break my defense. Who would have thought that? Just finished speaking, Ling Xiu suddenly disappeared from the spot. In a flash, he arrived in front of Andrew. Then he punched him hard in the abdomen. Even if he has the artistic protection of the golden branch. But it was still blown away. People from afar also fainted. Fellow saw this. Extremely angry. The spiritual energy rises directly. Prepare to sneak attack Ling Xiu. Little do you know. This is the moment I wait for. Then he was asked to marry the great emperor. Everyone saw the situation on the court reversed again. They were all frightened and sweated. This Ling Xiu is too strong. He just used 5 skills that he created just now. It seems that this time Dayo is in danger. And the 4 princes on the field are all over the body. As long as the mouth is still hard. Although they all lost. But your weapons can't penetrate the sea of fire at all. At this time, Lin Xiu raised his hand slowly. And constantly gathering weapons. In order to suppress me to create a large-scale sea of fire. It must be very laborious. How long can you last now? After saying that, the weapons came out. A long scar was left directly on his cheek. Seeing this scene, the 4th prince was shocked. Hurry! How is this possible? At this time, his force was almost exhausted, too. Regarding this, he quickly knelt on one knee. Stop calling. I gave in. Deputy Daluo couldn't help but sigh when he saw this. Unexpectedly, the genius who ranked 4th in the last genius list was defeated by an unknown person. Is this a handsome man? And Qianye felt relieved. The blush on the smiling face was very touching. The melon-eating crowd who had recovered from the scene were in an uproar. That's a great genius. 3-1 defeats, even losing so miserably. The key is that the environment and ability are restrained. He is truly Zhao Lingjuan's husband. But after Lin Xiu heard everyone's praise. But I can't be happy at all. No matter how I show off the whole audience. How to drag 1 and 2. How to fight 3. Why can't you have your own name? Is it only after defeating Zhao Lingjun? Only when everyone calls us by my name? However, just when he was imagining it very much, Ling Xiu has arrived at the right time. Congratulations to Daxia during his lifetime. We will arrange the best therapist for you to treat you. Although he wrote very vigorously on the surface. In fact, he was so angry that he bit his hair and his teeth were cut. This competition has been carried out completely in accordance with the requirements of Dio. This way you can still lose. Then no wonder the Qianye family. If you want to blame, it's strange. You are unfaithful. The next morning. The beautiful room in Fusang. Just hid my 8-pack abs. There was a sudden knock on the door in my ears. When he opened the door. But I found Qianye standing foolishly at the door. After a long time. He murmured. Sorry. If not. Because of my words. Neighbors won't be hurt. Lingxiu. Looking at him at a loss. Hurry up to comfort me. It's Xiapai who doesn't bother with it. Trauma heals quickly. Besides, I promised before. If you want to take you back to the building, you will definitely do it. Who would have thought that? Just when the two of them were tired of it. But suddenly a harmonious voice came from the person who came from Deluo. You're already afraid. Is there any other way? Xiu'er saw that the visitor was not good. Then he directly pointed out his disguise. Didn't Deluo also want to lead the general to become your people? Otherwise, His Highness, the Ice Queen, wouldn't have come to help the funeral in person. Are you right? Princess Tasha. She saw that Lingxiu had seen through it. So he simply removed the disguise from his body. But he was still a little curious about how Lingxiu saw it. Little do you know. She is the originator of disguise. Even a man and a woman are not a problem. At this time, Qianba Ridge seemed very shocked. So I quickly asked you why you came. But Tasha assisted him. Long time no see. Of course, the little leader is here to save you. How could I watch you marry someone else? Lingxiu looked at the two of them with a light and secret behavior. I couldn't help but fall into deep thought. I once say that I like Zhao Linjun. I'm still thinking about Qianye. How could there be such a person? Beware of him in the future. A little. To avoid letting him exchange Linjun and Ling. The next day, I saw the soldiers at Fusang Airport. The general was hugged in his arms again. If you are in Daxia, not doing well, or Lingxiu bullies you, you come to Daluo to find me. This is always your home. Qianye finished listening to a tear. After a long time of spinning in my eyes, I returned a gift tremblingly. Who knows the next second? He suddenly hugged Lingxiu again. You've held June. I've held it. Have you been called me? But these words made Xiu'er very embarrassed. You must know the closest things you have ever done with Lin Jun. It's just holding hands. Then, before leaving, Natasha did not forget to remind Ling Xiuqi. Have to see Junshi. Please help me convey it. Missing him Lingxiu. Very helpless about this. He could only wave to him. I guess if this is a man's third leg, he will not be able to be protected. After seeing him off, Lingxiu. I quickly reminded Chibari beside me. Stop being dazed. It's time for us to leave, too. As Africa slowly rises. This also brought a perfect end to this trip to Fusang. And the beautiful in Africa. He quickly showed his diligence to leave his hometown. Isn't it very sad? If you want to cry, I can lend you my shoulders. Looking at the two people who were so fucked. Zhang Ren and Song Yuzhong really wanted to kill him immediately. But the body is honest. Move hard toward the other side. Who would have thought that at this time? Lingxiu even glanced at them. This is undoubtedly the last straw that will crush single dogs to death. Hey. I advise you to be kind. Our injuries have not healed yet. Just forget it when we. The key is that this ship is just fighting. Where can we retreat? Could it be that you want to jump? On the other side. The outside of the royal capital was already full of people. Since the incident of Lingxiu fighting against three was passed back to Daxia, everyone admired him and was promising. They came to welcome him voluntarily. Just as a few people were chatting. Before this beautiful Africa has landed. This time he was greeted no longer was rumors. But there were bursts of crazy cheers. Seeing her return. Zhu Jin. Come up quickly. Your Majesty has been waiting for you for a long time. I'll arrange someone. Princess Song Qianye went to Lingfu to rest. The picture turns. A few of them just arrived at the imperial study room. Emperor Xia hurriedly came to Lingxiu. I patted his shoulder with a smile. I know you won't let me down. After 3 days, you guys get married. Lingxiu went back in surprise. So fast. Breakfast. Breakfast bridal chamber. So as to avoid the night of long dreams? Lingxiu looked at the greasy Emperor Xia. He couldn't help scratching his cheek. Actually, I mean that time is so tight. Is Li Busi here to prepare? Little do you know. Emperor Xia was ready. Don't worry. Who are you going to marry next time? Tell me the next day before. Li Busi can do it well. After all, I have prepared so many times. Regarding this, Lin Xiuhuang said it was right. Afterwards, only then did he remember Zhang Ren and Song Yuzhang. Thank you both for your hard work. I also have many rewards. However, when Lingxiu returned to her mansion, the imperial concubine had been waiting for a long time. I heard that you were injured. I'll bring Shuangshuan here to treat you. Then I saw Lingxiu's scars all over her body. His little mouth immediately became angry. The emperor is really that way. And it depends on you again. Is there no one else except Daxia? And under the rule of Shuangshuang, there are only a few scars left. The imperial concubine forgot to give her a special advice later before leaving. I'll send some medicine to you. You have to remember to drink. Who would have thought that? Just sent away the imperial concubine Lingxiu. I rushed forward. The door just opened the culinary room. I found that Ninger was also in this scene. Even though he is the king, it can actually hold on. However, just when he was stunned, Wanner has come to his front and said, a small separation is better than a newlywed. Don't know my husband. But I think. Ninger, who had already stopped, had blushed. The spiritual beauty after the deity. He hurriedly hugged the two of them in his arms and thought for granted. After learning about the results of the competition, the old man in grey clothes in the grey-clothed world of the Dao dynasty's hall, Xu Yan quickly asked you what you meant that Lingxiu was far superior to the top 3. Pharaoh said, show me that the boy plays with us in English. And things hide real strength. Andrew said, although he is very strong. But it should not be as strong as the prince and the second prince. As soon as this is said, the old man with grey eyebrows is as tight as the new 1,000-old spirits, and he thought about this a few months ago. In the martial arts, wouldn't there be 3 flavors in Daxia? The murderous intentions of the black old man beside him are everywhere. Never let something like this happen. And before this, Lian Wangsong came from the palace and showed his love with the foreigner in black. After I saw your yard was empty, take you to buy some cherry tree seeds. After, I will ask for a wooden offering room from me. Let him give birth. In this case, in the afternoon, you can enjoy the cherry blossoms in the yard. Who would have thought that? When the two of them came to the stall, the boss actually seemed particularly enthusiastic. Young master. But our heroes of Daxia. How can I accept your money? What do you like about the flowers and plants here? Just say one thing. I'll send someone to you to your house immediately. After a long time of busy work, the entire yard has been covered with blooming cherry blossoms. Looking at the scenery in front of you, it seems like I'm back to my hometown again. A warm current instantly filled the entire atrium. So he quickly talked to his neighbor. Thank you. And at this time, Lin Xiu pointed to the controller. It's a family soon. Why is it not easy to see people from my grandfather's department like this? Wait until the tiles in the room are laid. I asked them to dig a soup here. He saw Lingxiu considering herself like this. A hint of flush suddenly appeared on her originally fair cheeks. In this case, everyone can come and have a waste of money by then. Just then, a burst of complaints came to Lingxiu. It turned out that Ningyi was complaining to Lining in his ears. Have you noticed it? Since Qin Wan and Xia Linger got married, I have made great progress these days. I even feel that their practice speed is now faster than ours. However, Lin Xiu was not surprised. You must know, They are now practicing both abilities. How can you not be happy? Then, he brought Qianyuling to the two of them. Just met. Lin Ning asked. When you were in Fusong, I must have met the genius Hu Deluo. Is he awesome? Lingxiu naturally knew the gap between them. In order not to attack Lin Ning, he turned back. You can surpass him after practicing hard for a while. It sounds like he turned into a hugging Ing to his bulging room. I knew you would say that. 2 days later, I saw Qianyuling sitting alone in the wedding room, waiting for your husband to arrive. The nervous little hands were firmly clasped together. Soon, Lin Xiu has come to him and lifted the red veil. Lin Xiu was very panicked when he saw him. I quickly comforted that the wedding was over. Don't be so nervous. Starting today, this is your home. What are you looking for today? Even though I've told me right. This is 10,000 taels. You take the flowers first. Buy whatever you want. If it's not enough, I'll ask for it. Unexpectedly, Qianyuling waved his hands repeatedly. Reject. I can't take these money. I have a lot of money. When we came, my mother secretly gave me dozens of taels. After hearing this, Lin Xiu grabbed his little hand. What I just said. Have you forgotten again? Don't treat yourself as a guest. You should know that you are the owner of this place now. Tomorrow I will take you to choose 2 Fusong maids. In this way, there are people who will talk to you. Qianyuling expressed his sensible expression. Lin Jun. You've been good enough to me. I can live alone. Lin Xiu saw that he had said everything he should say. So he was ready to get up and leave. Who would have thought that? Qianyuling stopped him. And with a shy expression. Can you stay here tonight? Lin Xiu was a little surprised after hearing this. Didn't you say that you were a fake marriage? In our Fusong, if it's a wedding night, the husband and wife did not sleep in the same bed. Life will become unhappy later. I don't want this to happen to you. So please stay here tonight and ask Lin Xiu. Looking at him as stupid and cute. I could only sigh helplessly. It doesn't matter. Anyway, it's not the first time I'll be inconsiderate. I've long since disbelief. After a moment, I saw Qianyuling bring a basin of foot washing water. On our wedding night, the wife wants to wash her husband's feet. Willing to wash away all bad luck. Going to a new life. Faced with such treatment, Lingxiu seems uncomfortable. He wanted to refuse. However, Qianyuling insisted repeatedly. So I can only accept this kindness. Regarding this, Lingxiu couldn't help but sigh in her heart. He looked petite, cute, obedient, and sensible. But I really became stubborn when I was stubborn. As long as he determines. No matter what others say. Even Lingxiu can't be changed. Suddenly asked. Why is the wife helping her husband wash his feet? Be reasonable. 2 people move towards a new life together. It should be that both of them need to wash. Jianba Ridge explains. There was originally. But I know that Daxia men cannot do such things for their wives. So I don't need it. Unexpectedly, he just finished speaking. Lin Xiu held his shoulder. Since it is a custom of Fusong, then it's better to finish it all. Otherwise, wouldn't you be in vain? Then he hurriedly carried him to the foot of the bed. Since it is a couple, then we should support each other. Instead of giving alone. So I want to wash it for you too. After saying that, then he took off his red collar. He carefully washed him. Qianyuling looked at Lin Xiu silently without saying a word. Afterwards, it's getting late for Lin Xiu to propose. It's time for us to rest. After listening, sorry, I got to know it deeply. As the candle is blown out. Ling Xiu. I fell asleep soon. But Qianyuling couldn't sleep at all. The little heart was beating wildly. 1 month later. After learning about the shameless behavior of Emperor Xia, I was so angry that I slapped the table and scolded me. He quickly ordered aside. Zhu hurried to the president of the Academy of Arts. The president of the Wudao Academy and Lingxiu both called me over. Soon, the 3 of them came to the hall. Looking at the sad Emperor Xia, Lin Xiao asked curiously. What happened? Zhu Jin explained. Great. Lu and Dang, the three Gui Tai dog, have united dozens of Western countries. In the name of protecting geniuses from all countries. A large rule was changed through the alliance of countries. Starting from the next competition, everyone will only use wooden weapons. Unexpectedly, he just finished speaking. Emperor Xia started spraying directly. Bullshit. The reason is good. Aren't those dirty things they often do? Are there still a few geniuses in the small country who were abolished by them in large amounts? The president of the martial arts court believes that if you use a weapon, the strength of the warrior will be greatly reduced. I'm afraid no one is willing to practice martial arts in the future. But Lin Xiao saw it very thoroughly. He felt that this rule should be specifically targeted at Qianyuling. Because half of his strength lies in art, half in martial arts. If it is unavailable, that sword that can carry all the true energy, I'm afraid his strength will be weakened. Half of the president of the martial arts court was very helpless after hearing this. You should know that they are numerous and powerful. Even though I know this is targeting the hero, we can only accept Lin Xiao calmly now. Seeing that everyone was very frustrated, he quickly gave Xia Huang a dose of heart attack. Please rest assured, Your Majesty. No matter what trouble they make, the top two ministers who made a big deal must hear this. Xia Huang Lanjian read and promised that Ling Xiao could do it again. Even if he wants to marry Tin in the future. Not only will they give marriages on the spot, and the bride price and other brides are handled by the royal family. At noon, heavy snow is flying. Lin Xiao had just walked to the corner of the Wangdu Street. But suddenly I found a Ku squatting on the steps. It seems like I have been waiting for myself for a long time. He was wearing very thin clothes. A Xiao quickly pulled off the cloak that was draped on his shoulders, and stepped forward and put it on the sky for him with his own hands. Very cold. Follow me. Soon, the two walked into a Lanzhou noodle restaurant and ordered a bowl of beef ramen without beef. Maybe it's been too long since I saw you. There seemed to be a little more estrangement between the two. After a long time, Ling Xiao broke this peace. Why did you come after so long? Aku expressed his expressionlessly. Since the last incident, Mengliking found a lot of questions. I've been catching them these days. So it took some time. As a warm man, Ling Xiao did not blame him. Instead, he asked if he was injured. Aku didn't say anything after hearing this. Just nodded in response. Seeing him so cold and elegant. Then I showed off the noodles. I'll help you with treatment later. Aku returned another gift. Seeing that something was wrong with the atmosphere, Ling Xiao quickly picked up half a soft-boiled egg. A while ago, His Majesty rewarded me with a new house. I'll leave you a yard. Aku saw that he was just a elm head. I didn't even see that I was jealous. So he expressed his arrogantly. You've been having a very comfortable time. First, he married two powerful daughters. Then there is the genius of Fusang Kingdom. And it was all given marriage by the emperor. I think I still live in the same house as before. But under Lin Xiao's sweet words, Aku still followed him to the new house. You will live here in the future. I have prepared all the daily necessities for a long time. At this time, Aku suddenly took out a jade pendant. Hand him Ling Xiao. After seeing this, I exclaimed. Is Mengli going to take me as the helm leader? After Aku made a joke. I want to call you the Lord of Qinglong Hall. Let me introduce you to the organization. The Lord will listen to the left and right guardians. Then there are the four main hall owners of the Blue Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Xuanwu. Below the hall master is an auxiliary helm. Then there are ordinary gang members and spiritualists. After listening, I was a little curious. Where did the original Qinglong Hall master go? 2 years ago. Master's son unfortunately scolded him during a mission. Therefore, the position of the hall master has always been empty. Given that you made great contributions twice, the league was promoted in an extraordinary way. You are the master of Qinglong Hall, Ling Xiao. After understanding the causes and consequences, he signaled Aku to heal his wounds first. After he removed his top, many scars of varying depths suddenly emerged. At this time, Aku said embarrassedly, Let's start quickly. As the healing power is released, Tang Li was healing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the gossip trio was peeking at the door to see Lin He speak first. Do you know who the owner of this courtyard is? Linger only knows Ling Xiu. The courtyard was left from the beginning, but no one has lived there. After a moment, Ling Xiu's generous introduction. Everyone. This is my friend, Miss Iko, who puts her hands on her hips and makes a confrontation after hearing this. Your female friends are really weird, Warner said thoughtfully. It turned out to be him. As soon as this is said, Ninger's gossip soul was instantly ignited. Do you know him? Why don't I know? Warner looked at him, very helpless. There are still many things you don't know. It's time for supper soon. Seeing that the atmosphere has been eased and elegant, I quickly asked about the wounds on your chest. Who hurts it? Aku explained that he was a local martial artist in Daming Mansion. He relies on the support of the Zhang family behind him. Say I have suffered a lot of injuries. Things that hurt. I've seen it a few times now. Failure to see your future. My wife was bullied Ling Xiu like this. Suddenly, murderous intent rose up everywhere. After dinner, you go to Daming Mansion with me. I want his grave to grow grass today next year. At the same time, the man who came to death was still enjoying the Emperor's rebellion. Sudden. A subordinate came to report quickly. The bodies of the rebels from the Heavenly Dao Alliance have been hung on the city tower for public display. However, the woman who ran away yesterday has not been able to find her whereabouts. But I think they shouldn't dare to make any more decisions about us. At this moment, the man seemed to have noticed something. At this time, he ordered his maids and his subordinates to go out first. Then he stood up staggeringly. Said something disdainful. Now that I'm here, just show up. Lin Xiu saw that he was discovered. Then he retreated from the secret. Then he asked, is it him who hurt you? Aku nodded silently. And the man is seeing the person clearly. After appearance, smiling. Notoriously thief. Do you think you can kill me if you find a little face? Don't leave this time. I'll beat your man to a disabled man later. Check whether you are moist in front of him. Little do you know. These are his last few words in this world. At this time, a mixed attack of ice and fire and space art in front of you. The man was so scared that he begged for mercy. He even called him dad. But this is obviously all in vain. How could he let go of someone who sees his true strength? Just a moment. The man turned into powder directly. From then on, after a lifetime of the heavens, Aku suggested, we take away all the property of Kai's mansion, then distribute it to the poor people. This approach was also approved by him. After returning to Ling Xiu's mansion, Linger often comes to Aku. After a moment of discussion, the two of them were already sweating profusely. At this time, Ninger proposed, everyone can go to Chabajiang's yard to take a bath together. Aku originally wanted to continue practicing again. However, Warner and Mingi started to cheer on the side. It's boring to wash alone. Why not go with the sisters? Anyway, it's all women and there's no chance. Soon, a few people came to Tangchi. But everyone was shocked when they saw Aku's figure. Therefore, even Warner felt inferior to herself. They all say they will be drunk later. Mingi died more than the society. He cried with inferiority. Lining and Qianyuling, who were late, were confused when they saw this. I also doubt whether the water is not hot enough. But after they saw Aku and the Tangchi, I immediately understood what was going on. Lining was sweating all over immediately. Why don't I wash it again later? Qianyuling shouted loudly. Bai Kai Aku was very puzzled after washing. So he asked Lin Xiulin and others why they didn't go in. Lin Xiu naturally understood the various things. They may not want to compete with you. At this time, Aku reminds tonight. We are going to act again. Soon after, a pair of men and women were scattering money crazy on the streets of Yingtianfu. Although everyone doesn't know their identities, but it seems that it is someone from the Heavenly Dao Alliance. And they appear in different houses every night. Specializes in picking some corrupt officials and bullies to kill them. Then give the money to the people. So everyone gave them the title of heroine of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Afterwards, the two sat on the trunk and talked happily. Suddenly Ling Xiu asked curiously, "What kind of person is the leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance? Have you seen it?" Aku said, "I have only seen the left and right guardians. And it is not just me that it is said that no one in the Heavenly Tao Alliance has ever seen the leader. However, at the beginning of each year, the leader will send a holy envoy to give a list. The above are some people who should be killed in the Dasha prefectures. It is also the task that the Heavenly Tao Alliance will complete within this year." At this time, Ling Xiu continued to ask, "It's almost the Chinese New Year. How did you spend the New Year's Eve before?" "Sometimes I'm rushing on the road. Sometimes on New Year's Eve. Most targets will be less vigilant. It's easier to assassinate. So do you have any New Year wishes?" "My wish is that the people can live and work in peace and contentment. Don't be bullied by the powerful. No longer afraid of the powerful." The old man Ling Xiu replied, "My wish is to fulfill your wish." Faced with such embarrassing words, Shu Wei teased you that this is considered a confession? If that day can be realized. I promised Ling Xiu. I was puzzled after hearing this. Whatever I promised, Aku blushed. Go back with your head down. Promise to marry you. Don't you like me? Ling Xiu. After hearing this, I didn't even think about it. I replied directly. The next day, while the two were hanging out, but a mark was found in the corner of the wall. Looking at the familiar patterns in front of you, Lin Xiu quickly reminded him. I remember this should be the mark of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Aku immediately understood after reading it. If there are street marks in Kyoto, it means that you must be summoning me and you. So the two of them came to an incense and candle shop. After meeting the boss, Aku went forward and called him a complicated secret code. The moonlight is bright in front of the bed. The boss replied after hearing this. On the ground. After 2 pairs of shoes on the street, he turned around and searched in the container. The express delivery was given to Aku and the candle. Soon, the two of them followed the prompts. Found this assassination list and funding for activities Ling Xiu. After reading the content of the secret letter, can't help but sigh. I used to work as a clerk in clearing the temple. The people here are judged by Dasha law. What is written on it is not correct at all. Aku didn't care about these things. Because in his heart, now I just want to clean up these borers as soon as possible. Let the people suffer less. But what he didn't understand was that. Don't the court know? Why not take action to take care of it? After hearing this, Lin Xiu shook her head helplessly. In fact, the 21 mansions of Dasha have long been run by the powerful and powerful. Even Emperor Xia couldn't reach that far. Once attacking these enemy officials, it is equivalent to preparing to attack the powerful people in the royal capital. Move the whole body first. In the imperial study room 2 months later, I saw a minister complaining wildly. Lianqiandio alliance has been so rampant recently. More than 20 people were scattered in just 2 months. Several of them were officials of the court. If your majesty just let it go. I'm afraid Di Xiaowei would ask his majesty to issue an order to clear these rebellious brains as soon as possible. After reading the memorial, the person named Kai Kun was angry. Not only did he marry 18 concubines, the Bernuan tribe who warms wine with the mouth of a girl. Really a bastard. I haven't been so extravagant. No more widows. He is considered cheaper. Besides, those who are in the Heavenly Tao Alliance are uncertain and difficult to catch. Now the court has to prepare for the competition between the countries in 2 months. At this time, it will be delayed again. After saying that, he called the minister to retreat first. At this time, Ling Xiu walked slowly towards him. His purpose here? I wanted to borrow a wooden offering from Emperor Xia, used to take care of the cherry blossoms in Shibaji's yard. See you. This is the second time. He then ordered Zhu Jing to give him a sign. From now on, you are Mishiji's private confession. Not belonging to the court. Anything is only responsible to me. I won't be able to find me this little thing in the future. Just go to the worship department by yourself. Who would have thought that? Tianxiu just walked out of the hall. a little eunuch came with many memorials. It happened to be a coincidence with Lingxiu. Afterwards, he was so anxious that he was sweating profusely and apologized repeatedly. Lingxiu naturally won't bother with him, but just as he helped organize the memorials. But I found that the name on one of the books was extremely familiar. After a moment, he was terrified to think about it. Isn't this a list of assassinations given by the leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance? How could it appear in Emperor Xia's memorial? After a period of burning my mind, a bold idea appeared in Lingxiu's heart. Could it be that the leader of the Tian Alliance is Emperor Xia? If so, is it possible to provide many things? Why is the leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance covering the information of the 21 governments of Daxia? And I am so rich and more proficient in the laws of Daxia than me. Thinking of this beautiful woman, I became more convinced of my guess. In terms of intelligence capabilities, no one can compare to the secret thoughts. 100 rich. I can't compare to Emperor Xia. And the reason why he did this is also obvious. As the emperor, he has no way to deal with the powerful party and subordinates. As a rebel, he will hit whoever he wants. Man is the leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance to give up his seat. What's the matter with him, Emperor Daxia? At the same time, in the Imperial study, police officer Zhu reminded me that the news had just been heard. 2 direct officials from the Huang family and the Wei family have been dealt with. Emperor Xia was a little surprised after hearing this. He felt that the distance between Liang mansions was very far apart. It shouldn't be able to do that so quickly. Zhu Jing approached. Xia Huang informed. Under normal circumstances, it's indeed impossible. But if there is a speed art, it will be different. As far as the old slave knows, Li Xiaoyao has a few friends around him. These people are extremely powerful and come under the camera. There should be no rivals. In the past 6 months, he has made many extraordinary achievements. Congratulations to your majesty for getting another sharp blade. After hearing this, Emperor Xia looked puzzled. But their original intention was to create me. As soon as Lingxiu got home, she pulled a ko to the small room and quickly asked, "Do you still remember which officials were assassinated last year?" A ko thought for a long time. Just remembered. It seems that there is a county magistrate of Daming Prefecture. There is also a county lieutenant from Anqi Prefecture. So Lingxiu came to Anqi Prefecture to offer sacrifices and asked Xiao Si of the tea house about the gossip. He was very satisfied with the 2 new adults and praised them as selfless officials. Afterwards, I felt more confident. Emperor Xia is the leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. It's really wonderful. The dead corrupt officials are all powerful people in the royal capital. He promoted the honest officials in the brothels. All the black waves were thrown to the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Who would have thought that he would commit his own rebellion? Afterwards, Lin Shogun returned to the mansion. Then he hurried to the yard of Qianya Ridge. It's more than 2 months away from the big money. I will go to Fusang to practice in 2 days. Do you want to go with him? When his practice is over, come back together. Hearing this, Qianba Ridge seemed a little surprised. But he still wants to go back and see his parents. Then he confirmed to Lingxiu again. After receiving a positive answer, my heart suddenly felt warm. At this time, Lin Ying suddenly walked towards him. He was invited to practice in Daluo together. Lin Xiu waved his hand to him. No matter how much I practice, I can't improve much. Let you practice for 1 more month. What's more, I promised. They want to take them to Jiangnan to visit. I will definitely accompany you next time. Next time you'll think about it. By then I will be in the top 10. Do you want to fulfill your promise? As soon as this is said, Lin Ying's little face instantly showed a hint of redness. Said something in panic. Like, go or not, don't go or go. After leaving Jianqi, he still complained. Do you think you will definitely be in the top 10? Wait until my practice is over. Can score 100 points? Lin Xiu posed his head. Then I wish you success. Afterwards, Lin Jun asked curiously. What did you just said to fulfill? After listening to Hong Yulining, sweat all over the place in an instant. Then he took Lin Jun's arm Oops. That doesn't matter. Elder sister. Let's go see the flowers first. At the same time, the imperial concubine in the imperial garden of the palace is painting extremely seriously. But on the face. But there was a little more sadness. But after seeing Ling Xiu, the mood suddenly got much better. You're here just right. Come and see how this painting is supported. Wang Lingxiu praised repeatedly. The Queen Mother's painting skills are getting more and more sophisticated. Emperor Xia also agreed. Mingzhu seems to be more handy than before. Then, Lingxiu explained her purpose. Tomorrow I will go to Jiangnan with Sai and others. I can't see the Queen in Nannan these days. Who would have thought that at this time? Emperor Xia came to assist Mingzhu again. Do you want to go back to Jiangnan to stay for a while? Let the worshippers send you there. Not out. Arrival in half a day. I have to say. She thought so much. Send your sister away. The imperial concubine refused to come. At this time, Lingxiu coughed in her heart. Nyang Nyang swears. The mood is a little depressed these days. The environment in Jiangnan is different from that in the capital. Maybe it may improve in a while. Hearing this, the imperial concubine changed her mind immediately. That's the case. I took Nan to stay for a few days. The next month, Xiao Huang borrowed his treasure again, and this time, the spiritual scholar couldn't help but sigh. This thing is really good. Not only is it extremely fast, no one needs no more. When I return to the king, I would definitely find Emperor Xia to ask for one. Then, she called Morongyu to Miss Morong. I happen to have something to discuss with you whom. Lin Xiuxiu and her party came to Jiangjiang again to meet Mimi Wanwan. I couldn't help but feel shocked. Jiangnan is ashamed of the water. Xiangxiang is said to be very good. At this time, Morongyu came to concubine Hui. I reminded my aunt not to go home to see her before I died. The imperial concubine avoided her beautiful eyes and went back. There is no more home here. By the way, Lingxiu, where can we stay at night? Seeing Morongyu's face looked embarrassed. Lingxiu quickly made a gesture to him. When I came to Jiangnan last time, I bought a house. But very few. There are only 3 rooms. At night, the bright moon is high, hanging in the dark sky. Everyone has fallen asleep long ago. Only Lingxiu was worried. Morongyu, don't let me down tomorrow. The next morning, someone knocked on the gate at the bottom of the mansion. The imperial concubine also opened the door to check. At this time, I saw an old man saying miss with tears in his eyes. I didn't expect to see you again before this. After seeing the appearance of the visitor, the imperial concubine, the beautiful pictures of the past kept flashing in my mind and my beautiful eyes kept shaking. Just when she was stunned, the wet nurse comes forward, holding her little hand. In a blink of an eye, Miss has grown up so old. Come home with me. But the concubine still seemed unmoved. Who would have thought that? At this time, I saw an old man with white hair coming over tremblingly. Mingzhu was her father back then. Sorry. You go home. Hearing this, the imperial concubine's eyes kept flashing. Sister Xing was completely untied at this moment. After returning to Morong Mansion, when a few people passed by the beautiful view of the front yard, the imperial concubine couldn't help but exclaim. There are also ponds in this tree, this pavilion. It's exactly the same as Kyoto's. But when passing by the rockery where she wrote in childhood, the imperial concubine seemed a little puzzled. Why doesn't this rockery really cost you the same as before? Xiuxiu couldn't help but explain. It has been more than 10 years since the Empress left Morong Mansion. It is normal for a rockery to be exposed to the sun all day long. Little do you know, the imperial concubine had already seen through Lingxiu's tricks. Then he turned his head and looked at Morongyu behind him. It's also said that I have been away for so long. It's normal for some changes at home. You think so? Xiao Yuer? Morongyu nodded quickly and cooperated. Unexpectedly, the wet nurse began to complain at this time. Miss? No. I don't know which boring thief some time ago. We stole our rockery overnight. Do you think that thief is not very smart? It's not okay to steal such a big rockery? I don't know what it is. Hearing this, the imperial concubine did not expose it on the spot. Because she knew in her heart that Ling Xiu did this. It's entirely for myself. Maybe she likes that rockery. Let's go to other places if you don't talk about this. Then when the two were alone, the imperial concubine asked curiously. A big rockery at that time? How did you move back? Ling Xiu saw that she was seen through. So I had to give it honestly. I originally planned to build one myself. But I don't think about it. I had to come up with this bad strategy. He also asked the empress to mistake him. At this time, the imperial concubine asked about what happened today again. It was also you and Xiao Yuer who had already discussed it. As soon as this is said, Ling Xiu tickled his head in panic. This is naturally impossible to hide from the empress. Unexpectedly, the imperial concubine did not blame her. He said very touchily, "Thank you, empress. Don't say that. If you were not protected, nor would I have everything I have today. All these things I do are trivial things. I want the empress to be happy." The three sisters on the streets of Jiangnan Mansion on the other side are choosing new pajamas. Prepare to go back and give Ling Xiu a surprise. Soon. The moon hangs high on the lower half of the sun. In a brightly lit room in the air. Ninger patted her chest and said, "My husband. I have to sleep with me tonight." A question. Have you asked the official? Just as the two were arguing, Warner suddenly became worried that she was not as good as our rock paper scissors to decide. As a result, after a fierce drama. No surprises. Warner thin. At this time, she plucked the hair of Erbian. Said proudly, "It seems that my husband can't accompany you tonight." Unexpectedly, after a while, Warner actually pushed open Ninger's door. Ning greeted him with a smile. Ninger's eyes were wide open, looking at her. "Are you here to show off?" Warner replied casually when she heard this. "I kindly help you." "You misunderstood me." "That's the case." "Then forget it." Looking at Ninger's face full of confusion, Warner quickly stepped forward and asked to point her fingers in slightly. "I know you bought 2 beautiful belly bands. New clothes. Wear it in 2 days. But that's nothing. Don't you want to wear it for her tonight?" However, Ninger seemed to know that she had other little thoughts. He asked quickly, "Would you be so kind?" Seeing Warner return to the fear of tigers and wolves, Ninger's face turned red suddenly. "No. You bad woman don't want to bring me bad too." Seeing that the plan was discovered, Warner can only express her helplessly. "Actually, it's funny you and I will go to my room now." Hearing this, Ninger didn't give up her sisters at all. "Why do you want to give in to my sister? Isn't it right to let this sister?" Then, after Ninger thanked Warner, he grabbed the door with his new clothes. At this time, Warner reluctantly stuck out her calf. It seems that it is very difficult to guide Shui Ninger. Legs want to complete the bet now. Maybe you have to change your target. So he came to Tsai's room again. Tsai saw that it was Warner's curious question. "Why are you here? Isn't the official in your room? Tonight I'll let Ninger go with her husband. She bought a bunch of clothes today. I can't wait. I don't want to be alone. I'll come to you when I sleep." Innocent Tsai said with a silly smile. "Okay. I'll go and hold another quilt." Unexpectedly, Warner pushed the colored clothes with her hands. "No need to be so troublesome. We'll sleep with a quilt." On the other side, Ling Xiu saw Ninger arrive alone. It seems a little surprised, watching him hold many new clothes. Slim cheeks. A drop of cold sweat broke out. "I thought it seemed that Qingwan's plan failed. It turned out to be a month ago." Warner had long seen through Xior's little thoughts. So he suggested that as long as he convinced Ninger or Aunt Kai to join him, then Xior will promise her something. However, just as she was stunned, Ninger has changed into the newly bought clothes and asked her husband with a flattering look how beautiful she looked. The makeup tonight just stunned Xior. It took a long time to slowly spit out a few words. "Ninger, you are so beautiful." After a while, Ninger was excited when she looked at the purple electric kettle in her hand. But a little surprised. Lingxiu explained at this time. I just temporarily replaced the mental power you gained before with thunder. Because this is the fastest ability to practice at present. It's important to improve for the afternoon. Ninger didn't care much. What she said was deeply attracted by this purple electric ball. Obviously. Afterwards, Then, Lingxiu saw that the three of them were immersed in cultivation. So I was going out for a walk. Before leaving, special reminder. Wait until you completely refine the power in your body. After converting the power of thunder into the force, I will take you to the sea to look for thunder clouds again. You practice first. I went to the street to stroll. The picture turns. Jiangnan, known as the water town, has also attracted many wanderers. At this time, Lingxiu was leisurely rushing the boat. Unexpectedly, there was a sudden shout of making way out from behind. The guy beside him saw Lingxiu. Unparalleled view. I hurried forward and whispered to my brother. I think you came from another place. Block his way. If you can do it for a while, by AI will beat you up. This made Lingxiu confused. You must know. No stubborn playboy has ever provoked him. After that, he can survive 3 days successfully. At the same time, I saw a young man hugging two beauties. Walk forward slowly. He saw someone blocking the road. I hurried forward and gave me a greeting. Which one is not eye-catching? Did your chrysanthemum grow on your face? I didn't see this young master coming. Lin Xiao saw a jumping clown coming. Interested in an instant. So he went back. Have you just crawled out of the toilet? Why is your mouth so smelly? How could the rich young master bear it? This cowardly angry hurriedly reached out to signal the little brother behind him. You guys throw him into the river. Calm down and throw it away. Whose chicken legs will be given tonight? Hearing this, the little brothers swarmed quickly. But this time they played the steel plate Lingxiu. Haven't tried much yet. As a result, several people gave him a big gift. Then run away. The rich young man was also very angry. But after noticing that Lin Xiu was gradually approaching, I was scared to the point of being smart. What you up to? Lin Xiu raised his hand and threw it into the lake. However, but he still doesn't agree with you. Don't run away if you have the ability. I won't let you stay in prison for the rest of your life. I don't believe that I heard this. Lingxiu smiled on the spot. No. Just worried that I have nothing to do. It happened. Okay. I'm waiting for you. But at this time, the uncle behind him kindly reminds you to run away quickly. Someone from the yamen will come later. You can't escape. Lin Xiuza said. It was his man who started the move first just now. Self-defense is also a crime. And beside you. The guy explained. Although he is right. But his brother-in-law is the county magistrate, you should know that he is from a wealthy family in the capital. Last year someone spit it under his feet. I won't catch this. The county jail was imprisoned to the county. Not out yet. Now you throw him into the river. He can't keep you from 10 or 8 years. Hearing this, Lingxiu's face gradually became darker. It seems that these officials and playboys in Jiangnan need someone to teach them a good lesson. Soon, a group of detectives in official uniforms walked into the crowd. The captain saw the young master of the Pang family cutting water in the river. He quickly told his subordinates to pull him up first. Then he quickly walked to Lingxiu. I am the head of the Fu County government office. I advise you to surrender now. But we go to the county government. Violent resistance to arrest. Can be killed on the spot. Lingxiu was not only not afraid at all. Instead, he asked him to lead the way to the county government. At this time, the young master of the Pang family who had just gotten ashore shouted. Good boy. It depends on how long you can be arrogant. I'll arrive at the county government office later. There is a picture of you feeling good. Prefecture. The Pang family's son in the county yamen was able to fight to the home court. Immediately I took the main face to Lingxiu. And his men cooperated on the side. Oops. Grown-ups. Come and take a look. The mouth that is raised is not as tilted as ours. He took the opportunity to start the evildoer complaining first. Grown-ups. You have to make the decision for me. I was walking on the road just now. This evil man came for no reason and threw me into the river. He also beat my guards. He should be taken into jail. The county magistrate who had been locked up for 10 or 20 years. Seeing that the Pang family's son was bullied. No matter why. Just pat the table with a bold evildoer. He dared to commit crimes in the street. Come. First drag this person out and take 30 responsibilities. Then I will be thrown into prison and locked up for a month. Lingxiu asked. You are the magistrate of Fu County. After getting the other party's good answer. With a dark face. Then you are not from now on. As soon as this is said. The county magistrate was really shocked. But still stubborn. Death is coming. He dared to speak wildly. What are you all standing there? Why don't you hurry up and hold the spiritual beauty of the mansion? Seeing that the other party is not giving up. The token of the Xia royal thorns was directly revealed. This official is a secret official. Where is the prefecture and county town? Just finished speaking. I saw a middle-aged man coming over tremblingly. And respectfully Xiang Lingxiu made a pause. I don't know what the adults have to give. This official heard that the prefecture, county and county magistrates. An official cannot bear to die in the office. The king's law is willing to put his heart into practice. Let someone take off the official hat from his head first. Let me talk about it after I find out. Also take them down. I heard that the Pang family in the prefecture and county covers the sky with only one hand. Even the yamen wanted to give them face. Today I want to see how lawless they are. Seeing that the county magistrate's hat was taken off in public. The crowd of people stuttered. Oh my God. First move the county magistrate to the Pang family. It seems that the prefectures are about to change. But some people think that the Pang family's backing against the mountains is not so easy to move. As people say, it was a reminder for the county magistrate. Lord Lin Xiu. The Pang family has something to do with the Huangguogong mansion in Kyoto. Do you want to consider it carefully? When the young master of the Pang family saw that the mansion was about to be taken down, I was very angry. I'll tell you. My aunt married to Duke Huang's mansion as a concubine. If you dare to touch our Huang family, you will not let your county go. Ling Xiu hesitated. His originally tight cheeks instantly smiled. I know I'm afraid. You let me go now. We just pretend nothing happened. But this time he was wrongly ranked. How could Lin Xiu, who has always hated evil, bow his head? Not to mention the Huang family today. Even if the heavenly king comes, I also need to give my official an explanation. When Lin Xiu was seen in the county town on the side, he was not afraid at all. The Huang family behind the Pang family. Deeply realizing that his identity is not simple. Then, wave your hand. He ordered his subordinates to take these people into the cell immediately. Afterwards, Lin Xiu ordered within an hour. I want to get evidence of the Pang family's crime of oppressing the people. Pang caches of thick books are placed on Ling Xiu. Looking at all the ironclad evidence in front of you. Lin Xiu was also furious. Immediately, I ordered people to take down all the Pang family members. All Pang's property was checked. Who would have thought that it would be back to the treasury? At this time, a middle-aged man would come or not. Drinking with sickness in your mouth. I see who dares to go against the Huang family. You can see clearly above the high hall. The person who did it began to speak in a difficult manner. Lin Xiu seemed a little surprised. Who do you know me? At this time, the middle-aged man was already scared and trembling. Who doesn't know Lord Lin in the royal capital? I am a worshipper from the Huang family. He was ordered to protect the people of the Pang family here. Lin Xiuza asked. The Pang family is full of evil deeds. I'm going to the Pang family's house now. Wouldn't you have any objections? The middle-aged man is attached to each other. Nothing is not at all. And his inner heart at this time, Pang Yu, that gangster. Who will not provoke? What is he doing? Didn't you ask the Pang Jia family for a king of words? Get ready soon. The business here in Huangjia is probably not going to suffer any major losses. There is also the Fuxian County magistrate who has finally supported it. I guess the official position is difficult to guarantee. Soon. Jiannan immediately spread to the royal capital palace. At this time, Emperor Xia asked in a daze. Zhu Jin. What happened in Jiannan? He quickly explained. Go back to your majesty. Didn't you go to Jiannan to visit? When passing by Fu County, there was a conflict with the Pang family's stubborn bank. As a result, he was furious. Not only did he remove the official hat of Fu County magistrate, the Pang family was also searched. Unexpectedly, it exceeded nearly 1 million taels of property. The Weishan has notified the treasury to accept it. After hearing the dragon's face, Emperor Xia was very happy. Go to the Ministry of Personnel to arrange our people to take over as the county magistrate. Take control as soon as possible. Reorganize Sultan prefectures. The night is waiting for this day. But I waited for a long time to see Zhu Jin leave. The corner of Xia Huang's mouth was not suppressed. This cannot be blamed on me. Why do you think that stubborn guy is provoking him? Lin Xiao searched the Pang family. It soon spread in the royal capital. After the head of the Pang family learned about it, gripping teeth in anger. What a waste. Who is not good to provoke? Just go and mess with that evil star. As a result, a move that has been deployed in 10 years is close to martial arts. However,